You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of I'm going to say, cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Materialism and the Task of Anthroposophy, given in 1921 in Dornach between April 2nd and June 5th. Lecture 1, given in Dornach on April 2nd, 1921. It was in the middle and second half of the 19th century that materialism had its period of greatest development. In today's lecture, we will center our interest more on the theoretical side of this materialistic evolution. A great deal of what I shall have to say about the theoretical aspect can also be said in almost the same words of the more practical aspect of materialism. For the moment, however, we will leave that aside and turn our attention more to the materialistic world conception that was prevalent in the civilized world in the middle and second half of the 19th century. We shall find that we are here concerned with a twofold task. First, we have to gain a clear perception of the extent to which this materialistic worldview is to be opposed, of how we must be armed with all the concepts and ideas enabling us to refute the materialistic worldview as such. But in addition to being armed with the necessary conceptions, we find that from the point of view of spiritual science, we are required at the same time to do something more, namely to understand this materialistic worldview. We must understand it in its content. Secondly, we must also understand how it came about that such an extreme materialistic worldview was ever able to enter human evolution. It may sound contradictory to say that it is required of man, on the one hand, to be able to fight the materialistic worldview, and on the other hand, to be able to understand it. But those who base themselves on spiritual science will not find any contradiction here. It is merely an apparent one. For the case is rather like this. In the course of the evolution of mankind, moments must needs come when human beings are, in a sense, pulled down, brought below a certain level, in order that they may later, by their own efforts, lift themselves up again. And it would really be of no help to mankind at all if by some divine decree or the like, it could be protected from having to undergo these low levels of existence. In order for human beings to attain to full use of their powers of freedom, it is absolutely necessary that they descend to the low levels in their world conception as well as in their life. The danger does not lie in the fact that something like this appears at the proper time, and for theoretical materialism, this was the middle of the 19th century. The danger consists in the fact that if something like this has happened in the course of normal evolution, people then continue to adhere to it, so that an experience that was necessary for one particular point in time is carried over into later times. If it is correct to say that in the middle of the 19th century, materialism was in a certain sense a test mankind had to undergo, it is equally correct to say that the persistent adherence to materialism is bound now, and that all the catastrophes befalling the world and humanity that we have to experience are due to the fact that a great majority of people still tries to cling to materialism.
My little miracle is Beckett.
You look great.
A month after his...
What does theoretical materialism really signify? It signifies the view regarding the human being primarily as the sum of the material processes of his physical body. Theoretical materialism has studied all the processes of the physical sensory body, and although what has been attained in this study is still more or less in its first beginnings, final conclusions have, nevertheless, already been drawn from it in regard to a worldview. Man has been explained as the confluence of these physical forces. His soul nature is declared to be merely something that is produced through the workings of these physical forces. It is theoretical materialism, however, that initiated investigation of the physical nature of the human being. The extensive examination of man's physical nature that must remain. On the other hand, what the 19th century drew as a conclusion from this physical research is something that must not be allowed to figure as more than a passing phenomenon in human evolution. And as a passing phenomenon, let us now proceed to understand it. What is really involved here? When we look back in the evolution of mankind, and with the help of what I have given in occult science, now known as esoteric science, we are able to look back rather. We can see that the human being has passed through the greatest variety of different stages. Even if we limit our observation to what has taken place in the course of Earth evolution, we are bound to conclude that this human being started with a form that was quite primitive in comparison to its present form, and that this form then underwent gradual change, approaching ever nearer to the form the human. As long as we focus on the rough outline of the human form, the differences will not appear to be so great in the course of human history. When we compare with the means at the disposal of external history, the form of an ancient Egyptian, or even an ancient Indian, with the form of a man of present-day European civilization, we will discover only relatively small differences, as long as we stay with the rough outlines or superficial aspects of observation. For such a rough viewpoint, the great differences in regard to the primitive forms of development may emerge only in early man, in prehistoric ages. When we refine our observation, however, when we begin to study what is hidden from outer view, then what I have said no longer holds good. For then we are obliged to admit that a great and significant difference exists between the organism of a civilized man of the present and the organism of an ancient Egyptian or even an ancient Greek or Roman. And although the change has come about in a much more subtle and delicate manner in historical times, there has most assuredly been such change in regard to all the finer forming and shaping of the human organism. This subtle change reached a certain culmination in the middle of the 19th century. Paradoxical as it may sound, it is nevertheless a fact that in regard to his inner structure, in regard to what the human organism can possibly attain, man had reached perfection at about the middle of the 19th century. Since then, a kind of decadence has set in. Since that time, the human organism has been involved in retrogression. Therefore, also in the middle of the 19th century, the organs that serve as the physical organs of human intellectual activity had reached perfection in their development. What we call the intellect of man requires, of course, physical organs. In earlier ages, these physical organs were far less developed than they were in the middle of the 19th century. It is true that what arouses our admiration when we contemplate the Greek spirit, particularly in such advanced Greeks as Plato and Aristotle, is dependent on the fact that the Greeks did not have such perfect organs of thinking, in the purely physical sense, as had men of the 19th century. Depending on one's preference, one might say, quote, "Thank heaven that people in Greek times did not possess thinking organs that were as perfect as those of the people in the 19th century." Close quote. If, on the other hand, one is a pedant, like those of the 19th century, wishing to cling to this pedantry, then one can say, quote, well, the Greeks were just children. They did not have the perfect organs of thought that we have. Accordingly, we must look with an indulgent eye upon what we find in the works of Plato and Aristotle. Close quote. School teachers often speak in this vein, for in their criticism they feel vastly superior to Plato and Aristotle.
If you get stuck on a melody, or if you just feel like your co-producer is very dope, they make it much easier for us to either get inspiration or to help us when we just can't find that right element. Let me show you guys how this thing works. I made a really quick beat, but it doesn't sound finished. And that's where a co-producer will come in to help you out. Load co-producer up just like that. Play the beat so it can capture the sound. It will go through the full library of all the output sounds and give you suggestions on what you need to add to your track. I'm thinking of having some really lush pads. Find samples. I actually like this one right here. Drag and drop this. It went ahead and picked some sounds that could work for our track. We need something else in there. Deep synth bass. Swing that into the track. If you think co-producer is right for you, go ahead and click the link and get co-producer today. Let's go ahead and play back the beat and see what we came up with using co-producer. Peace out.
With AI,
you can create any character you want in seconds.
This used to require huge Hollywood budgets, complex software, and tons of time.
But right now, all you need is a laptop
and knowledge of the best AI tools.
It'll cost you practically nothing, and it doesn't require a subscription.
In just 2 days, I'll show you how to unlock the most advanced AI filmmaking tools without paying a cent in overpriced subscriptions. You'll learn how to create scroll-stopping videos that rack up millions of views, make profitable online ads that blow up your brand, turn any idea into a cinematic short film that looks like it belongs in Hollywood. But you won't only learn about AI filmmaking in this course. I'll also show you how to create viral thumbnails with AI. With AI, you can create a realistic clone of yourself in just 10 minutes. I'll show you how to generate graphics for your website, how to script viral videos using AI that sound exactly like you. Over 10,000 creators have enrolled in the AI Creator course, and their results have been mind-blowing. Like Dwayne, who started a brand new TikTok account with 0 followers, and within 2 months blew it up to 15,000 followers. And it won't cost you an arm and a leg to learn all this. Right now, ContentCreator.com is having an insane Black Friday sale where you can get the AI Creator course and our viral video effects editing course for the lowest price ever. This course walks total beginners through the process of recreating the most scroll-stopping trends on social media. We provide you with the practice footage so you can follow along, and we teach the effect in CapCut, DaVinci Resolve, Premiere Pro, and Final Cut, so you'll be able to easily follow along no matter what editing software you use. This insane sale also includes our YouTube and social media editing template pack. This pack is loaded with our favorite tools and templates for editing faster and looking even more professional. You'll get pro-level color grading LUTs, motion backgrounds, dynamic titles, smooth transitions, and more. It'll help your videos stand out even more without having to spend hours trying to figure out how the pros do it. Altogether, this bundle is worth hundreds of dollars, but right now, during this sale, you can get lifetime access for one payment of just $98. And don't forget, it's all backed by our no questions asked refund policy, so there's nothing to lose. This sale is ending very soon though, so do not miss out. Click the button below and enroll today.
You will only fully understand what I have just indicated, however, if you make the acquaintance of people, and there are such, who have a kind of vision that one may call, in the best sense of the word, a clairvoyant consciousness. In such people, the presence of clairvoyant consciousness, if there are any in the audience who possess a measure of it, they will please forgive me for telling what is the plain truth, is due to the inadequate development of the organs of intellect. It is quite a common occurrence in our day to meet people who have a measure of clairvoyant consciousness and possess extraordinarily little of what is today called scientific intellect. True as this is, it is equally true that what these clairvoyant people are able to say or write down through their own faculty of perception may contain thoughts far cleverer than the thoughts of people who show no signs whatever of clairvoyance, but function with the best possible organs of intellect. It may easily happen that clairvoyant people, who from the point of view of present-day science are quite stupid, please forgive this expression, produce thoughts cleverer than the thoughts of recognized scientists, without being themselves any the cleverer for producing them. This actually occurs. And to what is it due? It comes about because such clairvoyant persons do not need to exercise any organs of thought in order to arrive at the clever thoughts. They create the corresponding images out of the spiritual world, and the images already have within them the thoughts. There they are, ready-made, while other people who are not clairvoyant and can only think have to develop their organs of thought first before they can develop any thoughts. If we were to sketch this, it would be like this. Suppose a clairvoyant person brings something out of the spiritual world in all manner of pictures, but in it thoughts are contained, a network of thoughts. The person in question does not think this out. Instead, he sees it, bringing it along from the spiritual world. He has no occasion to exercise any organ of thought. Consider another person who is not gifted with clairvoyance, but who can think. Of all that has been drawn in red below, there is nothing at all present in him. He does not bring any such thing out of the spiritual world. Neither does he bring this thought skeleton with him out of the spiritual world. There's another drawing. He exerts his organs of thinking, and through them produces this thought skeleton, the drawing. In observing human beings today, one can find among everywhere examples of all the stages between these two extremes. For one who has not trained his faculty of observation, it is nevertheless most difficult to distinguish whether a person is actually clever, in the sense that he thinks by means of his organs of reason, or whether he does not think with them at all, but instead by some means brings something into his consciousness so that only the pictorial, imaginative element is developed in him, but so feebly that he himself is not even aware of it. Thus, there are any number of people today who produce most clever thoughts without having to be clever on that account, while others think very clever thoughts but have no special connection to any spiritual world. To learn to apprehend this distinction is one of the important psychological tasks of our age, and it affords the basis for important insight into human beings at the present time. With this explanation, you will no longer find it difficult to understand that empirical, supersensible observation shows that the majority of mankind possessed the most perfectly developed organs of thought in the middle of the 19th century. At no other time was there so much thinking done with so little cleverness as in the middle of the 19th century. Go back to the 20s of the 19th century. Only people do not do this today, or even a little earlier, and read the scientific texts produced then. You will discover that they have an entirely different. They do not yet contain the completely abstract thinking of later times, which depends on man's physical organs of thought. We need not even mention what came from the pen of people like Herder, Goethe, or Schiller. grand conceptions still dwelled in them. It does not matter that people do not believe this today, and that commentaries today are written as if this were not the case. For those who write these commentaries and believe that they understand Goethe, Schiller, and Herder, simply do not understand them. They do not see what is most important in these men.
The technology blew me away. The 3D foot scan, the treadmill, and they even molded me custom insoles. And just like that, no more back pain and no more art. And now I'm back keeping up with the kids, doing what I love best, pain-free.
It is a fact of great significance that about the middle of the 19th century, the human organism reached a culmination in respect of its physical form, and that since that time it has been regressing. Indeed, in regard to a rational comprehension of the world, it is regressing rapidly in a certain sense. This fact is closely connected with the development of materialism in the middle of the 19th century. For what is the human organism? The human organism is a faithful copy of man's soul spiritual nature. It is not surprising that people who are incapable of insight into the soul and spirit of man see in the structure of the human organism an explanation of the whole human being. This is particularly the case when one takes into special consideration the organization of the head, and in the head, in turn, the organization of the nerves. In the course of my lectures in Stuttgart, I mentioned an experience that is really suited to throw light on this point. It happened at the beginning of the 20th century in a gathering of the Giordano Bruno Society of Berlin. First, a man spoke. I would call him a stalwart champion of materialism, who was a most knowledgeable materialist. He knew the structure of the brain as well as anyone can know it today who has studied it conscientiously. He was one of those who see in the analysis of the brain's structure already the full extent of psychology. Those who say that one need only know how the brain functions in order to have a grasp on the soul and to be able to describe it. It was interesting. On the blackboard, the man drew the various sections of the brain, the connecting strands, and so on, and thus presented the marvelous picture one obtains when one traces the structure of the human brain. And this speaker firmly believed that by having given this description of the brain, he had described psychology. After he had finished speaking, a staunch philosopher, a disciple of Herbart, rose up and said, quote, "The view propounded by this gentleman, that one can obtain knowledge of the soul merely by explaining the structure of the brain, is one I must naturally object to emphatically. But I have no cause to take exception to the drawing the speaker has made. It fits in quite well with my Herbartian point of view, namely, that ideas form associations with one another, and connecting strands of a psychic character run from one idea to another." Close quote. He added that as a Herbartian, he could quite well make the same drawing, only the various circles and so on would be for him not indicating sections of the brain, but complexes of ideas. But the drawing itself would remain exactly the same. A most interesting situation. When it is a matter of getting down to the reality of a subject, these two speakers have diametrically opposed views. But when they make drawings of the same thing, they find themselves obliged to come up with identical drawings. even though one is a wholehearted Herbartian philosopher and the other a staunchly materialistic physiologist. What is the cause of this? It is, in fact, this. We have the soul spirit being of man. We bear it within us. This soul spirit being is the creator of the entire form of man's organism. It is therefore not surprising that here in the most complete and perfect part of the organism, namely the nervous system of the brain, the replica created by the soul spirit being resembles the latter in every way. It is indeed true that in the place where man is most of all man, so to speak, namely in the structure of his nerves, he is a faithful replica of the soul's spiritual element. Thus, a person who, in the first place, must always have something the senses can perceive and is content with the replica, actually perceives in the copy the very same thing that is seen in the soul's spiritual original. Having no desire for soul and spirit, and only concentrating, as it were, on the replica, he stops short at the structure of the brain. Since this structure of the brain presented itself in such remarkable perfection to the observer of the mid-19th century, and considering the predisposition of humanity at that time, it was extraordinarily easy to develop theoretical materialism. What is really going on in the human being? If you consider the human being as such, I shall draw an outline of him here and turn to the structure of his brain. You find that, first of all, man is, as we know, the limb being, the rhythmic man, and the being of nerves and senses. When we now look at the latter, we have before us the most perfect part of the human being, in a sense the most human part. In it, the external world mirrors itself. There's a drawing. I shall indicate this reflection process by the example of the perception through the eyes. I could just as well sketch the perceptions coming through the ear, and so on. The external world, therefore, reflects itself in the human being in such a way that we have here the structure of man, and in him the reflection of the outer world.
My name is Tori Hinton. I am a certified child life specialist here at St. Jude. Kids' experience with cancer is typically really scary. So in my job as a child life specialist, I can help reduce those fears and anxieties and get them comfortable here. My St. Jude story starts when I was 11 years old. I had been diagnosed with leukemia, which was a form of cancer. St. Jude kind of feels like a second home. Like that's how they treated us.
As long as we consider the human being in this way, we cannot help but interpret him in a materialistic manner, even though we may go beyond the often quite coarse conceptions of materialism. For on the one hand, we have the structure of the human being. We can trace it in all its most delicate tissue structures. The more closely we approach the head organization, the more we discover a faithful replica of the soul's spiritual element. Then we can follow up the reflection of the external world in the human being. That, however, is mere picture. We thus have the reality of man, on the one hand, traceable in all its finer structural details, and on the other hand, we have the picture of the world. Let us keep this well in mind. We have man's reality in the structure of his organs, and we have what is reflected in him. This is really all that offers itself initially to external sensory observation. Thus, for sensory observation, the following conclusion presents itself. When the human being dies, this whole human structure disintegrates in the corpse. In addition, we have the pictures of the outer world. If you shatter the mirror, nothing can mirror itself any longer. Hence, the pictures too are gone when the human being has passed through death. Since external sense observation cannot ascertain more than what I have just mentioned, is it not natural to have to say that with death, the physical structure of the human being disintegrates? Formerly, it reflected the outer world. Human beings bear but a mirror image in their soul, and it passes away. Materialism of the 19th century simply presented this as a fact. It could not do otherwise, for it really had no knowledge of anything else. Now the whole matter changes when we begin to turn our attention to the soul and spirit life of man. There we enter a region which is inaccessible to physical sensory observation. Take a fact pertaining to the soul that is near at hand. The simple fact that we confront the outer world by observing it. We observe and perceive objects. Then we have them within us in the form of percepts. We also have memory, the faculty of recollection. We can bring up in images from the depths of our being what we experience in the outer world. We know how important memory is for the human being. Let us consider this set of facts some more. Take these two inner experiences. You look through your eyes at the external world, you hear it with your ears, or in some other way you perceive it with your senses. You are then engaged in an immediately present activity of the soul. This then is over into your conceptual life. What you have experienced today, you can raise up again a few days later out of the depths of your soul in pictures. Something enters into you in some manner, and you bring it up again out of your own being. It is not difficult to recognize that what enters into the soul must originate in the external world. I do not wish to consider anything else for the moment, except the fact that is clearly obvious, namely that what we thus remember has to come from the outer world. For if you have seen some red object, you remember the red object afterward. And what has taken place in you is merely the image of the red object, which in turn arises again in you. It is therefore something the external world has impressed upon you more deeply than if you occupy yourself only with immediate perceptions in the outer world. Now picture what happens. You approach some object. You observe it. That is to say, you engage in an immediate and present soul activity in regard to the observed object. Then you go away from it. A few days later, you have reason to call up again from the depths of your being the pictures of the observed object. They are present again, paler to be sure, but still present in you. What has happened in the interval? Let me ask you here to keep well in mind what I have just said, and compare this singular play of immediate perceptual thoughts and pictures of memory with something that is quite familiar to you, the pictures appearing in dreams. You will easily be able to notice how dreaming is connected with the faculty of memory. As long as the dream images are not too confused, you can easily see how they tie in with the memory images. Hence, how a relationship exists between dreams and what passes from living perceptions into memory. Now, consider something else. Human beings must be organically, completely healthy if they are to tolerate dreaming properly, so to speak. Dreaming requires that a person has himself fully under control, and that at any time, a moment can occur when he is certain something is out of order, when a person cannot come to the point of perceiving quite clearly, this was a dream. You have met people who dreamed they were beheaded. Suppose they could not distinguish afterward between such a dream and the actual beheading. Suppose they thought they really had been beheaded, and yet had to go on living. Just imagine how impossible it would be for such people to sort out the facts without becoming totally confused. They would constantly feel that they had just been beheaded. And if they presumed they had to believe this, one can just about imagine what sort of words would break from their lips. You can see, therefore, that human beings should be able at any moment to have themselves in hand so well that they can distinguish dreams from the thought life within reality. There are people, however, who cannot do this, all kinds of hallucinations and visions, and consider them realities. They cannot distinguish. They do not have themselves well enough in hand. What does this signify? It means that what dwells in dream has an influence on their organization, and that the organization is adapted to the dream picture. Something in their nervous system is not fully developed that should be developed. Therefore, the dream is active in them and makes its influence felt. Thus, if someone is not able to distinguish between his dreams and experienced realities, it means that the power of the dream has an organizing effect on him. If a dream were to possess itself of our whole brain, we would see the whole world as a dream. If you can contemplate such a fact and appreciate full value, you will gradually learn to apprehend the facts to which ordinary science today does not wish to aspire because it lacks the courage to do so.
Honestly, I tried the new bearskin hoodie, and here's the truth. This fleece is thick. It's made from 340 GSM of bearskin fleece, which is super warm, wind blocking, and regulates body heat like a beast.
You need the new 340 GSM military grade bearskin hoodie to get comfortable in the wild. It's the ultimate 10-pocket tactical hoodie that blocks wind, repels rain, and regulates heat for incredible comfort wherever you are. It's the only winter hoodie that's built for working, fishing, hunting, camping, or conquering foreign lands. Thousands of men around the world already love wearing the bearskin hoodie instead of their regular hoodies, with over 21,000 five-star reviews on Trustpilot. Plus, now you can attach the new Heavy Storm rain jacket to the inside of the hoodie for an instant 10,000 millimeter waterproof layer that blocks the rain double time. Finally, a functional hoodie you can actually take outside and customize to make it yours. You're seeing this video because we want to offer you 60% off the bearskin hoodie with fast and free delivery from our Kentucky warehouse. And you may not see this video again, so click the button below now to reserve your order. Need more storage? Get 5 secure zip pockets outside, 2 concealed zip pockets on the inside, and 3 fleece-lined drop pockets on the inside for your valuables. So, does the bearskin hoodie actually look good on a day-to-day basis? No, it looks fantastic. With the fully adjustable design, you'll get that perfect square profile that's never too bulky or baggy, with a customized fit that's tailored to you. That's why everybody knows that guys look better in a bearskin. This is a hoodie that you can take out in the wild, wear at home or in the office, or while climbing up a glacier on your hands and knees. So, if you're still watching this by now, you probably know that you need a bearskin. So if you're ready, click the button below now to activate the 60% off deal and get fast and free delivery. The bearskin hoodie already sold out twice last winter, with loads of incredible reviews from People.com, Muscle and Fitness, as well as Mountain IQ. Bearskin also proudly supports the Fallen Outdoors and Hope for the Warriors Veterans Program by donating outdoor gear to those who need it most. But hey, don't just take it from us. Take it from the thousands of guys who already left us so many 5-star reviews on Trustpilot. So now that you know there's a better alternative, why not get a bearskin? Simply click the button below to activate 60% off with free delivery. The 60% off deal only lasts for a short while, so make sure you choose your size today and reserve your order before stock runs out.
You will learn to perceive that the very same power that energizes the dream life is present in us as organizing and quickening power, as power of growth. The only reason why the dream does not have the power to tear asunder the structure of our organism is that the latter is too strongly consolidated, that it has so firm a structure as to be able to withstand the effects of the ordinary dream. Thus, the human being can distinguish between the dream experience and that of reality. When the little child grows up, becoming taller and taller, a force is at work in it. It is the same force as the one contained in the dream, only in the case of the dream, we behold it. When we do not behold it, when it is instead active inside the body, then it, the very same power that is in the dream, makes us grow. We need not even go so far as to consider growth. Every day, for example, when you eat and digest, and the effects of digestion spread throughout your organism, this happens by means of the force that dwells in dreams. Therefore, when something is out of order in the connected with dreaming, that is not as it should be. The force we can, from the outside, observe working in dream life is the same as the one that then works inwardly in the human being, even in the forces of digestion. Thus we can say that if we only consider the life of man in the right way, we become aware of the working of the dream force in his organism. When I describe this actively working dream force, I actually enter upon the same paths in this description that I must tread when I describe the human etheric body. Imagine that someone were able to penetrate with his vision everything that brings about growth in the human being from childhood on, everything that causes digestion in man, everything that sustains his whole organism in its state of activity. Imagine that I could take this whole system of forces, extracting it from the human being and placing it before him. Then I would have placed the etheric body before the human being. This etheric body, that is, the body that reveals itself only in irregularities in a dream, was far more highly developed prior to the point in time in the 19th century to which I have referred. Gradually it became weaker and weaker in its structure. In turn, the structure of the physical body grew correspondingly stronger. The etheric body can conceive in pictures. It can have dreamlike imaginations, but it cannot think. As soon as this etheric body begins to be especially active in a person of our time, he becomes a bit clairvoyant, but then he can think less, because, for thinking, he particularly needs the physical body. Therefore, it need not surprise us that when people of the 19th century had the feeling that they could think particularly well, they were actually driven to materialism. For what aided them in this thinking the most was the physical body. But this physical thinking was connected with the special form of memory that was developed in the 19th century. It is a memory that lacks the pictorial element, and wherever possible moves in abstractions. Such a phenomenon is interesting. I have frequently referred to the professor of criminal anthropology, Moritz Benedict. Today as well I would like to mention an interesting experience he himself relates in his memoirs. He had to address a meeting of scientists, and he reports that he prepared himself for this speech for 22 nights, not having slept day or night. On the last day, before giving the address, who was supposed to publish the speech, came to see him. Benedict dictated it to him. He says that he had not written down the address at all, having merely impressed it onto his memory. He now dictated it to the journalist in his private chamber. The following day he gave this speech at the meeting of scientists. The journalist printed what he had taken down from dictation, and the printed speech agreed word for word with the speech Benedict delivered at the meeting. I must confess, such a thing fills me with admiration. For one always admires what one could never find possible to accomplish oneself. This is indeed a most interesting phenomenon. For 22 days, the man worked to incorporate, word for word, what he had prepared into his organization, so that in the end he could not possibly have uttered a single sentence out of the sequence impressed onto his system. So firmly was it embedded. Such a thing is possible only when a person is able to imprint the whole speech into his physical organism purely out of the gradually developing wording. It is actually a fact that out in this way stamps itself onto one's organization as firmly as the force of nature firmly builds up the bone system of man. Then the whole speech rests like a skeleton in the physical organism. As a rule, memory is tied to the etheric body. But in this case, the latter has embedded itself completely in the physical organism. The entire physical system then contains something in the way it contains the bones. They're like the skeleton of the speech. Then it is possible to do what Professor Benedict did. But this is only possible when the nerve structure of the physical organism is developed in such a way that it receives without resistance into its plasticity what is brought into it. Gradually, of course, for 22 days, even nights, it had to be worked in. It is not surprising that somebody who relies so much on his body acquires the feeling that this physical body is the only thing working in the human being. Human life should turn, that it worked its way completely into the physical body. People therefore arrived at the belief that the physical body is everything in the human organization. I do not think that any other age but ours, which has attached this high value on the physical body, could have come to such a grotesque invention, forgive the expression, as stenography. Obviously, when people did not rely as yet on stenography, they did not attach so great a value to preserving and accurately recording words and the sequence of words, such as is the aim in stenography. After all, only the imprint in the physical body can make so fast and firm a record. It is therefore the predilection for imprinting something in the physical body that has brought about the other preference for preserving this imprinted word, but by means of retaining anything that stands, but by no means for retaining anything that stands one level higher. For stenography could play no part if we wish to preserve those forms that express themselves in the etheric body. It takes the materialistic tendency to invent something as grotesque as shorthand. All this, of course, is added only by way of explanation of what I wish to contribute to the problem of understanding the appearance of materialism in the 19th century. Humanity had arrived at a certain condition that tended to ingrain the soul spiritual into the physical organism. You must take what I have said as an interpretation, not as a criticism of stenography. I do not favor the immediate abolition of stenography. This is never the tendency underlying such characterizations. We must clearly understand that just because one understands something, this does not imply that one wishes to abolish it right away. There are many things in the world that are necessary for life, and that yet cannot serve all purposes. I do not want to go further into this subject and the need for which still has to be comprehended. But we live in an age, and I have to emphasize this again and again, when it is absolutely necessary to penetrate more deeply into the development of nature, as well as into that of culture, to be able to ask ourselves, where does this or that phenomenon come from? For mere carping and criticizing accomplish nothing. We really have to understand all the things that go on in the world. I would like to sum up what I presented today in the following way. The evolution of mankind shows that in the middle of the 19th century, a certain culmination was reached in the process of the structural completion of the physical body. Already now a decadence has set in. Further, This perfection of the physical body is connected with the rise of theoretical materialism. In the next few days, I shall have to say more about these matters from one or another viewpoint. I wish to place before you today what I have just summed up. The end of Lecture 1. You're listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Materialism and the Task of Anthroposophy. Lecture 2, given in Dornach on April 3, 1921. Before I begin, let me emphasize that this lecture does not form part of the sequence of lectures presented in the context of the courses, but in a certain respect is intended to relate to what I have outlined yesterday evening. There we dealt with studying that particular form of development within humanity's historical evolution that occurred in the middle and also in the second half of the 19th century, the evolutionary impulse of materialism. I said that in these considerations, our attention should not be turned so much to materialism in general, which calls for other viewpoints, but rather to theoretical materialism, to materialism as a worldview. I drew attention to the fact that this materialism must be confronted with a sufficiently critical mind, but that, on the other hand, materialism has been a necessary phase of evolution in the history of mankind. We cannot simply speak of rejecting it and say that it is an aberration. Materialism needs to be understood, for the one does not exclude the other. Particularly in these reflections, it is important to extend the sphere of thoughts relating to truth and error further than is ordinarily the case. It is generally said that in the logical life of thoughts, it is to err or to find the truth. What is not mentioned is that under certain circumstances, the glance we cast upon the external world may discover errors in outer reality. Difficult though it may be for modern thought to admit to errors in the events of nature, something that spiritual science has to do, it is obvious for people today to admit that there are actual errors in the results that arise in the course of the historical development and manifest themselves, so to speak, in the communal social sphere. These errors cannot be corrected by mere logic, but demand comprehension based on the conditions that gave rise to them. In thinking, all we have to do is reject error. We have to extricate ourselves from error, and overcoming it, reach truth. But in the case of errors rooted in the factual realm, we must always say that they also have a positive aspect and are of value in a certain sense for the development of mankind. Theoretical materialism of the 19th century should therefore not merely be condemned in a narrow, one-sided manner. Instead, we should grasp its significance in human evolution. Theoretical materialism consisted in the fact, and what remained of it still consists in this, that man devotes himself to a conscientious and exact investigation of the external material facts, that in a certain sense he loses himself in this world of facts. Then, proceeding from this investigation of facts, he attains to a view of life that tends to the conclusion that there is no other reality except the world of facts, and that everything pertaining to soul and spirit is, after all, merely a product of the material course of events. Even a conception of life such as this was necessary during a certain epoch of time, and the only danger would be a rigid adherence to it, so that it could influence the further development of humanity in an age when other contents have to enter human consciousness. Let us try today and investigate the actual basis of this evolutionary impulse leading to theoretical materialism. We come to it when, from a certain standpoint, we picture once more the threefold nature of the human organism. I have characterized it on many occasions. I have said we must distinguish within the whole organization of the human being the part that, in regard to his physical being, may be designated as the organization of the nerves and senses. This is chiefly concentrated in the human head, but in a certain sense it extends over the whole human organism, also penetrating the other parts of it. As a second member, we have the rhythmical organization. We encounter it chiefly in the rhythm of breathing and in the circulation of the blood. The third part, in a wider sense, is the metabolic organization of the human being, including the whole system of the human limbs. The human limb system is a system of movement, and every form of movement is basically an expression of our metabolic processes. One day, when people will investigate more closely what really takes place in the metabolic processes whenever the human being moves, they will discover the intimate connection between the limb system and the metabolic system. In considering these three systems in the human being, we have, first of all, pointed out the fundamental difference between them. I have already drawn your attention today to the fact that by means of the same drawing, two men with entirely different worldviews wanted to clarify matters relating to the human head organization as well as to the processes of human thinking. I pointed out that it so happened that I was once present at a lecture given by an extreme materialist. He wished to describe the life of the soul, but he actually described the human brain, the individual sections of the brain, the connecting fibers, and so on. He arrived at a certain picture, but this picture he drew on the blackboard was for him only the expression of what goes on materially and physically in the human brain. At the same time, he saw in it the expression of soul life, particularly the conceptual life. Another man, a philosopher of the school of Herbart, spoke of thoughts, of associations of thoughts, of the effect one thought has upon another, etc. And he said he could make use of the same picture on the blackboard. Here, quite empirically, I should say, we encounter something most interesting. It is this, that somebody for whom the observation of the soul life is something quite real, at least in his thoughts. This must always be added, in case of Herbartianism, clarifies to himself the activity of the soul life by using the same picture employed by the other lecturer, who depicts the soul life by trying to set forth only the processes in the human brain. Now, what lies at the foundation of this? The fact is that in its plastic configuration, the human brain is indeed an extraordinarily faithful replica of what we know as the life of thought. In the plastic configuration of the human brain, the life of thought really does express itself, we might almost say, in an adequate manner. In order to follow this thought to its conclusion, however, something else is needed. What ordinary psychology, and also Herbart's psychology, designate as chains of thoughts, as thought associations in the form of judgments, logical conclusions, and so on, should not remain a mere idea. At least in our imagination, even if we cannot rise to clairvoyant imaginations, we should allow it to culminate in a picture, the tapestry of logic, the tapestry presented to us by psychology of the life of thought. The teaching of the soul life should be allowed to culminate in a picture. If we are, in fact, able to transform logic and psychology in a picture-like, plastic way into an image, then the human configuration of the brain will emerge. Then we shall have traced a picture, the realization of which is the human brain. Is this based? It is based on the fact that the human brain, indeed the whole system of nerves and senses, is a replica of an imaginative element. We completely grasp the wonderful structure of the human brain only when we learn to investigate imaginatively. Then the human brain appears as a realized human imagination. Imaginative perception teaches us to become familiar with the external brain, the brain we come to know through psychology and anatomy as a realized imagination. This is significant.
The number one thing that attracted me to the MTM program is how project-based it is.
What makes MTM special is everyone in the cohort wants each other to succeed.
If you want to lead technology teams, the MTM program is the program for you.
The MTM is a 9-month program. It really focuses directly on the intersection of technology and business. It's about how you take technology and make money in an existing business. It's about how you create new businesses around technology.
The program is really targeted for students who want to move into leadership roles in running technology teams, product organization, build out new initiatives within their companies.
MTM gave me the opportunity to understand business strategy.
Another fact is no less important. Let us bear in mind that the human brain is an actual human imagination. We are indeed born with a brain, if not a fully developed one, at least with a brain containing the tendencies of growth. It tries to develop to the point of being a realized imaginative world, to be the impression of an imaginative world. This is, as it were, the ready-made aspect of our brain, namely that it is the replica of an imaginative world. Into this impression of the imaginative world, we then build the conceptual experiences attained during the time between birth and death. Period, we have conceptual.
Thank you for visiting Alio Reads for You, where we bring
experiences. We conceive, we transform the sense perceptions into thoughts, we judge, we conclude, and so on. We fit this into our brain. What kind of activity is this? As long as we live in immediate perception, as long as we remain in the interplay with the external world, as long as we open our ears and dwell in this relationship with colors, as long as we open our organs of hearing to sounds and live within them, the external world lives on in us by penetrating our organism through the senses as through channels. With our inner life, we encompass this external world. But the moment we cease to have this immediate experience of the outer world, something I already called your attention to yesterday, the moment we turn our eye, EYE, away from the world of colors, allow our ear to become inattentive to the resounding of the external world, the moment we turn our senses to something else, this concreteness, our interplay with the external world in perceiving, penetrates into the depths of our soul. It may then be drawn to the surface again in the form of pictures by memory. We may say that during our life between birth and death, insofar as our thought life is concerned, our interplay with the external world consists of two parts. The immediate experience of the external world in the form of perceptions and the transformed thoughts. We surrender, as it were, completely to the present. Our inner activity loses itself in the present. Then, however, this immediate activity continues. To begin with, it is not accessible to our consciousness. It sinks down into the subconscious, but may be drawn to the surface again into memory. In what form, then, does it exist in us? This is a point that can be explained only by a direct view attainable in imagination. A person who honestly pursues his way in his scientific striving cannot help but admit to himself that the moment the riddle of memory confronts him, he cannot advance another step in his research. For due to the fact that the experiences of the immediate present sink down into the subconscious, they become inaccessible to ordinary consciousness. They cannot be traced further. But when we work in a corresponding way upon the human soul by means of the soul spiritual exercises that have frequently been discussed in my lectures, we reach a stage where we no longer lose sight of the continuations of our direct life of perceptions and thoughts into conceptions that make memories possible. I have often explained to you that the first result of an ascent to imaginative thinking is to have before your soul, as a mighty life tableau, all your experiences since birth. The stream of experience normally flows along in the unconscious, and the single representations which emerge in memory rise up from this unconscious or subconscious stream through a half-dreamy activity. Those who have developed imaginative perception are offered the opportunity to survey the stream of experiences as in one picture. You could say that the time that has elapsed since birth then takes on the appearance of space. What is normally within the subconscious is then beheld in the form of interconnected pictures. When the experiences that otherwise escape into the subconscious are thus raised to direct vision, we are able to observe this continuation of present, immediate perceptual and thought experiences all the way into conceptions that can be remembered. It is possible to trace what happens in us to any sort of experience we have in our mind, from the point in time when we first lose sight of it until the moment we recall it again. After all, between experiencing something and remembering it again, something is taking place continuously in the human organism, something that becomes visible to imaginative perception. It is possible to view it in imaginations, but it is now revealed in a quite special way. The thoughts that have lost themselves, as it were, in the subconscious, an activity connected with our life impulses, our impulses of growth. I'm going to read that again. I think there's a word missing. The thoughts that have lost themselves, as it were, in the subconscious region are an activity connected with our life impulses, our impulses of growth. They stimulate an activity in us that is related to our impulse of death. The significant result revealing itself to imaginative perception in the way I could only allude to today is the following. Human beings do not connect the memory activity leading to the renewal of thinking, of thought and perceptual experiences with what calls us into physical life and maintains digestion in this life, so that substances that have become useless are replaced by usable ones, and so on. The power of memory that descends into the human being is not related to this ascending life system in man. It is linked to something we also bear within us ever since our birth, something we are born with, just as we are born with the forces through which we live and grow. It is connected with what then appears to us, concentrated into one moment, in regard to the whole organism in dying. Death only appears as a great riddle as long as it is not observed within the continuous stream of life from birth to death. Expressing myself paradoxically, I might say that we die not only when we die. In reality, we die at every moment of our physical life. By developing within our organism the activity leading to memory as recollective thinking, and in ordinary physical life, every form of cognition is actually linked up with memory. Insofar as this cognition is developed, we die continuously. A subtle form of death, proceeding from our head organization, is forever going on within us. By carrying out this activity that continues on into memory, we constantly begin the act of dying. But the forces of growth existing in the other members of the human organism counteract this process of death. They overcome the death forces. Thus we maintain life. If we only depended on our head organization, on the system of nerves and senses, each moment in life would really become a moment of death for us. As human beings, we continuously vanquish death, which streams out, as it were, from our head to the remaining organism. The latter counteracts this form of death. Only when the remaining organization becomes weakened, exhausted through age or some kind of damage, thus preventing the counteraction against the death-bearing forces of the human head, only then does death set in for the whole organism. Indeed, in our modern thinking, in the thinking of today's civilization, we really work with concepts that lie side by side like erratic blocks, without being able to correctly recognize their interrelationship. Light must enter into this chaos of erratic blocks constituting our world of concepts and thoughts. On the one hand, we have human cognition, which is so intimately tied to the faculty of memory. We observe this human cognition and have no idea of its kinship to our conception of death. And because we are completely ignorant of this relationship, what could otherwise be deciphered in life remains so enigmatic. We are unable to connect the experiences of everyday life with the great extraordinary moments of experience. The insufficient spiritual view over what lies around us as fragmentary blocks in our conceptual world brings it about that despite the splendid achievements of the 19th century, life has gradually become so obscure. Let us now consider the second system, the second member of the human organization, the rhythmical organization. It is also present in the human head organization. The interior of the human head breathes together with the breathing organism. This is an external physiological fact. But the breathing process of the human head lies, as it were, more within. It conceals itself from the system of nerves and senses. It is covered over by what constitutes the chief task of the head organization. Still, the human head has its own concealed rhythmical activity. This activity becomes evident mainly in the human chest organization, in those processes of the human organism that are centered in the organs of breathing and in the heart. When we observe the outward appearance of this organization, unlike in the case of the head organization, we cannot see in it a kind of plastic image for what exists apart in the soul, namely the life of feeling. When we observe the soul experiences, our feelings manifest as something more or less undefined. We have sharp contours in our thoughts. We also have clear concepts of thought associations. In the details pertaining to our life of feeling, we have no such sharp outlines. There, everything interpenetrates, moves and lives. You will not find an Herbartian who, in making an outline of the life of emotion, would characterize this in a sketch that might resemble one drawn by an anatomist or a physiologist for the lungs or the heart and circulatory system. Here you find that such a relationship does not exist between the inner soul element and the outer aspects. This is also the reason why imaginative cognition does not suffice to bring before the soul this relationship between the soul's life of feeling and the rhythmical system. For this we need what I have characterized in my books as inspiration, inspirative perception. This special form of perception, through inspiration, attains to the insight that our emotional life has a direct link to the rhythmical system. Just as the system of nerves and senses is linked to the conceptual life, so the rhythmical life is linked to the life of feelings. But metaphorically speaking, the rhythmical system is not the wax impression of the emotional life in the same way that the brain's configuration is the wax impression of the conceptual life. Consequently, we cannot say that our rhythmical system is an imaginative replica of our life of feeling. We must say instead that what unfolds and lives in us as the rhythmical system has come about through cosmic inspiration, independently of any human knowledge. It is inspired into us. The activity carried out in the breathing and in the blood circulation is not merely something that lives within us, enclosed by our skin. It is a cosmic event, like lightning and thunder. After all, through our rhythmical system, we are connected with the outer world. The air that is now within me was outside before. It will be outside again the next moment. It is an illusion to believe that we only live enclosed within our skin. We live as a member of the world that surrounds us, and the form of our rhythmical system, which is closely connected to our movements, is inspired into us out of this world. Summing this up, we can say, as the basis of the human head, we have, first of all, the realization of an imaginative world. Then, in a manner of speaking, below what thus realizes itself as an imaginative world, we have the realm of the rhythmical system, an inspired world. Concerning our rhythmical system, we can only say an inspirative world is realized within it. How do matters stand in regard to our metabolic system, our limb system? Metabolism belongs together with the limb system, as I have pointed out already. Our metabolic processes stand in a direct relationship with our volitional activity. But this relationship reveals itself neither to imaginative nor to inspirative perception. It discloses itself only to intuitive cognition, to what I have described in my intuitive knowledge, close quote. This explains the difficulty of seeing in the external physical processes of metabolism the realization of a cosmic intuition. This metabolism, however, is also present in the rhythmical system. The metabolism of the rhythmical system conceals itself behind the life rhythm, just as the life rhythm conceals itself behind the activity of nerves and senses in the human head. In the case of the human head, we have a realized imaginative world. Hidden behind it is a realized inspirative world in regard to the rhythm in the head. Still further behind this, there is the metabolism of the head, hence a realized intuitive element. Thus we can comprehend our head, if we live in it, the confluence of the realized, imaginative, inspired, and intuitive elements. In the human rhythmical system, the imaginative is omitted. There we have only the realization of the inspired and intuitive elements. And in the metabolic system, inspiration too is omitted. There we are dealing only with the realization of a cosmic intuition. In the threefold human organism, we thus bear within us first the organization of the head, a replica of what we strive for in cognition through imagination, inspiration, and intuition. In trying to understand the human head, we should really have to admit to ourselves that with mere external, objective knowledge, gained through the observation of the outer sensory world, which is not even imagination, and does not rise up to the intuitive element, we should stop short of the human head. For the inner being of the human head begins to disclose itself only to imaginative knowledge. Behind this lies something still deeper that reveals itself to inspiration. In turn, behind this lies something that makes itself known to intuitive knowledge. The rhythmical system is not even accessible to imagination. It reveals itself only to inspirative cognition, and what is concealed beneath it is the intuitive element. Within the human organism, we certainly ought to find metabolism incomprehensible. The true standpoint in regard to the human metabolism can be none other than the following. We can only say we observe the metabolic processes of the external world. We try to penetrate into them with the aid of the laws of objective perception. Thus we attain knowledge of the external metabolism in nature. The instant this outer metabolism is transformed and metamorphosed into our inner metabolism, it becomes something quite different. It turns into something in which dwells the element that discloses itself only to intuition. We would therefore have to say, in the world that presents itself to us as the sensory realm, the most sensible of all incomprehensible problems is what the substances with which we become familiar externally through physics and chemistry accomplish within the human skin. We would have to admit we must rise up to the highest spiritual comprehension if we want to know what really takes place within the human organism in regard to the substances we know so well in their external aspects in the world outside. Thus we see that in the structure of our organism, there are, to begin with, 3 different activities. First of all, something that discloses itself to intuitive knowledge is active in the structure of the human organism, building it up out of the world's substances. In addition, something is active in this organism that reveals itself to inspirative knowledge. It fits the organism. Finally, something is active in the human organism that reveals itself to imaginative knowledge. It builds in the nervous system. And when this human organism enters through birth into the external physical world, all that is ready-made, as it were, by virtue of its own nature, then evolves further inasmuch as human beings develop objective knowledge between birth and death. Concerning this objective knowledge, we have seen that it is tied to the activity of memory. It is not connected with constructive, but with destructive forces. We have seen that this form of knowledge is a slow dying proceeding from the head. We may therefore say that the human organism was built up through what could be comprehended by means of intuition, inspiration, and imagination. This dwells in this human organism in a manner inaccessible to present-day cognition. On the other hand, what is built into our organism between birth and death, by means of our objective insights, breaks down and destroys this organism. We actually think and form concepts on the basis of this destruction when we unfold our conceptual life, the life of thoughts. We really cannot be materialists when we comprehend what this knowledge, so intimately linked with the faculty of memory, consists of. For if we wanted to be materialists, we would have to imagine that we are built up by forces of growth, that these forces are active, that absorb the substances and transmit them to the various organs in order to bring about, in a wider sense, the digestive processes within our organism. We should have to picture this faculty inherent in growth, digestion, and the constructive forces in general, continuing and culminating somewhere in the conceptual process, in thinking, which arrives at objective knowledge. Yet this is not the case. The human organism is built up through something that is accessible to intuition, to inspiration, and to imagination. Our organism is built up when it has absorbed these forces into itself. But then regression begins, the process of decay. And what brings this decay about is ordinary knowledge between birth and death. Through the processes of ordinary perception, we do not build anything into the constructive forces. Rather, by destroying what has been built up, we create. First of all, the foundations for a continuous element of death in ourselves. Into this continuing element of death we place our knowledge. We do not immerse ourselves in material elements when we think. No, we destroy the material element. We hand it over to the forces of death. We think our way into death, into the destruction of life. Thinking, ordinary perception, is not related to growing, budding life. It is related to death. And when we observe human perception, we do not find an analogy for it in the natural formations, including the human brain. We discover an analogy only in the corpse that decays after death. For what the decaying body represents, I might say, intensively in a certain greatness, must continuously take place within us when we perceive objectively in the ordinary sense of the word. Look upon death if you wish to comprehend the cognitive process. Do not look upon life in a materialistic manner. Look upon what represents the negation, the elimination of life. Then you arrive at a comprehension of thinking. To be sure, what we call death then acquires an entirely different meaning. Based on life, it attains to a different significance. Even external phenomena enable us to grasp such things. Yesterday I said to you that the culmination of the materialistic worldview lies in the middle or in the last third of the 19th century. This culmination viewed death as something that must absolutely be rejected. In a sense, people at that time felt noble by viewing death in this way, as ending life. Life alone they wanted to consider, and wished to see it as ending with death. Frequently one looks back somewhat disdainfully upon the, quote, childlike folk consciousness, close quote. Take the word verwesen, to decompose, which points to the process of what occurs after death. The prefix ver, ver, always indicates a movement toward what the word expresses. Verbräudern, to become like brothers, to fraternize. Verbräudern means to move in the direction of becoming brothers. Versammeln, to gather together. Versammeln indicates moving in the direction of gathering, of meeting. In the vernacular, verwesen does not mean decomposing, ceasing to be. It means moving in the direction of Wesen, of being, of life. Such word formations, connected with a spiritual way of grasping the world during the epoch of instinctive knowledge, have become exceedingly rare. In the 19th century, people materialized everything. They no longer lived in the spiritual essence permeating the word. Many examples could be cited to show that the culmination of materialism became evident even in speech. We can therefore understand that after the human being had been developed, as I said yesterday, to a point of culmination by forces that disclose themselves to inspiration, intuition, and imagination, he then attained to the highest culmination in the 19th century, followed in turn by a decadence. We can understand that the human being distanced himself, as it were, from the power enabling him to comprehend himself inwardly, by developing in the strongest measure the forces that as conceptual forces are most akin to death, the forces of abstraction. It is possible, proceeding from today's lecture, to advance to what constitutes the actual, essential impulse within what we may call the materialistic impulse of knowledge in human history. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to audio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Materialism and the Task of Anthroposophy. This is Lecture 3, given in Dornach on April 9th, 1921. This evening, I do not wish to continue directly with the considerations normally carried on here on Saturdays and Sundays. Instead, in order that the friends of our cause who have gathered here can take along as much as possible of what is more or less closely connected with the studies undertaken during this week, we shall venture into still more intimate considerations intended to relate to the questions already touched upon. Even in reference to fructifying philology by means of anthroposophical spiritual science, I have indicated that an original form of sensibility for language has been lost, and that in its place a more abstract orientation toward the things of the surrounding world has come about. I have pointed out that a significant force in human history is represented in the fact that through Aristotle, in the 4th century before Christ, there emerged what subsequently was called logic. For it does indeed signify an orientation toward the world in an abstract sense, to find one's way consciously into the logical element, which earlier had been present more unconsciously and instinctively in the constitution of the human soul. I said that an inner concrete process was still experienced in ancient times that is comparable to what we can study in the processes of puberty. What appears in the child when it learns to speak is a metamorphosis, a more inwardly developing metamorphosis of the process that unfolds later on in the human being in the process of reaching sexual maturity. And what runs its course inwardly in this process of learning to speak in ancient times had after effects for people's whole life. The human being experienced himself as if through the word something were coming to expression in him that lived also in the things outside. Something the things do not express, however, because they have in a sense become dumb. As the word resounded, something was felt within that corresponds to processes in the outer world. What was experienced then was much more substantial, closely connected to human life, than what is inwardly experienced today in comprehending the world through abstract concepts. What human beings then experienced through the word was more organic, I would say, more instinctive, more inclined toward the animalistic soul element than what we can now experience through the conceptual, abstract grasp of things. We were brought closer to the spiritual life through this abstract comprehension. Yet, at the same time, we arrived at abstraction. Thus, at precisely the world historical moment, when human beings were, in a sense, elevated to the point of gradually grasping the spirit, their mental experience at the same time suffered a dilution into abstractions, a dilution into abstractions. I can express these matters only in a more or less pictorial manner, since our language has not yet coined words for it. Naturally, this process did not develop in the same way in all of humanity. It took place earlier in those folk groups that were the foremost bearers of civilization. Others remained behind. I was able to point out that in the 11th century, the population settled in Central Europe still occupied a standpoint that must be designated as pre-Aristotelian compared to the Greek development of civilization. In Central Europe, people advanced much later beyond the point the Greeks passed with Aristotle. Through Aristotelianism, the Greeks anticipated much of what came about for the Central European nations, and those counted among them because of their culture only in the last third of the 15th century. Now, two things are connected with this development in regard to the comprehension of language and the abstract element. I have already pointed out one. As human soul life was lifted into abstraction through Aristotelianism, which still was only a symptom for a general comprehension of things within the Greek culture, it became estranged from the direct experience of the word, of language. With this, the portal leading to man's unfolding life in the direction of birth was closed. In their everyday experience, human beings no longer found their way back to the point where they could have realized through the process of acquiring speech, how the soul spiritual element holds sway in them, just as it does outside in the world. Due to this, they were also diverted from looking back still further. For the next stages would have shown what one might call overall union of the spirit with physical corporeal matter. They would have yielded comprehension of pre-existence, the insight that the human soul spiritual element leads an existence in supersensory worlds prior to uniting with the corporeal nature that arises within physical matter. It is true that this insight did not exist in earlier times of humanity's evolution in the definitely conscious form in which we try to acquire it today through spiritual science. Instead, it was present in a more instinctive manner. The remnants of it appear to us in the Oriental civilization, which consider looking upon the pre-existent human soul a matter of course. If a human being is then in a position of continuing further, something that is even more difficult to discern than pre-existence becomes actual knowledge and perception, namely repeated earth lives. This view existed in earlier ages of human development, though in an instinctive manner. It survived in a more poetic, imaginative form in the civilizations of the Orient, when the former had already fallen into decadence, albeit a most significant, even beautiful decadence. Epochs of human evolution, without the prejudices of modern anthropology, we find a mode of perception that, albeit instinctively, penetrated into things. Inasmuch as human beings still understood the processes of acquiring speech, they also grasped something of the soul activity within outer nature. And inasmuch as they understood the incorporation of the soul spiritual into the physical corporeal element, they understood something of the spirit vibrating and weaving through the world. To the extent that historical knowledge of the Greeks reaches back, only the sparse remnants of this ancient spirit perception are contained in the traditions of Greek civilization. If we go back beyond Aristotle and Plato to the Ionic philosophers, to around the turn of the 5th and 6th centuries BC in Greek development of thought, we find a philosophy, for example in the work of Anaxagoras, that cannot be comprehended on the basis of today's assumptions. Motivated by a certain healthy insight, the philosophers of the Occident should really admit to themselves that Western philosophy simply lacks the prerequisites to understand Anaxagoras. For what Anaxagoras acknowledges, though already in decadent form, as his nous, N-O-U-S, dates back to those ages I have just spoken of. Ages when people still sensed and perceived how the world is infused and woven through by spirit, how, out of spirit, the soul spiritual being of man descends in order to unite with the physical corporeal nature. In former times, this was an instinctive, concrete perception. Then it diminished to the knowledge present in the instinctive insight into the process of speech, something that in turn was lost during the Aristotelian age, particularly as far as the most advanced civilizations are concerned. As I have already explained, when people still had insight into this process of emerging speech, they sensed something in the resounding of the word that was an expression for an objective happening in nature outside. Here, I come to an essential difference. What was conceived as the universal soul by those who can be called, quote, knowledgeable about speech, close quote, in the ancient sense, was predominantly thought of as filling space, and human beings experienced themselves as having been formed out of this spirit-soul element filling out space. Yet this was something different from what we discover when we go back further beyond the nous of Anaxagoras. Then we arrive at something leading into the pre-existence of human beings. It is something that does not merely deal with the fact that the human soul weaves and exists in the present within the universal spirit and soul. Instead, we find here that this human soul dwells with the universal spirit and soul in time. We must be familiar with these matters through an inner comprehension if we wish to gain truly historical insight into a most significant process in the development of civilization in Western Asia and Europe. Nowadays, people really have no relevant conception of the state of mind of humanity living in the age when Christendom was established. Certainly, if you consider the general human soul condition of today in its particular configuration, you have to picture the great majority of those people of Western Asia and Europe as having been uneducated in comparison to the education of our modern age we are so proud of. Yet in those times, there were individuals who towered above the great mass of uneducated humanity. I might say the successors of the ancient initiates stood out because of significant knowledge. Knowledge that indeed did not dwell in the soul the same way as does our knowledge, which is permeated everywhere by abstract concepts and has therefore attained to full consciousness. Something instinctive existed even in the highest knowledge of that period. Yet at the same time, something forceful, instinctive knowledge, something that still penetrated into the depths of things. It is strange that many representatives of present-day traditional confessions have a curious fear of the possibility that somebody might discover that such penetrating knowledge did exist in past times. Knowledge that arrived at refined concepts, even if these were viewed more through instinctive pictures, as I said, and were expressed in forms of speech, for the comprehension of which there exists little feeling today. Our anthroposophy is not intended as a renewal of what is called gnosis, but it is the path that allows us to look into the nature of this gnosis. In regard to its sources, our anthroposophy has nothing in common with the ancient Indian philosophies. It can, nevertheless, penetrate into the compelling, magnificent aspects, the outpouring from all things of the Vedanta, Sankhya, or Yoga philosophies, because it once again attains in a conscious manner to those regions of the world that were then reached instinctively. Likewise, our anthroposophy can penetrate into the essence of the gnosis. We know that this gnosis was eradicated by certain sects of the first Christian centuries to the point where very little Gnostic knowledge is still available historically. The gnosis has actually become known to modern humanity only through the documents of those who tried to disprove it. They included quotes from the recorded texts in their written refutations, whereas the original Gnostic texts themselves were lost. Thus, the gnosis has really been handed down to posterity only through the documents of its enemies, who naturally quoted only what they deemed suitable in conformity with their cleverness. Just study the quotation skills of our opponents, and you will gain an idea of how far one can penetrate into the nature of such a subject. When one has to depend on the documents of the opponents, insight into the gnosis has in most cases been dependent on the texts of its opponents. Outwardly and historically, it depends on them even today. Just imagine. It would certainly be in accordance with the wishes of somebody like Mr. von Kleich if all anthroposophical texts should be burned up surely he would like that best, and that anthroposophy would be handed down to posterity only through his own proclamations. We only have to picture things by means of something that can truly call attention to them. If for these reasons we are unable to look into what already existed in those times, we will go astray with all the treatises, be they ever so well meant and scientific, that concern something most important in regard to the comprehension of Christianity. One point where almost everything remains yet to be done, because everything done so far by no means leads to what could be designated by an honest striving for knowledge as true insight, is the logos concept we encounter at the beginning of the Gospel of John. I'd like to read that sentence again. One point where almost everything remains yet to be done, because everything done so far by no means leads to what could be designated by an honest striving for knowledge as true insight, is the logos concept we encounter at the beginning of the Gospel of John. This logos concept cannot be comprehended if the sole spiritual development of human beings belonging to the most advanced civilization of that age is not inwardly understood. This is the case particularly if there is no comprehension of the soul's spiritual development that ran its course in Greek culture and shone across into Asia, casting its shadows into what confronts us in the Gospel of John. We must not approach this logos concept merely by means of a dictionary or a superficial philological method. It can be approached only if we inwardly study the soul spiritual development in question here. Approximately from the 4th pre-Christian century until the 4th century AD, no satisfactory history has yet been written about what then took place inwardly in the most advanced part of humanity and its representatives of wisdom. For this is related to the vanishing of any understanding for the process of learning to speak. The other matter, the comprehension of pre-existence, was preserved in traditions until the time of Origen. Yet it was lost to inward understanding much earlier than the comprehension of the process of speech, of the resounding of the word in man's inner being. If we focus on the soul spiritual condition of the representatives of wisdom in Asia Minor and Europe, we discover that a transition took place. What had existed as a uniform process in perception, namely the resounding of the word, and in it the being of the world, became differentiated into an orientation toward abstract concepts, ideas, and a feeling, a dull sensation of what was pushed down more into subconsciousness, the word as such. And what resulted from this? A certain fact came about in regard to the human soul life because of it. The word content and the ideal, conceptual content of consciousness were experienced in an undifferentiated manner by human beings in ancient times. Now, the conceptual content became separated. Initially, however, it did retain something of what human beings had once possessed in the undifferentiated nature of word, concept, and percept. People spoke of concepts, they spoke of ideas, but yet it is obvious, for example, in Plato's case, that people still experienced the idea spiritually and full of content. As they spoke of the idea, it still contained something of what had earlier been perceived in the undifferentiated word concept. Thus, people already drew closer to the idea that is grasped as a mere concept, but this grasp still retained something of what was comprehended in the ancient resounding of words. As this transition developed, the content of the world grasped spiritually by the human being turned into what was then expressed as the Logos concept. The Logos concept is understood only when it is known that it contains this transition to the idea, but without any remnant of the ancient word concept in grasping this idea. As people spoke of the Logos as the world creative element, they were not clearly, but only dimly aware that this world creative spirit element has something in its content that was grasped in earlier times through the perception of the word. We must take into consideration this quite special nuance of the soul's experience of the outer world in the Logos. There existed a very special nuance of soul perception, the Logos perception. Aristotle then worked his way out of it, found his way closer to abstraction, and attained from it subjective logic. In Plato, on the other hand, we find the idea as the world creative principle. In Plato, it is still pervaded by concrete spirituality, because it still contains the remnants of the ancient word concept, being basically the Logos, though in diminished form. Thus, we can picture that what came with Christ into the man Jesus was to be designated as the world creative principle out of the views of that age. People had a concept for that, the concept that was indeed retained in the Logos concept. The Logos concept existed. With it, people tried to grasp what had been given to the world in the story of Christ Jesus. The concept, which had developed out of ancient times and had assumed a special form, was utilized to express the starting point of Christianity. Thus, the most sublime wisdom was used in this mystery. We must be able to place ourselves completely into that age, not in the sense of an external conception, but in inwardly grasping the way people viewed the world at that time. There is a great break between Plato and Aristotle. On the other hand, the whole style of the Gospel of John is composed in such a way that we see it came about based on a living comprehension of the world creative principle. And at the same time, because the one who wrote down the Gospel of John was familiar with the Logos concept that had already been lost. All translation of the Gospel of John is impossible if one cannot penetrate into the origin of the Logos concept. This Logos concept did indeed dwell in all vitality among the wise representatives of the most civilized part of the world between the 4th century BC and the 4th century AD. When Christianity became a state religion, something from which the later Catholic Church was developed, the era was reached when, in a sense, even the last nuance of the ancient word, in quotes, of the old word concept was lost from this idea. Fundamentally, Aristotle did nothing but separate subjective logic from the Logos and develop the theory of this subjective logic. Yet at the same time, the dominant condition of soul and spirit of mankind paid little heed to what Aristotle had established as subjective logic. On the contrary, Aristotelianism was forgotten, only entering again into the later age by way of the Arabs. It did exist, but aside from being present in this roundabout way through tradition, people still clearly felt that one was dealing on the one hand with subjective logic, on the other with the perception of a world creative principle in the Logos. In this concept, something was still contained of what one had grasped in the ancient conception of the resounding of the word in man's inner being as the counter-image of the word become silent, namely as the Logos creating nature in this becoming silent. Then in the 4th century AD, this nuance was lost from the Logos concept. It can no longer be discovered it vanished. It is retained at most in a few secluded thinkers and mystical seekers. It vanished from the general consciousness of even the representative church fathers and teachers. What then still appears as a most comprehensive, ideally spiritualized worldview in somebody like Scotus Erigena no longer contains the ancient logos concept, though that term is used. The former logos concept is utterly filtered into an abstract thought concept. The world creative principle is now understood not by means of the ancient logos concept, but only through the sublimated or filtered thought concept. This is what then appeared in the text by Scotus concerning the division of nature. But it is something that basically had already completely disappeared from consciousness. This loss of the logos concept, this transformation of it into the thought concept. In regard to European humanity, concerning which I said that it retained for itself a more ancient development into a later age, it was considered necessary to go back even beyond the period during which the logos concept had been active in its full vitality. But people traced it back in an abstract form, and this return in an abstract form was even dogmatized. At the Eighth Ecumenical Council at Constantinople in AD 869, it was set down that the world and the human being are not to be conceived of as being membered into body, soul, and spirit, but merely into body and soul, and that the soul possessed a few spiritual qualities. The other process of evolution I have just mentioned, parallel to what had been dogmatically set down there. For a person who studies the development of Occidental civilization from the first Christian centuries, where much was still pervaded by Gnostic elements, up to the 4th and 5th centuries of our Christian era, it is an extraordinarily interesting fact to experience this diminishing of the logos concept. Later, when the Gospels were translated, nothing, of course, could be brought into these translations of any feeling for the logos concept as it had held sway within pre-Christian humanity in those 8 centuries, in the middle of which lies the mystery of Golgotha. This peculiarity of the period from which Christendom emerged must be studied also by means of such intimate aspects. Nowadays, people prefer to solve even the most difficult problems by means of the threadbare concepts that are easily acquired. Historical problems, such as I have just mentioned, however, allow a solution only if we seek the preparation for the solution in the acquisition of certain nuances of the human soul life. If we are willing to proceed from the honest assumption that in the present cultural age we simply do not possess in our soul life the nuance that leads to the logos concept as it is meant in the Gospel of John. This is why we should not try to comprehend the Gospel of John with the vocabulary and conceptions of the present. If we attempt to understand the Gospel of John with present-day concepts, superficiality will dictate to us from the very outset. This is something that must be discerned with an alert eye of soul, and this must be done in regard to history in these areas, for things are in a bad way at the present in regard to this history. Only recently I have had to call to mind an extraordinarily important fact in reference to this subject. A letter written by one of the most recognized theologians was brought to my attention. It was not addressed to me. This esteemed theologian of the present expressed himself on anthroposophists, Irvingites, and similar rabble. He confused everything. In his exposition, one point in particular stands out strangely. He says of himself that he has no sense for the sort of view that points to the supersensible, such as anthroposophy tries to do. He has to limit himself to what is given in human experience. This is a theologian whose vocation is to speak on and on about the supersensible. He has become famous for having written fat historical volumes about the life of the supersensible in human evolution. He is an authority for countless people of stature at present. Such a modern theologian admits that he has no sense for the supersensible, but instead wishes to stick to, quote, human experience, close quote. Yet he talks about the supersensible and does not say, I wish to remain within human sensory experience, therefore I negate all theology. Oh no, in our age he becomes a famous theologian. My dear friends, it is so important for us to be alert to everything that is, in a certain sense, a determining factor today among our young people, yet at the same time proves itself to be an inner impossibility. It is necessary to grasp with inner energy how one is to proceed to sincere and honest insight. Perhaps it can be discerned particularly in problems such as the Logos problem. And a person who sees what anthroposophy has to set forth about such a problem should realize from this that anthroposophy is certainly not taking the easy way out. It tries to do research earnestly and honestly, and it is only because of this that it comes into conflict with a number of contemporary trends. For today, people actually have either hatred or fear of such thoroughness, which must, however, be striven for and is needed in all areas of scientific life. I ask you, does the opposition, which so readily dispenses shallow judgments concerning anthroposophy, even know what anthroposophy occupies? Does it know that this anthroposophy struggles with problems such as the Logos problem, which after all is only one detail, albeit an important one? It really would be the duty of those who are leaders in the sciences to at least have a look at what they judge from the outside. But this is the problem, that external life can be made comfortable, and this applies to many people, if one shuns the inconvenience of searching in an earnest manner. To be sure, for all this alliance, one is not aware of the strong forces of decline in our present civilization. The attitude of, quote, after us the deluge, close quote, powerfully dominates the currently prevalent scientific world. This is what I wish to illustrate today by means of one important problem of philological and historical research. After all, it is my hope that if particularly the esteemed students will realize more and more how the conscientious attempt is made to focus especially on those problems current research ignores, the young people, above all others, will come to the realization that such paths have to be pursued. I harbor the hope, and I also know, if we work sufficiently in the direction of developing enthusiasm and confessing to the truth, what is needed to achieve again forces of regeneration in human civilization will be attained after all. Perhaps certain forces of darkness can suppress for a while what is being striven for here. In the long run, they will be unable to do so if the reality corresponds to the will, if in fact something light-filled is contained in what anthroposophy wills. Indeed, truth has means that only truth can discover, and that are undiscoverable for the powers of darkness. Let us unite, old and young and old, in order to attain a clear view for discovering such paths to truth. The end of Lecture 3. You're listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of, I'm going to say, a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Materialism and the Task of Anthroposophy. This is Lecture 4, given in Dornach on April 15th, 1921. A study I began before our course started will become fully comprehensible only if we go back even further in considering the development of humanity in recent history. Basically, we have only given a few indications concerning the developments in the 19th century. It will be our purpose today to follow the spiritual development of mankind further back in time, giving special attention to an extraordinarily important and incisive event in the evolution of Western civilization. It is the turning point that came about in the 4th century. There emerged at that time a figure still vivid in the memory of Western civilization named Aurelius Augustinus. We find in him a personality who had to fight with the great intensity, on the one hand, against what had come down from ancient times, something attempting during those first Christian centuries to establish Christianity on the basis of a certain ancient wisdom. On the other hand, he had to struggle against another element, the one that eventually was victorious in Western civilization. It rejected the more ancient form and limited itself to comprehending Christianity in a more external, material way, not to penetrate Christianity with ideas of ancient wisdom, but simply to narrate its events factually, according to the course it had taken since its establishment, comprehending it intellectually as well as that was possible at that time. These conflicts between the two directions, I would like to say between the direction of a wisdom-filled Christianity and a Christianity seemingly tending toward a more or less materialistic view, these conflicts had to be undergone particularly by the souls of the 4th and the early 5th century in the most intense way. And in Augustine, humanity remembers a personality who took part in such conflicts. In our time, however, we have to understand clearly that the historic documents call forth almost completely false ideas of what existed prior to the 4th century AD. As clear as the picture may be, since the 5th century, as unclear are all the ordinary ideas concerning the preceding centuries. Yet if we focus on what people in general could know about this period prior to the 4th century AD, we are referred to two areas. One area is that of knowledge, cultivated in the schools. The other is the area of ritual, of veneration, of the religious element. Something belonging to very ancient times of human civilization still extends into these two areas. Though cloaked in a certain Christian coloring, this ancient element was still more or less present during the first Christian centuries in both the stream of wisdom and that of ritual. If we look into the sphere of wisdom, we find preserved there a teaching from earlier times. In a certain sense, however, it had already begun to be replaced by what we today call the heliocentric world system. I have spoken of this in earlier lectures here. Nevertheless, it still remained from former astronomical teachings and might be designated as a form of astronomy, but now not from the standpoint of physical cosmological observation. In very ancient times, people arrived at this astronomy. Let us call it etheric, in contrast to our physical astronomy, in the following way. People of old were still fully aware of the fact that human beings, by nature, belong not only to the Earth, but also to the cosmic surroundings of the Earth, the planetary system. Ancient wisdom had quite concrete views concerning this etheric astronomy. It taught that if we turn our attention to what makes up the organization of the upper part of the human being, and here I make use of expressions that are familiar to us today, insofar as we view the etheric body of man, the human being stands in interaction with Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars. People thus considered certain reciprocal effects between the upper part of the human etheric body and Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars. Furthermore, people found that the part of the human being that is of a more astral nature has a sort of interrelationship with Venus, Mercury, and the Moon. The forces that then lead man into his earthly existence and that bring it about that a physical body is fitted into this etheric body, these are the forces of the earth. Those forces, on the other hand, that cause the human being to have a certain perspective, leading beyond his earthly life, are the forces of the sun. Thus it was said, in those ancient times, that the human being comes out of unknown spiritual worlds. He passes through in prenatal life, but that is not as if he merely entered into terrestrial life. Excuse me, read that again. Thus it was said that in those ancient times, that the human being comes out of unknown spiritual worlds. He passes through in prenatal life, but that it is not as if he merely entered into terrestrial life. Rather, he enters from extraplanetary worlds into planetary life. The planetary life receives him as I have described it, relating him to the Sun, Moon, Earth, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. The orbit of Saturn was considered to be the approximate sphere the human being enters with his etheric body out of extraplanetary into planetary life. Everything that is etheric in the human being was definitely related to this planetary life. Only insofar as the etheric body then expresses itself in the physical body, only to that extent was the physical body related to the earth. Insofar as the human being in turn raises himself with his ego beyond the etheric and astral body, the ancients related this to the sun. Thus one had a form of etheric astronomy. It was certainly still possible for this etheric astronomy not merely to look upon the physical destinies of the human being in the way physical astronomy does. Instead, since people viewed the etheric body, which in turn stands in a more intimate relationship to the spiritual aspect of the human being, in an interplay with the same forces of the planetary system, the following possibility existed. Since the forces of destiny can express themselves out of the planetary system, it was possible to speak of the human constitution and to include in the latter the forces of destiny. In this teaching of antiquity, this etheric astronomy, which was continued even after people already had developed the heliocentric system as a kind of esoteric physical science, a last wisdom teaching had emerged from ancient instinctive wisdom investigations and had been retained as a tradition. People spoke of the influences of heaven in no other way but by saying, indeed, these influences of heaven exist. They bear not only the affairs of nature, but human destiny. Thus, there certainly existed a connection between what we might call a teaching of nature, namely cosmology, and what passed over later into all that people now consider as astrology, something that in ancient times had a much more exact character and was based on direct observation. It was thought that when the human being has entered the planetary sphere on his way to a new birth, and has been received by it insofar as his etheric body is concerned, he subsequently enters the earth. He is received by the earth. Yet even here, people did not merely think of the solid earth. Rather, they thought of the earth with its elements. Apart from the fact that the human being is received by the planetary sphere, whereby he would be a super-earthly being, whereby he would be what he is only as a soul, it was said that like a child, he is received by the elements of the earth, by fire or warmth, by air, water, and the solid earth. All of these elements were considered the actual earth. Consequently, it was thought the human being's etheric body is so tinged by these external elements, so saturated, that now the temperaments originate in it. Thus the temperaments were pictured as closely tied to the etheric body, hence to the life organization of the human being. Therefore, in what is actually physical in man, or at least in what manifests through the physical body, this ancient teaching also saw something spiritual. The most human aspect of this teaching, I would say, was something that can still be clearly discerned in the medical science period. The remedies and the teaching of medicine were certainly a product of this view of the relationship of the etheric body to the planetary system, as well as of the way the etheric human being penetrate, as it were, into the higher spheres, into air, water, warmth, and earth, so that the physical impressions of the etheric soul temperaments found their way into his organization: black gall, white gall, and the other fluids, phlegm, blood, and so on. According to this commonly held view, the nature of the human constitution can be known from the body fluids. It was not customary in medicine in those days to study the individual organs, of which drawings could be made. The intermingling of the permeation with fluids was studied, and a particular organ was viewed as a result of a special penetration of fluids. People then thought that in a healthy person, the fluids intermingled in a specific manner. An abnormal intermingling of fluids was seen in a sick person. Thus, we may say that the medical insight resulting from this teaching was definitely founded on the observation of the fluid human organism. What we call knowledge of the human organism today is based on the solid, earthly organism of man. In regard to the view of the human being, the course taken has led from an earlier insight into the fluid man to a more modern insight into the solid human being with sharply contoured organs. The direction taken by medicine runs parallel to the transition from the ancient etheric astronomy to modern physical astronomy. The medical teaching of Hippocrates still corresponds essentially to etheric astronomy, and actually the accomplishments of this medical conception, concerned with the intermingling of fluids in man, remained well into the 4th century AD in an exact manner, not only in tradition as it was later. Just as this ancient astronomy subsequently obscured after the 4th century, and physical astronomy took the place of the old etheric astronomy in the 15th century, so too pathology and the whole view of medicine was then based on the teachings of the solid element, of what is bounded and expressed by sharp contours in the human organism. This is, in essence, one side of humanity's evolution in the inorganic age. Now, we can also turn our attention to what has remained of those ancient times in cultic practices and religious ceremonies. The religious ceremonies were mainly made available to the masses. What I have just been describing was predominantly considered to be a treasure of wisdom belonging to centers of learning. Cultic practices that found their way from Asia into Europe, and that, insofar as they are religious endeavors, correspond to the view I have just explained, are known as Mithras worship. It is a worship we find even as late as the first Christian centuries, extending from east to west. We can follow its path through the countries of the Danube, as far as the regions of the Rhine, and on into France. This Mithras worship, familiar to you as far as its outer forms are concerned, may be briefly characterized by saying that along with the earthly and cosmic context, the conqueror of the Mithras bull was depicted imaginatorially in the human being, riding on the bull and vanquishing the bull forces. Nowadays, we are easily inclined to think that such images, all cultic pictures, religious symbolizations, which, if we may say so, have emerged organically out of the ancient wisdom teachings, are simply the abstract, symbolic product of those teachings. But it would be absolutely false if we were to believe that the ancient sages sat down and said, Now we must figure out a symbol. For ourselves, we have the teaching of wisdom. For the ignorant masses, we have to think up symbols that can then be employed in their ceremonial rites and so on. Such assumptions would be totally wrong. An assumption approximately like that is entertained by modern Freemasons. They have similar thoughts about the nature of their own symbolism. But this was certainly not the view of the ancient teachers of wisdom. I should now like to describe the view of these sages of old by referring in particular to the connections of the Mithra worship to the world outlined above. A fundamentally important question could still be raised by those who had retained a vivid view of how the human being is received into the planetary world with his etheric body, of how man is subsequently received into the sphere of earthly elements, into warmth or fire, air, water, and earth, of how through the effects of these elements on the human etheric being, black gall, white gall, phlegm, and blood are formed. They ask themselves a question that can occur now to a person who truly possesses imaginative perception. In those times, the answer to this question was based on instinctive imaginative perception, but we can repeat it today in full consciousness. If we develop an imaginative conception of this entrance of the human being from the spiritual world through the planetary sphere into the terrestrial sphere of fire, air, water, and earth, we arrive at the realization that if something enters from the spheres beyond into the planetary sphere, hence into the Earth's sphere, and is received there, this will not become a true human being. If we develop a picture of what is actually evolving there, if we have an imaginative view of what can be beheld in purely imaginative perception outside the planetary sphere, then enters into and is received by the planetary sphere and is subsequently taken hold of by the influences emanating from the Earth sphere, we see that this does not become a human being. We do not arrive at a view of man. Instead, we attain to a conception that can be most clearly represented if we picture not a human being, but a bull, an ox. The ancient teachers of wisdom knew that no human beings would exist on Earth if there were nothing besides this extra-planetary being that descends into the planetary sphere of evolution. They saw that at first glance one does arrive at the conception of the gradual approach of an entity out of extra-planetary spheres into the planetary and hence the Earth sphere. But if one then proceeds from the content of these conceptions and tries to form a vivid imaginative view, it does not turn into a human being. It becomes a mere bull. And if one comprehends nothing more in the human being but this, one merely comprehends what is bull-like in human beings. The ancient teachers of wisdom formed this conception. Now they said to themselves, in that case, human beings must struggle against this bull-like nature with something still higher. They must overcome the view given by this wisdom. As human beings, they are more than beings that merely come from the extraplanetary sphere, enter into the planetary sphere, and from there are taken hold of by the terrestrial elements. They have something within them that is more than this. It is possible to say that these teachers of wisdom came as far as this concept. This was the reason they then developed the image of the bull and placed Mithras on top of it, the human being who struggles to overcome the bull and who says of himself, I must be of far loftier origin than the being that was pictured according to the ancient teaching of wisdom. Now these sages realized that their ancient teaching of wisdom contained an indication of what is important here. For this teaching did look upon the planetary sphere, upon Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Mercury, Venus, Moon, and so on. It also said that as the human being approaches the earth, he is constantly lifted up by the sun, so as not to be submerged completely in the terrestrial elements, so as not to remain merely what proceeds from the etheric body and the mixture of black and white gall, phlegm and blood when it is received by the planetary sphere, and when the astral body is received by the other planetary sphere through Mercury, Venus, Moon. What lifts man upward dwells in the sun. Therefore these sages said, "Let us call man's attention to the sun forces dwelling in him. Then he will turn into a Mithras, who is victorious over the bull." This then was the cultic image. It was not meant to be merely a thought-out symbol, but was actually to represent the fact, the cosmological fact. The religious ceremony was more than a mere outer sign. It was something that was extracted, as it were, out of the essence of the cosmos itself. This cultic form was something that had existed since very ancient times and had been brought across from Asia to Europe. It was, in a sense, Christianity viewed from one side, viewed from the external astronomical side, for Mithras was the sun force in man. Mithras was the human being who rebelled against the merely planetary and terrestrial aspects. Now, a certain endeavor arose, traces of which can be observed everywhere when we look back at the first. The tendency arose to connect the historical fact, the mystery of Golgotha, with the Mithras worship. Great were the numbers of people at that time, especially among the Roman legions, who brought with them into the lands on the Danube and far into Central Europe, indeed even into Western Europe, what they had experienced in Asia and the Orient in general. In what they brought across as the Mithras worship, there lived feelings that, without reflecting the mystery of Golgotha, definitely contained Christian views and Christian sentiments. The worship of Mithras was considered as a concrete worship relating to the sun forces in man. The only thing this Mithras worship did not perceive was the fact that in the mystery of Golgotha, this sun force itself had descended as a spiritual entity and had united itself with the human being, Jesus of Nazareth. Now, there existed schools of wisdom in the East, up until the 4th century A.D., that by and by received reports and became aware of the mystery of Golgotha, of Christ. The further east we go in our investigations, the clearer this becomes. These schools then attempted to spread a certain teaching throughout the world. For a time, there was a tendency to let flow into the Mithras cult what agrees with the following supersensory perception. The true Mithras is the Christ. Mithras is his predecessor. The Christ force must be poured into those forces in man that vanquish the bull. To turn the Mithras worship into a worship of Christ was something that was intensely alive in the first Christian centuries up until the 4th century. One might say that the stream intending to Christianize this Mithras worship followed after the spreading of the latter. A synthesis between Christendom and the Mithras worship was striven for. An ancient, significant image of man's being, Mithras riding on and vanquishing the bull, was to be brought into relationship with the Christ being. One might say that a quite glorious endeavor existed in this direction, and in a certain respect it was a powerful one. Anyone who follows the spread of Eastern Christianity and the spread of Arianism can see a Mithras element in it, even though in already quite weakened form. Arian here is spelled A-R-I-A-N-I-S-M. It's about Arian, the Arius, I believe his name was, so it's not the other word. End of aside. Any translation of the Ulfilas Bible into modern languages remains imperfect if one is unaware that Mithras elements still play into the terminology of Ulfilas or Wulfila. But who pays heed nowadays to these deeper relationships in the linguistic element? As late as in the 4th century, there were philosophers in Greece who worked on bringing the ancient etheric astronomy into harmony with Christianity. From this effort, then, arose the true gnosis, which was thoroughly eradicated by later Christianity, so that only a few fragments of the literary samples of this gnosis have remained. What do people really know today about the gnosis, of which they say in their ignorance that our anthroposophy is a warmed-over version? Even if this were true, such people would not be able to know about it, for they are familiar only with those parts of the gnosis that are found in the critical Occidental Christian texts dealing with the gnosis. They know the quotes from Gnostic texts left behind by the opponents of the gnosis. There is hardly anything left of the gnosis except what could be described by the following comparison. Imagine that Herr von Gleich would be successful in rooting out the whole of anthroposophical literature, and nothing would remain except his quotations. Then later on, somebody would attempt to reconstruct anthroposophy based on these quotes. Then it would be about the same procedure in the West as that which was applied to the gnosis. Therefore, if people say that modern anthroposophy imitates the gnosis, they would not know it even if it were the case, because they are unfamiliar with the gnosis, knowing of it only through its opponents. So, particularly in Athens, a school of wisdom existed well into the 4th century, and indeed even longer, that endeavored to bring the ancient etheric astronomy into harmony with Christianity. The last remnants of this view, man's entering from higher worlds through the planetary sphere into the earth sphere, still illuminate the writings of Origen. They even shine through the texts of the Greek Church Fathers. Everywhere one can see it shimmer through. It shines through particularly in the writings of the Areopagite. This Dionysus left behind a teaching that was a pure synthesis of the etheric astronomy and the element dwelling in Christianity. Aside, I am reading the word Dionysius as Dionysus. Excuse me for doing that. End of aside. He taught that the forces localized, as it were, astronomically and cosmically in the sun, entered into the earth sphere in Christ, through the man Jesus of Nazareth, and that thereby a certain previously non-existent relationship came into being between the earth and all the higher hierarchies, the hierarchies of the angels, of wisdom, the hierarchies of the thrones and the seraphim, and so on. It was a penetration of this teaching of the hierarchies with etheric astronomy that could be found in the original Dionysus the Areopagite. Then in the 6th century, the attempt was made to obliterate the traces even of the more ancient teachings by Dionysus the Areopagite. They were altered in such a way that they now represented merely an abstract teaching of the Spirit. In the form in which the teaching of Dionysus the Areopagite has come down to us, it is a spiritual teaching that no longer has much to do with etheric astronomy. This is the reason he is then called the pseudo-Dionysus. In this manner, the decline of the teaching of wisdom was brought about. On the one hand, the teaching of Dionysus were distorted. On the other hand, the truly alive teaching in Athens that had tried to unite etheric astronomy with Christianity was eradicated. Finally, in regard to the cultic aspect, the Mithras worship was exterminated. In addition, there were contributions by individuals such as Constantine. His actions were intensified later by the fact that Emperor Justinian ordered the school of philosophers in Athens closed. Thus, the last remaining people who had occupied themselves with bringing the old etheric astronomy into harmony with Christianity had to emigrate. They found a place in Persia where they could at least live out their lives. Based on the same program, according to which he had closed the Athenian Academy of Philosophers, Justinian also had Origen declared a heretic. For the same reason, he abolished Roman consulship. Though it led only a shadowy existence, people sought in it a kind of power of resistance against the Roman concept of the state, which was reduced to pure jurisprudence. The ancient human element, people still associated with the office of consul, disappeared in the political imperialism of Rome. Thus, in the 4th century, we see the diminishing of the cultic worship that could have brought Christianity closer to man. We observe the diminishing of the ancient wisdom teaching of an etheric astronomy that tried to unite with the insight into the significance of the mystery of Golgotha. And in the West, we see an element take its place that already carried within itself the seeds of the later materialism, which could not become a theory until the 15th century, when the 5th post-Atlantean epoch began, but which was prepared in the main through taking the spiritual heritage from the Orient and imbuing it with materialistic substance. We must definitely turn our minds to this course of European civilization. Otherwise, the foundations of European civilization will never become quite clear to us. It will also never become really clear to us how it was possible that again and again, when people moved to the Orient, back with them powerful spiritual stimuli from there. Above all else, throughout the first part of the Middle Ages, there was lively commercial traffic from the Orient up the Danube River, following exactly those routes taken by the ancient Mithras worship, which naturally had already died away at the beginning of the Middle Ages. The merchants who traveled to the Orient and back again always found in the East what had preceded Christianity, but definitely tended already toward Christianity. We observe, moreover, that when the Crusaders journeyed to the Orient, they received stimuli from the remnants they could still discern there, and they brought treasures of ancient wisdom back to Europe. I mentioned that the ancient medical knowledge of the fluids was connected with this old body of wisdom. Again and again, people who traveled to the Orient, even the Crusaders and those who journeyed with the Crusades, upon their return, always brought back with them remnants of this old medicine to Europe. These remnants of an ancient medicine were then transmitted in the form of tradition all over Europe. Certain individuals who at the same time were ahead of their age in their own spiritual evolution then went through remarkable developments, such as the personality we know under the name Basilius Valentinus. What kind of personality was he? He was somebody who had taken up the tradition of the old medicine of fluids from the people with whom he had spent his youth, at times without understanding it from this or that indication. Until a short time ago, today it is already less often the case, there still existed in the old peasants' sayings remnants of this medical tradition that has been brought over from the Orient by the many travelers. These remnants were in a sense preserved by the peasantry. Those who grew up among peasants heard of them. As a rule, they were those who then became priests. In particular, those who became monks came from the peasantry. There, they had heard this or that of what was in fact distorted treasure of ancient wisdom that had become decadent. These people did undergo an independent educational development. Up until the 15th and 16th centuries, the educational development an individual went through by means of Christian theology was something much more liberal than it was later on. Based on their own spirituality, these priests and monks gradually brought a certain amount of order into these matters. They pondered what they had heard. Out of their own genius, they connected the various matters. Thus originated the writings that have been preserved as the writings of Basilius Valentinus. Indeed, these conditions also gave rise to a school of thought from which Paracelsus, even Jakob Böhme, learned. Even these individuals still took up the treasure of ancient medical wisdom that lived, I might say, in the folk group soul. One can notice this primarily in Jakob Böhme, but also in Paracelsus and others, even if one considers their writings only in a superficial way. If you look closely at, for example, Jakob Böhme's text, De Signatura Rerum, you will find, in the manner of his presentation, that what I have said is very obvious. It is a form of old folk wisdom that basically contained distorted ancient wisdom. Such old folk wisdom was by no means as abstract as our present-day science. Instead, there still existed a sensitivity for the objective element in words. One felt something in the words. Just as one tries to know through concepts today, one felt in the words. One knew that the human being had drawn the words out of the objective essence of the universe itself. This can become evident in Jakob Böhme's efforts to feel what really lies concealed in the syllable sul, sul, or again in the syllable phur, fur, of sulfur. See how Jakob Böhme struggles in De Signatura Rerum to draw something out of a word, to draw out an inner word extract, to draw something out of the word sulfur in order to come to an entity. The feeling is definitely present there, that when one experiences the extract of words, one arrives at something real. In former times, it was felt something had settled into the words the human soul absorbed when it moved from spheres beyond, through the planetary sphere, into earthly existence. But what the soul placed into the words, due to its closeness to the intermingling of fluids, when the child learned to speak, was still something objective. There was still something in speech that was like instruction by the gods, not merely like human instruction. In Jakob Böhme, we see this noble striving that can be expressed somewhat as if he had felt, I would like to consider speech as something in which living gods work behind the phenomena into the human organization in order to form speech, and along with speech a certain treasure of wisdom. Thus we see that the ancient body of wisdom does indeed continue on into later ages, though already taken up by modern thinking, which, it is true, is yet barely evident in such original and outstanding minds like Jakob Böhme and Paracelsus. Into what has thus been brought forth, the purely intellectualistic, theoretical element is now imprinted, the element that is based on man's physical thinking, and takes hold only of the physical realm. We see how on the one hand purely physical astronomy arises, and how on the other hand physiology and anatomy come about, which are directed exclusively upon the clearly defined organs of man, in short, the whole medical adumbration. Thus the human being gradually finds himself surrounded by a world that he comprehends only in a physical sense, and in which he himself, as a cosmic being, certainly has no place. Concerning himself, he grasps only what he has become by virtue of the earth. For it is thanks to the earth that he has become this solidly bounded physical organic being. He can no longer reconcile what is revealed to him of the universe through physical astronomy with what dwells in his form and points to something else. He turns his attention away from the manner in which the human form indicates something else. He finally loses all awareness of the fact that his striving for erect posture and the special manner and means by which he attains to speech out of his organism cannot originate from the Mithras bull, but only from Mithras. He no longer wishes to occupy himself with all this, for he is sailing full force into materialism. He has to sail into materialism, for religious consciousness itself, after all, has absorbed only the external material phenomenon of Christianity. It has then dogmatized this external material phenomenon without attempting to perceive through some wisdom how the mystery of Golgotha took place, but instead trying to determine through stipulations what truth is. Thus, we observe the transition from the ancient Oriental position of thinking based on cosmic insight to the specifically Roman European form of observation. How were matters, in quotes, determined in the Orient, and how could something be determined about the mystery of Golgotha based on Oriental instinctive perception? If we take the insight coming out of the cosmos, looking up at the stars, that insight, though it was an instinctive, elemental insight, should lead to, or was at least supposed to lead to, the meaning of the mystery of Golgotha. This was the path taken in the Orient. Beginning with the 5th century, there was no longer any sensitivity for this path. By replacing the Asiatic manner of determination more and more with the Egyptian form, earlier church councils had already pointed out that the nature of the mystery of Golgotha should not be determined in this manner, but that the majority of the fathers gathered at the councils should decide. The juristic principle was put in the place of the Oriental principle of insight. Dogmatism was brought into the juristic element. People no longer had the feeling that truth must be determined out of universal conscience. They began to feel that it was possible to ascertain, based on resolutions of the councils, whether the divine and the human nature in Christ Jesus was two natures or one, and other such things. We see the Egypto-Roman juristic element pervading the innermost configuration of Occidental civilization, an element that even today is deeply rooted in humans who are not inclined to permit truth to determine their relationship to it. Instead, they wish to make decisions based on emotional factors. Therefore, they have no other measure for determining things except majority rule in some form. We shall say more about this tomorrow, the end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of I'm going to call it now, a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Materialism and the Task of Anthroposophy. Even though the lectures are apart time-wise, the theme is very strongly being adhered to, so call it a cycle. This is Lecture 5, given in Dornach on April 16, 1921. Yesterday, I referred to the significant turning point in the development of Occidental civilization in the 4th century A.D. I pointed out that, on the one hand, this was the time when Greek wisdom disappeared from European culture, wisdom through which people had tried to bring to expression the depths of Christianity in a wisdom-imbued way. The time of the outer expression of this disappearance falls somewhat later, namely when Emperor Justinian declared the writings of Origen heretical, abolished Roman consulship, and closed the Greek Academy of Philosophy at Athens. The guardians of Greek wisdom thus had to flee to the Orient, withdrawing, as it were, from European civilization. The wisdom teaching that had extended from the East as far west as Greece and had assumed its special form there is one aspect of the picture. On the other hand, the Mithras worship was supposed to indicate, in a significant external ritual, how, with their soul spiritual nature, human beings were to raise themselves above all that could be comprehended through the interplay of beings of the planetary sphere with terrestrial forces, how the human being could sense his full humanity. This was the object of the Mithras cult. This Mithras worship, which was intended to reveal to man his own being, likewise disappeared after it had spread through the regions along the Danube and on into Central and Western Europe. These two streams, one a cultic stream, the other a stream of wisdom, were replaced in Europe by factual narrations of the events of Palestine. Thus, one has to say that neither a cultic worship, which would have recognized in Christ Jesus the victor over all the human being, was meant to bring under his control in the course of world evolution, nor a wisdom that would have tried to grasp the actual mysteries of Christendom in a wise manner, were able to enter Europe. Instead, the superficial narration of the events of Palestine became popular. The concepts that should have been found in these happenings in Palestine were instead steeped in the flood of juristic thinking, which replaced the investigation of cosmic secrets with the determination of dogmas by means of majority resolutions in church councils and so forth. This very fact indicates that a change of great and far-reaching significance had taken place in the 4th century A.D. in the development of Western civilization, and consequently in the evolution of the whole of mankind. Proceeding from the Orient, all the influences that had laid hold of Eastern European civilization were, in a sense, pushed back again toward the Orient. Only the increasing tendency toward abstract thinking in the Roman world maintained itself in the Occident, alongside the comprehension of the external sensory world of facts. How alive the conceptions of the Greek gods had been among the Greeks, and how conceptually abstract the ideas were the Romans entertained of their gods. Actually, in the later period, what the Greeks possessed of ideas concerning the supersensible world was already lifeless, although quite alive as such within itself. Yet it was a lifeless element in comparison to the living conceptions of the supersensible worlds present during the ancient Persian and Indian, which represented a living within these higher worlds. In those times, albeit with a purely instinctive human perception, people lived in communion with the supersensible worlds, just as mankind in the present communes with the sensory world. For human beings in the ancient Orient, the spiritual world was readily accessible. For them, the beings of the spiritual world were present just as other human beings, our fellow men, live side by side with us. Out of this living supersensible world, the Greeks built up their system of concepts. In the ages before Aristotle, up to the 4th century BC, Greek ideas were not abstract ideas gained through external sensory observation and then lifted up into abstraction. These Greek ideas still originated from the living supersensible world. They were born of a primeval power of vision. These living Greek ideas still imbued a person with soul sustenance and warmth, insofar as he could share in them. They bestowed on him the necessary enthusiasm for his form of social order. Certainly, we must never forget that a large part of the Greek people was denied a share in this life of thought. This was the extensive world of the slaves. But the bearers of Greek culture certainly participated in a realm of ideas that was basically a downpouring of supersensible spiritual powers into the world of the earthly sphere. In comparison with this, the Roman world, separated from Greece only by the sea, definitely had a quite abstract appearance. The Romans described their gods in the same prosaic unimaginative ways as, shall we say, our modern scientists speak of the laws of nature. Although this is an indication of the significant change I have to point out here, we confront this change in a special way if we turn our attention to a factor in the life of soul that found only partial realization in world history and did not develop to its full potential. Consider for a moment the destiny of the ancient Greek people. It is fraught with a certain tragedy. After its period of great glory, Greek culture pined away and in essence vanished from the stage of world history. For what replaced it in that territory cannot be said to have been a true successor. The Greek nation went into decline in a severe world historical illness, and from its ancient ideas it produced what I would say represents the dawn of all later culture. It brought forth Stoicism and Epicureanism, systems or views of life in which the more abstract mode of thought, characterizing the later Western civilization, already found an early expression. But we can see in Stoicism and Epicureanism, even in the later Greek mysticism, that they express a decline of ancient Greece. Why was it that this culture of Greece was destined to decline and ultimately to pass away from the stream of world evolution? One could say that this decline and death of the ancient Greek people indicates a significant mystery in world history. With faculties of vision handed down to them as an echo of the ancient Oriental worldview, the ancient Greeks still beheld the sole spiritual human being in his full light. After all, in the earlier periods of Greek culture, every individual knew himself to be a being of soul and spirit that had descended through conception and birth from the spiritual worlds, that has its home in a supersensible sphere and is destined for supersensible spheres. Yet at the same time, even in its prime, Greece sensed in world history. I have often referred to this. It sensed that human beings cannot fully attain to humanity on earth by merely looking up into supersensible worlds. It felt itself surrounded and pervaded by the earth's forces. Hence the ancient saying, quote, "Better it is to be a beggar in the sense world than a king in the realm of shades," close quote. The Greeks of earlier periods had still beheld all the shining glory of the supersensible world. At the same time, by attaining full humanity in ancient Greece, they sensed that they could not maintain this radiance of the spiritual worlds. They felt they were losing it and that their soul nature was becoming ensnared in the things of the earth. Fear of death arose in them because they realized that life between birth and death can estrange the soul from its spiritual home. Greek culture must definitely be described in accordance with this feeling. Men like Nietzsche basically had true insight into these matters. Nietzsche had the right feeling when he designated the period of Greek development preceding the Socratic and Platonic age as the tragic epoch of Greek culture. For already in thinkers such as Thales, and particularly Anaxagoras and Heraclitus, we observe the twilight of a magnificent worldview, which modern history does not mention at all. We note the fear of becoming estranged from the supersensible world, of becoming tied to what alone remains from the passage through life between birth and death, namely of becoming linked to the world of Hades, the world of shades, which basically becomes man's lot. Nevertheless, the Greeks preserved one thing. They saved what appeared at its height in the Platonic idea. There emerged amid the onset of progressive decline this world of Platonic ideas, the last glorious remnant of the ancient Orient, though it too was then fated to perish in Aristotelianism. Yet these Greek ideas did appear, and Greek thinking constantly sensed how the human ego is really something that is becoming lost in human life. This was a fundamental experience of the Greeks. Take the description I have concerning ego evolution in my book titled Riddles of Philosophy, where I described that the ego was then connected with thinking, with external perception. But since the whole ego experience is bound up with thinking, the human being experienced his capital I not so much within his own corporeality. Rather, he felt it linked to all that lives in the world outside, to the blossoming of the flowers, to lightning and thunder in the sky, to the billowing clouds, to the rising mist and the falling rain. The Greeks experienced the ego connected to all this. They sensed with the forces of the ego, as it were, but without the housing of this ego. Instead, they felt, when I look out upon the world of flowers, there my ego is attached, there it blossoms in the flowers. It is justifiable to say that this Greek culture could not have continued. What would it have become if it had continued? It was not inherently possible for it to continue on a straight line. What would it have become? Human beings would gradually have come to consider themselves earth beings that are subhuman. The actual soul-spirit being in us would have been experienced as something that really dwells in the clouds, the flowers, the mountains, in rain and sunshine, a being that occasionally comes to visit us. If the development of Greek culture had continued in the same direction, human beings increasingly would have felt that at night, when they had fallen asleep, they could experience the approach of their own ego in all its radiance, and that it paid them a special visit then. But upon waking in the morning and becoming involved in the world of the lower senses, they also would have felt that insofar as they are a being of the earth, they are but the outer housing of the ego. A certain estrangement from the ego would have been the consequence of an unbroken development of what can be noticed or sensed as the fundamental keynote or actual basic temperament of Greek nature. It was necessary that this ego, which was escaping, as it were, into nature and the cosmos, should be firmly anchored in the inner constitution of the human being, an organic being moving about on the earth. A powerful impulse was required for this to happen. It was, after all, the peculiar characteristic of the Oriental worldview that while it clearly drew attention to the ego, precisely because of its teaching of repeated earth lives, it also had the inherent tendency to alienate this ego from the human being, to deprive us of the ego. This is how it came about that the Occident, unable to rise to the heights attained by Greece, lacked the inner strength to assimilate the wisdom of Greece in its full strength, and allowed it instead to flow back, so to speak, toward the Orient. The West also lacked the strength to take possession of the Mithras cult, and allowed it to flow back to the Orient. By dint of the robust, sturdy forces of human earthly nature, the West was capable only of listening to purely factual narrations of the events of Palestine, and then of having them affirmed by dogmas laid down in the councils. At the outset, the Europeans were confronted with a materialistic view of the human personality. This became most evident in the transition in the 4th century. All knowledge that would have been capable of producing a deeper comprehension of Christianity gradually withdrew back into Asia. All insight that could have brought about a cult in which the Christ triumphant would have appeared rather than he who was overwhelmed by the burdens of the cross, whose triumph can only faintly be surmised behind the shadow of the crucifix. For the Occident, this ebbing away of the wisdom and the ancient ceremonial worship was initially a matter of securing the ego. From the robust force dwelling in the barbaric peoples of the North, the impulse emerged that was intended to supply the power to attach the ego to the earthly human organism. While this was happening in the regions around the Danube, somewhat south of there, and in southern and western Europe, Arabism was transplanted from the Orient in forms differing from those of the early Oriental wisdom. Arabism then made its way as far as Spain, and southwestern Europe became inundated by a fantastic intellectual culture. This was a culture that, in the external field of art, could not achieve anything more than the arabesque, since it was incapable of permeating the organic realm with soul and spirit. Thus, in regard to the cultic ceremonies, Europe was filled, on the one hand, with the narration of purely factual events. On the other hand, it was engrossed in a body of abstract, fantastic wisdom that, entering Europe by way of Spain, turned in filtered form into the culture of pure intellect. Within this region, where the stories about the events of Palestine, referring solely to the external aspects, prevailed, where only the fantastic intellectual wisdom from Arabism existed, there a few individuals emerged. After all, a few isolated individuals appear now and again within the totality of mankind, who had an idea of how matters really stood. In their souls, a feeling dawned that there is a lofty Christian mystery, the full significance of which is so great that the highest wisdom cannot penetrate it. The most ardent feeling is not strong enough to develop a fitting ceremonial worship for it. Indeed, they felt that something emanated from the cross on Golgotha that would have to be comprehended by the highest wisdom and the most daring feeling. Such ideas arose in a few individuals. Something like the following profound imagination arose in them. In the bread of the Last Supper, a synthesis of sorts was contained, a concentration of the force of the outer cosmos that comes down to the earth, together with all the streams of forces from the cosmos, penetrating this earth, conjuring forth from it the vegetation. Then, what has thus been entrusted to the earth from out of the cosmos, in turn springs forth from the earth and is synthetically concentrated in the bread and sustains the human body. Still another element pierced through all the clouds of obscurity that covered the ancient traditions. Something else was passed on to these European sages, something that, it is true, had had its origin in the Orient, but penetrated through the cloud cover and was understood by some individuals. This other mystery, which was linked with the mystery of the bread, was the mystery of the holy vessel in which Joseph of Arimathea had caught the blood flowing down from Christ Jesus. This was the other aspect of the cosmic mystery. Just as the bread was regarded as a concentrated extract of the cosmos, so the blood was regarded as the extract of the nature and being of man. In bread and blood, of which wine is merely the outer symbol, this extract expressed itself for these European sages. They had truly stepped forth, as if out of the hidden places of the mysteries, and towered far above the masses of the European population, who could only hear the facts of Palestine, and who, if they advanced to scholarliness, found their way only slowly into the abstract fantasy of Arabism. In these wise men, who distinguished themselves by something that was like the overripe fruit of Oriental wisdom, and at the same time the ripest fruit of European perception and feeling, there developed what they called the mystery of the Grail. But, so they told themselves, the mystery of the Grail is not to be found on earth. People have grown accustomed to developing the kind of intelligence that found its highest form in Arabism. They are in the habit of not looking for the meaning of external facts, but are satisfied with being told of these outer facts from the aspect of sensory reality. One must penetrate to an understanding of the mystery of the bread, which is said to have been broken by Christ Jesus in the same chalice in which Joseph of Arimathea caught his blood. As legend tells it, this chalice was then removed to Europe, but was preserved by angels in a region high above the surface of the earth until the arrival of Titurel, who created for this grail, this sacred chalice, a temple on Mont Salvat. Through the clouds of abstraction and narrations of mere facts, those who had become European mystery sages, in the manner described above, wished to behold in a sacred spiritual temple the mystery of the Grail, the mystery of the cosmos that had disappeared along with etheric astronomy, and the mystery of the blood that had vanished along with the ancient view of medicine. For just as the ancient medicine had fallen victim to abstract thinking, the old etheric astronomy too had passed over into abstract thought. At a certain period of time, this whole trend of abstract thinking had reached its prime and had been brought to Spain by the Arabs. It was precisely in Spain where the mystery of the Grail could not be found outwardly anywhere among people. Only abstract intellectual wisdom prevailed. Among the Christians, there was only narration of bare external facts. Among the Arabs, the Moors, there existed a fantastic development of the intellect. Only in the heights above this earth hovered the Holy Grail. This spiritual temple, this Holy Grail, this temple that encompassed the mysteries of bread and wine, could be entered only by those who had been endowed by divine powers with the necessary faculties. It is not by chance that the temple of the Grail was supposed to be found in Spain, where one literally had to move miles away from what earthly actuality presented, where one had to break through brambles in order to penetrate to the spiritual temple that enshrined the Holy Grail. It was out of such prerequisite feelings that the conception of the Holy Grail developed. The invisible church, the supersensible church, which is nevertheless to be found on earth, this was what concealed itself in the mystery of the Grail. It was an immediate presence that cannot be discovered, however, by those who turn their mind indifferently to the world. In ancient times, the priests of the mysteries went out into the world, looked around among human beings, and based on seeing their auras, concluded, here is one we must receive into the mysteries. There is another one we must accept into the mysteries. People did not need to ask. They were chosen. Inner initiative on the part of the individual was not required. One was chosen and bidden to enter the sacred mystery centers. This age was over already around the 11th, 12th, and 9th and 10th centuries. The impulse urging a person to ask, what are the secrets of existence, had to be grounded in the human being through the Christ force, which had moved into European civilization. No one could approach the Grail who passed through the outer world with a drowsy, apathetic mind. It was said that he alone could penetrate into the miracles, that is, the mysteries of the Holy Grail, who in his soul felt the inclination to ask about the secrets of existence, both the cosmic secrets and those of man's inner being. Fundamentally speaking, it has remained so ever since. After the first half of the Middle Ages, however, when human beings had been earnestly directed to pose questions, had been told that they should indeed ask questions, a great reaction set in, beginning with the first third of the 14th century. By that time, those who asked about the mysteries of the Holy Grail had become fewer and fewer in number, and inertia was creeping into the souls of men. They turned their attention wholly to the outer forms of human life on earth, to all that may be seen, counted, weighed, measured, and calculated in the cosmos. Nevertheless, the sacred challenge had already entered European civilization, in the early Middle Ages, the sacred challenge remained to inquire into the mysteries of the cosmos as well as into the inner mysteries of man, namely the mysteries of the blood. After all, it was in a great variety of phases that humanity has passed through what materialism, with all its forces, by necessity had to bring into European civilization. Momentous, stirring words were uttered, though in many instances they have died away. We have to consider how great the possibility was for momentous words to be spoken within European civilization. What was destined for a certain age, namely the factual narration of the events of Palestine, the permeation of these outer facts with Arabism, which was accomplished by scholasticism in the Middle Ages, was indeed of great significance for that particular age. But just as it developed out of an age of greater wisdom and ceremonial practices, both of which had only been pushed back to the East, it also did not understand how to listen to the supersensible mysteries of Christianity, the mysteries of the Holy Grail. All the truly compelling voices that resounded in the early Middle Ages, and there were more than a few of them, were silenced by Rome's Catholicism, which was becoming more and more engulfed in dogmatism, in the same way as the Gnosis, as I pointed out again yesterday, was eradicated root and branch. We must not form a negative judgment of the period between the 4th and the 12th and 13th centuries, merely on the basis of the fact that of the numerous voices raised, as it were, in holy, overripe sweetness throughout European civilization, which for the rest was barbaric, only the somewhat awkward voice of one man has remained who could not write, that of Wolfram von Eschenbach. For all that, he was still great. He was spared by the dogmatism that had gripped Europe and had basically eradicated the powerful voices that had called amid strife and bitterness for the quest of the Holy Grail. Those who raised this call for the Holy Grail meant to let it resound in the spirit of freedom dawning in the dull souls. They did not wish to deprive the human being of his freedom. They did not mean to push anything on him. He was to be the questioning one. Out of the depths of his own soul, he was to ask about the miracles of the Grail. This spiritual life that later became extinct was truly greater than the spiritual life opposing it, although the latter too was not without a certain greatness. When what has been described by the servants of the Holy Grail as a spiritual path was then superseded by the earthly path of the journey to the physical Jerusalem over in the east, namely when the crusade to the Grail was replaced by the crusades to the terrestrial Jerusalem, when Gottfried of Bouillon set out to establish an external kingdom in Jerusalem in opposition to Rome, letting his cry, quote, "Away from Rome," close quote, ring out, his voice was really less persuasive than that of Peter of Amen. And I'm going to spell these words. I'm not sure how to pronounce them. Gottfried of Bouillon, I have pronounced Bouillon. It's spelled Bouillon. I'm pronouncing it Bouillon. And Peter of Amen, Amines. Amen. End of aside. His voice sounded like a mighty suggestion to translate into something materialistic what the servants of the Holy Grail had intended as something spiritual. This too was one of the paths that was taken because of materialism. It led to the physical Jerusalem, not to the spiritual Jerusalem, which was said to enshrine in Titurel's temple what had remained of the mystery of Golgotha as the Holy Grail. Legend held that Titurel had brought this Holy Grail down to the earth's sphere from the clouds, where it was by angels during the age of Arabism and the factual narration of the events of Palestine. The age of materialism, however, did not begin to ask about the Holy Grail. Lonely, isolated individuals, people who did not have a share in wisdom, but dwelled in a kind of stupor, like Parsifal, were the ones who set out to seek the Holy Grail. But they also did not really understand how to ask the proper, appropriate question. Thus, the path of materialism, which began in the first third of the 14th century, was preceded by that other path of materialism already expressed in the turn to the east, the eastward journey to the physical Jerusalem. This tragedy was experienced by modern humanity. Human beings had to and still have to undergo this tragedy in order to comprehend themselves inwardly and to turn properly into people asking questions. Modern mankind had to and still has to experience the tragedy that the light that once had approached from the east had not been recognized as spiritual light. The spiritual light had been rejected, and instead people set out to find a physical country, the physical materiality of the Orient. In the Middle Ages, humanity began to seek the physical East after the spiritual East had been rejected at the close of antiquity. Such, then, was the situation in Europe, and our age today is still a part of it. For if we understand the true inner call resounding in human hearts, we still are and should be seekers for the Holy Grail. The strivings of humanity that emerged, beginning with the Crusades, still await their metamorphosis into spiritual endeavors. We have yet to arrive at such a comprehension of the cosmic worlds, so that we will be able to seek for the origin of Christ in these cosmic worlds. As long as these cosmic worlds are investigated only with the methods of external physical astronomy, they naturally cannot be conceived of as the home of Christ. From what the modern astronomer teaches as the secret of the heavens, which he describes only by means of geometry, mathematics, and mechanics, and observes only with the telescope, the Christ could not have descended to earth in order to incarnate in the human being, Jesus of Nazareth. Neither can this incarnation be understood on the basis of knowledge about the physical nature of the human being. Knowledge that is obtained by moving from people in actual life to the clinic, where the corpse is dissected for the purposes of research, so that views concerning the living human being are arrived at based on the corpse. People in antiquity possessed an astronomy imbued with life and medical knowledge filled with life. Once again, our quest must be for a living astronomy, a living medicine. Just as a living astronomy will reveal to us a heaven, a cosmos that is truly pervaded by a spirituality, and from where the Christ could descend, so an enlivened medicine will present to us the being of man in a way that enables us to penetrate with insight and understanding to the mystery of the blood, to the organic inner sphere, where the forces of the etheric body, the astral body, and the ego transform themselves into the physical blood. When a true medical knowledge has grasped the mystery of the blood, and a spiritualized astronomy has understood the cosmic spheres, we shall comprehend how it was possible for the Christ to descend from these cosmic spheres to the earth, how he could find on earth the human body that could receive him with its blood. It is the mystery of the Grail that in all earnestness must be sought in this manner, namely, by setting out on the path to the spiritual Jerusalem with all that we are as human beings, with head and heart. This indeed is the task of modern humanity. It is strange how the essence of what ought to come to pass weaves objectively through the sphere of existence. If it is not perceived in the correct way, it is experienced outwardly in a superficially materialized. It is superficially materialized. Just as formerly the Christians flocked to Jerusalem, so now large numbers of Jewish people travel to Jerusalem, thus expressing yet another phase of materialism that indicates how something that ought to be understood spiritually by all of modern humanity is interpreted only materialistically. The time must come when the mystery of the Grail will once again be comprehended in the right way. You know that I have mentioned it in An Outline of Esoteric Science. It is, in a manner of speaking, woven into the text that refers to all we must seek to discover along this path of spiritual science. Thus I indicated what we have to acquire as a kind of picture and imagination for what must be sought in earnest striving of the spirit, and with profound human feeling as the path to the Grail. Tomorrow we will discuss this further, the end of Lecture 5.
For years, I've been inactive due to knee pain. At my last checkup, I was told I need to get moving again. To help me prepare for my first 5K, my run club suggested I check out Roadrunner Sports. A fit expert took me through the perfect fit zone. Wow, the technology they used. The 3D foot scan, the treadmill analysis, it was awesome. With new shoes and custom insoles, I'm walking on clouds. No more knee pain. Now I'm back, living an active lifestyle and doing it pain-free.
You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Materialism and the Task of Anthroposophy. This is Lecture 6, given in Dornach on April 17, 1921. During the last few days, I've tried to show how Western civilization originated, and that a significant and mighty turning point can be noted in mankind's overall evolution in the 4th Christian century. It was also necessary to point out how Greece gradually developed in the direction of this twilight, so to speak, how, based on quite different impulses, the civilization of Central and Western European culture came about, and how a comprehension of Christianity developed under these influences. To begin with, let us try and refer to the facts under consideration once more from a certain different viewpoint. Christianity originated in the Western Orient from the mystery of Golgotha. Insofar as its specific nature was concerned, Oriental culture certainly was already in decline. The ancient primordial wisdom existed in its last phases in what developed in Asia Minor and Greece as Gnosticism. The gnosis, after all, was a form of wisdom that combined in the most manifold ways what presented itself to the human being as phenomena of the cosmos and nature. This notwithstanding, in comparison to the directly perceived, instinctive insight into the spiritual world that was the foundation of Oriental development, Gnosticism already had a more, shall we say, intellectual, rational character. The spiritual life that permeated all human perception in the ancient Orient was no longer present. It was actually from the last vestiges of the ancient wisdom that people sought to fit together the philosophical and humanistic view that was then employed as a body of wisdom for understanding the mystery of Golgotha. The substance inherent in the mystery of Golgotha was clothed in the wisdom retained from the Orient in Greece. Now let us consider this wisdom from the point of view of spiritual science. If we view human beings as they devoted themselves, once upon a time, to this wisdom, we find that the main thing in the ancient Orient was that people saw the world with what was active in their astral body, with what they could experience in their soul through their astral body, even though their sentient soul and rational or intellectual soul had already developed. It was the astral body that worked into these soul members and enabled people to actually turn their glance away from the earthly phenomena and to still perceive quite clearly what enters in the spiritual supersensible sphere from the cosmos. As yet, human beings did not have a view of the world based on the ego. Their self expressed itself only dimly. For the human being, the ego was as yet not an actual question. Human beings dwelt in the astral element, and in it they still lived in a certain harmony with the world phenomena surrounding them. In a sense, the really puzzling world for them was the one they beheld with their eyes, the one that ran its course around them. For them, the comprehensible world was the supersensible world of the gods, the world in which the spiritual beings had their existence. Human beings looked across to these spiritual beings, to their actions, their destinies. It was indeed the essential characteristic of the view of the ancient Orient that people's attention was directed toward these spiritual worlds. People wished to comprehend the sensory world on the basis of these spiritual worlds. Today, finding ourselves within our civilization, we take the opposite view. To us, the physical sensory world is given. Proceeding from it, in one way or another, we try to comprehend the spiritual world, if we attempt that at all, if we do not reject doing so, if we do not remain stuck in pure materialism. The material world is seen as given by us. The ancient Orientals saw the spiritual world as given. On the premise of the physical world, we try to discover something with which to comprehend the wondrousness of the phenomena, the purpose of the structure of the organisms, and so on. Based on this physical sensory world, we try to prove to ourselves the existence of the supersensory world. The ancient Orientals tried to comprehend the physical sensory environment on the basis of the superphysical, supersensory world given to them. Out of it they wished to receive light. Indeed, they did receive it, and without it, the physical sensory world was to them only darkness and trepidation. Thus they also experienced what they sensed to be their innermost being as still completely illuminated by the astral body, as having emerged from the spiritual worlds. People then did not say, "I have grown out of earthly life." Rather, they said, "I have grown and descended out of divine spiritual worlds. And the best I bear within me is the recollection of these divine spiritual worlds." Even Plato, the philosopher, speaks of the fact that the human being has insights, memories of his prenatal life, the life he led prior to descending into the physical material world. The human being certainly viewed his ego as a ray emerging from the light of the supersensible world. For him, the material world, not the supersensory world, was puzzling. This worldview, then, had its offshoots in Greece. The Greeks already experienced themselves within the body, but in it they discovered nothing that could have explained this body to them. They still possessed the traditions of the ancient Orient. They viewed themselves, in a certain sense, as a being that had descended from the spiritual worlds, but that in some ways had already lost the awareness of these spiritual worlds. It was actually the final phase of the Oriental life of wisdom that appeared in Greece. And it was on the basis of this worldview that the mystery of Golgotha was to be understood. After all, this mystery presented the human being with the profound, tremendous problem of life, with the question how the supersensible cosmic being from other worlds, the Christ, could have found his way into a human corporeality. The permeation of Jesus by the Christ was the great problem. We see it light up everywhere in the Gnostic endeavors. People had no such insight of their own concerning a link between the supersensible aspect of their own nature and the sensory physical element of their being. And because they had no perception of the connection between the soul spiritual and the corporeal physical in reference to themselves, the mystery of Golgotha became an unsolvable problem for the thinking influenced by the Greek worldview. It was, however, a problem with which Greek culture struggled, and to which it devoted its finest resources of wisdom. History records much too little of the spiritual struggles that took place then. I have called attention to the fact that the body of Gnostic literature was eradicated. If it were still available, we would be able to discern this tragic struggle for a comprehension of the living union of the supersensible Christ with the sense-perceptible Jesus. We would observe the development of this extraordinarily profound problem. This struggle was extinguished, however. An end was put to it by the prosaic, abstract attitude originating from Romanism, which is only capable of carrying inner devotion into its abstractions by means of whipping up emotions. The gnosis was covered up, and dogmatism and church council decisions were put in its place. The profound views of the Orient that contain no juristic element were saturated with a form assumed by Christianity in the more Western world, the Western world of that age, the Roman world. Christianity emerged from this Romanism, imbued, as it were, with the legal element. Everywhere, legal concepts moved in as the Roman political concepts spread out over Christianity. Christianity assumed the form of the Roman body politic, and from what was once the world capital, Rome, we see the emergence of the Christian capital city of Rome. We see how this Christian Rome adopts from ancient Rome the special views on how human beings must be governed, how one's rule must be extended over men. We observe how a kind of ecclesiastical imperialism gains ground because Christianity is poured into the Roman form of government. What had been molded in spiritual forms of conception was transformed into a juristic and human polity. For the first time, Christianity and external political science were forged together, and Christianity spread out in that form. Such mighty forces and impulses dwell in Christianity that they would, of course, be effective and survive despite the fact that they were poured into the mold of the Roman political system. And as the Roman political system took hold of the Western world, side by side with it, the humble narrations, the factual reports concerning what had taken place in Palestine continued on. In this Western world, however, people had been prepared in a quite special way for Christianity. This preparation consisted in the fact that the human being was aware of himself based on his physical nature. He sensed his ego by means of his physical being. Here the difference became evident between the way Christianity had passed, as it were, through the Greek world, which then declined, and the form of Christianity that then turned into the actually political Christianity, the governmental Roman Christianity. Then, more from the northern regions, another form of Christianity emerged that was poured into the northern people, called barbarians by the Greeks and Romans. It streamed into those northern people who, due to their nature, and in concentrating their own being, so to speak, sensed their ego. Out of the totality of man in the physical sensory realm, out of the human physical and sensory ego incarnation, they arrived at self-comprehension. Now they also tried to grasp what reached them as a simple story about the events in Palestine. Thus, in this barbarian world, the humble tale of the events in Palestine encountered the ego feeling, I would like to say the blood ego feeling, particularly in the Central and Northern European realm. These two aspects came together. On the premise of this ego comprehension of man, People tried to grasp the simple report of the events in Palestine. They did not wish to comprehend its deeper content. They did not try to permeate it with wisdom. They only tried to draw it into the physical, sensory, human sphere. In the Heliand, we can observe how these tales concerning the events in Palestine appear drawn completely down to the human level, into the world of European people, the ego world. And there's a footnote here, Heliand meaning highland or savior, ancient Saxon poetical gospel work from around AD 830, end of footnote. We see how everything is brought down to the human level. Unlike the way it was in Greece, people later had no ability to penetrate the mystery of Golgotha with wisdom. The urge developed to picture even the activity of Christ Jesus as humble human activity, without looking up into the supersensible, and increasingly to imbue these tales with the merely human element. Furthermore, into this were fitted the Church Council resolutions, spreading out dogmatically from the Roman Christian Empire. Like two worlds that were alien to one another, these two merged. The Christianity that in a sense had Europeanized the report from Palestine, and the Christianity representing the Greek spirit in juristic, Romanized, abstract form. This is what then lived on through the centuries. Only a few individuals could place themselves into this stream in the manner I described yesterday, when I spoke of the sages who developed the conception of the Grail. They pointed out that the impulse of Christianity had indeed once been couched in Oriental wisdom, but that the bearer of this Oriental view, the sacred vessel of the Grail, could be brought to Europe only by means of divine spirits who hovered above the earth, holding on to it. Only then, so they said, a hidden castle was built for it, the castle of the Grail on Mont Salvat. To this was added that a human being could only approach the miracles of the Holy Grail through inaccessible regions. Then these sages did not say that the surrounding impassable region a person has to penetrate in order to reach the miracles of the Grail is 60 miles wide. They put it in a much more esoteric way when they described this path to the Holy Grail. They said, oh, these people of Europe cannot reach the Holy Grail, for the path they must take in order to arrive at the Holy Grail takes as long as the path from birth to death. Only when human beings arrive at the portal of death, having tread the path, impassable for Europeans, the path that extends from birth to death, only then will they arrive at the castle of the Grail on Mont Salvat. This was basically the esoteric secret that was conveyed to the pupil. Because the time had not yet come when human beings would be able to discern with a clear consciousness how the spiritual world might once more be discovered, the pupils were told that they could enter into the sacred castle of the Grail only by way of occasional glimpses of light. In particular, they were given strict injunctions that they had to ask, that the time had come in human development when the human being who does not ask, who does not develop his inner being, and does not seek the impulse of truth on his own, but remains passive, cannot arrive at an experience of his own self. For man must discover his ego by means of his physical organization. This capital I, which discovers itself through the physical organization, must in turn raise itself up by its own power in order to behold itself where, even in the early Greek culture, this self was still beheld, in supersensible worlds. The I must first lift itself up in order to recognize itself as something supersensible. In the ancient Orient, people saw what occurred in the astral body. The consequences of former earth lives were beheld in it. This is why one spoke of karma. In Greece, this conception was already obscured. The cosmic events were observed only with dim astral vision. This is why people spoke vaguely of destiny, of fate. This view of destiny is only a diminished, weaker form of the fully concrete conception held by the ancient Orient concerning man's passage through repeated earth lives, the consequences of which make themselves known to experience within the astral body, though only instinctively. Thus the ancient Orientals could speak of karma, developing in the recurring incarnations on earth, the consequences of which were simply present in astral experience. Now the development moved westward to the ego experience. This experience of the ego was initially tied to the physical body. It was egotistically self-enclosed. The first ego experience dwelt in dullness, even when it contained a strong impulse toward the supersensible worlds. Parsifal, who undertook his pilgrimage to the Holy Grail, is described as a dim-witted man. It must be clearly understood that when the Mithras worship spread across the West from the Orient, it was rejected by the West. It was not comprehended. For he who sat on the bull, who was to become the victor over the base forces, experienced himself, after all, as emerging from these lower forces. If Western man beheld Mithras riding on the bull, he did not comprehend this being, for this being could not be the one the ego felt and experienced out of its own physical organization. An understanding for this riding Mithras faded away and disappeared. It can be said that all this had to come to pass, for the ego had to experience its impulse in the physical organization. It had to connect itself firmly with the physical organization. But it must not allow itself to become set in this firm experience within the physical organization. It was a profound reaction to the Orient's treasures of wisdom when the West increasingly aimed for what developed out of the purely physical element. This reaction was a necessity. Any number of views did come together in Europe to make this reaction a very strong one, but it was not proper for it to extend into this spiritual striving for more than a few centuries. A new spirituality has indeed emerged since then in the first third of the 15th century, but it was an abstract spirituality, a sublimated, filtered spirituality. Human beings took hold of physical astronomy and physical medicine, and to begin with, they had to have this stimulus based on the ego impulse sensing itself in the physical element. But it must not continue to become firmly set in European civilization if this European culture wishes to avoid its decline. Truly, more than enough forces of decline are present, vestiges which should only be vestiges and which should be recognized as such. Just remember how the most up-to-date theology, I have often emphasized this, has lost the faculty for comprehending Christ. Increasingly, it has arrived at the point of turning Christ, Jesus, completely into an earth being, a human being. It has put the, quote, humble man from Nazareth, close quote, in the place of Christ Jesus. Proceeding from Romanism, out of a materialistically oriented principle of authority, the living spirituality, by means of which the human being can really become familiar with the mystery of Golgotha, was lost more and more. And observe how in modern times a science is developing that tries to comprehend everything external, but that does not wish to penetrate to the human being. As a result of this science, see how impulses arise in society that try only to bring about a human physical order, but that do not want to penetrate the human physical structures with any divine spiritual, supersensory spiritual impulse. During all this, it is as if in human souls, in a few human souls, there remained an individual glimpse of light. When a ray of the astral element still dwelling within them combined with the ego, these individuals received such glimpses of light. It is part of the most impressive phenomena of modern Europe when we observe how out of the East there resounds a mighty admonition in the religious philosophy of Soloviev, a religious philosophy steeped, so to speak, in Eastern sultriness. But something resounds from there to the effect that a supersensible spiritual element must permeate the earthly social order. In a sense, we see how Soloviev dreams of a kind of Christ state. He is capable of that because within him are the last vestiges of a subjective astral experience illuminating the ego. Compare these dreams of a Christ-permeated state with what has been established in the East, accompanied by the negation of all spiritual elements, something that harbors only forces of decline. What an overwhelming, colossal contrast. The world should pay attention to such a colossal contrast. If people had already today sufficient objectivity to observe these things, they would be able to see, on the one hand, the one who raises the demand of the Christ-permeated state, the Christ-permeated social structure, Soloviev. They would view him as somebody still stimulated by the Oriental element and casting, so to speak, a final spark into this Europe growing torpid in order to revive it again from this viewpoint. On the other hand, Tsar Nicholas or his predecessors could well be placed together with Tsar Lenin. The fact that they give vent to different ideas in the historical development of mankind does not constitute a fundamental difference between them. What matters are the forces living in them and shaping the world, and the same forces dwell in Lenin that dwell in the Russian Tsar. There really is no fundamental difference. It is naturally difficult to find one's way within this melee of forces that extend into European civilization from earlier times. Initially, it is indeed a melee of forces, and a firm direction must be sought. Such a firm direction can be found in no other way than by lifting the ego up to a spiritual comprehension of the world. Through a spiritual comprehension of the world, a Christian impulse must be reborn. What has been striven for in regard to the external world since the first third of the 15th century must be striven for in reference to the totality of the human being. The whole human being has to be understood based on the knowledge of the world. The comprehension of the world must be viewed in harmony with the understanding of humanity. We must understand the earth evolution in phases, in metamorphoses. We have to look at earlier embodiments of our earth, but we must not consider a primordial nebula devoid of human beings. We have to look at Saturn, Sun, and Moon as already permeated with the activity of human beings. We must observe how the present structure of the human being originated from the earlier metamorphoses of the planet Earth, and how the human form in an early phase was likewise active there. We must recognize the human being in the world, and out of this knowledge of man in the world, an understanding of the mystery of Golgotha can well up once again. Human beings must learn to understand why an impassable region surrounds the castle of the Grail, why the path between birth and death is difficult terrain. When they understand why it is difficult, when they grasp that the ego experiences itself based on the physical organization, when they sense how impossible a merely physical astronomy, a merely physical medicine are, then they themselves will clear the paths. Then people will bring something into this hitherto difficult terrain between birth and death that comes into being through their own soul efforts. Out of the substance of the soul and spirit, human beings have to fashion the tools with which to break the ground on the field, the soul field, leading to the castle of the Grail, to the mystery of bread and blood, to the fulfillment of the words, quote, "Do this in remembrance of me," close quote, Luke 22:19. For this remembrance has been forgotten. People are no longer aware of what dwells in the words, "Do this in remembrance of me." For this is truly done in remembrance of the mighty moment of Golgotha, if the symbol of the bread, that is, what develops out of the earth through the synthesis, cosmic forces, is understood. It is done rightly if we understand once again how to comprehend the world through a spiritualized cosmology and astronomy. And if we learn to comprehend the human being based on what his extract is, namely, the element where the spiritual directly intervenes in him, if we grasp the mystery of the blood, through work on the inner being of the human souls, through work on the inner being of human souls, the path must be discovered that leads to the Holy Grail. This is a task of cognition. This is a social task. It is also a task that to the greatest extent possible is hated in the present. For due to being placed within the ego education of Western civilization, human beings develop above all a longing to remain passive inwardly in the soul, not to allow earthly existence to give to them what could bring progress to their souls. The active taking hold of the soul forces, the inward experiencing, and this does not necessarily mean occult development, but merely the experience of soul nature in general. Yet this is something European humanity does not like. Instead, it wishes to continue what was natural for the epoch directly preceding it, namely the ego development, which does, however, lead to the most blatant egotism, to the blindest raging of instincts, when it is extended beyond its own age. This ego feeling, extending beyond the time properly assigned to it, first of all has penetrated the sentiments of national chauvinism. It appears in national chauvinism. From these feelings arise the spirits who wish to keep the path to the Holy Grail in an impassable condition. But it is our obligation to do everything that can be done in order to call human souls to activity in the area of knowledge as well as in the social sphere. Yet all those forces, filled with hatred against such activity of the soul, emerge in opposition to such a call. After all, haven't people been conditioned long enough so that they concluded we must consider heretical all our own soul efforts to free ourselves from guilt? We must properly cultivate the awareness of sin and guilt. For we must not progress by means of our own efforts, but must be redeemed in passivity through Christ. We fail to understand Christ if we do not recognize him as the cosmic power that completely unites with us when, through questions and inner activity, we work our way through to him. Everywhere today, from the denominations, from theology, and those who are always connected to theology, from the military and science, from all this, we see arise those powers today that try to obstruct the path of inner activity. For a long time, I have had to call attention to the fact that this is the case. And I have had to say again and again, the arising opposing powers will become more and more vehement. Indeed, to this day, this has certainly come true. It is definitely not possible to say that the opposition has already reached its greatest strength. Not by a long shot, has it attained its culmination. This opposition has a strong organizing power in concentrating together all the elements that, while they are in reality destined to decline, can obstruct in their very decline, for the time being, everything working with the forces of upward striving progress. The forces fostering the activity of souls are weak today in comparison to the opposing elements. Those forces that, based on the comprehension of the spiritual world, try to turn the progressive forces into forces of their own soul, are weak. The world has taken on an Ahrimanic character, for it was inevitable that the ego, having comprehended itself in the physical element, is taken hold of by Ahrimanic forces if it remains in the physical element and does not lift itself up at the right time to a spiritual understanding of itself as a spiritual being. Indeed, we see this process of usurpation by the Ahrimanic powers. We observe it in the fact that, little as the sleepy souls would be willing to admit this, an actual tendency toward evil is making itself felt everywhere today. An inclination toward evil is clearly noticeable, for example, in the manner opponents fight against anthroposophical spiritual science and everything related to it. From the most questionable sources come the means with which individuals battle today against spiritual science, even individuals who enjoy a prestigious standing in the world in scientific or theological circles. The truth is not what people are concerned with. It is only a matter of what slander suits these individuals best and what they like better. It is truly a matter of humanity being strongly possessed by the forces of evil, by a love for evil. Those who are unable today to reckon with this tendency for evil, with this ever-increasing love for evil in the battle against anthroposophy, will not be able to develop a feeling, an awareness of the kind of opposing forces and powers that will yet arise in the future. For years, reference has been made to this ever-increasing development. If nothing more can be attained than a clear feeling of it, then this clear feeling, which is after all also a force, must at least be maintained. We have to look into the world and be aware of the way it surrounds us. With a sober mind, we must realize what is really facing us in the filthy slander that is now emerging from among our opponents, and that is the more impressive, the more tarnished its source. It is really necessary to become acquainted with this particular tendency, with this love of evil that will become more and more prevalent. It is truly necessary not to wallow groggily in excuses that the opponents are convinced of what they say. Do you really believe that in individuals, such as the one who has emerged as the newest opponent against anthroposophical spiritual science, even the possibility for an inner force of conviction is present? Not even the possibility of conviction is present in him. He acts out of quite different, deeper motives. It is indeed a clever move to seek particularly in this direction, to seek for the manner of viewing things that is based on fooling the opponent. Who is the better commander? He who can best fool the enemy. But when this principle is transferred to the means of battling against truth, then such a battle is a battle of the lie, of the personified lie against truth. We must realize that this battle of the personified lie against truth is capable of anything, that it will definitely attempt to take away from us what we have tried and are still trying to attain in the way of outward supports, in order to find bearers of truth in this civilization. It is not exaggerated to say that there exists the most profound and thoroughgoing wish to deprive us of the Waldorf School and this building. And if we pay no attention to this, if we do not even develop in us a feeling concerning the ways and means of this opposition, then we remain sleeping souls. Then we do not take hold with inner alertness of what is trying to pour forth out of anthroposophical spiritual science. Basically, we should not be surprised now that the opponents could turn out the way they did, for that could have been known long ago. The overwhelming impression for us today, certainly, is that there are too few individuals who can be active representatives of our spiritual movement. It is generally still easier to be effective among human beings by means of force, control, and injustice than by means of freedom. The truth that is to be proclaimed through anthroposophical spiritual science is permitted to count only on human freedom. It must find people who ask questions. One certainly cannot say, why doesn't this truth possess in itself the strength to compel human souls by virtue of divine spiritual power? It does not wish to do that. It cannot do that. The reason is that it will always consider inner freedom, the freedom of the human being in general, to be something absolutely inviolable. If the human being is to come to anthroposophy out of his own judgment, he must become one who asks questions. Out of the innermost freedom of judgment, he must convince himself. The word of spiritual truth will be spoken to him. Convincing himself of it is something he must do on his own. If he wishes to cooperate and be active in society, he must do so out of the innermost impulse of his heart. Those who belong in the truest sense of the word to anthroposophical spiritual science must become people who ask questions. What do we encounter on the side of the opposition? Do not believe that only those who band together who are in some way one-sided in any way, do not believe that only those who band together who are in some one-sided way in any one creed. No, in a Catholic church in Stuttgart, a sermon tells its listeners, go to the lecture by Herr von Gleich. There you can invigorate your Catholic souls and can vanquish the opponents of your Catholic souls. And these Catholic souls go there. The Catholic General von Gleich gives a lecture and concludes with a song by Martin Luther. A fine union of one side and the other, the opponents organize as one. It certainly matters not if they agree in any way in their faith, their convictions. For us, what matters is the strength to stand firmly on the ground of what we recognize as right. Yes, nothing will be left undone to undermine this ground. Of this you can be sure. I had to bring this up one more time, particularly in connection with the considerations concerning the course taken by European civilization. For it is necessary that at least the intention develops to place oneself firmly on the ground we must recognize as the right one. It is also necessary that among ourselves we do not give ourselves up to the popular illusions concerning the various oppositions. Their aim is to undermine the ground we stand on. It is up to us to work as much as is humanly possible. And then, if the ground under us should become undermined, and we do slide down into the chasm, our efforts will nevertheless have been such that they will find their spiritual path through the world. For what appears now are the last convulsions of a dying world. But even if it is in its last throes of death, this world can still strike out like a raving maniac. One can lose one's life due to this frantic lashing out. This is why we must at least recognize what kind of impulses give rise to this mad lashing out. Nothing can be achieved by what is timid. We must appeal to what is bold. Let us try to measure up to such an appeal. I had to include this so that you would sense that we face an important, significant, and decisive moment, and that we have to consider how we are to find the strength to persevere. The end of Lecture 6.
Struggling to find something for everyone on your list? Bob's Discount Furniture can help. Shop Bob's super selection of great gifts, from deluxe dining sets with storage and nap-ready recliners with all the bells and whistles to oh-so-soft Bobopedic sofas and beautiful budget-friendly bunk beds. All available at everyday low prices that will keep your holiday shopping haggle and hassle-free. So stop into your nearest store, shop online at mybobs.com, and holiday the Bob's way. Oh my...
You're listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Materialism and the Task of Anthroposophy. This is Lecture 7, given in Dornach on April 22nd, 1921. A future study of history will record these days as belonging among the most significant ones of European history. For today, Central Europe's renunciation of a will of its own became known. It remains to be seen in what direction matters will develop further in the next few days, but whatever takes place, it is, after all, an action that much more so than many that have preceded it in our catastrophic age is connected with human decisions of will that originated, in the full sense of the word, from the forces of decline in European civilization. Footnote: this refers to a petition by the German government sent to the President of the United States, quote, to assume the mediation in regard to the question of reparations and to determine the sum which Germany is supposed to pay to the Allied powers, close quote. At the same time, it included, quote, the urgent request to bring about agreement among the Allies for such a mediation. The undersigned solemnly declare that the German government is ready and willing, without restriction or reservations, to pay the Allied powers that amount of reparation deemed fitting and suitable by the President of the United States after a thorough investigation. Close quote. End of footnote. Such a day can remind us of the periods from which emerged everything within European civilization, the origin of which I described in the last few weeks. It has its point of departure, as it were, in what is described so superficially by history, but what so profoundly influenced the civilization of mankind after the fourth Christian century. We have characterized these events from several perspectives. We have outlined how after the fourth century, the element that could be termed the absolutely legalistic spirit invaded the ecclesiastical and secular civilization of the Occident and then became more and more intensified. We then indicated the sources from which these matters originated. Indeed, already earlier we have called attention to the fact that in the middle of the 19th century, modern humanity underwent a crisis that, although given little notice, can even be described from an anatomical, physiological standpoint, as we saw here a few weeks ago. All that then took its course in the second half of the 19th century, particularly in the last third, culminating in the unfortunate first 2 decades of the 20th century, stands under the influence of what occurred in the middle of the 19th century. This day in particular gives us cause to introduce these considerations we intend to pursue in the next few days with the contemplation of a certain personality. This is something we have done already on several occasions, but it might be especially important from the viewpoint I wish to assume today. One could say that this is an individual who, partly as a spectator and partly as one undergoing the events of history as a tragic personality, experienced what was present in the form of forces of decline within European civilization in the last third of the 19th century. I am referring to Friedrich Nietzsche. We are not assuming our standpoint today in order to biographically consider the personality of Nietzsche in any way. We only do so in order to demonstrate a number of aspects of the last third of the 19th century through the person of Nietzsche. After all, his activities fall completely within this period of the 19th century. He is the personality who participated, I would like to say, with the greatest sensitivity in all the cultural streams pervading Europe during that period. He is the one who sensed the forces of decline inherent in these trends in the most terrifying manner, and who in the end broke down under this tragedy, under these horrors. Naturally, one can approach the picture we have in mind from any number of directions. We shall focus on a few of them today. Friedrich Nietzsche grew up in a parsonage in central Germany. This implies that he was surrounded all through his childhood by what can be designated as the modern confinements of culture, the narrowness of civilization. He had around him all that expresses itself in a Philistine, sentimental manner, and yet simultaneously exhibited smugness, conceit, and trivial contentment. I say complacent, conceited, for this culture believed it had a grasp on the untold number of secrets of the universe in threadbare, superficial sentiments. I say content with trivialities, because these sentiments are indeed the most commonplace. They penetrate Philistine sentimentality from the very simplest human level, and at the same time are valued by this Philistine sentimentality as if they were the pronouncements God uttered in the human mind. Nietzsche was a product of this narrowness of culture, and as a young man, he absorbed everything someone can acquire who passes through the present-day higher forms of education as a, let me say, unworldly youth. Already during his early teens, Nietzsche was attracted with all his heart to everything that streams out of Greek tragedies, such as those by Sophocles or Aeschylus. He imbued himself with all that strives out of Greek humanism toward a certain spiritual, physical world experience. And with all of his human nature, with his thinking, feeling, and willing, Nietzsche wanted to stand within this experience of world totality, of which man can feel himself to be a part, an individual member. Time and again, the soul of young Friedrich Nietzsche must have confronted a mighty contrast existing between what the majority of modern humanity, in its Philistine sentimentality and narrow, trivial self-contentment, calls reality, and the striving for loftiness inherent in the tragic poets and philosophers of early Greek antiquity. Certainly his soul swung back and forth between this Philistine reality and the striving for sublimity in the Greek spirit that surpasses all trivial human striving. And when he subsequently entered the sphere of modern erudition, the lack of spirit and art, the mere intellectual activity of this modern scholarship was particularly irritating to him. His beloved Greeks, through whom he had most intensely experienced the striving for loftiness, had for him been remolded by modern science into philological, formal trivialities. He had to find his way out of the latter. Hence he acquired his thorough antipathy against that spirit he considered the source of modern intellectualism. He was seized with profound antipathy against Socrates and all Socratic aspirations. Certainly there are the impressive, positive sides of Socrates. There is all that one can learn in a thorough manner through Socrates. Yet, on the one hand, we have Socrates as he once existed within the world of Greece, and on the other hand, there is Socrates, the ghostly specter, haunting the descriptions of modern high school teachers and university philosophers. With whom could young Nietzsche become acquainted when he initially observed his surroundings? Only with the ghostly specter, Socrates. This is how he acquired his dislike against this Socrates, out of what has arisen through this Socratism within European civilization. Thus he saw in Socrates the slayer of human wholeness, that in the art and philosophy of the pre-Socratic age had streamed through European civilization. In the end, it seemed to him that what overlooks the world from the foundation of existence is a reality turned Philistine and desolate. He felt that any lofty noble striving to ascend to the spiritual spheres of life must struggle to overcome such a reality. Nietzsche was unable to discover such noble tendencies in anything that could have emerged from the prevailing striving for knowledge. He could find it only in what originated from efforts of artistic character. For him, what had developed as tragic art out of ancient Greece illuminated the Philistine atmosphere into which Socratism had finally turned. He saw Greek tragedy reborn, as it were, in what Richard Wagner was endeavoring to create as tragedy out of the spirit of music toward the end of the 1870s and beginning of the 1880s. In the musical drama to be created, he saw something that by ignoring Socratism was connected directly with the first Greek age of total humanism. Thus he recognized two streams of art. On one hand, the Dionysian, orgiastic one that, arising from unfathomable depths, attempts to draw the whole human being into the world. And on the other hand, the one that eventually was so perverted in Europe that it lost all its luster and decayed into the absolute spiritual sclerosis of modern scholarship, namely the Apollonian stream. Nietzsche strove for a new Dionysian art. This pervades his first work, titled The Birth of Tragedy, out of the spirit of music. I'll try the German, Die Geburt der Tragödie aus dem Geist der Musik. Right away, he had to experience how the typical Philistine railed at what expressed itself in this book out of a knowledge borne aloft by wings of imagination. Immediately, the leading Philistine of modern civilization, Willamowitz, mobilized, subsequently, he became the luminary of the University of Berlin and clothed the Greek creators of tragedy in modern trivial garments that won the undying admiration of all those who penetrate as deeply into the Greek world as they are distant from the Greek spirit, close parenthesis. Right away, the collision occurred between the stream that, borne by the spirit, tried to penetrate the artistic element based on knowledge, and the other that does not feel comfortable within this richly imaginative spirit of knowledge, this knowledge borne by the spirit, and that therefore escapes into Philistine pedantry. Everything his soul could experience through this contrast was then poured out by Nietzsche in the beginning of the 1870s in his four so-called titled Thoughts Out of Season, Unzeitgemäße Betrachtungen. The first of these contemplations was dedicated to the educational Philistine proper of the modern age. These thoughts out of season have to be considered in the right light. They were certainly not intended as attacks against individual persons. In the first contemplation, for example, the otherwise quite worthy and upright David Strauss was not meant to be attached personally. And that might be the word attacked personally. He was to be considered as the typical representative of modern Philistinism in education, which is so infinitely content with the trivialities developing out of this modern life. We actually experience this again and again, because basically matters have not improved since those days. They have only intensified. This is approximately the same experience as the one we have when we attempt to contribute something to the comprehension of the world out of the depths of spiritual science. Then people come and say that although what is being said concerning an etheric and astral body and spiritual development may all be true, it cannot be proven. One can only prove that 2 times 2 is 4. Above all else, one has to consider how this unprovable spiritual science relates to the certain truth that 2 times 2 is 4. You can hear today in all possible variations, although perhaps put not quite so bluntly, that the objection that 2 times 2 is 4 must be raised against every utterance concerning soul and spirit land, as if anybody would doubt that 2 times 2 is 4. Friedrich Nietzsche wished to strike out against the Philistinism of modern education when he described his prototype, David Friedrich Strauss, the author of title Old and New Faith, Alter und Neuer Glaube, this arch-Philistine book. He also tried to demonstrate how desolate things stood with modern spirituality. We need only recall some important facts to show just how desolate they are. We need only remember that in the first half of the 19th century, there still existed fiery spirits. For example, the historian Rudolf, who lectured on history in a one-sidedly liberal form, but with a certain fiery spirituality. We only have to recall that in Rudolf's history, Geschichte, something of the totality of man holds sway, albeit a somewhat withered one, something of the human being who at least brings into the whole experience of mankind's development as much spirituality as there is rationality in it. We need only compare this with the people who said later, it will lead nowhere to try and develop a national constitution or social conditions out of human reason. Instead, we ought to study ancient times, concentrate on history. We should study the way everything developed and accordingly arrange matters in the present. This is the attitude that in the end bore its dull fruits in the teachings of political economy, represented, for instance, in somebody like Lucio Brentano, the attitude that only wished to observe history and actually held that anything productive could only have been brought into humanity's evolution in ancient times. It held that nowadays one would really have to empty out the human being and then, like a sack, stuff him full with what can still be gained from history, so that modern man, aside from his skin, and at most a little of what lies under the skin, would, underneath this tiny area, be stuffed full with what former ages have produced, and would in turn be able to utter ancient Greek insights, old Germanic knowledge, and so on. One did not think, nor wished to believe, that the modern human soul could be imbued with any productivity. History became the catchword of the day. Nietzsche in the 1870s was disgusted by this and wrote his book, The Use and Abuse of History in Life, Vom Nutzen und Nachteil der Historie für das Leben, in which he indicated how modern man is being suffocated by history, and he demanded that productivity be attained once again. The artistic spirit still lived in Nietzsche. After he had turned to Wagner, quote, a philosopher, as it were, close quote, he again dealt with another philosopher, namely Schopenhauer. In Schopenhauer's ideas, he saw something of the reality of the otherwise dull and dusty spirit of philosophy. Nietzsche regarded Schopenhauer as an educator of modern humanity, not only as someone who had been, but as someone who ought to become such a teacher. And he wrote his book titled Schopenhauer as Educator, Schopenhauer als Erzieher. He followed this with titled Richard Wagner in Bayreuth, pointing out in an almost orgiastic manner how a revival of modern civilization through art would have to come about. Strange indeed are the depths from which title Richard Wagner in Bayreuth originated. Friedrich Nietzsche himself had painstakingly edited out everything he had written, in addition to what was then published under the title Richard Wagner in Bayreuth. One could almost say that for each page of this book, printed in 1876, there exists a second page that contains something completely different. While Bayreuth and its activities are enthusiastically celebrated in this book, in addition to each page, Nietzsche wrote another, as it were, different page filled with deeply tragic sentiments concerning the forces of decline in modern civilization. Indeed, even he could not believe in what he was writing. He could not believe that the power to truly transform the forces of decline into those of ascent lay in Bayreuth. This tragedy prevails, especially in those pages deleted at that time, that remained in manuscript form and were made public only after Friedrich Nietzsche had fallen ill. It was at that time that the great change came over him, actually already in 1876. This period of Nietzsche's life ended tragically in the agony over the forces of decline inherent in modern culture. Already in 1876, the disgust concerning the decline was stronger in his mind than the joy over the positive forces he had initially noted in Bayreuth. Above all, his soul was inundated by the observation of all that has pervaded modern civilization of untrue elements, of the present-day lack of truthfulness. And I would like to say this concentrated itself in his mind into a picture of what affects this modern civilization on the human level. He was actually no longer able to discover in this modern culture any redeeming spirituality that could surmount the Philistine view of reality. Thus he entered his second period, in which he opposed the distorted self-concept of human beings in modern times with what he called the, quote, all too human, close quote, allzu menschliche, with the true concept of the human being, of which people these days do not want to know anything. One would like to say, just look at those individuals who have celebrated modern history in this manner, such as Savigny, Lucio Brentano, Ranca, and the other historians, and ask what they are actually doing. Aside, I've pronounced S-A-V-I-G-N-Y, Savigny. Not sure that's the correct pronunciation. End of aside. What is woven into the tapestry of the active spirit of the times? Something is being produced that is supposed to be true. Why is it presented as truth? Because those individuals who speak of such a truth are in reality themselves spiritually impotent. They deny the spirit because they themselves do not possess it and cannot discover it. They dictate to the world, you must be thus and thus, for they lack the light they are supposed to shed over the world. The all too human, the whole all too narrow attitude is what is built up to the human element and presented as absolute truth to mankind. From 1876 on, this dwelt as a feeling in Nietzsche, while he wrote his 2 volumes, Human, All Too Human, Menschliches, Allzu Menschliches, then Dawn, Morgenröte, and finally Joyful Science, Fröhliche Wissenschaft, by means of which Nietzsche plunged as if intoxicated into nature, so as to escape from what had actually surrounded him. Nevertheless, a tragic feeling was present in him. Northern Germany, Northern Europe in general, and Central Europe had had an effect on him. He absorbed all that, and from Schopenhauer and Richard Wagner in particular, he found his way to Voltaireism. The text Menschliches, Allzu Menschliches was dedicated to Voltaire. He attempted to revive Socratism by trying to breathe new life into it. But he did this by seeking the all-too-human truth, human narrowness, behind the lie of modern civilization. He tried to reach the spirit out of this human narrowness. He did not find it behind the accomplishments of men of more recent times. He believed he could find it through a kind of intoxicated plunge into nature. He endeavored to experience this intoxicated plunge into nature in his life by traveling south repeatedly during his vacations in order to forget, in the warm sun and under the blue sky, what men have produced in the modern age. This drunken plunge into nature underlies his Morgenröte and the Fröhliche Wissenschaft as the basic feeling. He did not find joy through it. His sense of tragedy remained. It is especially pronounced when we see him express his sentiment in poetry and hear, I'll try the German, Die Krähen schreien und ziehen schweren Flugs zur Stadt. Bald wird der Schein wohl dem, der jetzt noch Heimat hat. English, the ravens shriek and fly with fluttering wings to town. Soon it will snow. How fortunate is he who now still has a home. Close quote. Nietzsche too had no home. Quote, fly, bird, rasp your song in sounds of wasteland birds. Close quote. He had no home because this is the impression he had of himself, as if ravens were shrieking round him when he fled again and again from Germany to Italy. Soon, however, it became evident that he could not remain in this mood. There are verses by Nietzsche in which he remonstrates against anybody who takes this mood, expressed in the lines, quote, the ravens shriek and fly with fluttering wings to town, close quote, too seriously. He did not wish to be considered only as a tragic person. He also wanted to laugh about everything that had occurred in modern culture. As I said, just read the few lines that follow after the above poem in the most recent Nietzsche edition. So in the last third of the 19th century we have, in a sense, in Nietzsche a spirit predestined to abandon everything people in the modern age have produced, to flee everything the arts and the sciences have accomplished in order to find something original, to discover new gods and smash the old. We might say that this individual was too deeply wounded by his age for these wounds to heal, much less for them to give rise to a productive new impulse. Thus, from these wounds sprang forth creations and ideas devoid of content. The Superman appeared, pervaded by sensuous, bleeding lyricism. In the last third of the 19th century, it was no longer possible for Nietzsche to penetrate to the true human being on the basis of natural science, which had extinguished man, or on the basis of sociology or the social structures of the last century, an age that possessed machines but no longer the human being, except as he stands in front of the machine. Nietzsche did, however, experience the urge to escape through negation, to flee what was no longer known and felt to be human. Instead of a comprehension of the human being out of the whole cosmos, instead of an occult science, there emerged the abstract, lyrical, sultry, and overheated, pathological, and convulsive Superman, appearing in visions before his soul, and thus spoke Zarathustra, also sprach Zarathustra. Visions that in part touch the deepest aspects of human nature, but that basically always sound disharmonious in some way, expressing intentional disharmony. Then there is the other negation, or rather idea devoid of content. This life between birth and death cannot be understood if it is not at the same time seen as extending beyond the one earth life. Those who truly possess a feeling for grasping the one life between birth and death, who take hold of it with such a profound feeling and lyricism as did Friedrich Nietzsche, those sense in the end, this life cannot be comprehended as a single one. It must be viewed in its development through many lives. But as little as Nietzsche could bestow a content on the human being, and therefore proceeded in a convulsive manner to his negation, the Superman, as little could he give substance to the idea of repeated earth lives. He hollowed these lives out. They turned into the desolate, eternal return of the same. Just think for a moment what can arise in our mind concerning repeated earth lives, which are linked to each other in karma through a mighty progression of destiny. Just picture how one life pours content into the following one. Then imagine these earth lives as shadowy, empty husks, emptied of all content. And there you have the eternal return of the same, the caricature of the repeated earth lives. Impossible to penetrate to the image of the mystery of Golgotha by means of what the modern confessions represent. This is how what could have disclosed itself to him through Christianity appeared to Nietzsche. It was impossible to penetrate the religious conceptions that had come about since the 4th century, and to arrive at an idea of what had occurred in Palestine at the beginning of the Christian era. Yet Nietzsche was filled with a profound desire for truth. The all-too-human had come before his soul in a saddening form. He did not wish to participate in the lie of modern civilization. He was not fooled by an image of the mystery of Golgotha, such as the one presented with absolute mendacity to the world by the opponents of Christianity, by the likes of Adolf Harnack. Even in the lie, present as actual reality, Nietzsche still tried to discern the truth. This was the reason for his distortion of the mystery of Golgotha in his Antichrist. In the title Antichrist, he depicted the image one has to present on the basis of the modern religious conceptions, if instead of lying, one wishes to speak the truth based on this form of thinking, and yet at the same time is unable to penetrate what modern knowledge offers, and to come to what in truth is present in the mystery of Golgotha. This is approximately Nietzsche's state of mind in the years 1886 and 1887. He had abandoned everything offered by modern cultural insights. He had passed on to the negation of man in the Superman, because he could not attain to the idea of man in modern knowledge, which has eradicated the human being from its field. From his feeling concerning the one earth life, he had received an inkling of repeated earth lives, but modern thinking could not give him any content for them. Thus he emptied out what he sensed. He no longer had any content, only the formal continuation of the eternally same, of the eternal repetition, stood before his soul. And in his mind he beheld the travesty of the mystery of Golgotha as he described it in his Antichrist. For if he wished to cling to the truth, he could find no way leading from what modern theology offers to a conception of the mystery of Golgotha. He had been able to study quite a bit concerning the Christian nature of modern theology in the writings of Overbeck, the theologian from Basel. The fact that this modern theology is not Christian is in the main proven in Overbeck's texts dealing with modern theology. All the unchristian elements pervading modern Christianity had lived deeply in Nietzsche's soul. The hopeless lack of vision in this modern knowledge had deprived him of a true overview of what is produced in the human being in one life for the next one. Thus arose in him the empty idea of the return of sameness. The Christian impulse had been taken from him by what calls itself the Christian spirit in the modern age, and he saw the untruthfulness of this age, and he could not even believe any longer in the truthfulness of art, in which he had tried to believe at the beginning of his ascending career. He was already filled with this tragic mood when utterances burst forth from his soul, such as, quote, "And the poets lie too much," close quote. Out of their innermost human nature, poets and artists of the modern culture have indeed lied too much, and lie too much to this day. For what the forces of the future need most, and what modern civilization possesses least of all, is the spirit of truth. Nietzsche strove for this spirit of truth, which alone can present to the human being the true idea of himself. Through the development in repeated earth lives, it alone can bestow on this one earth life a meaning other than that of the senseless return of the same. Through a sense for truth, he thirsted for the true conception of the one who tread the earth in Palestine. He found only a travesty of it in modern theology and present-day Christian demeanor. All this broke him. Therefore, the personality of Friedrich Nietzsche expresses the breakdown of the spirit striving for truth amid the falsehood that has arisen since the point of crisis in modern times, namely the middle of the 19th century. The rise of this untruthfulness is so powerful that people do not even have an idea of how deeply they are enmeshed in its nets. They do not even give a thought anymore to how truthfulness should replace falsehood at every moment. In no other way, however, than by realizing that our soul has to be imbued with this fundamental feeling that truth instead of falsehood must prevail. Only through this profound feeling can anthroposophical spiritual science live. Modern civilization has been educated in the spirit of untruth, and it is against this spirit of falsehood. This can really be cited as an example that anthroposophic spiritual science has to fight the most. And today matters have reached the point, as I mentioned already at the conclusion of my last lecture, where even in regard to our anthroposophically oriented spiritual science, we find ourselves in a deep, intense crisis. What we need to do very much is to work, to be intensely active out of enthusiasm for truth. For the malaise our culture suffers from is exemplified in what is happening hourly and daily, the malaise that will cause its downfall if humanity does not take heart. In the last issue of a weekly magazine, which usually expresses widely prevailing public opinion, we read of agitation against Simon's political policies. It goes without saying that neither anthroposophic spiritual science nor the threefold social order have anything to do with Simon's politics. Anthroposophic spiritual science, however, is thrown together today with Simon's politics by a far-reaching spirit of falsehood. People know what is achieved by such means, and much will be achieved. Something of the whole rotten mendacity comes to expression when one reads a sentence that with quotation marks appears in this magazine and is supposed to characterize Simon's, quote, "He is the favorite disciple of the theosophist Steiner, who has prophesied a great future for him. He stands firmly on the gospel of the threefold social order, but in the spirit of his hometown of Wuppertal, he is also a devout Christian," close quote. Well, there are as many lies here as there are words. I did not say there were as many lies as there were sentences. I said on purpose there are as many words as there are brazen lies, with the exception of the last sentence. But the first sentences are lies word for word. By adding this last sentence to the preceding ones, absolute paralysis is added to mendacity. Just imagine the creature that would come into being if somebody would become my favorite pupil. Let me read it again. Just imagine the creature that would come into being if somebody would become my favorite pupil, if I would predict a great future for him, if he would firmly cling to the, quote, gospel of the threefold social order, close quote, and on top of that, if he would be a pious Christian in the sense of the good citizens of Wuppertal. Imagine such a person. This, however, is present-day civilization. As insignificant as it may appear, it is a clear symptom of modern civilization. For those who frequently attack such things, attack with the same lies and the same paralysis. And the others are not even aware of the strange figures that are, quote, conjured up before their stupid eyes, close quote. Forgive me, but I am really quoting something that is said by the gnomes in one of my mystery plays. They do not notice at all what is conjured up before their, let us say, in quotes, intelligent eyes. Intelligence in the sense of modern civilization. People actually swallow anything today because the feeling for truth and veracity is lacking, and the enthusiasm is missing from the assertion of truth and truthfulness in the midst of an untruthful, lying culture. Things cannot progress as long as these matters are not taken seriously. A different picture must be placed before the soul today. These days, it becomes quite clear that Europe is intent on digging the grave of its own civilization, that it wishes to call on something outside of Europe, so that, above the closed grave of the old civilization, as well as above the already closed grave of Goetheanism, something completely different can arise. We shall see whether anything can still come out of that culture for which the politicians are now digging the grave. We shall see whether something can emerge from it that will truly receive the forces of progress, that will discover the human being, find the only true impulse of the idea of eternity in repeated earth lives, and discover the true mystery of Golgotha and Christianity as the right impulse in the face of all that appears in this area as untruth and falsehood. The end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Materialism and the Task of Anthroposophy. This is Lecture 8, given in Dornach on April 23, 1921. Today I shall have to turn to a seemingly more remote topic that will fit in, however, with yesterday's and tomorrow's subjects. I have frequently mentioned that when the evolution of humanity is surveyed, people proceed too much from the premise that the general condition of human soul life has basically remained the same ever since any human development can be traced historically or in prehistory. However, this assumption simply does not correspond to the facts. It is difficult, of course, to ascertain what the successive metamorphoses of human soul evolution were like if one is merely in a position to study the facts recorded in historical documents. If, on the other hand, one is able to look back further than these facts allow, then even the historical traditions present themselves in a different light. It then becomes evident that the human soul condition was not always what it is today, or what it was in the ages still discernible by external means. Above all, people believe the following. Human beings utilize something like geometry, like arithmetic, which, as we know, is mainly the theory of counting. Furthermore, they master the art of weighing, of determining weights of given objects. People then consider what measuring and measures represent, and contemplate the way one counts and weighs things today. Then people think, surely in the age when, according to modern prevalent opinion, human beings were still completely childlike, they were incapable of measuring, counting, and calculating anything. But ever since human beings were capable of that, these matters have been carried out approximately in the same way we execute them nowadays. This is not the case at all. And even though it will lead us into a more remote subject, as I said, we must acquire a more exact idea of measures, numbers, and weights before we go into the historical considerations about mankind. Even according to external historical tradition, the views concerning numbers prevailing in the Pythagorean school differed somewhat from those of today. As all of you realize, the Pythagoreans connected certain ideas with the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. They linked quite definite conceptions with an even and an odd number. In short, they spoke about numbers in a certain qualitative sense, not merely in a quantitative one. When the underlying reason for this is considered from the standpoint of spiritual science, we arrive at the realization that the Pythagorean school, which as yet was still a kind of esoteric school, represented basically only the last vestige of a much more ancient wisdom of numbers, going back to primordial times, of which only the traditions have been preserved. And what is handed down to us concerning a science of numbers by Pythagoras is in fact already a decline from a much older teaching of numbers. When these matters are pursued further with the methods of spiritual science, we arrive by way of measure, number, and weight at concepts essentially different from those we possess today. As I said, even though it might create difficulties for some of you, we must make it somehow clear to ourselves how these concepts of measuring, counting, and weighing are constituted today. Measuring. How do we measure? We can only have one measure, and it must be assumed in some manner. We cannot claim that this measure on which we base everything, such as the metric measure today, is somehow determined absolutely. It is determined as a certain segment of the northern quadrant of the Earth's meridian that passes through Paris. And this segment, the 10 millionth part, is not even exactly contained in that original prototype meter located in Paris. It is assumed, however, and we say that we proceed from a certain measure, we then measure other lengths or surface areas by forming a square measure out of the unit of length. Yet the figures arrived at concerning the object being measured refer to something completely arbitrary that was at one time assumed. It is important to make it clear to ourselves that we actually take an arbitrary measure as the basis, hence that we always arrive only at a relation of some object to this arbitrarily assumed measure when we measure an object. It is somewhat different in the case of numbers. In the abstract manner of our life today, we count 1, 2, 3. We do this when counting apples or people, horses or chairs. To the object that is to be determined by the number, it matters not what we designate as 1. We apply our peculiar way of counting to all things we count off, which as a unit represent an integrated totality. Please note that in measuring we proceed from an arbitrary measure, and we then relate everything to this arbitrary unit of measure. This unit of measure is something, so to speak. It exists. It is even conceivable, as it were, almost like a thing, an object. The unit of numbers cannot be pictured in this way. The unit of number is a completely abstract concept, applicable to anything. No matter whether we count years or people or stars, we are led into total abstraction, into something that cannot stand for any particular reality, since it could stand for all realities. When we take the arithmetic unit as the basis, the minute objective element still retained in measuring is lost to us. When weighing something, we do not see the whole extent of what we take as the basis of weighing. There, the whole matter escapes us, even more than in the case of numbers. When we count chairs, for example, and we say 1, 2, 3, we are at least finished when we come to the third chair that stands before us as a unit. In the case of a scale, on the other hand, we place a weight on one side of the scales. A weight in itself is nothing if it is not subject to Earth's gravity, as we say, and the object we weigh is equal to the weight of the weights. Here, however, we are no longer by ourselves. Basically, the whole Earth is involved. Our point of reference here lies somehow completely beyond the realm we oversee. We enter into a complete abstraction when we say that something weighs 5 kilograms. Just think what you actually picture when you say that something weighs 5 kilograms. You place a 5 kilogram weight on a scale, but this weight by itself is really nothing. We are not dealing with a property of the thing itself. When I say 1 chair, this 1 is at least integrated in the chair. The 5 kilograms, on the other hand, must relate themselves to the Earth. You merely deal with something that relates to something else, the whole extent of which you do not see at all, namely the whole body of the Earth. And when weighing the other object on the scale, which is to weigh 5 kilograms, again, you have something that escapes you completely, belonging again to a totality that is even less than an abstraction. Let us proceed from numbers. In former times, And here we actually go back as far as the second post-Atlantean epoch. All thinking concerning numbers was dealt with in a significantly different manner from the way we treat it today in the outside world. People then really had concepts of 1, 2, and 3. For us, 2 is nothing but the presence of 2 units of 1. 3 is the presence of 3, 4 that of 4 units of 1. Thus we continue counting by always adding 1 more, hence repeating the same act of thinking. We can repeat it indefinitely. This was not the case in the second post-Atlantean epoch. Back then, people sensed the same difference between, let's say, 2 and 3 that we today feel only between different objects. In the number 3, one sensed a significantly different element from that in the number 2. Not only was it the addition of 1 unit, rather, one sensed something integrated in the 3, something where 3 things relate to one another. The 2 had an open element, something where 2 things lie indifferently side by side. People recalled this indifference in lying side by side when they said 2. They did not sense this in the number 3, but only something that belongs together, where each thing relates to all the others. Concerning 2, a person could imagine that one thing escapes to the left, the other to the right. The 3 could not be pictured that way. Instead, it was felt that if 1 unit would disappear, the remaining 2 would no longer be what they had been, for then they would exist indifferently beside each other. The 3 combined the 2 in a totality, so to speak. It made them a whole. The form of arithmetic we have today, our elementary counting, this repetition of the same act, did not exist at all in those former times. Only now, through spiritual science, we are once again directed in a certain sense to the qualitative element of numbers. I can illustrate this with an example long since familiar to you, so that you will realize that it is necessary to add not only 1 to 1, and so on, but to delve into the reality of existence with the numbers. In order to give you at least a very elementary idea of this matter, let me outline the following. In my book titled Theosophy, the individual members of the human being are described. And there's a list here, 1 through 9, going down from top to bottom. Number 1, physical body. 2, ether body. 3, astral body. 4, sentient soul. 5, intellectual or mind soul. 6, consciousness soul. 7, spirit self. 8, life spirit. 9, spirit man. To list the members of the human being side by side like this, however, signifies counting them off abstractly, one after the other. It means that we do not delve into reality. Because these 9 do not exist, we cannot count them like that at all. 1, physical body. 2, ether body. 3, astral body. 4, sentient soul. You cannot count like that when you wish to comprehend the human organization and observe human beings today in their reality. In fact, it must be put like this. The physical body is delimited as an integrated whole. So is the etheric body. Pass on to the third member, on the other hand. It is not something self-enclosed. In the case of the actual human being, we cannot just add the sentient soul to the astral body. Instead, these 2, the astral body and the sentient soul, must definitely be combined, and thereby passing from 1 to 2 to 3 in reality, we can, as it were, count off realistically, not merely finding in the 3 the simple addition of 1. What develops in us as the astral body and the sentient soul, which interact with each other, is simply a third element, abstractly speaking. But by passing in reality to this third element, a third unit can no longer merely be added to the first 2. Instead, we must realize that this third element is in itself different from the first two. Then the fourth member is counted off, which is actually the fifth. And again, in the modern human being, we must basically add together the sixth and seventh. Thus we arrive at the way they are actually listed in my theosophy: 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7 actual components, which, when they are abstractly counted off, are 9. There's the list again. We have 1 is physical body, 2 is ether body. However, now of the 9, 3 and 4 become the third member together. The astral body and sentient soul together are number 3. Then number 4 is the intellectual soul. And then number 5 is both the consciousness soul and the spirit self together. And then 6, the life spirit, and 7, spirit man. Based on reality, we learn to say, by proceeding according to their inherent rules, one thing is not indifferent to the others. Just because this is the third member, see above 3, and there is that listing, it is something different. Certainly, due to our customary abstract thinking about numbers, we have to illustrate this a little, for this older way of thinking about numbers is foreign to ordinary consciousness. In ancient times, on the other hand, in the first and second period of the post-Atlantean epoch, it would not have occurred to anybody to imagine an indifferent addition in progressing from one number to the next. Instead, people experienced something when they passed from, say, 2 to 3, just as we experience something here when we pass from 2 to 3. See the above list. Today, you can barely sense it in this example, but not yet in the number itself. In those former times, people could sense it in the numbers themselves. They spoke of numbers in reference to their mutual relationships. Anything that existed in 2s, for example, was felt to have a quality of openness toward the world, of not being closed off. Something existing in 3s, as an actual 3, was something closed off. You might now say that depending on what is counted, a distinction has to be made. When you count one man, one woman, one child, man and woman are equal to a duality, hence not closed off to the world. The child closes this duality off, forms a totality. When you count apples, on the other hand, we can indeed not say that 3 apples are more closed off than 2. It was true that external matters were merely sensed in this way, but the number itself was experienced quite differently. You might recall that certain Aboriginal tribes still use their 10 fingers to count, comparing to them the amount of objects present in their surroundings. So we could say that if we have 3 apples here, this is equal to 3 fingers. For 1, 2, 3, however, these primitive people would not have said, naturally in the words of their own language, thumb, index finger, and middle finger. Although the objects they counted off in the outside world remained undefined, what represented those objects inwardly was very clearly defined, for the 3 fingers differ from one another. Well, mankind has now advanced so splendidly in the 5th period of the post-Atlantean epoch, basically it was already like this in the 4th period, that we no longer need to count by means of our fingers. Instead we say 1, 2, 3. The genius of language is not taken into consideration anymore. For if you would listen to what is contained in the words, purely based on feeling, you would say, eins, zwei, quote, in parenthesis, 1 in 2, cut in 2, close parenthesis, footnote. Translator's note, in the original German, Rudolf Steiner's example is quite clear. This is the reason the German words were retained and the English translation given in parentheses. End of footnote. It is still retained in the language. And when you say drei, 3, and you are sensitive to the sounds, you have something closed off. 3, when pictured correctly, 3 things can only be imagined as lying in a circle, connected to each other. There's a diagram. 2 into 2, zwei. 3, self-enclosed. The genius of language still retains that. Well, as I said, we have, quote, advanced so far, close quote, that we can abstractly add one unit to another. Then we feel that this is 2, that is 1. In case of 3, one more has been added, and so on. Yet why is it that we can count in the first place? In reality, we don't accomplish it any differently from primitive peoples. Only they did it with their 5 physical fingers. We too count with the fingers, but with those of our etheric body, and we no longer know it. It takes place in our subconscious, and we leave that out of consideration. We actually count by means of the etheric body. In reality, a number is still nothing but a comparison with what is contained within us. The whole of arithmetic is in us. We brought it to birth within us through our astral body. It actually emerges from our astral and etheric. These two are only utilized by the external finger, whereas when we do sums, we express in the etheric body what brings about the inspiration of numbers in the astral body. Then we count by means of the etheric body, with which we think in the first place. Therefore, we can say that outwardly, counting is something quite abstract for us today. Inwardly, the reason we count is connected with the fact that we are counted in the first place. For we are counted out of universal being and are structured according to numbers. It is most interesting to trace the various methods of counting among the different folk groups in the world. According to the number 10, the decimal system, or the number 12, and how this relates to their different etheric and astral constitutions. Numbers are inborn into us, woven into us out of the cosmic totality. Outwardly, numbers are gradually becoming a matter of indifference to us. Within us, this is not the case. Within ourselves, each number has its own definite quality. Just try and imagine that you could eliminate numbers from the universe, and then see what things formed in numbers would look like if one thing were merely added to the other. Imagine the appearance of your hand if the thumb were here and the next finger would be added as the same unit, and then the next, and so on. You would have 5 thumbs on your hand and 5 on the other. This would then correspond to abstract counting. The spirits of the universe do not count like that. They create forms according to numbers. And they do it in the manner formally connected with numbers during the first and even the second period of the post-Atlantean epoch. The development of abstract numbers out of the quite concrete concept of the element and quality of numbers is something that only evolved in the course of humanity's evolution. We have to realize that it has profound significance, that the tradition handed down to us from the ancient mysteries relates that the gods fashioned man according to numbers. The saying that the world abounds in numbers implies that everything is fashioned according to numbers, and that the human being, too, is formed on the basis of numbers. Hence, the modern way of counting did not exist in those ancient times. On the other hand, an imaginative thinking in the qualities of numbers did exist. As I said, this leads us back to an age of long ago, namely the first and second post-Atlantean periods, the ancient Indian and Persian eras, in which our present form of counting was not at all possible. In those times, people connected something entirely different from 2 times 1 with the number 2. And likewise, they associated something other than 2 plus 1 with 3. As you can see, the human soul constitution has indeed changed considerably in the course of time. Turning now to the somewhat later period of time, the third period of the post-Atlantean epoch, we find that the measure was something quite different. Today, we measure on the basis of an assumed and arbitrary unit of measurement. Even in the third post-Atlantean period, for example, people did not really refer to such an arbitrary unit of measure. In measuring, they had in mind something quite pictorial. What they focused on may perhaps become clear to you from the following. He's referring to a picture he's drawn. Here, for instance, we see one column. There is another one. See sketch below. We look at these two columns. If we experience things abstractly, we say that the second column is twice as high as the first one. We measure it by the first one. That, however, is a very abstract conception. Picturing it concretely, we can interpret it in approximately the following manner. When we evoke a feeling for the column on the left, we experience it to be weak in comparison to the one on the right. We feel that it must grow, and when it grows and reaches this point up here, pointing to the taller column, it has become something special. It has put so much energy into this growth that it now possesses a strength such that its two parts are both equally strong. You can sense something qualitative there. You can go further and say, I have a structure here. I measure it against the other one and thus arrive at the symmetry. The concept of the measure expands for me, entering into the picture. In this way, we gradually come to the idea that measure actually has to do with something that is still sensed dimly when we speak of moderation, in which case we are not thinking of measuring something. Footnote. Translator's note. In German, this example is immediately clear. Mass means measure. Mäßig and maßvoll mean moderate. End of footnote. For example, when a person consumes only a certain quantity of some food, we might designate that as being moderate, mäßig, without having measured the amount. We classify something else as immoderate, unmäßig. We are not measuring anything here. We make no comparison. Measuring the stomach with what enters it and so on. We don't measure the piece of meat and then eat it. We do not measure it against the size of the person. Instead, we refer to a quality when we speak of a moderate or immoderate intake of food. We arrive at something that is not so very different from what we term a measure today, but it does not show us that we refer to something abstract today when we speak of measure, namely, quote, the unit of measure contained in a certain quantity, close quote. Whereas formerly, people defined it as something that was qualitatively connected with objects. Above all, people sensed the measured symmetry of each member of man in relation to the totality of the human being, without thinking at that point of a unit. One thing has remained from this, namely that it seems abhorrent to us if, as artists, we are supposed to measure anything. For if an artist actually has to take measurements so that the nose, for example, does not turn out to be too long or too short, this is not considered artistic. But we consider the work artistic when we see that the thing has the proper size for an organism. Therefore, we do not deal with an abstract process here, but with something related to the pictorial element. Finally, consider the unit of measure that still plays a certain role today, namely the so-called golden mean or golden section. It is not connected with measurements, but only with a qualitative element. The smaller element is to the medium-sized one as the medium-sized one is to the whole. The smaller element may be any size, but it must always be to the medium-sized one as the medium-sized one is to the whole. We do not have a measurement in mind, but something that reveals a certain interrelationship when we look at it. Yet we speak of the harmonious measure that comes to expression in the golden mean. We cannot base the golden mean on any kind of unit of measure in the abstract sense, as we do otherwise. Therefore, as we examine the various periods of humanity's evolution in regard to measuring, we find that in the fourth post-Atlantean period, the Greco-Roman age, this vivid awareness of measure and symmetry gradually transformed itself into abstract measuring. This was actually not the case until the fourth post-Atlantean period. In the third period, people experienced the relationships of measure, the proportions, much more the way we only experience the golden mean. Likewise, as we go back into ancient times, our abstract counting can be traced back to an experience of the inner quality of numbers. In the case of weight, human beings are already far removed from what existed in the first post-Atlantean period as an experience of weight. You need only recall a well-known phenomenon that most of you have experienced in observing an athlete who lifts a heavy weight with the inscription 200 kilograms. He tries and tries to lift it, sweating all the while, and you almost perspire with him. Then, when he's let you sweat long enough, he suddenly lifts it up and carries it off. The whole thing really has no absolute weight. That has only been feigned. You feel the weight because of the abstract inscription, 200 kilograms. The experience of weight is something we are deprived of nowadays. Therefore, it is one of the most profound experiences when, in regard to natural phenomena, the experience of absolute weight appears in clairvoyant consciousness, as is indeed the case. It is really true that in the first post-Atlantean epoch, designated as the ancient Indian epoch, a human being still experienced something of weight relationships within himself. I have pointed out many times that our brain actually floats in the cerebral fluid, and therefore, according to the well-known law, whereby a floating body seemingly becomes lighter by the amount of the weight of water it displaces, loses a considerable amount of its weight. Otherwise, the brain would crush the blood vessels lying underneath. The brain floats in the cerebral fluid, but people, in their abstract awareness, no longer notice this today. Neither are they aware of any other relationships within themselves. We no longer experience weight, pay it no attention. There is a major difference between experiencing one's weight at age 12 and when one is, say, 5 times that age. Most people have forgotten, however, how heavy they appeared to themselves at age 12, and therefore they cannot very well make the comparison. But let's assume that according to the scales, you have the same weight at 2 ages. Yet this does not matter. What matters is the experience of the weight. This experience of weight that for people today is present only in regard to the earth was something absolute during the first post-Atlantean epoch. Today we experience only a remnant of that in art, but there in a very pronounced manner. I need only call your attention to the following. Let us assume that I draw 2 figures. According to my view, this is really something unclear and unresolved, something that should not be. 2 objects like that side by side induce me to shape the third object only in such a way that it appears larger, in a sense, holding the other 2 together. Then I have the feeling that the 3 are floating in air and can mutually support each other. When a painter nowadays draws 3 angels who are, after all, not viewed in connection with gravity, and he is concerned with composition, he distributes them in space in such a manner that they support each other, that one is borne by the other. Artistically, it would be the worst thing simply to draw 3 angels side by side on a canvas. Such a painter would have no true artistic feeling. One must have a feeling for the weight of each one, how one thing carries the other. In artistic feelings, a slight touch has remained of what was mainly experienced inwardly by people in the post-Atlantean age as producing weight, as giving him weight. The experience of weight, number, and measure developed during the first 3 post-Atlantean periods, according to the way human beings experience themselves within the cosmos. And based on what had shaped them from out of the cosmos, the other matters were judged, namely what they produced. When people observed what their astral body pushed into the etheric body, they had to tell themselves that the astral body counts in a differentiating way, thus forming the etheric body. Numbers are found between astral and etheric body, and they are something alive and active within us. Something else is located between etheric body and physical body. Through the inner relationships, something is formed out of the etheric body that we can then behold. Basically, even our organism is structured according to the golden mean. The forehead is to a certain other part of the head, as that in turn is to the whole length of the head, and so on. All this is imprinted by the etheric body into our physical body out of the cosmos and its relationships. Contained within us, measure and symmetry represent the transition from the etheric to the physical body. Finally, in the transition from the ego to the astral body, lives what can be inwardly experienced as weight. I have often pointed out that the ego is actually born in the course of human evolution. The people of the ancient Indian period did not yet experience such an ego. They did, however, experience within themselves something causing weight, the condition of possessing form. Hence they sensed this heaviness, this downward pull, as well as their buoyancy, their ascent. They sensed within themselves what is overcome when the child changes from a being that crawls on all fours to one that walks. The people in ancient India did not experience their ego, but they did sense that they were fettered by the Ahrimanic forces to the earth, that they were weighted down by them, and that, on the other hand, they were borne upward, lifted up by the Luciferic forces. All this they experienced as their position of equilibrium. If we were to study the ancient terms for the ego, we would find that the above experience was contained in the formulation of the words themselves. Just as the words were fitted together in the verbs according to their inner configuration, so the ancient words for the ego contained the balance between floating and falling. And there's a sort of a picture of some words here on the top line. It says, I to astral body, to etheric body, to physical body. And below that, between I and astral body is the word weight. Between astral body and etheric body is the word number. And between etheric body and physical body is the word measure. Weight, which isn't abstract anymore, for we confront something completely unknown. Number, something quite abstract, for it is totally unrelated to what is being counted. Measure, which has become increasingly abstract for us. These abstract conceptions of ours are actually projected from our inner being to the outside. Something that has very real significance within the human being, since he is fashioned according to measure, number, and weight, is transferred by him to the indifferent external things. In this process of abstraction, the human being dehumanizes himself. It is therefore possible to say that mankind's evolution tends in the direction of losing the inner experiences of weight, number, and measure, retaining only a slight touch of them in the artistic realm. We no longer experience them in such a manner that we sense ourselves as having been formed out of the cosmos according to weight, number, and measure. The geometry we have when we compare congruent and similar figures, when we say that an ellipse is generated by a point so moving that its distance from a fixed point divided by its distance from a fixed line is a positive constant, is something abstract. There we basically measure the distances and find that their sum is always equal to the large axis of the ellipse. Even if it was not pictured in any way, the ellipse was nevertheless experienced by people in the third post-Atlantean period in this peculiar relationship of two different quantities. In the relationship of one to the other, they already sensed the elliptic element, just as they sensed the circle during the same age. And in the same way, the nature of numbers was experienced. Humanity evolved in this way from concrete experience to something abstract, developing geometry out of the ancient experience of measure, arithmetic out of the former experience of numbers. And having completely lost the ancient experience of weight, and thus having utterly dehumanized themselves, human beings developed only external observation out of it. All this slowly prepared the way for the increasing abstractness of inner human experience, a development that culminated in the 19th century. Thus the human being became lost to his own conception. He can no longer comprehend himself. He no longer has any idea that he produces geometry, because he has been formed according to measure out of the cosmos, that he counts through his very nature. He is surprised when the so-called savages use their fingers in order to compare external objects with them. He has forgotten that he has been fashioned according to numbers out of the cosmos. He does not know that in this regard, he too always remains a, in quotes, savage, that his etheric body had imprinted the numbers into his astral body in accordance with the inner qualities of the numbers themselves, so that he could later experience the numbers also outside himself. In the course of humanity's evolution, geometry, arithmetic, and the science of weight and weighing have all moved into the abstract domain and have contributed to the fact that the human being could henceforth only devote himself as a science and a form of scientific research that observes these matters externally. Let me read that sentence again. I think I missed something. In the course of humanity's evolution, geometry, arithmetic, and the science of weight and weighing have all moved into the abstract domain and have contributed to the fact that the human being could henceforth only devote himself to a science and a form of scientific research that observes these matters externally. What do we do when we are involved in scientific research today? We measure, count, and weigh. Nowadays, you can indeed read of strange definitions of existence. We already have thinkers who state that existence, being, is that which is measurable. Yet they naturally refer only to measuring with an arbitrary unit of measure. It is odd that existence is traced back to something actually based on arbitrariness. Therefore, the human being dwells in something that has been completely detached, excluded from him, and in regard to which he has utterly lost the connection with himself. Due to such influences, the human being has lost himself in modern knowledge, something I have emphasized from a number of viewpoints, particularly during this lecture course. As I have often said, the human being has been lost in our perception of ourselves as merely the last step in the evolution of the animals. In society, we have lost sight of the human being, for though we have invented extremely sophisticated machines, we are unable to integrate the significance of the people operating these machines into our social processes. We must learn to penetrate mankind's evolution. Above all, we must observe in this way how the process of man's intellectualization has come about. Just think how different people's frame of mind was in the first post-Atlantean period, when they continuously experienced a changing equilibrium in placing one leg in front of the other. They always felt themselves become heavy, sensed a falling and floating. Picture how different it was when human beings felt that numbers permeate their own form, that they are built up according to measures. Think of how different that was from superficial measuring, counting and weighing, leaving out the human being altogether. As I already indicated, at most it is possible for a person with a more sensitive awareness for language to gain some insight into the nature of numbers by means of what is in fact contained in the numerals, the words naming the numbers. Or, from an artistic viewpoint, it is possible to sense that this, for example, in the sketch below is feasible, but that this is impossible in this connection, and there's two drawings there. Such a person, then, has just a touch of the feeling for the inner condition of weight, the inner balance. If by means of a line I can follow some relationship in the other object, I have them balancing each other. However, if I sketch a protrusion over here on the object on the right of second sketch, where there cannot be one, then I have no feeling for this balance. See how mankind has struggled to produce the external proportions out of its inner being, so to say, the outer appearance in contrast to the inward experience. Take a look at the painting by Raphael. It is actually true of all of Raphael's paintings, but especially obvious in this one, depicting the marriage of Mary and Joseph. And see how the figures are positioned and painted in such a way that they support each other, and that the viewer thus loses the feeling that anything exerts a downward pull. In particular, however, when ancient painters drew some flying creature, study how that was motivated, how you can clearly discern from this figure that it is not pulled down by weight, but rather supports itself somehow by means of the relationship to other elements in the painting. So here we have the transition from the experience of the inner weighting to the external determination of weight. Thus, here we have the course of mankind in the post-Atlantean epoch from inward experience to intellectualism, this struggling ascent to the intellect, where everything experienced in our concepts is divorced from the human being, where we no longer experience the tearing in the word entzweien, to fall out with each other, literally tearing in two, when we say zwei. All this comes about slowly. When this term is employed further, when we say zweifeln, to doubt, we sense the derivation from entzweien. After all, one who doubts something implies, perhaps this is correct, perhaps it is not. It is open in both directions. The feeling of entzweien is inherent in the conceptual act. It is also already contained in the word for the number two, zwei. 3, there you cannot experience this in the same manner when you apply it to something. Apply it to a judgment where you have the major premise, the minor premise, and the conclusion, a triad, a matter enclosed within itself. Take the syllogism about the most famous logical personality, the one about Gaius Julius Caesar. Quote, all men are mortal, Gaius is a man, therefore Gaius is mortal. Close quote. It all belongs together, the major and minor premise and the conclusion. However, if you take merely the first two, the matter remains open. Hereby, I only wished to indicate to you what mankind's path to abstraction was like, and how, in fact, by losing himself, man brought the intellect into his evolution. We shall continue with this tomorrow. Today's subject was intended only as an episode, but you will see how it will fit in with further considerations. The end of Lecture 8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Materialism and the Task of Anthroposophy. This is Lecture 9, given in Dornach on April 24, 1921. In the course of the last week, we reflected on a number of considerations suited to throw light on the spiritual condition of the present and the immediate future. Recently, we have referred in particular to the decisive turning point of humanity's development in Europe in the 4th century. Earlier, at least in the south of Europe, people understood the mystery of Golgotha to some extent on the basis of Oriental wisdom. They still grasped with a certain comprehension something that is viewed today with such antipathy by some circles, namely the Gnosis. The Gnosis was indeed the final remnant of Oriental primeval wisdom, that primeval wisdom which, though proceeding from instinctive forces of human cognition, did penetrate deeply into the nature of the world's configuration. With the aid of the conceptions and feelings acquired through Gnostic knowledge, people were able to have insight into what had taken place in the mystery of Golgotha. But the Christian stream that increasingly flowed into the Roman political system and took on its form was actively involved in destroying this Gnostic world outlook. Except for a few quite insignificant remainders, from which little can be gained, this Christian stream eradicated everything that once existed as Gnosis. And as we have seen, nothing was left behind of ancient Oriental wisdom in the consciousness of mankind in Europe, except for the simple narrations clothed in material events about what took place in Palestine at the time of the mystery of Golgotha. To begin with, these narrations were clothed in the form that originated in ancient paganism, as you can see in the Heliand. They were adopted by European civilization. But there was less and less of a feeling that these stories should be penetrated with a certain cognitive force. People increasingly lost the feeling that a profound world riddle and secret should be sought for in the mystery of Golgotha. For concerning the one who had been united with Jesus as Christ, dogmas determined by council decisions had been established. The demand had been raised that people believe in these established dogmas. Thus, gradually, all living knowledge that had still existed up until the time of the 4th Christian century, passed over into the solidly structured system of doctrines of the Roman State Church. Then, if we have an overview of this whole system of the Occidental Christian church stream, we see that the nature of the mystery of Golgotha was enveloped in certain firm, rigid, and more incomprehensible doctrines, and that any living spiritual knowledge was in fact eradicated. We are faced with a strange factor in European evolution. One might say that the fertile, living Oriental wisdom flowed into the doctrines adopted by the Roman Church and became rigid. In dogma, it continued on through the ensuing centuries. This dogma existed. One must remember that there were some people who, to some extent, knew what to make of these dogmas, but it had become impossible for the general consciousness of humanity to receive anything but a dead form. Certainly, we encounter a number of splendid minds. We need only to recall some of those who came from the Irish centers of knowledge. We need only recall Scotus Erigena, who lived at the court of Charles the Bald. In individuals like him, we have people who received the doctrines and still sensed the Spirit in them, or discovered it more or less. Then we have scholasticism, often mentioned here in a certain connection, which attempted in a more abstract form to penetrate the doctrines with its thinking. We face the fact that an extensive system of religious content was present in rigidified doctrines and was handed down from generation to generation. It survived as a system of dogmas. On the one hand, there were the theological dogmas, on the other, the narrations concerning the events of Palestine, clothed in materialistic pictures. Now, if we wish to comprehend our modern age, we must not forget what these Roman Catholic dogmas, couched in Roman political concepts, are fundamentally all about. Among them are doctrines of great significance, splendid doctrines. There is above all the doctrine of the Trinity, which in other terminology of later times points to the Father, the Son, and the Spirit. An ancient and profound primordial wisdom was frozen into this doctrine, something great and mighty that human perception once possessed instinctively. Yet only the brilliant, inspired insight of a few could fathom what is contained in such a doctrine. Running through the various council resolutions, there was what finally rigidified into the dogma of the two persons of Christ and Jesus in one man. There were dogmas concerning the birth, the nature of Christ Jesus, the death, the resurrection, and the ascension. Finally, there were dogmas establishing the various festivals, and all this was basically the skeleton, the silhouette of a wondrous ancient wisdom. Now this shadowy image, this skeleton, continued on through the centuries. One particular reason why it was able to go on was that it assumed a certain form of ancient cults. The content of what was thus expressed in dogmas, in the most sublime dogmas, such as the dogma of the transubstantiation of the bread and wine into the body and blood of Christ, could spread because it was clothed in the form of an ancient sacred cult, namely the sacrifice of the Mass. The ancient cult was just altered a bit, but as such continued on. The various metamorphoses of the Christian festivals lived on through the whole ecclesiastical year. Those aspects lived on that you know as the sacraments. They were intended to lift the human being out of the ordinary material life through the agency of the Church, so to speak, into a higher spiritual sphere. Because of all this, and because of its link with the impulse of Christianity, this content lived on throughout the centuries of historical development in Europe. Side by side with this, as I have said, existed the humble narration of the events in Palestine, but garbed in materialistic formulas. Because of its significant content, and because people basically had nothing else with which to establish a relationship to the supersensible worlds, all these doctrines together were something that affected minds striving for such higher knowledge. Due to the ritual and the simple narration of the gospel, however, these doctrines could also unfold that form of activity that gained influence over the broad masses of Europe's population. In addition to this, another separate and different cult system spread, one that counted less on Christianity as such, but frequently accepted it. It was basically not organically connected with Christianity, but proceeded more from older cults. This other system culminated in the dogma of present-day Freemasonry, which indeed had and still has only a superficial relationship to Christianity. As you know, the element that clothed itself in the form of Roman Catholic dogmatism, and the element that in Masonic tradition is linked to other cults and symbolism, fight each other tooth and nail to this day. This development can be traced more or less, if only we focus our soul on the historical facts with some sense. But what presents itself can be fully comprehended only when we look to that turning point of European evolution in the 4th Christian century, that in a sense sank all the ancient spiritual wisdom and its after effects into a sort of abyss. Due to that, people in Europe knew little of Oriental primeval wisdom throughout the ensuing centuries. As I pointed out yesterday, the inner faculties that enabled human beings in ancient times to experience weight, number, and measure in their own being had gradually disappeared. Measure, numbers, and weight then turned into abstractions. With these abstractions, people then established in the 5th post-Atlantean epoch what has today become our natural scientific worldview, something that could not include human beings in its sphere and stopped short of them, unable in any way to comprehend them. By means of the abstractions of weight, number, and measure, it did, however, grasp the external natural phenomena with a certain excellence, and arrived at a kind of culmination point in the 19th century. People today do not yet have enough distance from these matters. They do not yet realize that a quite special point in time was actually reached in European development in the middle of the 19th century. Intellectual striving, pure rational effort, attained to its fullest and greatest unfolding at that time. It was the trend that resulted from those same sources from which the modern natural scientific views have been flowing since the first third of the 15th century. Yet at the same time, this was the trend that ultimately could no longer make anything of the cult that had spread. Indeed, this trend basically had been unable for a long time to do anything with the ritual and dogmatic formulas established by the church councils. Merely a few vestiges had survived, a few remnants. For example, the vestige of the Council of 869, where it had been resolved that the human being consists not of body, soul, and spirit, but merely of body and soul, with the latter possessing a few spiritual qualities. This vestige remained and lived on in the modern philosophical views that believed themselves to be objective, but actually only reiterated what had originated in this Catholic dogmatism. The modern mood of European civilization, which tended increasingly to a purely intellectual, rational view of the universe, formed out of all these directions. Having been prepared for centuries, this mood reached its culmination in the middle of the 19th century. How can we understand this culmination if we observe the human being from a soul-spiritual standpoint? We have to focus on human nature, as it was in ancient times, and as it has gradually changed. We have done this already from a number of different viewpoints, and shall do so again today from yet a certain other standpoint. Let us place the human being schematically before us. Take first of all man's physical body, in red. As I said, I am making a schematic drawing. This is man's etheric body, blue. That is the human astral body, yellow. Here we have man's ego. Let us first consider the human being as he was in ancient times, those ancient times when instinctive clairvoyance still existed, which then faded, withered, and gradually disappeared. The ego is basically a product of the earth, and we need to give it less consideration. But we must be clear about the fact that the whole world actually dwells in man's physical, etheric, and astral bodies. We can say in this physical body lives the element that represents the whole world. The corporeality is born out of it and continues to reconstruct itself through the intake of nourishment. In the etheric body, the whole world lives as well. In the most diverse ways, influences enter constantly into it and send their effects into the human being in a super-physical manner. Effects that express themselves in the forces of growth, for example, in the circulation of the blood, in the breath, and so on. They are by no means identical with the forces that are present in the intake of food and in digestion. In addition, there are all the influences living in our astral body that receive impressions from the world through the senses and so forth. It is like this to this day, and was like this in the days when the human being still lived with his ancient instinctive clairvoyance. But in that age, he was more intimately connected with his physical body, his etheric and astral bodies, than he is today. When he woke up in the morning, he submerged with his ego and astral body into his physical and etheric bodies. A close connection developed between his ego and astral body and his etheric body and physical corporeality. And he not only dwelt in his physical body, he also lived in the forces that worked within the latter. Let me give you a vivid description of this. Imagine that a person possessing ancient clairvoyance ate a plum. It seems almost grotesque to a human being of today when something like this is described, but it is profoundly true. Assume that such an ancient clairvoyant ate a plum. This plum contains etheric forces. If a person eats a plum today, he is not aware of what goes on within this plum. The ancient clairvoyant ate a plum. It was then in his stomach, was digested, and he experienced how the etheric forces in the plum passed over into his body. He cosmically participated in this experience. When he inwardly made comparisons between the various things he ingested into his stomach, he saw that all the relationships in the outside world continued inside the human being, and he perceived them inwardly. From waking in the morning to going to sleep at night, such a person was filled with the vivid inner perception of the life lived outside by the plums, by the apples, and by much else that he ate. Inwardly, through the breathing process, he was aware of the essential spiritual being of the air. Through the warmth that coursed through his circulation process, he was familiar with the warmth forces of the cosmos in his surroundings. He did not stop short at merely sensing the light in his eyes. He felt how the light rays streamed in through the nerves of his eyes, how in his own etheric body they encountered the physical limbs and dwelt within them. Such a person experienced himself quite concretely within the cosmic element. While it was a dim consciousness, it was present. During the day, it was muted by what a person perceived outwardly, even in those days. But even in the early times of Greek civilization, it was true that human beings still retained an after effect of what is possessed today only by creatures other than man. I have already mentioned several times that it is most interesting to look with spiritual sight upon a meadow where cows are lying down and digesting. This whole activity of digestion is a cosmic experience for the cows. It is even more so the case with snakes. They lie down and digest and do indeed experience cosmic events. Out of their organism, something blossoms and sprouts that is, in quotes, world to their perception. Something arises out of their inner being that is much more beautiful than anything we are ever able to see with our eyes from outside. Something like this was present as an underlying mood in human beings who still possessed ancient instinctive clairvoyance. While it was muted throughout most of the day by external perceptions, when these people fell asleep, they carried with them what they had thus experienced and received into their astral body and ego. Then, when their ego is alone with its astral body, these experiences arose powerfully in the form of true dreams. Then, in the form of true dreams, these people experienced, after the fact, what they had only dimly experienced during the day. You see, I am referring you to the inner soul-bodily manner of experiencing on the part of human beings of ancient times. Because they were able to experience in this way, they had cosmic experiences. It was in this that they found their cosmic supersensible perception. Then, when people in the Orient drank the Soma drink, they knew the nature of the spirit of the heights. Footnote, the Soma drink, that's Sanskrit, the fermented juice of the Soma plant, a leafless vine, Sarcostemma acidum, mixed with milk or barley, whose intoxicating and enthusing power was worshipped as the god Soma. Concerning the occult significance of Soma, see also H.P. Blavatsky, The Secret Doctrine, Volumes 1 and 2. End of footnote. This Soma drink permeated, surged, and wove through their inner being, enlivening their blood. When these people subsequently fell asleep, and the ego and astral body, which had been active in the blood, took along the forms that had come into being through the digestion of the soma drink, then their being widened out in the widths of space, and in their nocturnal experience they felt the spiritual beings of the cosmos. Such an experience was still present in those among whom the ancient Zarathustra found willing listeners in the ancient Persian epoch. If one is unaware of these things, one does not understand what finally came down to us from the Oriental scriptures that have survived. This living cosmic perception gradually became extinguished. Already in the historical Egyptian age, little of it can be found. Only its after effects are still present. And except for final vestiges that have always been retained among primitive human beings, it then disappeared in the 4th Christian century. From then on, the intellect, the rational element, increasingly struggled to come to the fore in the human being, the element that is completely tied to the mere physical body in its isolation from the world. If you have a pictorial imagination and enter into your body, you cannot help but experience something cosmic. If you have retained something of the inner quality of numbers and enter into your body with it, you cannot help but experience the number element of the cosmos. The same is true for the ratios of weight. However, if you enter into the human organism with the power of the ego, which is active as a purely rational, intellectual element, then you immerse yourself only in the isolated human body, in what the human body is by virtue of its own nature, without its relationship to the cosmos. You enter into the earthly human body in its total isolation. Thus, if I would try to sketch this from the point of view of the intellect, I would have to do it like this, and there's a picture. The etheric body, the astral body, and the ego, see above, blue, yellow, and shape in the middle, are present there too. But the ego no longer experiences anything of the cosmic element here within the human being. It only has a dim experience of its own existence, of its own immersion in the isolated human organism. Therefore, when this purely intellectual ego goes into its surroundings in sleep, it takes nothing along. The fact that it takes along nothing is the reason that at most reminiscences, dream images of an unrealistic kind can arise in the human being, and that this ego can in no way be permeated by anything from the cosmos. Basically, from the moment of falling asleep until awakening, the human being experiences nothing of significance, because his whole manner of experiencing is calculated for the isolated human organism, which in turn affects the ego with those forces that have nothing to do with the cosmos. This is why the ego is dulled from the moment of falling asleep until waking up. Indeed, it must be so, for though instinctively clairvoyant, ancient human beings possessed cosmic vision and dwelt in instinctive imaginations, inspirations, and intuitions, they possessed no independent rational thinking. If this independent rational thinking, this actual intellectual thinking, is to develop, it has to make use of the instrument of the isolated human body. It has to be dull during sleep, and therefore brings nothing along when it awakens. The ancient human being, on the other hand, having carried his experiences in the body out into the cosmos, brought with him what he had experienced in the encounter of the cosmic after effects with the actual spiritual cosmic occurrences out there. Again, he brought back after effects of what he had experienced there, and thus enjoyed a lively relationship with the cosmos. What is attained by the human being through intellectual thinking is acquired in the period from waking up until falling asleep, and dims down after sleep begins. Human beings now have to depend on the time when they are awake. We come across the strange phenomenon that in ancient times the human being was bound more to his body than he is today, but that he experienced in this body the spiritual aspect of the cosmos. Modern man has lost this experience in the body. The human being today is more spiritual, but he has the most rarefied spirit. He lives in the intellect and can dwell in the spirit only from the time he awakens until he falls asleep. When he enters the spiritual world with his completely rarefied intellectual spirit, his consciousness is dimmed. Why have we developed materialism? And why did ancient humanity not have materialism? The ancients did not have it because they dwelt within the matter of the body. Modern men have materialism because they dwell only in the spirit, because they are completely free of a cosmic connection to their body. Materialism actually comes about because the human being became spiritual, but spiritual in a rarefied manner. People were most spiritual during the mid-19th century, but they lied to themselves in an Ahrimanic way, inasmuch as they did not recognize that it was the rarefied spirit in which they dwelt. Into the most spiritual element possible for the human being, he only absorbed the concept of materiality. The human being had turned into a completely spiritual vessel, but into this vessel he only let flow the thoughts of material existence. It is the secret of materialism that human beings turned to matter because of their spirituality. This is modern man's negation of his own spirituality. The culmination point of this spiritual condition was in the middle of the 19th century, but human beings did not grasp this condition of spirituality. As I said, this developed slowly through the centuries. The ancient instinctive spirituality had slowly died down in the 4th Christian century. Beginning in the first third of the 15th, the new spirituality dawned. The time between is, in a sense, an episode of purely human experience. Now, however, after this point in time, in the first third of the 15th century, and after that century as a whole, this dependence of man on his isolated physical body made itself felt. Now, he no longer developed any relationship to what was frozen into dogmatic council doctrines, and what, although rigidified, still possessed a grandiose content. Now, too, human beings basically could no longer find any relationship to the humble narrations of Palestine. For a while yet, they forced themselves to connect some meaning with them. However, meaning can be connected with them only when they are penetrated by knowledge. In particular, modern human beings no longer could connect any meaning with the cults, the ritual itself. The sacrifice of the Mass, a religious act of the greatest cosmic significance, turned into an external, symbolic act because it was no longer understood. The sacrament of the transubstantiation, which had survived through the Middle Ages and which has profound cosmic significance, became part of purely intellectual disputes. Certainly it goes without saying that when people began to question with their isolated intellect how the Christ could be contained in the sacraments of the altar, they could not comprehend it, for these matters are not suited for comprehension by the intellect. But now human beings began to try to understand them by means of the intellect. This then led to the emergence of debates of great importance in world history, known as the Eucharist dispute, and linked to names like Hus and others. The most progressive individuals in Europe, those most advanced in the rational comprehension of the world, then arrived at the various forms of Protestantism. It is the intellect's rejection against something that had emerged from a much broader, much more intense power of cognition than is the intellect itself. The powers that had developed in the modern soul as intellectual faculties, and what dwelt in the rigid dogmas yet containing something great and mighty, these two confronted each other as two alien views. Protestant confessions of the greatest variety arose as compromises between the intellect and the ancient traditions. The 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries passed. And in the middle of the 19th century, the human being reached the culmination of his intellectual development. He became a spiritual being through and through. With this spirituality, he could comprehend what exists in the outer sensory world, but he did not comprehend himself as spirit. People hardly had an inkling any longer of the meaning of a sentence, such as the one by Leibniz, that states, quote, "Nothing dwells in the intellect that did not dwell earlier in the senses, except for the intellect itself," close quote. Modern people completely omitted the phrase at the end and acknowledged only the sentence, quote, "Nothing dwells in the intellect that did not dwell earlier in the senses," close quote, whereas Leibniz clearly discerned that the intellect is something totally spiritual at work in the human being, quite independently of all aspects of the physical corporeality. As I have said, the intellect was active, but did not recognize itself. Thus, it has been our experience that human beings are now in the transition to another phase of development in their life, and so to speak, they carry nothing out with them into the night. For what is intellectually acquired is attained through the body and has no relationship to what is outside the body. People now have to work their way anew into the spiritual world. The possibility distinctly exists for them to look into this spiritual world. What people earlier had attained from their physical and etheric bodies, as well as from their astral body, in regard to an instinctive view of the cosmos, can be attained again today. We can come to imaginations, and by means of them we can describe the world evolution from Saturn, Sun, Moon, to Earth, and so on. We can behold what dwells in the nature of numbers, namely the being of numbers. Through inspirations, we can receive insight into how the world is shaped out of cosmic spirituality according to the laws of numbers. It is entirely possible that we can have insight into the world in this way through imagination, inspiration, and intuition. Most people will say, if we have not ourselves become clairvoyant, we can at most study these matters. Good and well, but one can study them, and it has been said again and again that the ordinary intellect can grasp them. Today I shall add the reason why the ordinary intellect is able to grasp these matters. Assume that you are reading something like Title and Outline of Esoteric Science. Imagine that you try to place yourself into these descriptions with your ordinary intellect. You take it in with the intellect, which is only linked to the isolated human body. But you do take something in that you could not receive through this intellect, since throughout the past few centuries, this intellect did not comprehend itself. Now you take something in that is incomprehensible on the basis of those concepts that the intellect derives from the external sense world. It does become comprehensible, however, when the intellect on its own makes the effort to understand it, initially neither agreeing nor disagreeing, but only comprehending. After all, the emphasis is on understanding these things. Initially, you need simply understand them. If you do, then you create something with the insight the ego has gained that extends into the night. Then, during the night, You no longer remain dull, as is the case with a merely intellectual attitude toward the world. Then, from the time of falling asleep until waking up, you dwell in a different content in the delicately filtered spirituality. Then you awaken and find that the possibility has been added, small though it is each time, of inwardly acquiring what you have struggled to understand intellectually. With each passing night, every time we sleep, something of an inner relationship is added. We acquire an inward connection. Each time, upon falling asleep, we bear the after effect of our daytime comprehension with us into the world beyond corporeality. In this way, we acquire a relationship to the spiritual world, a relationship acquired completely out of reality. This, however, is the case only if the human being does not ruin this relationship by means of something with which he so frequently ruins it today. I have mentioned these means for ruining spirituality quite often. As you know, many people are intent on acquiring a certain state of sleepiness prior to going to sleep. They consume as many glasses of beer as it takes to have the necessary degree of sleepiness. This is a quite common practice, especially among, in quotes, intelligent people. In that case, the faculties I just mentioned certainly cannot develop. Spirituality can be researched, however, and this spirituality can indeed be experienced as well in the manner just described. The human being has grown away from spirituality. He is capable of growing into it again. Today we are only at the beginning of this process of growing into spirituality. In the past few centuries, from the 15th century into the 19th century, when the intellect had developed its highest level, a certain spirituality has developed, in particular among the most progressive people in Europe, albeit a spirituality that has as yet no content. For it is only when we turn to imagination that this spirituality receives its first content. This spirituality, which is filtered to the extreme, must first receive its content. At this point in time, this content is being rejected by the majority of the people. The world wishes to remain with the filtered spirituality. It wishes to produce a content derived from the outer material world. People do not wish to struggle with their intellect to comprehend the results of insight into the spiritual world offered. The confessions that follow the gospel are, after all, compromises between the intellect and ancient traditions. They have lost the connecting link. Ritual means nothing to them. This is why the latter has gradually disappeared within these confessions. People arrived at abstract concepts instead of a living comprehension of, for example, the transubstantiation. At most, the simple stories can be told, but no meaning other than the one that is compatible with a materialistic theology can be connected with them. Namely, that one is dealing with occurrences that can be linked to the humble man from Nazareth and so forth. All this can no longer lead to a content. It is something that loses all connection with spirituality. Thus, the situation in the world today is such that there is, first of all, a faith that has rejected the intellect and did not strike any compromise. Due to this, in vast segments of the population, a relationship has been retained, albeit an instinctive one, to the doctrines and dogmas, the content of which is no longer accessible to human beings, but did flow out into these dogmas. This segment of the populace also has retained its living relationship to the cult, to the ceremonial ritual. It has retained its link to the sacraments. As depleted as all this is, the ancient spirituality, the spirituality to which there is still a connection through dogmas, did once dwell in what has become a skeleton, a shadow. among the more recent Protestant confessions, where a compromise is being tried out, such a connection is no longer alive. And then we have those who call themselves quite enlightened and dwell only in the intellect, which is spiritual, but does not wish to grasp the spirit. These are the three streams we confront. In regard to the future, we cannot count on the fruitfulness of those streams that only try to make an external compromise. We cannot count on mere intellectuality that cannot arrive at any content, and therefore can only lose itself, since it does not want to understand itself. We can only count on the direction in which these streams are gradually heading, and they are more and more clearly heading there. Namely, we can count on what has been poured into ancient doctrines and is represented in the surviving Roman Catholic Church. We can count on the attitude that takes the new intellectuality seriously and deepens it imaginatively, inspiratively, and intuitively, thus arriving at a new spirituality. The modern world is becoming divided and estranged in these two contrasting directions. On the one hand stand people with their intellect. They are inwardly lazy and do not wish to utilize this intellect, but they need a content, so they refer to the dead dogmas. Particularly among intelligent people, who are, however, mentally indolent, who are in a certain respect intellectual and Dadaistic, a neo-Catholic movement is making itself felt. It is trying to take hold of the old traditions that have rigidified in dogmas, and that is trying to receive a content from outside through historical phenomena, but that rigidifies in historical forms. Based on the intellect, this trend tries desperately to make some sense of the ancient content. Thus we have intellectual battles that by means of the old content try to prepare their rigidified doctrines in a new way for the use of human beings. To cite an example, on many pages in the newest edition of the magazine TAT, T-A-T, we can observe an intellectual cramped tendency toward rigidified doctrines. Footnote Die Tat, monthly magazine for the future of German culture, number 8, 1921, volume 1, end of footnote. After all, the publishers, Diederichs, does everything. He puts everything into categories and on paper. Thus, he has now dedicated a whole edition of Tat to the Neo-Catholic movement. It allows us to discern how cramped people's thoughts are today, how people are developing inwardly cramped thinking so that they can avoid having to rouse themselves and can remain mentally lazy in order to grasp with the intellect whatever moves forward most indolently. People experiment with all this in order to be able to reject this life-filled striving out of modern intellectuality toward spirituality, the striving that can and must be grasped. More and more things will come to a head in such a way that a powerful movement with a fascinating, suggestive, hypnotic effect on all those wishing to remain lazy within the intellect. Let me read that sentence again, sorry. More and more, things will come to a head in such a way that a powerful movement with a fascinating, suggestive, hypnotic effect on all those wishing to remain lazy within the intellect permeates the world. A Catholic wave is even pervading the world of intelligent people who wish, however, to remain lazy within their intelligence. The drowsy souls just do not realize it. But it must remain unfruitful to strive for what Oswald Spengler describes so vividly in his title Decline of the West. One can turn the Occident Catholic, but one will thereby slay its civilization. This Occident has to concern itself with waking up, with becoming inwardly active. Its intelligence must not remain lazy, for this intelligence can rouse itself. It can fill itself inwardly with an understanding for the new view of the Spirit. This battle is in preparation. In fact, it is here. And it is the main point. In the future, everything else concerning worldviews will become crushed between these two streams. We must turn our attention to this, for what is coming to expression conceals itself in any number of formulas and forms. Nobody is living fully in the present who believes that he can make progress with something at the beginning of this century. He alone lives fully in the present who develops an eye, EYE, for what dwells in the two streams described above. We have to be aware of this. For everything I have discussed a week ago when I said that nowadays a great number of people love evil, and purely due to their tendency toward evil, indulge in slander in the way I described, all this is what must come before our souls. We must bear in mind that inner untruthfulness, which expresses itself in the facts, as I told you, that people who are supposed to be strengthened in their Catholic faith are sent to the Catholic Church in Stuttgart to attend a lecture by General von Gleich, and that this Catholic general concludes with a hymn by Luther. There the two tendencies come together that care nothing about the confessions, but only try to stream together in the proliferation of lies. These things must be noticed today. If this is not done, then one is asleep and does not participate in what alone can make the human being today truly human. The end of Lecture 9. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Materialism and the Task of Anthroposophy. This is Lecture 10, given in Dornach on April 29, 1921. In recent days, we have dealt with the development of European civilization, and we shall try to add a number of considerations to what has been said. In this, it is always our intention to bring about an understanding of what plays into human life in the present age from the most diverse directions and leads to comprehension of the tasks posed by our time. When you look at individual human life, it can indeed give you a picture of mankind's development. Nevertheless, you must naturally take into consideration here what has been mentioned in regard to the differences between the development of the individual and the overall development of humanity. I have repeatedly called attention to the fact that whereas the individual gets older and older, mankind as a whole becomes younger and younger, advancing, as it were, to the experience of younger periods of life. While keeping in mind that in this regard, the life of the whole human community and that of the individual are direct opposites, at least for the sake of clarification, we can still say that individual human life can be a picture for us of the life of all humanity. If we then view the single human life in this way, we find that a quite specific sum of experiences belongs with each period of life. We cannot teach a 6-year-old child something we can teach a 12-year-old. In turn, we cannot expect that the 12-year-old approaches things with the same comprehension as a 20-year-old. In a sense, the human being has to grow into what is compatible with individual periods in life. It is the same in the case of humanity as a whole. True, the individual cultural epochs we have to point out, based on insight into humanity's evolution, the Old Indian, the Old Persian, the Egypto-Chaldean, the Greco-Roman epoch, and then the one to which we ourselves belong, have quite specific cultural contents, and the whole of mankind has to grow into them. But just as the individual can fall behind his potential of development, so certain segments of mankind can do the same. This is a phenomenon that must be taken into consideration, particularly in our age, since humanity is now moving into the evolutionary state of freedom. It is therefore left up to mankind itself to find its way into what this and the following epoch put forward. It is, as it were, left up to human discretion to remain behind what is posed as goals. If an individual lags behind in this regard, he is confronted by others who do find their way properly into their tasks of evolution. They then have to carry him along, in a manner of speaking. Yet, in a certain sense, this can frequently signify a somewhat unpleasant destiny for such a person, when he has to become aware that in a certain way he remains behind the others who do arrive at the goal of evolution. This can also take place in the life of nations. It is possible that some nations achieve the goal and that others remain behind. As we have seen, the goals of the various nations also differ from each other. First of all, if one nation attains its goal and the other falls short of what it is supposed to accomplish, then something is lost that could only have been achieved by this laggard nation. On the other hand, this backsliding nation will adopt much that is really not suitable for it. It appropriates contents it receives by imitating other nations that do attain their goal. Such things do take place in the evolution of mankind, and it is of particular significance for the present age to pay attention to them. Today we shall summarize a number of things, familiar to us from other aspects, and throw light on them from a certain standpoint. We know that the time from the 8th pre-Christian century until the 15th century AD is the time of the development of the intellectual or rational soul among the civilized part of humanity. This development of the intellectual or rational soul begins in the 8th pre-Christian century in southern Europe and Asia Minor. We can trace it when we focus upon the beginnings of the historical development of the Greek people. The Greeks still possess much of what can be termed the development of the sentient soul that was particularly suited to the third post-Atlantean age, the Egypto-Chaldean epoch. That whole period was devoted to the development of the sentient soul. During those times, human beings surrendered to the impressions of the external world, and through these impressions of the outer world, they received at the same time everything they then valued as insights, and that they let flow into the impulses of their will. With all their being, people were in a condition where they experienced themselves as members of the whole cosmos. They questioned the stars and their movements when it was a matter of deciding what to do, and so on. This experiencing of the surrounding world, this seeing of the spiritual in all details of the outer world, was the distinguishing feature of the Egyptians at the height of their culture. This is what existed in Asia Minor and enjoyed a second flowering among the Greeks. The ancient Greeks certainly possessed this faculty of free surrender to the outer surroundings, and this was connected with a perception of the elemental spirit beings within the outer phenomena. Then, however, something developed among the Greeks which Greek philosophers called nous, N-O-U-S, namely a general world intellect. This then remained the fundamental quality of human soul developments until the 15th century. It attained a kind of high point in the 4th Christian century and then diminished again. But this whole development from the 8th pre-Christian century up until the 15th century actually developed the intellect. However, if we speak of intellect in this period, we really have to disregard what we term intellect in our present age. For us, the intellect is something we carry within ourselves, something we develop within ourselves, by virtue of which we comprehend the world. This was not so in the case of the Greeks, and it was still not so in the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, when people spoke about the intellect. Intellect was something objective. The intellect was an element that filled the world. The intellect arranged the individual world phenomena. People observed the world and its phenomena and told themselves, it is the universal intellect that makes one phenomenon follow the other, places the individual phenomena into a greater totality, and so forth. People attributed to the human brain no more than the fact that it shared in this general universal intelligence. When we work out of modern physics and physiology and speak about light, we say that light is within us. But even in his naive mind, nobody would believe that light is only in our heads. Just as little as today's naive consciousness claims that it is dark outside and light exists only in the human head, would a Greek or even a person of the 11th or 12th century have said that the intellect was only in his head. Such a person said the intellect is outside, permeating the world and bestowing order on everything. Just as the human being becomes aware of light owing to his perceptions, so he becomes aware of the intellect. The intellect lights up in him, so to speak. Something important was connected with this emergence of cosmic intelligence within the human cultural development. Earlier, when the cultural development ran its course under the influence of the sentient soul, people did not refer to a uniform principle encompassing the whole world. They spoke of the spirits of plants, of spirits that regulate the animal kingdom, of water spirits and spirits of the air, and so on. People referred to a multitude of spiritual entities. It was not merely polytheism, the folk religion, that spoke of this multitude. Even in those who were initiates, the awareness was definitely present that they were dealing with a multitude of actual beings in the world outside. Due to the dawn of the rational soul age, a sort of monism developed. Reason was viewed as something uniform that enveloped the whole world. It was not until then that the monotheistic character of religion developed, although a preliminary stage of it existed in the third post-Atlantean epoch. But what we should record scientifically concerning this era, from the 8th pre-Christian to the 15th century AD, is the fact that it is the period of the developing world intellect, and that people had quite different thoughts about the intellect than we have nowadays. Why did people think so differently about the intellect? People thought differently about the intellect because they also felt differently when they tried to grasp something by means of their intellect. People went through the world and perceived objects through their senses, but when they thought about them, they always experienced a kind of jolt. When they thought about something, it was as if they were experiencing a stronger awakening than they sensed in the process of ordinary waking. Thinking about something was a process still experienced as different from ordinary life. Above all, when people thought about something, they felt that they were involved in a process that was objective, not merely subjective. Even as late as the 15th century, and in its after effect, even in still later times, people had a certain feeling in regard to the more profound thinking about things, a feeling people today do not have anymore. Nowadays, human beings do not have the feeling that thinking about something should be carried out in a certain mood of soul. Up until the 15th century, people had the feeling that they produced only something evil if they were not morally good and yet engaged in thinking. In a sense, they reproached themselves for thinking, even though they were bad persons. This is something we no longer experience properly. Nowadays, people believe, in my soul I can be as bad as I want to be, but I can engage in thinking. Up to the 15th century, people did not believe that. They actually felt that it was a kind of insult to the divine cosmic intelligence to think about something while in an immoral soul condition. Hence, already in the act of thinking, they saw something real. In a manner of speaking, they viewed themselves as submerged with their soul in the overall cosmic intellect. What was the reason for that? This came about because in this period, from the 8th pre-Christian century to the 15th century AD, and particularly in the 4th century, human beings predominantly employed their etheric body when they engaged in thinking. It was not that they decided to activate the ether body, but what they did sense, their whole soul mood, brought the etheric body into movement when thinking occurred. We can almost say, during that age, human beings thought with their etheric body. And the characteristic thing is that in the 15th century, people began to think with their physical bodies. When we think, we do so with the forces the etheric body sends into the physical body. This is the great difference that becomes evident when we look at thinking before and after the 15th century. When we look at thinking prior to that time, it runs its course in the etheric body, and there's a drawing. In a sense, it gives the etheric body a certain structure. If we look at thinking now, it runs its course in the physical body. Each such line of the ether body calls forth a replica of itself, and this replica is then found in the physical body. Since that time, what occurs in human beings when they think is, as it were, an impression of the etheric activity, as though of a seal on the physical body. The development from the 15th to the 19th and 20th centuries was mainly that human beings increasingly have taken their thinking out of the etheric body, that they adhere to this shadow image brought about in the physical body by the actual thought impulses originating in the etheric body. We therefore deal with the fact that in this 5th post-Atlantean epoch, people really think with the physical body, but that this is merely a shadow image of what was once cosmic thinking. Hence, since that time, only a shadow image of cosmic thinking dwells in mankind. You see, everything that has developed since the 15th century, all that developed as mathematics, as modern natural science, and so on, is fundamentally a shadow image, a specter of former thinking. It no longer contains any life. People today actually have no idea of how much more alive an element thinking was in former times. In those ancient days, the human being actually felt refreshed while thinking. He was glad when he could think, for thinking was a refreshment of soul for him. In that age, the concept did not exist that thinking could also be something tiring. Human beings could become tired out by something else, but when they could truly think, they experienced this as a refreshment, an invigoration for the soul. When they could live in thoughts, they also experienced something of a sense of grace bestowed on them. Now, this transition in the soul condition has occurred. In what appears as thinking in modern times, we are confronted with something shadowy. This is the reason for the difficulty in motivating a human being to any action through thinking, if I may put it like this. One can tell people all sorts of things based on thinking, but they will not feel inspired. Yet this is the very thing they must learn. Human beings must become aware of the fact that they possess shadow images in their current thinking. They have to realize that it must not be allowed to remain thus, that this shadow image, that is, modern thinking, has to be enlivened so that it can turn into imagination. It becomes evident, for example, in such books as my Theosophy or my title, An Outline of Esoteric Science, that the attempt is always made to change modern thinking into imagination, that pictures are driven everywhere into our thinking, so that thinking can be aroused to imagination, hence to life. Otherwise, humanity would be laid waste completely. We can disseminate arid scholarliness far and wide, But this dry scholarliness will not become inflamed and rouse itself to will-filled action if imaginative life does not once more enter into this shadowy thinking, this ghost of thinking which has invaded mankind in recent times. This is indeed the profound and fateful challenge for modern civilization, namely that we should realize that on the one hand, thinking tends to become a shadowy element into which human beings increasingly withdraw, and that on the other hand, what passes over into the will actually turns only into a form of surrender to human instincts. The less thinking is capable of taking in imagination, the more will the full interest of what lives outside in society be abandoned to the instincts. Humanity of former times, at least in the epochs that bore the stamp of civilization, you have been able to deduce that from the previous lectures, possesses something out of the whole human organism that was spiritual. Modern human beings only receive something spiritual from their heads. In regard to their will, they thus surrender to their impulses and instincts. The great danger is that human beings turn more and more into purely head-oriented creatures, that in regard to acting in the outer world, out of their will, they abandon themselves to their instincts. This then naturally leads to the social conditions that are now spreading in the east of Europe, and also infect us here everywhere. Footnote, this is a reference to what was happening in Russia, end of footnote. This comes about because thinking has become but a shadow image. One cannot stress these things often enough. It is on the basis of precisely such profound insight that the significant strivings of anthroposophically oriented spiritual science will be understood. Its aim is the shadow image once again become a living being, so that something will be available again to mankind that can take hold of the whole human being. This, however, cannot take place if thinking remains a shadow image, if imaginations do not enter into this thinking once more. Numbers, for example, will have to be imbued again with life in the way I outlined when I pointed to the sevenfold human being, who is actually a 9-membered being, where the second and the third, the sixth and the seventh parts unite in such a way as to become, in each case, a unity, and where 7 is arrived at when one sums up the 9 parts. It is this inner involvement of what was once bestowed on man from within that must be striven for. We have to take very seriously what is characterized in this regard by anthroposophically oriented spiritual science. From a different direction, an awareness came about of the fact that thinking is becoming shadow-like. For that reason, a method was created in Jesuitism that from a certain aspect brings life into this thinking. The Jesuit exercises are designed to bring life into this thinking, but they accomplish this by renewing an ancient form of life, above all not by moving in the direction and working through imaginations, but through the will, which particularly in Jesuit exercises plays an important role. We should realize, yet realize it far too little, how in a community such as the Jesuit order, all aspects of the life of soul become something radically different from what is true of ordinary people. Basically, all other human beings of the present possess a different condition of soul than those who become Jesuits. The Jesuits work out of a world will. That cannot be denied. Consequently, they are aware of certain existing interrelationships. At most, such interrelationships are noticed also by some other orders that in turn are fought tooth and nail by the Jesuits. But it is this significant element whereby reality enters into the shadowy thinking that turns a Jesuit into a different kind of person from the others in our modern civilization. These think merely in shadow images, and therefore are actually asleep mentally, since thinking no longer takes hold of their organism and does not really permeate their nervous system. Nobody, I believe, has ever seen a gifted Jesuit who is nervous, whereas those imbued with modern scholarliness and education increasingly suffer from nervousness. When do we become nervous? When the physical nerves make themselves felt. Something that makes itself felt that from a physical standpoint has no right at all to make itself felt, for it exists merely to transmit the spiritual. These matters are intimately connected with the wrongness of our modern education. And from a certain standpoint of imbuing thinking with life, a standpoint we must nevertheless definitely oppose, Jesuitism is something that goes along with the world, even though, like a crab, it goes backward. But at least it moves. It does not stand still. Whereas the form of science in vogue today basically does not comprehend the human being at all. Here I would like to draw your attention to something. I have already mentioned repeatedly that it is actually painful to witness again and again that modern human beings, who can think all sorts of things and are so very clever, do not stand in a living manner with a single fiber of their lives in the present age. That they do not see what is going on around them. Indeed, that they are unaware of what is happening around them and do not wish to participate in it. That is different in the case of the Jesuit. The Jesuit who activates his whole being is well aware of what vibrates through the world today. As evidence, I would like to read to you a few lines from a current Jesuit pamphlet from which you can deduce what sort of life pulsates in it. Long quote. Quote, "For all those who are serious about the fundamental Christian principles, those to whom the welfare of the people is truly a concern of the heart, whose soul was once profoundly touched by the words of the Savior, quod miseror super turbam," close quote, footnote, Latin for I have compassion on the crowd, end of footnote. For all those, the time has now come when, borne by the ground swell of the Bolshevist storm tide, they can work with much greater success for the people and with the people. There is no room for timidity. Hence, as a matter of policy, we advocate the all-out struggle against capitalism, against the exploitation of the people and profiteering at their expense, stricter emphasis on the duty to work even for the higher classes, the procurement of decent housing for millions of fellow citizens, even as such procurement necessitates making use of palaces and larger houses, utilization of natural resources and energy gained from water and air for the general welfare, not for trusts and syndicates, enhancement and education of the masses of people, participation by all segments of the people in government and administration, utilization of the concept of the system of Soviets for the purpose of developing class representation, having equal rights alongside parliamentary mass representation in order to prevent the, quote, isolation of the masses from the state apparatus, close quote, as censured justifiably by Lenin. God has given the goods of the earth to all human beings, not to a few so they can live on the fat of the land while millions languish in poverty, which is degrading both physically and morally, close quote. You see, this is the fiery mind that does sense something of what is happening. Here is a person who, in the rest of his book, sternly opposes Bolshevism and naturally wishes to have nothing to do with it. But unlike somebody who has made himself comfortable in a chair today and is oblivious to the conflagration in the world all around him, he does not remain in such a position. Instead, he is aware of what is happening and knows what he wants because he sees what is going on. People have gone so far as to merely think about the affairs of the world and otherwise let things run their course. This is what has to be stressed again and again, namely, that the human being has more in him than mere thoughts with which to think about things while really not paying attention to the world's essential nature. As an example, we need only indicate the Theosophical Society. It points to the great initiates, who exist somewhere, and indeed it can do so with justification. But it is not a matter of the initiate's existence. What is important is the manner in which those who refer to them speak of them. Theosophists imagine that the great initiates rule the world. In turn, they themselves sit down and produce good thoughts, which they let stream out in all directions. Then they talk of world rule, of world epochs, of world impulses. However, when the point is reached where something real, such as anthroposophy, has to live within the actual course of world events, because it could not be otherwise, people find that uncomfortable, since then they cannot really remain sitting on their chairs, but have to experience what goes on in the world. It must be strongly emphasized that the intellect has turned into a shadow in humanity, that it was earlier experienced in the etheric body and has now slipped, so to speak, into the physical body, where it leads only a subjective existence. However, it can be brought to life through imagination. Then it leads to the consciousness soul, and this consciousness soul can be grasped as a reality only when it senses the ego descends out of soul's spiritual worlds into incarnation and then passes through the gate of death into soul's spiritual worlds. When this inner soul spiritual nature of the ego is comprehended, then the shadow image of the intellect can in fact be filled with reality. For it is through the ego that this has to be accomplished. It is necessary to realize that living thinking exists. For what is it that people know since the 15th century? They know only logical thinking, not living thinking. This too I have pointed out repeatedly. What is living thinking? I shall take an example close at hand. In 1892 I wrote, titled The Philosophy of Freedom. This book has a certain content. In 1903 I wrote titled Theosophy. Again, it has a certain content. In Theosophy, mention is made of the etheric body, the astral body, and so on. In The Philosophy of Freedom, there is no mention of that. Now, those who are only familiar with the logical, dead thinking come and say, yes, I read The Philosophy of Freedom. From it, I cannot extract any concept of the etheric and astral body. It is impossible. I cannot find these concepts from the concepts contained in the book. But this is the same as if I were to take a small 5-year-old boy and fashioned him into a man of 60 by pulling him upward and sideways to make him taller and wider. I cannot put a mechanical, lifeless process in place of something living. But picture the philosophy of freedom as something alive, which indeed it is, and then imagine it growing. From it then develops what only a person who tries to cull or pick out something from concepts will not figure out. All objections concerning contradictions are based on just this, namely that people cannot understand the nature of living thinking, as opposed to the dead thinking that dominates the whole world and all of civilization today. In the world of living things, everything develops from within. A formerly black-haired person who has white hair has acquired the latter not because the hair has been painted white. It is turned white from within. Things that grow and wane develop from within. And so it is also in the case of living thinking. Yet, today, people sit down and merely try to form conclusions, try to sense outward logic. What is logic? Logic is the anatomy of thinking, and one studies anatomy by means of corpses. Logic is acquired through the study of the corpse of thinking, and is certainly justified to study anatomy by means of corpses. It is just as justified to study logic through the corpses of thinking. But one will never comprehend life by means of what has been observed on the corpse. This is what is important today, and what really matters if we wish with all our soul to take part in a living way in what actually permeates and weaves through the world. This side of the matter has to be pointed out again and again, because insofar as the positive world development and evolution of mankind are concerned, we need to invigorate a thinking that has become shadowy. This process of thinking becoming shadow-like reached its culmination in the middle of the 19th century. For that reason, the things that, so to say, beguiled humanity, most of them fall into that period. Although in themselves these things were not great, if placed in the right location, they appear great. Take the end of the 1850s, Darwin's title Origin of the Species, Karl Marx's title The Principles of Political Economy, as well as title Psychophysics by Gustav Theodor Fechner, a work in which the attempt is made to discover the psychic sphere by means of outward experiments, were published then. In the same year, the captivating discovery of spectral analysis by Kirchhoff and Bunsen is introduced. It demonstrates, as it were, that wherever one looks in the universe, the same materiality is discovered. It is as if everything were being done in the middle of the 19th century to beguile human beings into believing that thinking must remain subjective and shadow-like, that it must not interfere in the world outside, so that they could not possibly imagine that there might be reason, nous, in the cosmos, something that lives in the cosmos itself. This is what caused this second half of the 19th century to be so unphilosophical. Basically, this is also what made it so devoid of deeds. This is what caused the economic relationships to become more and more complicated, while commerce became enlarged into a world economy, so that the whole earth, in fact, turned into one economic sphere. And particularly, this shadow-like thinking was unable to grasp the increasingly complex and overwhelming reality. This is the tragedy of our modern age. The economic conditions have become more and more complex, weighty, and increasingly brutal. Human thinking remains shadowy. And these shadows certainly could no longer penetrate into what goes on outside in the brutal economic reality. This is what causes our present misery. Unfortunately, if a person actually believes that he is more delicately organized and has need of the spirit, he may possibly get into the habit of making a long face, of speaking in a falsetto voice, and of talking about the fact that he has to elevate himself from brutal reality, since the spiritual basically can be grasped only in the mystical realm. Thinking has become so refined that it has to withdraw from reality, that it perishes right away in its shadowy existence if it tries to penetrate brutal reality. Reality, in the meantime, develops below, in conformity with the instincts. It proliferates and brutalizes. Up above, we see the bloated ideas of mysticism, of world views and theosophies floating about. Below, life brutally takes its course. This is something that must stop for the sake of mankind. Thinking must be enlivened. Thought has to become so powerful that it need not withdraw from brutal reality, but can enter into it, can live in it as spirit. Then reality will no longer be brutal. This has to be understood. What is not yet understood in many different respects is that a thinking in which universal being dwells cannot but pour its force over everything. This should be something that goes without saying, but it appears as a sacrilege to this modern thinking if a form of thinking appears on the scene that cannot help but extend to all different areas. A properly serious attitude in life should be comprised of the realization, in thinking we have been dealing with a shadow image, and rightly so. But the age has now arrived when life must be brought once again into this shadow image of thought, in order that, from this form of thought life, from this inner life of soul, the outer physical sensory life can receive its social stimulus. Tomorrow we shall continue with this, the end of Lecture 10. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Materialism and the Task of Anthroposophy. This is Lecture 11, given in Dornach on April 30th, 1921. In the course of these lectures, we have seen that the middle of the 19th century is an important time in the development of Western humanity. Attention was called to the fact that in a sense the culmination of the materialistic way of thinking and the materialistic worldview occurred during this time. Yet it also had to be pointed out that this trend that has emerged in the human being since the 15th century was really something spiritual. Thus it can be said that the characteristic of this developmental phase of recent human evolution was that simultaneously with becoming the most spiritual, the human being could not take hold of this spirituality. Instead, human beings filled themselves only with materialistic thinking, feeling, and even with materialistic will and activity. Our present age is still dominated by the after effects of what occurred in so many people without their being aware of it, and then reached its climax in mankind's development. What was the purpose of this climax? It occurred because something decisive was meant to take place in regard to contemporary humanity's attainment of the consciousness soul's stage. In focusing on the evolution of humanity from the third post-Atlantean epoch until approximately the year 747 before the mystery of Golgotha, we find that a process runs its course that can be called the development of the sentient soul in humanity. Then the age of the rational or mind soul begins and lasts roughly until the year 1413. It reaches its high point in that era of which external history has little to report. It must be taken into consideration, however, if European development is to be comprehended at all. This culmination point occurs approximately in the year 333 after Christ. Since the year 1413, we are faced with the development of the consciousness soul, a development we are still involved in, and that saw a decisive event around the year 1850, or better, 1840. For mankind as a whole, matters had reached a point around 1840 where, insofar as the representative personalities of the various nations are concerned, we can say that they were faced with an intellect that had already assumed its most shadowy form. Following this, we shall have to consider the reaction of the individual nations. The intellect had assumed its shadow-like character. I tried yesterday to characterize this shadow nature of the intellect. People in the civilized world had evolved to the extent that from then on it was possible, on the basis of the general culture and without initiation, to acquire the feeling, we possess intellect. The intellect has matured, but insofar as its own nature is concerned, it no longer has a content. We have concepts, but these concepts are empty. We must fill them with something. This, in a sense, is the call passing through humanity, though dimly and inaudibly. But in the deep, underlying, subconscious longings of human beings lives the call, the wish to receive a content, substance, for the shadow nature of rational thinking. Indeed, it is the call for spiritual science. This call can also be comprehended concretely. In the middle of the 19th century, the human organization, in the physical part of which this shadowy intellect is trained, had simply progressed to the point where it could cultivate this empty, shadowy intellect particularly well. Now, something was required for this shadowy intellect. It had to be filled with something. This could only happen if the human being realized I have to assimilate something of what is not offered to me on the earth itself and does not dwell there, something I cannot learn about in the life between birth and death. I actually have to absorb something into my intellect that, although it was extinguished and became obscured when I descended with the results of my former earth lives out of spiritual soul worlds into a physical corporeality, nevertheless rests in the depths of my soul. From there I have to bring it up once again. I have to call to mind something that rests within me simply by virtue of the fact that I am a human being of the 19th century. Earlier, it would not have been possible for human beings to have practiced self-awareness in the same manner. This is why they first had to advance in their human condition to the point where the physical body increasingly acquired the maturity to perfect and utilize the shadowy intellect completely. Now, at least among the most advanced human beings, the physical bodies had reached the point where one could have said, or rather since then it is possible to say, I wish to call to mind what it is that I am seeking to bring up from the depths of my soul life in order to pour a content into this shadowy intellect. This shadowy intellect would have been filled with something, and in this way the consciousness soul age would have dawned. Therefore, at this point in time, the occasion arose where the consciousness soul could have unfolded. Now you will say, yes, but the whole era prior to that, beginning with the year 1413, was the age of the consciousness soul. Yes, certainly, but at first it has been a preparatory development. You need only consider what basic conditions existed for such a preparation, particularly in this period as compared to all earlier times. Into this period falls, for example, the invention of the printing press, the dissemination of the written word. Since the 15th century, people by and by have received a great amount of spiritual content by means of the art of printing and through writing. But they absorb this content only outwardly. It is the main feature of this period that an overwhelming sum of spiritual content has been assimilated superficially. The nations of the civilized world have absorbed something outwardly, which the great masses of people could receive only by means of audible speech in earlier times. It was true of the period of rational development that in the age of the sentient soul, it was all the more true that, fundamentally speaking, all dissemination of learning was based on oral teaching. Something of the psycho-spiritual element still resounds through speech, especially in former days. What could be termed, quote, the genius of language, close quote, definitely still lived in words. This ceased to be when the content of human learning began to be assimilated in abstract forms through writing and printed works. Printed and written words have the peculiarity of, in a sense, extinguishing what the human being brings with him at birth from his pre-earthly heavenly existence. It goes without saying that this does not mean that you should forthwith cease to read or write. It does mean that today a more powerful force is needed in order to raise up what lies deep within the human being. But it is necessary that this stronger force be acquired. We have to arrive at self-awareness despite the fact that we read and write. We have to develop this stronger faculty, stronger in comparison to what was needed in earlier times. This is the task in the age of the development of the consciousness soul. Before taking a look at how the influences of the spiritual world have now started to flow down in a certain way into the physical sensory world, let us pose the question today: how did the nations of modern civilization actually meet this point of time in 1840? From earlier lectures, we know that the representative people for the development of the consciousness soul, hence for what matters particularly in our age, is the Anglo-Saxon nation. The Anglo-Saxon people are those who, through their whole organization, are predisposed to develop the consciousness soul to a special degree. The prominent position occupied by the Anglo-Saxon nation in our time is indeed due to the fact that this nation is especially suited for the development of the consciousness soul. But now let us ask ourselves, from a purely external viewpoint, how did this Anglo-Saxon nation arrive at this point in time that is the most significant one in modern cultural development? It can be said that the Anglo-Saxon nation, in particular, has survived for a long time in a condition, naturally with the corresponding variations and metamorphoses, that could perhaps be described best by saying those inner impulses which had already made way for other forms in Greek culture were preserved in regard to the inner soul condition of the Anglo-Saxon people. The strange thing in the 11th and 10th centuries BC is that the nations experienced what has undergone at different periods, that the various ages move, as it were, one on top of the other. The problem is that such matters are extraordinarily difficult to notice, because in the 19th century, all sorts of things already existed, reading, writing, and because the living conditions prevailing in Scotland and England were different from those in Homeric times. And yet, if the soul condition of the people as a nation is taken into consideration, the fact is that this soul condition of the Homeric era, which in Greece was outgrown in the tragic age and changed into Sophoclism, has remained. This age, a kind of patriarchal conception of life and existence, was preserved in the Anglo-Saxon world up until the 19th century. In particular, this patriarchal life spread out from the soul condition in Scotland. This is the reason why the influence proceeding from the initiation centers in Ireland did not have an effect on the Anglo-Saxon nation. As was mentioned on other occasions, that influence predominantly affected continental Europe. On the British Isle itself, the predominant influence originated from initiation truths that came down from the north, from Scotland. These initiation truths then permeated everything else. But there is an element in the whole conception of the human personality that in a sense has remained from primordial times. This still has after effects. It lingers on even in the way, say, the relationship between Whigs and Tories develops in the British Parliament. The fact is that fundamentally we are not dealing with the difference between liberal and conservative views. Instead, we have to do with two political persuasions for which people today really have no longer any perception at all. Essentially, the Whigs are the continuation of what could be called a segment of mankind imbued with a general love of humanity and originating in Scotland. According to a fable, which does have a certain historical background, the Tories were originally Catholicizing horse thieves from Ireland. This contrast, which then expressed itself in their particular political strivings, reflects a certain patriarchal existence. This patriarchal existence retained certain primitive forces, which can be observed in a kind of attitude exhibited by the owners of large properties toward those people who had settled on these lands as their vassals. This relationship of subservience actually lasted until the 19th century. Nobody was elected to Parliament who did not possess a certain power by virtue of being a landowner. We only have to consider what this implies. Such matters are not weighed in the right manner. Just think what it signifies. For example, that it was not until the year 1820 that English Parliament repealed the law according to which a person was given the death penalty for having stolen a pocket watch or having been a poacher. Until then, the law decreed that such misdeeds were capital offenses. This certainly demonstrates the way in which particular ancient and elementary conditions had remained. Today, people observe life in their immediate surroundings and then extend the fundamental aspects of present-day civilization backwards, so to speak. In regard to the most important regions of Europe, they are unaware of how recently these things have developed from quite primitive conditions. Thus, it is possible to say that these patriarchal conditions survived as the foundation and basis of a society that was subsequently infused with the most modern impulse, unimaginable in the social structure without the development of the consciousness soul. Just consider all the changes in the social structure of the 18th century due to the technological metamorphosis in the textile industry and the like. Note how the mechanical, technological element moved into this patriarchal element. Try to form a clear idea of how, owing to the transformation of the textile industry, the nascent modern proletariat pushes into the social structure that is based on this patriarchal element, this relationship of landowner to subjects. Just think of this chaotic intermingling. Think how the cities develop in the ancient countryside, and how the patriarchal attitude takes a daring plunge, so to say, into modern socialistic proletarian life. To picture it graphically, we can actually say that this form of life develops in the way it existed in Greece approximately until the year 1000 BC, and there's a drawing. Then it makes a daring jump, and we suddenly find ourselves in the year AD 1820. Inwardly, the life of the year 1000 BC has been retained, but outwardly, we are in the 18th century, say 1770. Now, everything that then existed in modern life, indeed even in our present time, pours in. But it is not until 1820 that this English life makes the connection, finds it necessary to do so. It is not until then that these matters even become issues, such as the abolition of the death penalty for a minor theft. Thus we can say that here something very old has definitely flown together with the most modern element. Thus the further development then continues on to the year 1840. Now, what had to occur specifically among the Anglo-American people during this time period, the first half of the 19th century? We have to recall that only after the year 1820, actually not until after 1830, it became necessary to pass laws in England according to which children under 12 years of age were not allowed to be kept working in factories for more than 8 hours a day, no more than 12 hours a day in the case of children between 13 and 18 years of age. Please compare that with today's conditions. Just think what the broad masses of working people demand today as the 8-hour day. As yet, in the year 1820, boys were put to work in mines and factories in England for more than 8 hours. Only in that year was the 8-hour day established for them. The 12-hour day still prevailed, however, in regard to children between 12 and 18. These things must certainly be considered in the attempt to figure out the nature of the elements colliding with each other at that time. Basically, it could be said that England eased its way out of the patriarchal conditions only in the second third of the 19th century, and found it necessary to reckon with what had slowly invaded the old established traditions due to technology and the machine. It was in this way that this nation, which is preeminently called upon to develop the consciousness soul, confronted the year 1840. Now, take other nations of modern civilization. Take what has remained of the Latin Roman element. Take what has carried over the Latin Roman element from the fourth post-Atlantean cultural period. What has brought over the ancient culture of the intellectual soul as a kind of legacy into the epoch of the consciousness soul. Indeed, what had remained of this life of the intellectual soul reached its highest point, its culmination in the French Revolution at the end of the 18th century. We note that the ideals freedom, equality, and brotherhood appear all at once in the most extreme abstraction. We see them taken up by skeptics, such as Voltaire, by enthusiasts, such as Rousseau. We see them emerge generally in the broad masses of the people. We see how the abstraction, which is fully justified in this sphere, affects the social structure. It is a completely different course of events from the one over in England. In England, the vestiges of the old Germanic patriarchal life are permeated by what the element of modern technology and modern materialistic scientific life could incorporate into the social structure. In France, we have tradition everywhere. We could say that the French Revolution has been enacted in the same manner in which a Brutus or a Caesar once acted in the most diverse ways in ancient Rome. Thus, here also, freedom, equality, and brotherhood surfaced in abstract forms. Unlike in England, the old existing patriarchal element was not destroyed from the outside. Instead, the Roman juridical tradition, the adherence to the ancient concept of property and ownership of land, inheritance laws, and so on, what had been established in the Roman juristic tradition was corroded by abstraction, driven asunder by abstraction. We need only consider the tremendous change the French Revolution brought to all of European life. We only need remind ourselves that prior to the French Revolution, those who, in a sense, distinguished themselves from the masses of the nation also had legal privileges. Only certain people could aspire to particular positions in government. What the French Revolution demanded, based on abstraction and the shadow-like intellect, was to make breaches into that system to undermine it. But it did bear the stamp of the shadowy intellect, the abstraction. Therefore, the demands that were being made fundamentally remained a kind of ideology. For this reason, we can say that anything that is of the shadowy intellect immediately turns into its opposite. Then we observe Napoleonism. We watch the experimentation in the public and social realm during the course of the 19th century. The first half of the 19th century was certainly experimentation without a goal in France. What is the nature of the events through which somebody like Louis Philippe, for example, becomes King of France, and so on? What sort of experimenting is carried out? It is done in such a way that one can recognize that the shadowy intellect is incapable of truly intervening in the actual conditions. Everything basically remains undone and incomplete. It all remains as legacy of ancient Romanism. We are justified in saying that even today the relationship to, say, the Catholic Church, which the French Revolution had quite clearly defined in abstraction, has not been clarified in France in external concrete reality. And how unclear was it time and again in the course of the 19th century. Abstract reasoning had struggled up to a certain level during the Revolution. Then came experimentation and the inability to cope with external conditions. In this way, this nation encountered the year 1840. We can also consider other nations. Let us look at Italy, for instance, which in a manner of speaking still retained a bit of the sentient soul in its passage through the culture of the intellect. It brought this bit of the sentient soul into modern times and therefore did not advance as far as the abstract concepts of freedom, equality, and brotherhood attained in the French Revolution. It did, however, seek the transition from a certain ancient group consciousness to individual consciousness in the human being. Italy faced the year 1840 in a manner that allows us to say the individual human consciousness, trying to struggle to the fore in Italy, was in fact constantly held down by what the rest of Europe now represented. We can observe how the tyranny of Habsburg weighed terribly on the individual human consciousness that tried to develop in Italy. We see in the 1820s the strange Congress of Verona that tried to determine how one could rise up against the whole substance of modern civilization. we note that there proceeded from Russia and Austria a sort of conspiracy against what the modern consciousness in humanity was meant to bring. There was hardly anything as interesting as the Congress of Verona, which basically wished to answer the question, how does one go about exterminating everything that is trying to emerge as modern consciousness in mankind? Then we see how the people in the rest of Europe struggled in certain ways. Particularly in Central Europe, only a small percentage of the population was able to attain to a certain consciousness, experiencing in a certain manner that the ego is now supposed to enter into the consciousness soul. We notice attempts to achieve this at a certain high mental level. We can see it in the peculiar high cultural level of Goethe's age, in which a man like Fichte was active. We see how the ego tried to push forward into the consciousness soul. Yet we also realize that the whole era of Goethe actually was something that lived only in few individuals. I believe people study far too little what even the most recent past was like. They simply think, for example, that Goethe lived from 1749 until 1832. He wrote Faust and a number of other works. That is what is known of Goethe, and that knowledge has existed ever since. Until the year 1862, until 30 years after Goethe's death, with few exceptions, it was impossible for people to acquire a copy of Goethe's works. They were restricted. Only a handful of people somehow owned a copy of his writings. Hence, Goetheanism had become familiar only to a select few. It was not until the 1860s that a larger number of people could even find out about the particular element that lived in Goethe. By that time, the faculty of comprehension for it had disappeared again. An actual understanding of Goethe never really came about, and the last third of the 19th century was not suited at all for such comprehension. I have often mentioned that in the 1870s, Hermann Grimm gave his title, quote, Lectures on Goethe, close quote, at the University of Berlin. That was a special event, and the book that exists as Hermann Grimm's Goethe is a significant publication in the context of Central European literature. Yet if you now take a look at this book, what is its substance? Well, all the figures who had any connection with Goethe are listed in it, but they are like shadow images, having only two dimensions. All these portrayals are shadow figures. Even Goethe is a two-dimensional being in Hermann Grimm's depiction. It is not Goethe himself. I won't even mention the Goethe whom people at the afternoon coffee parties of Weimar called, quote, the fat privy councillor with the double chin, close quote. In Hermann Grimm's Goethe, Goethe has no weight at all. He is merely a two-dimensional being, a shadow cast on the wall. It is the same with all the others who appear in the book. Herder, a shadow painted on a wall. We encounter something a little more tangible in Hermann Grimm's description of those persons coming from among the ordinary people who are close to Goethe. For example, Friederike von Sesenheim, who is portrayed there so beautifully, or Lily Schönemann from Frankfurt. Hence those who emerge from a mental atmosphere other than the one in which Goethe lived. Those are described with a certain substance. But figures like Jacobi and Lavater are but shadow images on a wall. The reader does not penetrate into the actual substance of things. Here we can observe in an almost tangible way the effects of abstraction. Such abstraction can certainly be charming, as is definitely the case with Hermann Grimm's book, but the whole thing is shadowy. Silhouettes, two-dimensional beings confront us in it. Indeed, it could not be otherwise, for it is a fact that a German could not call himself a German in Germany at the time when Hermann Grimm, for example, was young. The way one spoke of Germans during the first half of the 19th century is misunderstood, particularly at present. How, in quotes, creepy it seems to people in the West, those of the Entente, when they start reading Fichte's title Addresses to the German Nation today, and find him saying, quote, I speak simply to Germans as such, close quote. In the same way, the harmless song, Germany, Germany above all else, translators note, Deutschland, Deutschland über alles, the German national anthem, and a footnote, is interpreted foolishly. But this song means nothing more than the desire to be a German, not a Swabian, a Bavarian, an Austrian, a Franconian, or Thuringian. Just as this song referred only to Germans as such, so Fichte wished simply to address himself to Germans, not to Austrians, Bavarians, those from the province of Baden, Württemberg, Franconia, or Prussia. He wanted to speak to Germans. This is naturally impossible to understand, for instance, in a country where it has long since become a matter of course to call oneself a Frenchman. However, in certain periods in Germany, you were imprisoned if you called yourself German. You could call yourself an Austrian, a Swabian, a Bavarian, but it amounted to high treason to call yourself a German. Those who called themselves Germans in Bavaria expressed the sentiment that they did not wish to look up merely to the Bavarian throne and its reign within Bavaria's clearly defined borders, but implied that they also wished to look beyond the borders of Bavaria. But that was high treason. People were not permitted to call themselves Germans. It is not understood at all today that these things that are said about Germans in Germany refer to this unification of everything German. Instead, the absurd nonsense is spread that, for example, Hoffmann's song refers to the notion that Germany should rule over all the nations of the world, although it means nothing else but, not Swabia, not Austria, not Bavaria above all else in the world, but Germany above all else in the world, just as the Frenchman says France above all else in the world. It was, however, this peculiar nature of Central Europe that basically a tribal civilization existed there. Even today, you can see this tribal culture everywhere in Germany. A Württembergian is different from a Franconian. He differs from him even in the formulation of concepts and words, indeed even in the thought forms disseminated in literature. There really is a marked difference if you compare, say, a Franconian such as Claude Michael Conrad, using modern literature as an example, with something that has been written at the same time by a Württembergian, hence in the neighboring province. Something like this plays into the whole configuration of thoughts right into the present time. But everything that persists in this way and lives in the tribal peculiarities remains untouched by what is now achieved by the representatives of the nations. After all, in the realm commonly called Germany, something has been attained such as Goetheanism with all that belongs to it. But it has been attained by only a few intellectuals. The great masses of people remain untouched by it. The majority of the population has more or less maintained the level of Central Europe around the year AD 300 or 400, just as the Anglo-Saxon people have stayed on the level of around the year 1000 BC. People in Central Europe have remained on the level of the year AD 400. Please do not take this in the sense that a terrible arrogance might arise with the thought that the Anglo-Saxons have remained behind in the Homeric age, and we were already in the year AD 400. This is not the way to evaluate these matters. I am only indicating certain peculiarities. In turn, the geographic conditions reveal that this level of general soul development in Germany lasted much longer than in England. England's old patriarchal life had to be permeated quickly with what formed the social structure out of the modern materialistic, scientific, and technological life, first in the area of the textile industry, and later also in the area of other technologies. The German realm and Central Europe in general opposed this development initially, retaining the ancient peculiarities much longer. I might say they retained them until a point in time when the results of modern technology already prevailed fully all over the world. To a certain extent, England caught up in the transformation of the social structure in the first half of the 19th century. Everything that was achieved there definitely bypassed Central Europe. Now, Central Europe did absorb something of abstract revolutionary ideas. They came to expression through various movements and stirrings in the 1840s, in the middle of the 19th century. But this region sat back and waited, as it were, until technology had infused the whole world. Then a strange thing happened. An individual, we could also take other representatives, who in Germany had acquired his thinking from Hegelianism, namely Karl Marx, went over to England, studied the social structure there, and then formulated his socialist doctrines. At the end of the 19th century, Central Europe was then ready for these social doctrines, and they were accepted there. Thus, if we tried to outline in a similar manner what developed in this region, we would have to say the development progressed in a more elementary way, even through a great variety of ideas, even though a great variety of ideas were absorbed from outside through books and printed matter. The conditions of AD 400 in Central Europe continued on, then made a jump and basically found the connection only in the last third of the 19th century, around the year 1875. Whereas the Anglo-Saxon nation met already the year 1840 with a transformation of conditions, with the necessity of receiving the consciousness soul, the German people continued to dream. They still experienced the year 1840 as though in a dream. Then they slept through the grace period, when a bridge could have been built between leading personalities and what arose out of the masses of the people in the form of the proletariat. The latter then took hold of the socialist doctrine and thereby, beginning about the year 1875, exerted forcible radical pressure in the direction of the consciousness soul. Yet even this was in fact not noticed. In any case, it was not channeled in any direction, and even today it is basically still evaluated in the most distorted way. In order to arrive at the anomalies at the bottom of this, we need only call to mind that Oswald Spengler, who wrote the significant book, The Decline of the West, also wrote a booklet concerning socialism, of which I believe 60,000 copies, or perhaps more, have been printed. Roughly, it is Spengler's view that this European, this Western civilization is digging its own grave. According to Spengler, by the year 2200, we will be living on the level of barbarism. We have to agree with Spengler concerning certain aspects of his observations. For if the European world maintains the course of development it is pursuing now, then everything will be barbarized by the time the third millennium arrives. In this respect, Spengler is absolutely correct. The only thing Spengler does not see and does not want to see is that the shadowy intellect can be raised to imaginations out of man's inner being, and that hence the whole of Western humanity can be elevated to a new civilization. This enlivening of culture through the intentions of anthroposophical spiritual science is something a person like Oswald Spengler does not see. Rather, he believes that socialism, the real socialism as he thinks, a socialism that truly brings about social living, has to come into being prior to this decline. The people of the Occident, according to him, have the mission of realizing socialism. But, says Oswald Spengler, the only people called upon to realize socialism are the Prussians. This is why he wrote the booklet, Prussianism and Socialism. Any other form of socialism is wrong, according to Spengler. Only the form that revealed its first rosy dawn in the Wilhelminian age, only this form of socialism is to capture the world. Then the world will experience true, proper socialism. Thus speaks a person today whom I must count among the most brilliant people of our time. The point is not to judge people by the content of what they say, but by their mental capacities. This Oswald Spengler, who is master of 15 different scientific disciplines, is naturally, quote, more intelligent than all the writers, doctors, teachers, and ministers, close quote, and so on. We can truly say that with his book, about the decline of the West, he has presented something that deserves consideration, and that, by the way, is making a most profound impression on the young people in Central Europe. But next to it stands this other idea that I've referred to above. And you see precisely how the most brilliant people can arrive today at the strangest notions. People take hold of the intellect prevalent today, and this intellect is shadowy. The shadows flit to and fro. One is caught up in one shadow, then one tries to catch up with another. Nothing is alive. After all, in a silhouette, in a woman's shadow image cast on the wall, her beauty is not at all recognizable. So it is also with all other matters when they are viewed as shadow images. The shadow image of Prussianism can certainly be confused with socialism. If a woman turns her back to the wall and her shadow falls on it, even the ugliest woman might be considered beautiful. Likewise, Prussianism can be mistaken for socialism if the shadow-like intellect inwardly pervades the mind of a genius. This is how we must look at things today. We must not look at the contents. We must aim for the capacities. That is what counts. Thus it has to be acknowledged that Spengler is a brilliant human being, even though a great number of his ideas have to be considered nonsense. We live in an age when original, elementary judgments and reasons must surface. For it is out of certain elementary depths that one has to arrive at a comprehension of the present age, and thus at impulses for the realities of the future. Naturally, the European East has completely slept through the results of the year 1840. Just think of the handful of intellectuals, as opposed to the great masses of the Russian people, who, because of the Orthodox religion, particularly the Orthodox ritual, are still deeply immersed in Orientalism. Then think of the somnolent effect of men like Alexander I, Nicholas I, and all the other firsts who followed them. What has come about today was therefore the element that aimed for this point in which the consciousness soul was to have its impact on European life. We shall say more about this tomorrow, the end of Lecture 11.
This holiday, Verizon is helping you bundle up incredible gifts and savings. You'll get the latest phone with a new line on My Plan, and a brand new smartwatch and tablet. No trade-in needed, even on our lowest price plan. That's 2 gifts for your family and 1 for you. Or 2 for you and 1 for someone else. Or 3 gifts for you and only you. Either way, you save big on 3 amazing gifts at Verizon. All on the best 5G network. Visit Verizon today. Rankings based on Root Metric Root Score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Additional terms apply.
You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Materialism and the Task of Anthroposophy. This is Lecture 12, given in Dornach on May 1st, 1921. Yesterday I tried to outline the various preparations of different nations for the significant point in humanity's development in the middle of the 19th century that then, in a sense, flowed from that time on into our present age. All this can be illustrated through descriptions of the connections between external phenomena and the inner spiritual course of development. Today we shall bring together several facts that can throw some light on the actual underlying history of the 19th century. After all, it is true, at the middle of that century is the point when intellectual activity completely turned into a function, an occupation of the human physical body. Whereas this activity of the intellect was a manifestation of the etheric body during the whole preceding age, from the 8th century BC until the 15th century AD, it has increasingly become an activity of the physical body since that time. This process reached a culmination in the middle of the 19th century. Along with this, the human being has in fact become more spiritual than was previously the case. The insights into the spiritual world that had come about earlier and had diminished since the beginning of modern times were derived, after all, from the more intensive union of the physical body with the etheric body. simply because they were now in a position to carry out something completely non-physical with their physical body, namely intellectual activity. Human beings thus became completely spiritual beings in regard to their activity. But as I already pointed out yesterday, they denied this spirituality. People related what they grasped mentally only to the physical world. And as I attempted to characterize it yesterday, the different nations were prepared in different ways for this moment in the development of modern civilization. From this earlier characterization, the fundamental difference between the sole condition of the Roman Latin segment of Europe's population and that of the Anglo-Saxon part will have become clear. A radical difference does indeed exist in regard to the inner soul constitution. This radical difference can best be characterized if certain spiritual streams that have run their course in humanity's evolution since ancient times and have been recognized long ago are juxtaposed to the contrast between France, Spain, Italy, and the inhabitants of the British Isles and their American descendants. This can be characterized in the following way. Everything that was part of the Ahura Mazda cult in the ancient Persian culture, mankind's looking up to the light, encountered in a diminished form in the Egypto-Chaldean civilizations, and even more diminished in Greek culture, finally became abstract in the Roman culture. All this left residual traces in what has been preserved throughout the Middle Ages and the modern era in the Romance segment of the European population. The last offshoot of the Ormuzd or Ahura Mazda culture has remained behind, as it were, whereas, on the other hand, the stream that was considered the Ahrimanic one in the ancient Persian worldview emerges as modern culture. Indeed, like Ormuzd and Ahriman, these two cultures confront each other in recent times. We find poured into this Ormuzd stream everything that comes from the Roman Church. The forms Christianity assumed by enveloping itself with the Roman juristic forms of government, by turning into the Papal Church of Rome, are the last offshoots. We have indicated much else from which these forms originated, but together with all these things, they are the last offshoots of the Ormuzd cult. These last traces can still be detected in the offering of the Mass and all that is present in it. A proper understanding of what lies at the basis of these traces will be attained only if less value is placed on insignificant aspects as compared to the great streams of humanity. Only if, in studying these matters, the true value is sought in the forms of thought and feeling that hold sway. In regard to the external civilization, modern impulses came to expression in a tumultuous way in the French Revolution at the end of the 18th century. As I indicated yesterday, there lived in it, though in abstractions, the appeal addressed to the individual, the conscious human being. We might actually say, like a counter blow against what continued to survive in Romanism, these abstractions of freedom, equality, and brotherhood came into being out of the world of ideas. We must distinguish between what found its way into the Roman forms of thought and feeling out of ancient spiritual streams, and the element that originated from human nature. After all, we must always distinguish the essence of a single nationality from the ongoing stream of humanity in general. We shall see how a light that clearly points to the characteristic moment in humanity's evolution in that century also takes shape precisely in the French civilization later on in the 19th century. But the national element in the French, Spanish, and Italian cultures contains in itself the continuation of the Ormuzd element in those times in which this element, naturally transformed through the Catholicity of Christianity, appears as a shadow of an ancient civilization. Therefore, we see that despite all aspirations toward freedom, Romanism became and has remained the bearer of what the Roman Church in its world dominion represents. You really do not understand much of the course of European development if you do not clearly realize in what sense Roman ecclesiasticism continues to live in Romanism to this day. Indeed, even the thought forms employed in the struggle against the institutions of the Church are in turn themselves derived from this Roman Catholic thinking. Thus, we have to distinguish between the general stream of humanity's evolution, which has assumed abstract character and flows through the French Revolution, and the particular national, the Roman Latin stream, which is actually completely infected with Roman Catholicity. Out of this stream of Roman Catholicity, a remarkable phenomenon arises in the beginning of the 19th century. This phenomenon and its significance for the development in Europe is given far too little attention. Most people who spend their lives being asleep to the phenomena of civilization know nothing of what has been living in the depths of European culture since the beginning of the 19th century, and is still fully grounded in Roman Catholicity. All this is concentrated, I should say, in the first third of the 19th century in the activities of a certain personality, namely de Maistre. De Maistre is actually the representative of the Catholicity born by the waves of Romanism. Catholicity that has the aspiration to lead the whole of Europe back into its bosom. De Maistre, I am pronouncing it that way, is D-E, then capital M-A-I-S-T-R-E. Forgive me, I'm going to pronounce that de Maistre. End of aside. With de Maistre, a personality of the greatest imaginable genius, of compelling spirituality, but Roman Catholic, through and through, appears on the scene. Let us now give some consideration to something that is completely unfamiliar to those who think along Protestant lines, yet is present in a relatively large number of people in Europe. It is not commonly known that a spiritual stream does in fact exist that is quite unknown to what has otherwise developed since the beginning of the 15th century, but that is itself well acquainted with the effects of this new mentality of the fifth post-Atlantean epoch. Let us try to characterize the worldview in the minds of those for whom de Maistre was a brilliant representative in the first third of the 19th century. He himself has long since died, but the spirit that inspired him lives on in a relatively large number of people in Europe. Our present is the time in which it is coming to life again, assuming new forms and seeking to gain larger and larger dimensions. We shall characterize the worldview at its roots in a few sentences. This view holds that since the beginning of the 15th century, the course of human life on earth is going downhill. Since that time, only dissipation, godlessness, and vapidity have proliferated in European civilization. The mere intellect, focusing on usefulness, has gripped humanity. Truth, on the other hand, which is identical with the spirituality of the world, expresses something different since time immemorial. The problem is that modern man has forgotten this ancient sacred truth. This primordial sacred truth implies that man is a fallen creature. The human being is caused to appeal to his conscience and remorse in his soul, so that he can lift himself up, so that his soul will not fall prey to materiality. But inasmuch as European humanity utilizes materiality since the middle of the 15th century, the European civilization is falling into ruin, and with it the whole of mankind. That is the worldview whose main exponent is de Maistre. According to this view, all of humanity falls into two categories, one representing the kingdom of God, the other representing the kingdom of this world. The followers of this view look upon the earth's population and distinguish those who they say belong to the kingdom of God. They are the ones who still believe in the ancient truths, who in fact have vanished in their true form since the beginning of the 15th century. Their noblest after effects can still be detected in the views of Augustine, who also differentiates between human beings who are predestined to salvation and those predestined to damnation. The adherents of de Maistre claim that when one encounters a person in this world, he either belongs to the kingdom of God or to the kingdom of this world. It only appears as though human beings were all mixed together. In the eyes of the spiritual world, they are strictly separated from one another, and they can be distinguished from one another. In antiquity, those who belonged to the kingdom of the world worshipped superstition. That is, they fashioned for themselves false images of the deity. Since the beginning of the 15th century, they cling to unbelief. That is what de Maistre and his followers say. They know very well what the majority of the European population has slept through, namely the new age that has in fact dawned since the beginning of the 15th century. They indicate this point in time. They indicate it as that moment in time when humanity forgot the source, the actual source of divine truth. They put it like this: through sole use of the shadowy intellect, human beings found themselves in a position where the connecting link between them and the source of eternal truth was severed. Since that time, Providence no longer extends mercy to mankind, only justice. And this justice will hold sway on the day of judgment. If one relates something like this, it is like telling people a fairy tale. Nevertheless, there are those in Europe who cling to this view that since the beginning of the 15th century, divine world rule has assumed a quite different position in regard to Earth humanity. They cling to this tenet just as modern scientists adhere to the law of gravity or something like that. Despite the fact that the existence of this view of life is of fundamental significance, particularly for the present, people today do not wish to pay any heed to something like this. De Maistre sees the most pronounced defection from ancient truth in the French Revolution. He does not view it in the way we considered it, namely as the arising in abstract form of what is supposed to direct human beings to the consciousness soul. Instead, he views this revolution as the fall into unbelief, the worst thing that could have happened to modern humanity. The French Revolution, in particular, signifies to him that the seal has now been set on the fact that the divine world power no longer has any obligation to extend mercy in any form on the human being, but merely justice, which will be sure to prevail on the day of judgment. It is assumed in these circles that those who will fall prey to the powers of doom are already predestined, and also already preordained are those who are the children of the kingdom of God, who are destined to save themselves, because they still cling to ancient wisdom that enjoyed its special bloom in the 4th century AD. Such an impulse pervades the text titled Observations about France, de Maistre wrote in 1796, when he still lived in Piedmont. Already then he reproached France, the France of the Revolution, for its long list of sins. Already then he referred to the foundations of Romanism that still retain what has come down from ancient times. This sentiment is expressed even more strongly in de Maistre's later writings, and the latter are connected with the whole mission in world history de Maistre ascribed to himself. After all, he chose Petersburg as the setting for his activity, His later writings proceeded from there. De Maistre had the grandiose idea to tie in with Russianism, particularly with the element that had found its way since ancient times from Asia into the Orthodox Catholic Russian religion. From there, he wished to create a connection to Romanism. He tried to bring about the great fusion between the element living in the Oriental manner of thinking in Russian culture and the element coming from Rome. The article he wrote in Petersburg in 1810, titled Essay Concerning the Creative Principle of Political Constitutions, is already imbued with this view. We can discern from this text how de Maistre refers back to what Christianity was in regard to its metaphysical view prior to the scholastic age, what it was in the first centuries, and what was acceptable to Rome. De Maistre aimed for Roman, for Catholic Christianity as a real power, but in a certain sense, he even rejected what the Middle Ages had already produced as an innovation on the basis of Aristotle's philosophy. In a certain sense, de Maistre tried to exclude Aristotle, for the latter was to him already the preparation for what has appeared since the 15th century in the form of the modern faculty of reason. Through human faculties other than logic, de Maistre wanted to attain to a relationship with spirituality. The essay he wrote in the second decade of the 19th century, titled Concerning the Pope, moves particularly strongly in the direction of this concept of life. We might say that it is a text that exudes a classic spirit in its composition, a spirit that belongs, in a manner of speaking, to the finest times of French culture under Louis XIV. At the same time, it had as penetrating an effect as any inspired writing. The Pope is presented as the rightful ruler of modern civilization, and it is significant that this is being stated in Petersburg. The manner of presentation is such that one is supposed to distinguish between the temporal, namely the corruption that has come into the world through a number of popes, the objectionable elements in regard to some of the popes, and the eternal principle of Roman papacy. In a sense, the Pope is represented as incarnation of the spirit of the earth that is to rule over this earth. One is moved to say, all the warmth that lives in this essay about the Pope is the shining forth of Ormuzd's spirit that very nearly sees Ahura Mazda himself incarnated in the Roman Pope, and that therefore makes the demand that the Roman Catholic Church, in its fusion with all that found its way from the Orient into Russia, for this is implied in the background, will rule supreme, that it will sweep away all that the intellectual culture has produced since the beginning of the 15th century. De Maistre was really brilliantly effective in this direction. In 1816, his translation of Plutarch was published. In it, he tried to demonstrate the sort of power that Christianity possessed. A power, so he thought, that had insinuated itself as thought form into Plutarch's dissertations, although the latter was still a pagan. Finally, the last work from de Maistre's pen, again proceeding from Petersburg, titled Twilight Hours in St. Petersburg, was published in 2 volumes. First of all, everything I have already characterized appears in them in an especially pronounced form. In particular, he depicts the radical struggle of Roman Catholicism against what appears on the British Isles as its counterpart. If, on the one hand, we see how Roman Catholicism crystallizes in all this in a certain direction, if we note what is connected in the form of Roman Catholicism with personalities like Ignatius of Loyola, Alfonso de Liguori, Francis Xaverius, and others, and relate this to the brilliant figure de Maistre, if we observe everything that is present here, then, in a manner of speaking, we see the obsolete, archaic light of Ormuzd. On the other hand, we note what de Maistre sees arising on the British Isles, and what he then assails cuttingly with the pungent acid of his penetrating mind. This struggle by de Maistre against the true essence of the Anglo-Saxon spirit is one of the most grandiose spiritual battles that has ever taken place. In particular, he aims at the personality of the philosopher Locke, and sees in him the very incarnation of the spirit that leads mankind into decline. He opposes Locke's philosophy brilliantly to excess. We need only recall the significance of this philosophy. In the background, on the one hand, we must note the Roman principles of initiation that express themselves like a continuing Ormusd worship. We must be aware of everything that flowed into this from somebody like Ignatius of Loyola. Bossuet, his name is pronounced B-O-S-S-U-E-T, Bossuet maybe, and in such grand manner from de Maistre himself. On the other hand, in contrast to everything that has its center in Roman Catholicism and Rome itself, yet is based on initiation, and I might say is certainly the newest phase of the Ormusd initiation, we have to observe all the secret societies that spread from Scotland down through England, and of which English philosophy and politics are an expression. From a certain different viewpoint, I have described that on another occasion. De Maistre is just as well informed about what makes itself felt out of an Ahrimanic initiation principle as he is knowledgeable about what he is trying to bring to bear as the Ormusd initiation in the new form for European civilization. De Maistre knows how to evaluate all these things. He is intelligent enough to recognize them esoterically, inasmuch as he attacks the philosopher Locke, who in a sense is an offspring, an outward exoteric offspring of this other Ahrimanic initiation. He is attacking an important personality, the one who made his appearance with the epochal book titled Concerning Human Reason, which then greatly influenced French thinking. Subsequently, Locke was indeed revered by Voltaire. His influence was such that Madame de Sévigné, sorry for the pronunciation, S-E-V-I-G-N-E, Sévigné, remarked concerning an Italian writer who made Locke palatable in a literary sense for Italy, that the latter would have liked to consume Locke's rhetorical embellishments in every bowl of bouillon. Now, de Maistre took a close look at Locke and said, it is impossible that Voltaire, for example, and other Frenchmen could have even read this Locke. In his book titled Twilight Hours in St. Petersburg, de Maistre discusses in detail how writers actually gain world fame. He demonstrates that it is quite possible that Voltaire had never read Locke. He really could not have read him. Otherwise, he would have been smart enough not to defend Locke as he did. Even though de Maistre sees a veritable devil in Voltaire, he still does him justice by saying this of him. And in order to substantiate this, he offers long essays on how individuals like Locke are written and spoken about in the world, individuals who are viewed as great men. This is notwithstanding the fact that in reality people are not concerned with gaining first-hand knowledge about them, but instead familiarize themselves with such individuals by means of secondary sources. It is as if humanity were imprisoned in error. This is how Locke affects these people. The whole modern way of thinking that, according to de Maistre's view, then led to the catastrophe of the French Revolution, actually proceeds from Locke. In other words, Locke is the exponent, the symptom, the historical symptom for this. From the point from which Locke proceeded, this way of thinking dominates the world. De Maistre scrutinizes Locke, and he says that there were few writers who had such an absolute lack of a sense of style as did Locke, and he demonstrates this in detail. He tries to prove in every instance that Locke's statements are so trivial, so matter of fact, that one need not reckon with them at all, that it is quite unnecessary to trouble one's thoughts with them. He states that Voltaire and Locke always clearly defined everything. But, asks de Maistre, what are these definitions by Locke? Nothing but truisms, quote, nonsensical tautologies, close quote, to use a modern term, and ridiculous. According to him, all of Locke's pen-pushing is supposedly a joke without style, without brilliance, full of tautologies and platitudes. This is how de Maistre characterized something that became most valuable for modern mankind, namely that people today see greatness in platitude, in popular style, in the lack of genius and style, in what can be found in the streets but passes itself off as philosophy. Yet de Maistre is actually a person who in all instances pays attention to the deeper spiritual principles, to the spiritually essential. It is most difficult for matters such as these, encountered here, to be made comprehensible to a person today. For the way a personality like de Maistre thinks is really quite foreign to present-day human beings, who are accustomed to the shadowy intellect. De Maistre not only observes the individual person, he sees the spiritual element working through that individual. What Locke wrote must be characterized in de Maistre's sense in the way I have just described it. However, de Maistre expresses this with extraordinary brilliance and geniality. At the same time, he says, if in turn I consider Locke as a person, he was indeed a quite decent fellow. One can have nothing against him as a person. He is the corrupter of Western European humanity, but he is a decent person. If he would be born again today and would have to watch how human beings make use of this triviality that he himself recognized as such after death, he would cry bitter tears over the fact that people have fallen for his platitudes in this manner. All this is expressed by de Maistre with tremendous, forced and plausible emphasis. He is imbued with the impulse thus to annihilate what appears to him as the actual adversary of Roman Catholicism, and what, according to his view, thrives especially on the other side of the Channel. I would like to read to you one passage verbatim from the Petersburg Twilight Conversations, where he speaks of the to his view, wretched effect of Locke on politics. Quote, these dreadful seeds, unquote, so he says, quote, perhaps would not have come to fruition under the ice of his style, animated in the hot mud of Paris. They have produced the monster of the revolution that has engulfed Europe, close quote. After having uttered such words against the spirit working through Locke, he again turns to Locke as a person. This is something that is so difficult to impress on people of our age, who constantly confuse the external personality with the spiritual principle that expresses itself through that human being, and see it as a unit. De Maistre always distinguishes what reveals itself as actual spirituality from the external human being. Now, he turns again to the outward personality and says, he is actually a man who had any number of virtues, but he was gifted with them about as well as was that master of dance, who, according to Swift, was so accomplished in all the skills of dance and had only one fault: he limped. Thus says de Maistre, Locke was gifted with all virtues, yet de Maistre truly sees him as an incarnation of the evil principle. This is not my figure of speech. De Maistre himself uses this expression, that speaks through Locke and holds sway supersensibly since the beginning of the 15th century. One really gains some respect for the penetrating spirituality that imbued de Maistre. One must also be aware, however, that there really exist people who are gaining influence today and are on the verge now of winning back their influence over European civilization who are definitely inspired by that spirituality that de Maistre represented on the highest level. De Maistre still retains something of the more ancient instinctive insights into the relationship between world and man. This is particularly evident from his discourse about the sacrifice offering and the ritual of the sacrifice. He had somewhat of an awareness of the fact that what is linked to the physical body in regard to the consciousness soul must make itself felt independently in the human being, and that it is embodied in the blood. Basically, it was de Maistre's view that the divine element had only been present in human evolution up to the 4th Christian century. He did not wish to acknowledge the Christ who works on continuously. Above all, he tried to extinguish everything existing since the 15th century. He longed to return to ancient times. Thus he acquired his particular view of the Christ, a view that possessed something of the ancient Yahweh, indeed, of the old pagan gods. For he really went back to the cult of Ormuzd. And he gathered from this viewpoint that the divine element can only be sought far beyond the human consciousness soul, hence beyond the blood. Based on such profound depths of his worldview, de Maistre expressed the thought that the gods, namely the gods of whom he spoke, have a certain distaste for the blood, and in the first place have to be appeased by the blood sacrifice. The blood has to offer itself up in sacrifice. It goes without saying that this is something the supremely enlightened modern human being laughs at, yet it is something that has passed on from de Maistre to those who are his followers and who represent a segment of humanity that must be taken seriously, but who are also intimately connected with everything proceeding today from Roman ecclesiasticism. We must not forget that in de Maistre we confront the finest and most brilliant representative of what infused France from Romanism, and what indeed has come to expression in French culture, I would say, in an ingenious but folk-oriented form. It is this that lives in French culture and has constantly brought it about that clericalism played a significant role in everything motivating French politics throughout the whole 19th century. In France, the abstract impulses of freedom, equality, and brotherhood clashed with what existed there as Roman Catholicism. Actually, we must vividly feel what imbued a person such as Gambetta, when at a decisive moment the deep sigh escaped from him, "Le clericalisme, voilà l'ennemi." Quote, "Clericalism, that is the enemy." Close quote. He sensed this clericalism that pulsed up from everything in the art of social experimentation during the first half of the 19th century. It lived in Napoleon III. It was something even the Commune had to struggle against. It was an element that survived into later times, permeating the Boulangism of the 1880s and the conflicts around the personality of Dreyfus. It is something that is alive even today. An element is present in France that stands in an inner, spiritual, and absolutely radical difference to all that exists on the other side of the Channel in Great Britain, and is basically embodied in the elements that remained behind from something else, from the various Masonic orders and lodges. Whereas, on the one hand, we are dealing with initiated Roman Catholicism, on the other hand, we encounter the movements of secret societies, which I have already characterized here from another viewpoint, and which represent the Ahrimanic stream. There is a tremendous difference in the way the modern question of one person's individual status is expressed, say in the elections to Parliament in France, or over in Great Britain. In France, everything proceeds from a certain theory, from certain ideologies. In England, everything emerges directly from the practical relationships of commercial and industrial life, and collides, as I pointed out yesterday, with the ancient patriarchal conditions that prevailed particularly in the landowner's lifestyle. Just look at the way things take place in France. You find everywhere what you might call spiritual battles. There are struggles for freedom, for equality, and brotherhood. People fight for the separation of school and church. People struggle to push the church back. But it is not possible to do so, for the church dwells in the depths of the soul's existence. Everything runs its course, in a manner of speaking, in the domain of certain dialectics, of certain arguments. Over in England, these matters run their course as questions of power. There we find a certain spiritual movement that is typical of the Anglo-Saxon people. I have often pointed out that as the middle of the 19th century approached, certain people came to the conclusion that things could not be allowed to go on in the same way any longer. Human beings had to be made aware of the fact that a spiritual world does exist. The merely shadow-like intellect did not suffice. Yet, people could not make up their minds to bring this inclination toward the spirit to the attention of the world in a manner other than through something that is super-materialistic, namely through spiritism. This spiritism, which in turn has a greater impact than one would think, has its origins there. Spiritism, out to grasp the spirit externally, so to speak, just as one grasps matter, is therefore super-materialistic, is more materialistic than materialism itself. Locke lives on, so to say, in this super-materialism. And this element that in a sense dwells in the inner sphere of the modern cultural development expresses itself outwardly. It is certainly again and again the same phenomenon. We encounter a tendency toward that spiritual stream de Maistre opposes so radically in the 1840s across the Channel. The tendency to comprehend everything by means of material entities. Locke basically referred to the intellect in such a manner that he deprived the intellect of its spiritual nature. He made use of the most spiritual element in the human being in order to deny the spirituality in the human being. Indeed, in order to direct human beings only to matter. Similarly, people in the 19th century referred to the spirit and tried to demonstrate it through all sorts of material manifestations. The intention was to make the spirit comprehensible to human beings through materialism. The element, however, that imbued the initiates of the various fraternities then passed over into the external social and political conditions. One is inclined to say, by fighting for the abolition of the grain tariff in 1846, and succeeding in that endeavor, the cotton merchant Cobden and the Quaker Bright were the outward agents of the inner spiritual stream in the political life, in the same way as the two most inept individuals who ever existed in politics, Asquith and Gray, in the year 1914. Certainly Cobden and Bright were not as blind as Asquith and Gray, but basically it is the same symptom, presented to the world in outward phenomena, such as the abolition of the grain tariff in 1846, when industry was victorious over the ancient patriarchal system, only on a new stage. Yesterday I listed the other stages preceding this one. Then we can observe, so to speak, stage following upon stage. We see the workers organizing themselves. We note that the Whigs increasingly become the party concerned with industry, that the Tories turn into the party of the landowners of the old patriarchal system. But we also see that this ancient patriarchal element could no longer resist the abrupt clash with modern technology. I characterized the manner of that yesterday. And that, all at once, modern industrialism pushed its way in. Thus, centuries, indeed millennia, were skipped, and England's mental condition that dated back to pre-Christian eras and existed well into the 19th century simply merged with what has developed in recent times. Then we see the right to vote increasingly extended, the Tories calling for the support of a man who only a short while ago certainly would not have been counted among them, Disraeli, Lord Beaconsfield, who was of Jewish extraction, an outsider in quotes. We watch the upper house finally becoming a shadow, and the year 1914 approaching, in which a quite new England emerges. Only future historiography will be able to evaluate this emergence of the New England correctly. You see, this is the course of the major events in the development of the 19th century. We see the various moments flashing up, indicating how significant a point in humanity's evolution has actually appeared. Only the most enlightened minds, however, can discern the light flashes that are the most important. I have frequently called attention to a phenomenon that is highly significant for the comprehension of the development in the 19th century. I have called attention to the moment in Goethe's house in Weimar when, having heard of the July Revolution in France, Ackermann appeared before Goethe, and Goethe said to him, quote, "In Paris, unheard of things have occurred. Everything is in flames." Close quote. Naturally, Ackermann believed that Goethe was referring to the July Revolution. That was of no interest at all to Goethe. Instead, he said, quote, "I don't mean that. That is not what interests me. Rather, in the Academy in Paris, great controversy between Cuvier and Geoffroy de Saint-Hilaire has broken out concerning whether the individual types of animals are independent or whether the one type passes over into the next." Close quote. Cuvier claimed the first, namely that one is dealing with firm, rigid types that cannot evolve into other types. Geoffroy held that one has to view a type as being changeable, that one type passes over into the next. For Goethe, this was the major world event of modern times. In fact, this was true. Goethe, therefore, had a profound, tremendously alive sensitivity. For what did Geoffroy de Saint-Hilaire argue against Cuvier? The former sensed that when human beings look into their inner being, they can animate this shadowy intellect, that it is not merely logic which is passively concerned with the external world, but that this logic can discover something like living truth about the things in this world within itself. In what imbued Geoffroy de Saint-Hilaire, Goethe sensed the assertion of the living intellect, something that arose, I might say, in the occult development of modern humanity, and reached its culmination in the middle of the 19th century. Goethe really sensed something of great significance. Cuvier, the great scholarly scientist, claimed that one had to be able to differentiate between the individual species and had to place them side by side. He stated that it was impossible to transform one type into the next, least of all, for example, the bird species into that of the mammals, and so on. Geoffroy de Saint-Hilaire, on the other hand, claimed that it was possible to do so. What sort of confrontation was that? Ordinary truth and sublime error? Oh no, that is not the case. With ordinary, abstract logic, with the shadow intellect, one can just as easily prove the correctness of what Cuvier claims as of what Geoffroy de Saint-Hilaire has stated. On the basis of ordinary reason, which still prevails in our science today, this question cannot be resolved. This is why it has come up again and again. This is why we see Geoffroy de Saint-Hilaire confront Cuvier in Paris in 1830, and in a different manner, Weismann and others confront Haeckel. These questions cannot be determined by way of this external science. For here, the element that has turned into the shadow-like intellect since the beginning of the 15th century, something that de Maistre detests so much, is really aiming at abolishing spirituality itself. De Maistre pointed to Rome, even to the fact that the Pope, except for the temporal, passing papal personalities, sits in Rome as the incarnation of what is destined to rule over modern civilization. The culmination point of these discourses by de Maistre was reached in the year 1870, when the dogma of the Pope's infallibility was proclaimed. By way of the outmoded Ormuzd worship, the element that should be sought in spiritual heights was brought down into the person of the Roman Pope. What ought to be viewed as spirituality became temporalized matter. The church was turned into the secular state. This was subsequent to the fact that the church had already, for a long time, been successful in fitting the secular states into the form it had assumed itself when it had turned into the state religion under Constantine. Therefore, in Romanism, we have on the one hand something that turns into the modern state, inasmuch as the legal principle itself rebels and brings about its own polarity, so to speak, in the French Revolution. On the other hand, we have the outdated Ormuzd worship. Then we confront the element arising from the economic sphere. For all the measures that are taken on the other side of the English Channel originate from that sphere. In de Maistre, we encounter the last great personality who tries to imprint spirituality into the judicial form of the state, who tries to carry the spirit into earthly materiality. This is what anthroposophically oriented spiritual science has to oppose. It wishes to establish supersensible spirituality. It tries to add to the prolonged Ormuzd worship, to the Ahrimanic worship, something that will bring about a balance. It wishes to make the spirit itself the ruler of the earth. This cannot be accomplished other than in the following manner. If, on the one hand, the earthly element is imprinted into the structure of political laws, and, on the other hand, into the economic form, this spiritual life, in turn, is established in such a way that it does not institute the belief in a God who has become secular, but rather inaugurates the reign of the Spirit itself that flows in with each new human being incarnating on earth. This is the free spiritual life that wishes to take hold of the Spirit that stands above all that is earthly. Once again, the intention is to bring to bear what one might call the effusion of the Spirit. In AD 869, during the General Ecumenical Council, the view of the Spirit was toned down in order to prevent human beings from arriving at the acknowledgement of the Spirit that rules the earth from heaven at the beginning of the 15th century, in order to make possible the appearance of a man such as de Maistre as late as the 19th century. This is what is important. Rather than appealing to the Spirit believed to be incarnated in an earthly sense, a Christ being believed to be living on in an earthly church, we must appeal to the spiritual entity that is indeed connected with the earth, yet must be recognized and viewed in the Spirit. But since everything human beings must attain in the earthly domain, in this earthly domain, has to be acquired within the social order, this cannot come about in any other way but by acknowledging the free right of the Spirit descending with each new human life in order to acquire the physical body, the spirit that can never become sovereign in an earthly personality and dwells in a supersensible being. The establishment of the dogma of infallibility is a defection from spirituality. The last point of what had been intended with that Council of 869 had been reached. We must return to the acknowledgement, belief in, and recognition of the Spirit. This, however, can only come about if our social order is permeated with the structure that makes possible the free spiritual life alongside other things, the earthbound political and economic life. This is how the insight human beings must acquire today places itself into the course of civilization. This is how it has to be experienced within the latter. If we fail to do that, we cannot arrive at the essence of what is actually trying to come to expression in the threefold social organism, of what tries to work for the salvation of a civilization that otherwise must fall victim to decline in the manner described by Spengler. The end of Lecture 12.
Okay, it's just a treehouse. Mike, are you okay?
No! I'm terrified of used car shopping and I cannot afford to overpay!
Buddy, I'm always here to help.
Well, show me, Carfax.
Almost half of all used cars have been in an accident. Half! Carfax can show how damage impacts price, so you don't have to overpay.
Thanks, man.
Do your kids know you're hiding in their treehouse?
I built this treehouse. This is my treehouse.
Always look for me and shop millions of great deals at Carfax.com.
You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Materialism and the Task of Anthroposophy. This is Lecture 13, given in Dornach on May 5th, 1921. The fourth post-Atlantean epoch, the epoch of the development of humanity's intellect, was guided by the Greek mystery centers. Initially, the mysteries provided the basis of this intellectual or mind culture for the general population of Asia Minor and Southern Europe. The secret of human life and its connection with the sun played a major role in these mysteries. We know from the descriptions given in my book Theosophy how the ego lights up within man's intellectual or mind soul, after which it is meant to attain to its full inner power through the consciousness soul. Now, insofar as man's ego was destined to be developed during the age of the intellectual culture, the mysteries of that age had to be occupied with the secrets of the sun's life, and particularly the sun's links with the human ego. You also know from my description in title Riddles of Philosophy that the Greeks still perceived their ideas and concepts in the outer world, just as we today perceive colors, sounds, and so on. For the ancient Greeks, the element that dwells in concepts was not something merely created within the mind. It was something they beheld with the objects. In this respect, Goethe definitely possessed something of a Greek nature. He made this evident in the famous conversation with Schiller. When he heard Schiller say that his mental images, something conceptual and ideal, were not perceptions but ideas, Goethe replied that in this case he saw his ideas just as he saw external perceptions around him. The Greeks' relationship to concepts was associated with a quite definite sensation the Greeks experienced when they directed their glance upon the outer world. In fact, they regarded the conceptual content that shone forth to them everywhere as the offspring of the sun's life. When the sun rose in the morning, they sensed the rising of conceptual life in space. With the setting sun, they experienced the disappearance of the life of thought. We cannot understand the evolution of nations if we do not take into consideration this change in the soul life. That faculty, my dear friends, has actually been lost from the soul life of human beings, namely the faculty to sense and experience the spirituality of the whole environment. Today, a person sees the rise of the sun's round globe and only has an awareness of what is encountered there in the way of colored and shining atmospheric phenomena. It is the same when the sun is viewed as it disappears in the red glow of a sunset. The Greeks had the feeling that in the morning the world arose and bestowed on them their world of ideas. It vanished in the evening, and a world then appeared that withdrew from them their world of ideas. In the darkness of night, they felt bereft of their ideas. When they looked up at the sky, which appears blue to us, but for which they used the same term as for, in quotes, darkness, they actually felt that the boundaries of space consisted of what was beyond conceptual life. Where the Greeks saw the universe reaching a boundary, there ended for them the world of ideas with which the human being is endowed. Beyond this universe, the Greeks divined the existence of other worlds, the thought worlds of the gods. Those worlds seemed to them closely linked to what they designated as light. They were revealed to them, concentrated, as it were, in the sun's life, whereas, otherwise, they withdrew into the expanse of the dark cosmic firmament. We have to have insight into this quite different world of sensations if we are to understand the way in which this manner of perception, in all its inner vitality, affected the evolution of the human being for some time. We have to realize what the most advanced representatives of mankind felt when they could no longer experience the spiritual reflection of the sun's life in the cosmos upon them. And especially the most advanced representatives of humanity, who had received their education in the Greek mysteries, then experienced the mystery of Golgotha as a salvation, inasmuch as it once again brought about the possibility of enkindling this light within their being. The light such individuals had actually experienced earlier as a divine element, they now wished to experience by means of participating with their soul and spirit in the events of the mystery of Golgotha. We do not acquire an actual knowledge of what has come to pass in mankind in the course of millennia when we merely study these things with the intellect. We have to focus on the transformation of the whole human mind and soul life. Living since the beginning of the 15th century, in the age of the consciousness soul development, we have retained only the shadowy nature of our inner intellectual activity, of the spirituality of reason that existed in the fourth post-Atlantean period. I have outlined this here during the past few weeks. Now, once again, we have to struggle to attain an awareness of what can permeate our form of shadowy intellect with a living perception of the universe. It was precisely because of the modern culture of the shadowy intellect that the human being, in a manner of speaking, has been fettered to the earth. Today we actually consider only what the earth offers to us, particularly when we allow ourselves to be infected by the constantly expanding, purely scientific culture. People have no idea that they belong not only to the earth, with their whole being, but to the whole extraterrestrial universe as well. This knowledge of their connection with the cosmos beyond Earth is something mankind must acquire once again. We simply take earthly life today as the basis of our ideas and concepts and construe a view of the whole universe in accordance with conditions on Earth. The resulting picture of the universe is then not much else than the transference of earthly conditions to extraterrestrial ones. Thus, by means of the tremendous achievements of modern science, through spectral analysis and other methods, a view of the sun was developed that is really modeled entirely upon earthly conditions. A conception is formed of what a luminous body of gas might look like. This conception is then transferred to what meets our eye as the sun in the cosmos. We must once again learn to use the materials of spiritual science to arrive at a conception of the sun. The physicist believes that the sun would present itself to him as a luminous sphere of gas if he were able to travel out into space. Yet, despite the fact that it reflects the cosmic light to us in its own way, in the manner it receives it, the sun is a spiritual entity through and through. We are not dealing with a physical entity that moves about somewhere out there in the universe, but with a completely spiritual being. The Greeks still had the right feeling when they experienced the light shining down upon them from the sun as something that must be brought into a connection with their ego development, insofar as this ego development is tied to the conceptual nature of the intellect. The sun's rays were to the Greeks something that enkindled their ego within them. It is therefore obvious that the Greeks still had a feeling for the spirituality of the cosmos. To them, the sun being was substantially a being related to the ego. The element the human being becomes aware of when he says capital I to himself, the force that works in him and enables him to say I to himself, this is what the Greeks looked at. They felt called upon to address the sun in the same way they addressed their ego, to regard the sun with the same feelings they had for their ego. Ego and sun are the inner and the outer aspects of the same being. What orbits out there through space as the sun is the cosmic I. What lives within me is the human I. One is inclined to say that this sensation is still faintly perceptible to those who have a somewhat deeper feeling of affinity for nature. The basis of such an experience has already vanished to a large degree. Yet something is still alive in the human being today that is attuned to the rise of the sun in springtime, that can still experience the spirituality of the sunbeam and can feel how the ego is imbued with new life when the rays of the sun illuminate the earth with greater intensity. Yet it is but a last faint sensation that even in this external manner is dying out in mankind. It is about to disappear in the abstract, shadowy culture of the intellect that has gradually become prevalent in the whole of civilized life today. However, we must once again reach the point where some recognition can be gained of humanity's relationship with supersensible existence. In this respect, I want to point out a number of things today. By bringing together all the references found here and there in anthroposophical literature, we shall be able, first of all, to comprehend once more the sun's connection with the ego. We shall be able to perceive the significant contrast between the forces radiating from the sun to the earth and those forces that are active in what we term the moon. Sun and moon are in a certain respect total opposites. Complete polarity exists between them. When we study the sun by means of spiritual science, we find that the sun sends down to us everything that fashions us into bearers of our ego. We owe to the rays of the sun what in fact bestows on us the human form, and in the latter molds us into an image of the ego. What works in the human being from outside and determines his form from without, even as early as the embryonic stage, are influences from the sun. When the human embryo is developing in the womb, a great deal more is taking place than what present-day science is dreaming about, namely, that forces originate from the impregnated mother that then develop the human being. No, the human embryo merely rests in the mother's body. It is given form by the sun's forces. It is true, however, that we must bring these sun forces into connection with the moon's forces that have opposite effects. The moon forces become evident, above all, as the inner influence in the lower metabolic nature of man. In drawing an outline, we may therefore say, the sun's forces are the element molding the human being from outside. What develops in the metabolic processes from within are the moon's forces, positioning themselves within the human organism and radiating outward from the center. This does not contradict the fact that these moon forces also play a part, for instance, in forming the human countenance. They shape the face, because the effects that proceed from the center, from the lower metabolic system, exert an attracting power, as it were, from outside on the development of the human face. The moon forces have a differentiating effect on this development, due to adding their influence to that of the sun's forces, while counteracting the latter from within the human being. For this reason, the organism connected with human reproduction depends on the moon forces which bestow the form. On the other hand, the result of procreation depends on the sun forces. With their whole being, human beings are placed into the polarity between sun forces and moon forces. In seeking the moon forces within the inner human organism, we have to distinguish them in the metabolic process from the forces originating within this process itself. The moon forces play into the metabolism, but the latter possesses its own forces. These are the earth forces, the forces contained in food substances, in vegetables and other foods, work in the human being by virtue of their own nature. Here they are active as earth forces. Metabolism is primarily a result of the earth's forces, but elements of the moon's forces work into them. If the human being possessed only the metabolic process with its forces, if only the substances of his foods would unfold their forces in his body after having been consumed, then he would have nothing but a chaotic play of all kinds of forces. The fact that these forces continuously work to renew the human being from within does not depend at all on the earth. It is due to the moon that is added to earth. The human being is shaped from within outward by the moon, from without inward by the sun. Inasmuch as the sun's rays are received through the eye, EYE, into the human head organization, they also have an inward effect. Nevertheless, they still work from outside in. Thus, on the one hand, in regard to his whole ego development, the human being depends on the influence of the sun. Without the sun, he could not be an ego dwelling solidly on the earth. On the other hand, there would be no human race, no propagation, if the moon were not the earth's companion. It is possible to say that it is the sun that firmly places the human being as a personality, as an individual, on the earth. It is the moon that conjured human beings in their multitude, in their whole evolution, upon the earth. The human race, in its physical succession of generations, is the result of the moon forces, which stimulate human beings. Man as a single being and individuality is the product of the sun forces. Therefore, if we wish to study the human being as well as the human race, we cannot study merely the conditions of earth. Geologists seek in vain to investigate the earth's conditions in order to comprehend the human being. They study in vain the other forces of earth so as to arrive at this understanding. Human beings are not primarily a creation of the earth. They are formed out of the cosmos. They are the offspring of the world of the stars, above all of sun and moon. From the earth, only those forces are derived that are contained in matter itself. They are effective outside man and then continue their effects when, through eating and drinking, they have entered into the human being. But there they are received by something that is of an unearthly nature. The processes that take place within the human being are by no means merely earthly ones. They are definitely something provided for out of starry worlds. It is this insight that human beings have to struggle to attain once again. When we observe the human being further, we can take into consideration, first of all, that he is a physical body. This body absorbs the external foods. They in turn extend their forces into this physical body. But the latter is also taken hold of by the astral body, and in it the moon's influence is active in the manner I have just described. The sun's effect also plays into this astral body. Imbuing it with their forces, sun and moon permeate the astral body, and the latter works in the manner I have outlined above. The etheric body stands in the middle between physical and astral body. When we study the forces coming from foodstuffs, we find, to begin with, that they are active in the physical body, and in the manner I described earlier, are then taken hold of by the astral body containing the sun and moon influences. But in between the physical and astral bodies, we find something else that is active in the etheric body. It, too, is not derived from the earth, but from the whole surrounding cosmos. When we study the earth with its products in relation to the human being, the substances composed of solid, liquid, or aeriform ingredients, we see that they are consumed by the human being and then worked upon by the forces of sun and moon. In addition, there are also active in man forces that stream in from all directions of the universe. The forces active in the foodstuffs come from the earth. Those streaming into the human being from all corners of the universe are the etheric forces. They also take hold of the foodstuffs, but in a much more uniform manner, and transform them in such a way that they become inwardly capable of life. In addition, the etheric forces turn these foodstuffs into something that can inwardly experience the etheric element as such, namely light and warmth. Thus, we can say that because of his physical body, the human being is part of the earth. Because of his etheric body, he is related to the whole surrounding sphere. And because of his astral body, man is connected above all with the effects of moon and sun. Now, these effects of moon and sun contained in the astral body are, in turn, modified. They are modified to the extent that a powerful difference exists between the effects upon the upper human organization and those on the lower human organism. Let us refer today to the part of the human being that is permeated by the bloodstream flowing upward toward the head as, quote, upper human organization, close quote. Let us refer to what lies below the heart as, quote, lower human organism, close quote. In viewing the human being thus, we have, first of all, the upper part, including his head and whatever is organically connected with it. Its formation is dependent mainly on the sun's effects and also develops first during embryonic life. Already in the embryo, the sun's effects work on this organization in a quite special way, but these effects then continue after birth, when the human being is present physically in the life between birth and death. Roughly speaking, what lies in this part of the human organism above the heart, a more detailed description would have to trace the blood circulation above the heart, is then modified in regard to the astral influences of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars. And there's an outline on page 248. According to the Copernican worldview, Saturn has forces it develops in its orbit around the sun and then sends down to the earth. It possesses those forces that are effective in the whole human astral body, particularly in the part belonging to the above-mentioned upper organism of man. Saturn possesses the forces that stream into this astral body. As these forces penetrate and enliven the latter, they essentially determine the extent to which the astral body places itself in a proper relationship to the physical body. When a person cannot sleep well, for example, when his astral body does not properly emerge from the etheric and physical bodies, when it does not correctly re-enter them upon awakening, or in some other way does not fit itself properly into the physical body, then this is an effect, but an irregular one, of the Saturn forces. Saturn is chiefly that celestial body that, by way of the human head, brings about a correct relationship of the astral body to the human physical and etheric bodies. By means of this, on the other hand, it is the Saturn forces that produce the connection between astral body and ego, because of Saturn's relation to the Sun. This relationship of Saturn to the Sun's effect is expressed in regard to space and time in the fact that Saturn completes its orbit around the Sun in a period of 30 years. In the human being, this relationship of Saturn to the Sun comes to expression in the ego achieving an appropriate relationship to the astral body, and above all in the proper incorporation of the astral body into the whole human organization. Thus, we can say Saturn possesses a relationship to the upper part of the whole human astral body. This relationship was definitely an important factor for people in ancient times. Even in Egypto-Chaldean times, going back to the 3rd and 4th millennium prior to the mystery of Golgotha, we would find that among the teachers, the sages, and the mysteries, every individual was judged according to how he had determined his relationship to Saturn by the date of his birth. For these wise men knew quite well that depending on whether a person was born during one or another of Saturn's celestial positions, he was one who could use his astral body in the physical body in a more efficient or less efficient manner. Insight into such things played an important role in ancient times. The progress of mankind's evolution, however, is denoted precisely by the fact that in our age, which as you know began in the 15th century, we are freeing ourselves of the influences affecting us there. My dear friends, do not misunderstand this. It does not mean that Saturn is not active in us today. It works in us just as it did in antiquity. The point is that we have to free ourselves from it. And do you know in what this freeing ourselves in the proper way from the Saturn influences consists? You free yourself most poorly from the Saturn influences if you follow the shadowy intellect of the present time. In doing so, you actually permit the Saturn effects to run riot within yourself, to shoot hither and thither, and actually to turn you into what is nowadays called a nervous person. A nervous condition in a person is caused mainly by the fact that the astral body does not fit properly into the whole physical configuration. The nervousness of our age is due to this. Human beings must be induced to strive for real perception, for imagination. If they remain with abstract conception, they will become more and more nervous, for they are actually growing out of the Saturn activity, which is, nevertheless, within them, shooting back and forth, pulling the astral body out of the nerves, thus making people nervous. In a cosmic sense, the nervousness of our age has to be recognized as an effect of Saturn. Just as Saturn is chiefly involved with the upper part of the whole astral body, inasmuch as the latter is connected with the whole organism through the nervous system, so Jupiter is active in thinking. Human thinking, after all, is also based in a certain way on a partial activity of the astral body. I should say a smaller part of the astral body is active in thinking than in sustaining the whole human being. It is Jupiter's effect that works in our astral body, and above all strengthens our thinking. The effect of Jupiter deals mainly with the astral permeation and organization of the human brain. Now, Saturn's effects actually extend over the whole of adult human life after the first 3 decades of our life. For our whole life and health depend on how we develop in our astral body during the periods of growth, and in fact they only cease after age 30. That is why Saturn requires 30 years to circle around the Sun. This completely fits the human being. The thinking that develops in us has to do with the first 12 years of life. After that, what orbits out there in space is not without a connection to the human being. Just as Jupiter has to do with thinking, so Mars has to do with speech. Mars separates a still smaller part of the astral body from its incorporation into the remaining human organization than the one that comes into play in regard to thinking. And it depends on the Mars effects within us that the forces can unfold that then pour into speech. The small revolution of Mars also has a bearing on this. A human being acquires the first sounds of speech within a time span that corresponds roughly to half the Martian orbit around the Sun. Ascending and descending development. We see how this whole development is linked with the forces of Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars, insofar as it is tied to the region of the human head. We have thus considered the outer planet's activity in the human astral body. Whereas the Sun is connected more with the ego, these three cosmic bodies, Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars, have to do with the development of what is tied to the astral body, namely speech, thinking, and the whole conduct of the human soul in the human organism. Besides the Sun, which has to do with the actual ego, we also have, in addition, those planets called the inner planets. They are the ones that are closer to Earth than to the Sun, having their place between Earth and Sun, whereas, seen from the Earth, the other planets, Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars, are on the other side of the Sun. When we focus on these inner planets, we likewise arrive at a consideration of the connections between their forces and the human being. To begin with, we shall consider Mercury. Similar to the Moon, Mercury has its target points more in the inner being of man, working from outside only on the human countenance. In the part lying below the region of the heart, its forces are effective by taking hold inwardly of the human organization, and in turn streaming forth from there. Mercury's chief task is to bring the astral body's activity into all breathing and circulation processes of the human being. Mercury is the intercessor between the astral body and the rhythmic processes in man. Thus we are able to say that its forces intercede between the astral element and the rhythmic activity. Due to this, similar to the Moon forces, the Mercury forces also intervene in the whole human metabolism, but only insofar as the metabolism is subject to rhythm, reacting upon rhythmic activity. Then there is Venus. Venus is active, especially in the human etheric body, in what works out of the cosmos in the human etheric body and its activities. Finally, we have the Moon, which we have already mentioned. It is the element in the human being that is the polar opposite of the Sun forces. From within, it leads substances into the realm of life, and therefore is also connected with reproduction. In the fullest sense, the Moon stimulates inner reproduction, as well as the procreative processes of reproduction. You realize now that what actually takes place in the human being is becoming evident to you in its dependence on the surrounding cosmos. On the one hand, with the physical body, the human being has earthly forces. On the other hand, he is linked to the whole cosmic environment with his etheric body. And here's a chart, I'll read it. Saturn, upper part of the whole astral body. Jupiter, thinking. Mars, speech. Then Sun, ego, in the lower part. Mercury, leading the astral elements into the rhythmic activity of the human being. Venus, activity of the human etheric body. Moon, stimulator of reproduction. End of chart. In that body, the differentiations occur in the manner I have just outlined. And inasmuch as the differentiation proceeds primarily from man's astral body, the forces of Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Mercury, Venus, and Moon integrate themselves into this body. by way of the ego, the Son is also active in man. Now, take into consideration that due to the fact that the human being is integrated into the cosmos in this manner, it makes a difference whether a person stands at a given spot on the earth, and Jupiter, for instance, shines down on him from the sky, or whether he is in a location where Jupiter is covered by the earth. In the first case, Jupiter's effects on the person are direct ones. In the second case, the earth is placed in between. This results in a significant difference. We have said that Jupiter is connected with thinking. Let us assume a person receives the direct Jupiter influence during the period when his physical organ of thinking is in the stage of major development after birth. His brain will be formed into a quite special organ of thinking. The person receives a certain predisposition to thinking. Assume that a person spends these years in a place where Jupiter is on the opposite side of the earth, the latter thus hindering Jupiter's influences. Such a person's brain is less developed into an organ for thinking. If, on the other hand, the earth with its substances and forces is active in a person, and everything proceeding from them is transformed, say, by the moon influences, which in a certain sense are always present, such a person turns into a dull dreamer, one who is barely aware. Between these two possibilities, we find any number of variations. Let us take the case of an individual possessing forces from his former incarnation that predestine his thinking to develop in a pronounced way in the earth life on which he is about to embark. He is on the verge of descending to earth. Since Jupiter has its set time for completing its orbit, he chooses the moment when he is to appear on earth, when he is to be born, so that Jupiter sends down its rays directly. In this manner, the starry constellation provides the setting into which the human being allows himself to be born, depending on the conditions of his former incarnations. Today, in the age of the consciousness soul, the human being must free himself increasingly from what is becoming evident to you here. It is a matter, however, of freeing oneself from these forces in the proper manner, of actually doing something I have indicated in regard to the Saturn effects, namely of trying to turn once again from the mere shadowy intellectual developing of thoughts to a pictorial, concrete one. What is developed out of spiritual science, in the way I described it in titled Knowledge of the Higher Worlds, is also a guideline for human beings to become independent in the right way from the cosmic forces that are nevertheless active in them. It depends on the starry constellations how a human being finds his way into earth life as he allows himself to be born. Yet he has to equip himself with forces that make him independent in the right way from this starry constellation. It is to such insights that our civilization must attain once again. Insights concerning the relationship of the human being with the cosmos beyond the earth. Human beings must acquire an attitude that makes them realize that it is not only the ordinary forces of heredity, acknowledged by today's science, that are active in the human organization. In regard to the actual facts, it is sheer nonsense, for example, to believe that the forces transmitted through heredity are contained in the structure of the female organism. Nowadays, heredity is an unclear, mystical concept. It is thought that the above forces then develop a heart, a liver, and so on. There would be no heart in the human organism if the sun did not incorporate it into the latter, and proceeding from the head at that. There would be no liver if Venus would not incorporate it into the human organism, and so it is with each single organ. They are certainly connected with extraterrestrial effects. The Jupiter forces are active in the human brain, the Saturn forces influence the healthy or pathological way in which the astral body is fitted into the physical organization. Human beings learn to speak because the Mars forces work in them. They become evident through speech. These are matters humanity must once again learn to understand. We must realize that human beings cannot be explained by a science that merely considers earthly phenomena. Then the connection between the human being and the earth will also become better known. After all, the other beings dwelling in our surroundings are also not merely creatures of the earth. To begin with, only the minerals are earth beings. Yet in the minerals, too, changes have taken place that in turn were dependent upon forces in the earth's cosmic environment. Insofar as they are crystallized, all our metals owe their shape to extraterrestrial forces. They were formed when the earth had not yet evolved its own forces intensely, but when forces from outside the earth were still active in it. Healing properties contained in minerals, and particularly in metals, are connected with the way the metals developed within the earth through cosmic forces. When we go back in the post-Atlantean age to the first epoch, when the ancient Indian culture was at its prime, we see that the human being definitely experienced himself in the whole universe as a citizen of the cosmos. Although he had not yet developed the faculties mankind is so proud of today, he was man in the true sense of the word. Subsequently, the human being was more or less diverted from the cosmic forces. Still, in the whole Chaldean epoch and early Greek time, we see that human beings looked up at least to the sun. In a certain sense, they were still like a kind of amphibian, a being that was happy when the rays of the sun poured down upon it, and it no longer had to burrow in the earth's darkness. The human being had turned into an amphibian. Now, inasmuch as he believes he is related only to the earth's forces, one cannot even say any longer that man is like a mole. At most, he is really an earthworm that is aware of the return of something that rose in the first place from earth into space, namely of rainwater. This is the only thing the human being still perceives of extraterrestrial forces. But even earthworms perceive that. You could have seen it this morning if you had set foot in the streets. In his materialism, the human being today has basically turned into an earthworm. Once again, we must overcome this earthworm nature. We can do that only when we develop to the point of recognizing our connection with the cosmos outside the earth. Therefore, my dear friends, the point is that we must bring it about in our age to lift ourselves out of our civilization and this earthworm state to a new spirituality. The end of Lecture 13. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Materialism and the Task of Anthroposophy. This is Lecture 14, given in Dornach on May 13th, 1921. The lectures I have just given on the nature of color and the lecture last Thursday, preceding the ones on color, may have served to show that we can approach the true nature of man only if we consider the human being in connection with the whole universe. Yet when asking about the nature of the human being, we must at length learn to look up from the earth to what is extraterrestrial. Our age in particular stands in need of this. For as we have seen, the human intellect has grown more and more shadow-like. Particularly since the developments of the 19th century, it is no longer rooted in reality. All this indicates to us that human beings absolutely have to think of receiving new impulses into their soul life. All this will become even clearer to us as we turn our minds today, again, to certain incisive cosmic events. Having studied them already from outer points of view, we shall bring these cosmic events once more before our souls. You will no doubt remember, and probably also know from your reading of my title, Esoteric Science, that one of those mighty events that intervened in the Earth's evolution was the moon's withdrawal from the Earth being. The moon we see shining down upon us from the cosmos was once united with the Earth. It separated from the Earth and has been circling it ever since as its satellite. We know of the profound changes in human evolution that are connected with this separation of the moon from the Earth. You know that we have to go far back, far beyond the Atlantean flood, to reach that time when the moon departed from Earth existence. Today we will only consider what became manifest on Earth with respect to the human being and the surrounding kingdoms of nature through Earth. We have already seen that the variously colored minerals basically derive their colors from this relationship of the moon to the Earth. This insight has enabled us to bring these cosmic events together with an artistic conception of existence. Very important other things are also connected with this. The human being, as we know, has brought his nature with him from the preceding metamorphoses of Earth existence, from the Saturn, Sun, and Moon nature. Now, while he evolved as a Saturn, Sun, and Moon being, no mineral kingdom existed as yet in his environment. The mineral kingdom and everything of a mineral nature appeared only during Earth evolution. Hence, what is now considered mineral matter permeated the human being only during the Earth age. During the ancient Saturn, Sun, and Moon age, the human being contained nothing of a mineral element, nor was he, as yet, a being who depended on spending his existence on Earth. On the contrary, he was a being who, through his very constitution, belonged to the whole cosmos. Prior to the moon leaving the Earth, before the mineral kingdom in its multicolored nature developed within the Earth, the human being was as yet not adapted at all to the Earth. And if we may so express ourselves, the question of what to do with man was indeed a very real one for the spiritual beings guiding this Earth evolution. Should he be placed upon the Earth, or should he spend his existence outside and beyond it? We can actually call it a decision on the part of the beings who guide the evolution of mankind that the moon was separated and that the whole Earth and man, along with it, were changed. For through the fact that the crude moon substance was separated from the Earth, the human being acquired the organization that enabled him to become an Earth being. Hence, through this event, through the moon separation and the incorporation of the mineral kingdom into Earth, the human being became an earthly being. Basically, it was this that gave man his earthly weight. On the other hand, he would never have become a being capable of inner freedom if he had not received this earthly weight. Earlier, he was not a personality in the proper sense. He became a personality due to the fact that the forces intended to form his body drew together. This densification took place because of the moon separation and the incorporation of the mineral kingdom. The human being became a personality and thus accessible to freedom. This evolution of man on Earth, since the departure of the moon, has gone through the most diverse stages. One can say that as long as nothing else had occurred except that the moon had left the Earth, it was always possible for the human being to receive images of ancient clairvoyance due to his whole organization and nature of body and soul. The human being was not deprived of this faculty of having clairvoyant images by the moon's separation. He beheld the world in images, something we have often described. If nothing else had taken place, human beings would be living in that world of images to this day. But as we know, evolution went still further. The human being did not remain in a condition that merely fetters him to the Earth. He was, in turn, induced to a regressive development, as it were. and the 19th century was the culmination point of this development. I have characterized this repeatedly in my recent lectures. Already in ancient times, it had come about that although in a sense man was earthbound, weighted down in his metabolic system, in his head system, he was enabled to cosmic existence. Human beings developed their intellect. The images of ancient clairvoyance condensed into this intellect, something that continued up until the 4th century AD. It was only then, and particularly after the 15th century, that the human intellect became more and more shadowy. Though it is something entirely spiritual, this human intellect has no real existence at all. Basically, it possesses only what would have to be described as a picture-like existence. When a person thinks today merely by means of his intellect, his thoughts are not rooted in reality. Human thoughts only move about in a shadowy existence, and this is becoming more and more the case. This development reached an extreme in the 19th century, and today human beings altogether lack a sense of reality. They live in a spiritual element, but are materialists. With their spiritual thoughts, they are, however, only shadow thoughts. They think only in terms of material existence. Thus, this second event came to pass. The human being has again become more spiritual, but the spiritual contents bestowed on him by matter in earlier times no longer ensoul him. He has become more spiritual, yet with what is spiritual, he merely thinks of things material. Now you know that one day the moon will reunite with the earth. The point in time when this reunion of moon and earth will occur is placed by astronomers and geologists who live in abstractions many, many thousands of years in the future. That, however, is an illusion. In reality, we are not so very far away from that point in time. As you know, humanity as such is becoming younger and younger. It is becoming more and more the case that the development of body and soul only continues up to a certain point in life. At the time of the death of the Christ, when the event of Golgotha took place, mankind in general was capable of physical and soul development until age 33. Today, people are able to develop only until age 27. In the 4th millennium AD, a time will come when human beings will be capable of development only until age 21. Again, in the 7th millennium, a time will come when their bodily nature will be capable of development only until the 14th year of life. Then women will cease to be fertile. An entirely different form of living on earth will come about. That will be the time when the moon will again approach the earth and will be incorporated into it. You see, my dear friends, human beings must now begin to pay attention to such extraterrestrial events. They must not go on dreaming vaguely and abstractly of something divine. They must begin to focus on the events connected with their evolution. They must know the moon, once separated from the earth, the moon will reunite with the earth again. And just as this moon separation had a tremendous impact, so will the moon's re-entry. It is true that we will still be inhabiting the earth then as human beings, but we shall no longer be born in the ordinary way. We shall be connected with the earth in a way other than through birth. We shall have evolved in a certain manner by the time this point is reached. We must now learn to connect what is happening today, the increasing shadowiness of the intellect, with what will occur one day in Earth evolution as an incisive event, namely the moon's whirling back into Earth's matter. Our intellect is becoming more and more shadowy. If this were to go on, if men were never to make up their minds to receive what can come to them from spiritual worlds, the human being would gradually become completely absorbed in the shadowy cast of his intellect. Try to realize what this shadow-like intellect actually contains. It cannot really understand the human being himself. It comprehends the minerals. That, after all, is the only thing the shadowy intellect can understand to a certain degree. Already the life of the plant remains a riddle for it. This is true even more so of the life of the animals, and its own life becomes completely obscure for it. Thus people go on evolving views of the world that in reality are but questions, because all they contain is unable to approach the nature of plant and animal, least of all that of the human being. Yet this forming of pictures will increase more and more, unless we make up our minds to receive what is being given us by way of new imaginations, in which the existence of the world is described. Into our shadowy intellectual concepts, the living wisdom that spiritual science is able to give must be received. The shadow images of the intellect must in this way be called to life. This calling to life of the shadow images of the intellect is not only a human event, it is a cosmic event. Remember what I described in my title, Esoteric Science, how once upon a time human souls migrated up to the planets and afterward returned to Earth existence. I outlined in my Esoteric Science how the human beings of Mars, Jupiter, and so on came down again to Earth. Now, a most important event took place. It can only be described from the facts that are confirmed as truths in the spiritual world. A very important event occurred at the end of the 70s of the 19th century. Whereas in ancient Atlantean times, these human beings descended to Earth from Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, and the other planets, and it was therefore a matter of human soul beings entering the Earth existence then. Now a time is beginning when beings who are not human are coming down to Earth from cosmic regions beyond. These beings are not human, but depend for the further development of their existence on coming to Earth and on entering here into relationships with men. Thus, since the 80s of the 19th century, heavenly beings are seeking to enter this Earth existence. Just as the Vulcan men were the last to come down to Earth. Footnote from the translator, this occurred during the Atlantean Age, end of footnote. So Vulcan beings are now actually entering this Earth existence. Heavenly beings are already here in our Earth existence. And it is thanks to the fact that beings from beyond the Earth are bringing messages down into this earthly existence that it is possible at all to have a comprehensive spiritual science today. Taken as a whole, however, how does the human race behave? If I may say so, the human race behaves in a cosmically rude way toward the beings who are appearing from the cosmos on Earth, albeit to begin with only slowly. Humanity takes no notice of them, ignores them. It is this that will lead the Earth into increasingly tragic conditions. For in the course of the next few centuries, more and more spirit beings will move among us whose language we ought to understand. We shall understand it only if we seek to comprehend what comes from them, namely the contents of spiritual science. This is what they wish to bestow on us. They want us to act according to spiritual science. They want this spiritual science to be translated into social action and the conduct of earthly life. Since the last third of the 19th century, we are actually dealing with the influx of spirit beings from the universe. Initially, these were beings dwelling in the sphere between Moon and Mercury. But they are closing in upon Earth, so to say, seeking to gain a foothold in earthly life through human beings imbuing themselves with thoughts of spiritual beings in the cosmos. This is another way of describing what I outlined earlier when I said that we must call our shadowy intellect to life with the pictures of spiritual science. That is the abstract way of describing it. The description is concrete when we say, spirit beings are seeking to come down into earth existence and must be received. Upheaval upon upheaval will ensue, and earth existence will at length arrive at social chaos if these beings descended and human existence were to consist only of opposition against them. For these beings wish to be nothing less than the advance guard of what will happen to earth existence when the moon reunites once again with earth. Nowadays, it may appear comparatively harmless to people when they think only those automatic, lifeless thoughts that arise through comprehension of the mineral world itself and the mineral element's effects in plant, animal, and man. Yes, indeed, people revel in these thoughts. As materialists, they feel good about them, for only such thoughts are conceived today. But imagine that people were to continue thinking in this way, unfolding nothing but such thoughts until the 8th millennium, when moon existence will once more unite with the life of the earth. What would come about then? The beings I have spoken about will descend gradually to the earth. Vulcan beings, Vulcan supermen, Venus supermen, Mercury supermen, Sun supermen, and so on, will unite themselves with earth existence. Yet if human beings persist in their opposition to them, this earth existence will pass over into chaos in the course of the next few thousand years. People will indeed be capable of developing their intellect in an automatic way. It can develop even in the midst of barbaric conditions. The fullness of human potential, however, will not be included in this intellect, and people will have no relationship to the beings who wish graciously to come down to them into earthly life. All the beings presently conceived so incorrectly in people's thoughts, incorrectly because the mere shadowy intellect can only conceive of the mineral, the crudely material element, be it in the mineral, plant, animal, or even human kingdom. These thoughts of human beings have no reality. All of a sudden will become realities when the moon and the earth will unite again. From the earth there will spring forth a horrible brood of beings. In character they will be in between the mineral and plant kingdoms. They will be beings resembling automatons, with an overabundant intellect of great intensity. Along with this development, which will spread over the earth, the latter will be covered as if by a network or web of ghastly spiders possessing tremendous wisdom. Yet their organization will not even reach up to the level of the plants. They will be horrible spiders who will be entangled with one another. In their outward movements, they will imitate everything human beings have thought up with their shadowy intellect, which did not allow itself to be stimulated by what is to come through new imagination and through spiritual science in general. All these unreal thoughts people are thinking will be endowed with being. As it is covered with layers of air today, or occasionally with swarms of locusts, the earth will be covered with hideous mineral plant-like spiders that intertwine with one another most cleverly, but in a frighteningly evil manner. To the extent that human beings have not enlivened their shadowy intellectual concepts, they will have to unite their being not with the entities who are seeking to descend since the last third of the 19th century, but instead with these ghastly mineral plant-like spidery creatures. They will have to dwell together with these spiders. They will have to seek their further progress in cosmic evolution in the evolutionary stream that this spider brood will then assume. You see, this is something that is very much a reality of Earth humanity's evolution. It is known today by a large number of those human beings who hold mankind back from receiving spiritual scientific knowledge. For there are those who are actually conscious allies of this spidery entangling of human Earth existence. Today we must no longer recoil from descriptions such as these, for descriptions of this kind are behind what is said to this day by many people who, based on ancient traditions, still have some awareness of things like these, and who would like to surround these ancient traditions with a certain veil of secrecy. The evolution of earthly humanity is not such that it can be veiled in secrecy any longer. However great the resistance in hostile quarters, these things must be said. For as I have stated again and again, the acceptance or rejection of spiritual scientific knowledge is a serious matter facing mankind. It is not something that can be decided on the basis of more or less indifferent sympathies or antipathies. We are dealing with something that definitely affects the whole configuration of the cosmos. We are dealing with the question of whether humanity at the present time will resolve to grow gradually into what benevolent spirits, wishing to ally themselves with human beings, bring down from the universe, or whether mankind will seek its continued cosmic existence in the gradual entanglement in the spider brood of its own merely shadowy thoughts. It does not suffice today to set down in abstract formulas the need for spiritual scientific knowledge. It is necessary to show how thoughts become realities. This is what is so dreadful about all abstract theosophists who appear on the scene and place abstractions before people. For example, thoughts will become realities in the future. But it does not occur to them to present the full and actual implications of these matters. For the concrete implication is that the intellectual, shadow-like thoughts spun inwardly by human beings today will one day cover the earth like a spider's web. Human beings will become entangled in it if they are not willing to rise above these shadowy thoughts. The path of the ascent, my dear friends, is indeed outlined. We must take profoundly serious thoughts, such as the one with which I concluded my lectures on color last Sunday, where I said, the point is to lift the comprehension of color out of the abstractions of physics into a region where the creative fancy, the feeling of the artist who understands the being of color, will harmonize effectively with a spiritual scientific insight into the world. We have seen how the beings and nature of color can be taken hold of, how the artistic element which physics with its dreadful diagrams lets slide down into the harmonic sphere can be lifted up. Thus a theory of color can be founded. It would be remote from the established thought habits of modern science, yet can provide a basis for artistic creativity if we will only imbue ourselves with its insight. Such thoughts must certainly be taken seriously. Another thought must be earnestly considered. What do we witness today throughout the civilized world? Our young people are sent into the hospitals and to the scientific faculties of the universities. There, the human being is explained to them. They become acquainted with the human skeleton and with the human organism by studying the corpse. They learn to put together the human being logically in abstract thoughts. Yet, my dear friends, this is no way to comprehend the human being. In this way, one only gets to know the mineral aspect of man. What we learn about the human being through such a science is something that simply and solely has significance from the moon's separation until its return. something that out of the spider thoughts of today will then turn into spider beings. A knowledge must be prepared that takes hold of the human being quite differently. And this can be done only if science is lifted into artistic vision. We must admit that science in the present day sense of the word can reach only to a certain level. It reaches only as far as the mineral element in the mineral, plant, and human kingdoms. Already in the plant kingdom, science must change into art, still more so in the animal. It is sheer nonsense to try to understand the animal form in the way the anatomists and physiologists do. And as long as we do not admit that it is nonsense, the shadowy intellect cannot really be transformed into a living spiritual grasp of the world. What our young people are taught is so wretchedly abstract a form in the universities. I'll read that again. What our young people are taught in so wretchedly abstract a form in the universities must everywhere turn into an artistic comprehension of the world. For nature around us creates artistically. Unless it is understood that nature around us is an artistic creation and can be grasped only with artistic concepts, no good will come of our world conceptions. The idea should take hold that the torture chambers in medieval castles, where people were locked into the Iron Maiden, for instance, and then pierced through with spears, remind us of a procedure that, though more physical and concrete, is the same as the one that occurs when young people today are introduced to anatomy and physiology and told that this will make them understand something of human nature. No, they comprehend nothing but what has been produced by a soul spiritual element of torture. The human being torn limb from limb, the mineralized human being, that part of man that one day will be woven into the spider cover of the earth. Is it not sad that the power of civilization belongs now to those who consider the thoughts of truth itself, which most inwardly and intimately relate to the salvation and whole mission of mankind's development in the world, nonsense? It is tragic, and we must be mindful of this tragedy. For only if we place this clearly and objectively before our soul's eye, EYE, shall we perhaps bestir ourselves to resolve to do what we can, so that the intellect, shadowy as it has become, may find a way to admit the spiritual world that is approaching from the heavenly realms. Then this shadowy intellect will be made fit for the potential it is to achieve. After all, this shadowy intellect should not be cast back into the realm beneath the plant kingdom, into a spider brood that will spread over the earth. No, it is intended that the human being shall be lifted up in that time when women will no longer be fertile, when the 8th millennium will have arrived, and the moon will unite again with the earth. The earthly shall then remain behind, and the human being only direct it from outside, like a footstool. It will be something he is not supposed to take along with him into his cosmic existence. Human beings should prepare themselves so that they need not become one with what will someday have to develop on the surface of this earth in the manner described above. Mankind entered from a pre-earthly existence into this physical existence. At the time of the departure of the moon, physical birth commenced. The human being began to be born of woman. Just as this came to pass, so in the future, the human being will no longer be born of woman, for that is only a passing episode in the whole of cosmic evolution. It is the episode that is to bring to man the feeling of freedom, the consciousness of freedom, the integrated wholeness of individuality and personality. It is an episode that must not be disdained, an episode that was necessary in the whole cosmic process, but it must not be retained. Human beings must not give themselves up to the indolence of merely looking up to an abstract divine principle. They must concretely behold everything connected with their evolution. For they can attain a true inner revitalization of the whole soul-spirit being only if they comprehend that great period of time, but in its concrete evolutionary configuration, through which they will live in successive earth incarnations. This is what a true spiritual science tells us today. Yet such a spiritual science encounters opposition. We are threatened by a conscious will that would exclude us from spirituality and unite us with the spider web of the earth. This conscious will dwells in some people, but they believe that it will be to their advantage if they train only themselves spiritually and leave the others to live in ignorance. In most cases, however, this is done in ignorance. Basically, people do not have the remotest idea of the appalling earthly destiny they are approaching by uniting themselves with what an ancient spiritual knowledge called the 16 paths of human perdition. For my dear friends, just as there are many ways in which we can turn with the shadowy intellect toward what can come to us as a message from the spiritual worlds, so there are variations of the shadowy intellect itself, various ways of uniting ourselves through this intellectual activity with the elements of spidery incrustation that will be spun over the whole earth in the future. In that time, the intellect will hold sway objectively in the manifold limbs these spider creatures will possess. They will entwine and wind themselves around one another. In doing so, in these convolutions reminiscent of the caduceus, they will produce the most marvelous, clever, the most ingenious formations, ingenious in today's sense of the word. However, by again acquiring an understanding of the artistic from within, human beings will be able to show understanding for what goes beyond the mineral and is expressed in the formation of the plant. It is symptomatic that in the course of mankind's evolution it was Goethe who discovered the teaching of metamorphosis. Goethe, who was artistically inclined. All the pedants around him considered it to be dilettantism, and they think so even today. In Goethe, however, the artistic conception of the world and his clarity of mind in general, combined with the power of vision that recognizes, even in nature herself, nature as the artist. He was not yet capable of seeing the animal kingdom in the same way, except for the formation of the vertebra and the skull, that wondrous transmutation of a previous existence of man, where the present shape of the head develops from the form of the earlier remainder of the body, that marvelously artistic transformation of the long bones of the limbs into the spherical bones of the skull. Only when this will truly be perceived will a real inner comprehension of the difference between the head and the whole remaining human form result. Such is the insight we must attain if we would plastically connect the head with the remainder of the human organism. Yet, as art, this is at the same time true science. For all science that does not rise to the level of art is a deceptive science, a science casting humanity into cosmic misfortune. Thus we see, on the one hand, that a true spiritual science shows us the way to an artistic grasp of things. Like a great hymn, I might say, this dwelled in Goethe's soul, when as early as 1780 he wrote, in quotes, nature, his hymn in prose, quote, nature, we are surrounded and encompassed by her, close quote. The whole hymn weaves a tapestry of thoughts, such that one would like to say, it is like the unfolding of a mighty longing to receive spirit beings from the whole universe. Indeed, to pursue and develop further the thoughts living in Goethe's hymn, nature, would be to provide a dwelling place for those beings who are seeking to descend from the cosmos to the earth. On the other hand, the torturous concepts developed in the 19th century concerning human physiology, biology, the system of plants, and so on, actually have nothing to do with the true being of the plants, something we had occasion to point out during our reflections on color. These inartistic concepts neither provide real insight, nor do they penetrate to the human level. Therefore, what is held to be science today is essentially a product of Ahriman. It leads mankind to earthly doom and does not allow the human being to reach the sphere that, if I may say so, is brought toward him since the last third of the 19th century by beings from the cosmos. The cultivation of spiritual science, my dear friends, is no abstract pursuit. It implies opening doors to cosmic influences that have been trying to enter upon the earth since the last third of the 19th century. It is a real cosmic event to cultivate spiritual science. We need to become conscious of this fact. Thus we may say, we overlook the whole span of time from the moon's departure until its return. This moon, which reflects the sunlight to us, has indeed a profound connection to our existence. It separated from the earth in order that the human being might become free. Humanity, however, must make use of this period so as not to provide for the moon, when the latter will have returned again, the material that can be bound up with the moon existence in the earth, in that new kingdom of nature, of which I have now told you a little in a more or less graphic form. We can say that now and then there arises in human beings some kind of foreboding of what is to come. I do not know what meaning has been attached by readers to what Nietzsche describes in the chapter on the ugliest man in the Valley of Death in his Zarathustra. It is a touching, tragic description. Of course, Nietzsche had no vision of the Valley of Death, into which earth existence will be transformed, when the above-mentioned spider brood will cover the earth. Nevertheless, at the time when this fantasy of the Valley of Death arose in Nietzsche, there lived in him subconsciously something of this picture of the future. Therefore, he placed the ugliest of human beings into this veil of death. It was indeed some sort of foreboding of the time to come, when human beings will be carried along in the most hideous shapes by the moon existence as it sinks down upon the earth, if they continue to cultivate only their shadowy thoughts. As the ugliest of men, they will fall into this swarm of spiders and be united with it. What would be the use of keeping these things secret today, as many people would have us do? It would mean pulling the wool over people's eyes. After all, a large part of what is disseminated as spirituality today is nothing else but throwing dust in people's eyes. Occasionally one encounters people who realize what this means, namely not to comprehend a single historical event as it is in reality. How many people are there today who know that events of fundamental importance are taking place in our days? I have already drawn attention to these things. How few are prepared really to enter into them. People would like to close their eyes to them. They would like to say, well, these things are really not of so much importance. Yet the signs of the times are there and should be understood by human beings. This is what I wish to add to my considerations on the world of color and man's relationship with the cosmos beyond the earth. We shall continue with these studies in the future. The end of Lecture 14. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of Materialism and the Task of Anthroposophy, a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner. This is Lecture 15 of 17, or 17 in total, given in Dornach on June 2nd, 1921. In the past few weeks, I have repeatedly spoken of the great change that took place in Western civilization during the 4th century AD. When such a matter is discussed, one is obliged to point out one thing again and again that has already been the subject of discussion here many times. Yet it is necessary to focus on it time and again. I am referring to the metamorphoses of human development, markedly differing from each other on the soul level. When speaking of such a major point in human evolution as the one in the 4th century, one has to pay heed to the fact that the soul life of humanity changed in a sense with one great leap. This view is not prevalent today. The prevailing opinion holds that the human race has undergone a certain history. This history is traced back to about the 3rd or 4th millennium along the lines of the most recent documented records. Then going back further, there is nothing for a long time. Finally, one arrives at animalistic human conditions. But in regard to the duration of the historical development, it is assumed that human beings have, in the main, always thought and felt the way they do today.
What do you mean, what is science?
What is God and what is science?
What is science?
What is science and what is God? What's the difference?
Exactly. Anyways, let me just let Owl. Would you like to jump in there? Because
I want to go. I have some.
Somebody got her hand
You
up.
see, because the psi in science stands
so somebody. Say somebody. I didn't see your hand. Go ahead, somebody.
I think it's called, I think what you're missing when you bring up Egypt and these references, it's called ancient technology. And can you tell me why that this technology that was so amazing pre-existed?
Still hear me? We're like power.
Hold on, Owl. Hold on, no, Owl. Sorry.
I told you, niggas
you're
come
going
off the
in
mic
and out.
as soon as motherfuckers say the
So
most
Owl.
important shit. And they
Yeah, so Owl.
It always happens.
Yeah, I know.
Get shutting down if you
It's
guys.
Owl. Yeah, Owl. No, Owl is your mic. No,
I'm gonna put my foot in your ass.
You
Hold on,
let
give me a second.
somebody finish or I'm cutting everybody off.
Yeah, somebody.
No
Let somebody finish, please, y'all, please.
talk.
Yeah, somebody, please, go
I
ahead.
mean, like, if we're gonna sit here and just split hairs, what's science, what's God, what's a coincidence, then it's no purpose of having this conversation because we're not having it in good faith.
That's a fact.
And what do you think about what I said? Anybody can, because I ain't get no good faith response because Crane just butchered what the fuck I had to
And
say.
that's how you checkmate. You didn't win the day again.
You said I didn't win today?
No, not you.
Nah, well,
I
actually.
always tell Power that.
Oh yeah, Power.
Okay,
Nah,
I have
actually.
something to, your power. You asked the question, what is science? I got the definition. Okay, so it says
Fuck the definition of science.
Nigga, the reason why you are talking to me through the phone is because of science. You
I don't
gotta
give
be
a
grateful.
fuck, bro. We talking about
that's why you fucking dumb then. That's why you fucking
telepathy,
dumb.
not science. I don't know why you still hung up on science.
Hey,
We talking about telepathy, nigga.
Shut down.
Without science, you wouldn't be able to talk to no one through the fucking phone. You wouldn't be able to have
That's
this
your
conversation.
ignorance. You are ignorant.
But power, you asked the question, right?
Ignorance.
You and fucking Keon asked the question, what is science? I got a definition. So it says science is a systemic enterprise that builds and organizes knowledge in the form of testable explanations and predictions about the universe. It employs a rigorous methodology, including observation, experimentation, and analysis to explore natural phenomena. Science encompasses varied fields such as biology, chemistry, physics, astronomy, each focused on understanding different aspects of the natural world.
You just fucking killed yourself.
The more you read,
in
you
your
fucked yourself
argument.
up, bro.
You just killed yourself.
Shut up. Let me.
You're done.
Biology, chemistry, astrology. You just killed yourself.
No, you killed yourself. I'm for that. You are speaking
Bro,
on things that haven't been scientifically proven.
I mean, I'm gonna put my phone on the mountain here.
Stop talking. And shut up. Let me finish.
I'm finna practice listening more.
Okay. So it says science encompasses fields such as biology, chemistry, physics, and astronomy. Each focus on understanding different aspects of the natural world. The goal of science is to develop theories and laws that explain how things work, ultimately enhancing our understanding and improving our ability to navigate and influence our environment. So that's science. The reason why we are able to speak thousands of miles away is because some smart person out there used scientific knowledge and understanding to create phones.
Guess what?
To create
Science was created during Mesopotamia and Egypt. The same root cultures and time periods that we're
I can't even understand. You are rambling.
I'm sorry you can't understand me.
I'm
That's
talking
your
about
problem,
something that
not
was
mine.
developed right now. You're going to ancient
Yeah,
Mesopotamia.
I know what you're talking about.
Why can't
arguing
you
to
let me
win something
finish?
that you can't, sir.
What is
Bro,
you
you talking
really
about science
because
and
you
we
shouldn't.
talking about
You just shouldn't
telepathy.
finish.
You
You
don't. I don't
literally
even
should
know if y'all
not
having the
finish.
same conversation, bro.
I'm listening
Like, I
to
really
the
don't understand
dumbness.
what's going on.
Crane is Kaon's funny. All right, Crane, Crane, you can finish and now let somebody
Bro,
else.
Crane keep talking about science, and I thought we were talking about
I
telepathy.
have a question. I have a question, and I want y'all to talk to me like I'm 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Why can't y'all use telepathy to talk in this space right now? Why are y'all using your goddamn phone?
Because I'll tell you why. Because pathy means emotion, so it's literally far off emotion.
Nigga, you've been
Hold
saying
on,
that. We
nigga.
don't
Stop
need the
fucking
fucking
talking for a
etymology
minute,
of the
nigga.
word.
God damn, shut the fuck up.
Stop explaining the word to us. Stop explaining the word. We know what it means.
We know the
We
word.
know what it
Is there a
means.
mute
Tell us,
button for
give us the
him?
scientific explanation
Get a
on why
mute.
you can use telepathy.
Bro, shut the fuck up for a minute, nigga.
Hey,
We don't need you
Damn,
defining the word. We know what it is.
Bro,
We know what it is.
chill
Give
right now,
us
bro.
the
you know,
scientific
this
Chill
is
for a
not.
minute,
As
bro.
long as he keeps going
for a
off,
minute,
like
bro.
it's just gonna be this. It's fucking a
Chill, bro.
circus. A
Chill,
circus
bro.
right now. Fucking circus.
Chill.
Oh my God, bro. Why
All right, look.
y'all like this? Why y'all so
You
funny?
got, bro. I don't know why you gotta do
That
shit
was a
like
good
that sometimes, bro.
question.
But look,
Go ahead, bro.
Look, it's far off emotion, right? It's not far off verbal sound. It's not words. It's not sounds coming from your vocal cord. It's not like audible, right? It's more so, it's not audible to the mind. It's only felt. So it's far off emotion. And they saying telepathic like you're talking, it's not that. It's more so like a feeling projection that you are picking
how close
up
do
on.
we have to be? Okay, so how close do we have to be, right? Because if I feel like my sister lives in LA,
Yeah.
and she crosses my mind, and then she calls. So
That's
what's the amount of this?
there is no amount of distance. It's far
Okay,
off.
so all of us, how about this? We all get off this fucking space and we have this conversation through telepathy.
But I think hold on. My last sentence. I think that you have to have some type of general familiarity.
We've been
with
arguing with each other for a month.
That's audio. This is just audio, right? So it don't connect. We haven't seen each other. We haven't seen mannerisms. We haven't been in the same field space to share biofields, like energy. We haven't been able to do that, right?
Biofields, nigga.
Yeah.
Nigga just using fucking
hold on,
words
nigga.
left and right.
You can shut the fuck up.
Biofields.
All right. So what I'm saying is, look. So we can't really do that because we haven't shared space. But since you shared tons of space with your sister, you're very familiar with the emotions coming from her to pick up on that. But we're not familiar with each other's emotion. We're not in space. We're in space. We're not in each other's space. You know what I'm saying?
No, but we are in each other's space.
No, that's not that. We're not. We're in this Twitter space.
You're going outside, nigga. You're trying so hard. And
how about you get some of his work? And
you're trying so fucking hard.
We ain't getting shit. We just getting dumb. We just getting stupidness. That's all we doing right here.
Because I wasn't trying to cook nobody. I'm trying to build.
Can I answer her question? Hold on.
I don't know what you're trying to do here. I was building.
Hold on, let me.
Can I answer her question?
Hold on, Kay. I want to answer someone's question. Go ahead.
I want to answer her question. So and I don't know if I can answer it. I want to respond. AI in a way has become the telepathy, because it reads so much of what we search, how we feel. He's not
talking about how we feel.
Hold on. She about to land. Hold on. Hold on,
I'm
Crane.
not even. I only spoke for
Bro, drop
10
Crane for
seconds.
like 10 minutes, bro.
She's
Drop
only
him
been
for
speaking
10
for
10
minutes. He needs to
She's only
calm
been
down.
speaking
He
for
needs
10
to
seconds,
In
y'all.
10
to breathe.
seconds, you
Hold on.
decide.
Hold
If you
on.
decide in 10 seconds,
Hold on.
if you decide in 10
let her land real
seconds how
quick.
you feel about something,
Hold on. Give a second. Go ahead, Kayon. Go ahead.
yeah, if you
I got you
decide,
somebody
don't
next.
do that. So, all right. So to answer somebody's question, in a way, actually, though, we still do. We still like have a connection to each other. We still have the feeling and the thought to reach out and make that call. It's that we are ruled by the AI in our phone. We're ruled by the technology in our phone, but ultimately, we still do have that ability to be like, oh my gosh, I feel like somebody. Listen, I've had this many times. Someone's about to die. Someone in my family is about to die. Somebody in my family is really, really sick. Somebody in my family is really hurt. And you have that telepathic, because your cells are they're still consciously connected to each other. Your cells, just like through your cell phone, you're connected to data and information coming from your screen. It's really not all that different from the cellular information that you have entangled with other people. And that's how telepathy is so alive.
Throwing me off with the technology part. Like one thing, my qualms about this whole situation is you sat here and said you didn't have an answer, but you proceed to try to answer. And then my second point is maybe we talk things into existence. Maybe it's not telepathy. Maybe we sit here and we're like, hey, damn, I'm about to have a bad day, or damn,
literally
this
a
is
word
about
for
to
that.
happen, and we're
Well,
putting
there's
it in
that
the
too.
universe.
That's a different. That's conscious creation.
Not
That's a
all
little
the
different.
time.
Telepathy.
Have you
Telepathy is
been with your dude
communication.
and had that
Conscious
feeling like
creation
I'm
is
ready to go,
intention.
right? And then you felt like you was looking at your partner and was like, I'm ready to go. And they felt like they understood what you meant. Like, you ready to go? Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like,
So
Yeah,
all of this talk, right? Not one of y'all have actually explained how someone could telepathically speak to someone from New York to Arizona. No one has expressed it.
Because you
They
said
stole
talk,
that.
it's
Keeps on
not
getting off the
talk.
mic.
If I
It's
did, you wouldn't
emotion.
even
They stole
believe
that
me.
knowledge from
Talking
us.
about ourselves.
They stole the they stole that knowledge from us. That's why we don't
Emotion.
know.
It's not talking.
Yo,
Stop doing that.
I don't need to
Nonverbal
explain
can be a
the
form of
etymology of the word telepathy for the 100th time, bro. We have
nonverbal
heard that shit.
communication. Nonverbal communication.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, nonverbal. I got you, Mo. Non-verbal communication can be a form of telepathy as well, right? But give me a second, Mo. You can get in there.
Non-verbal communication with a human being close to you, with a human being who you could see.
I'm finna drop
Just
listen
because you
to Crane chill.
Just
Yeah,
because
I
you're
got to go,
agreeing
bro.
doesn't mean that
I'm
it's
finna
on
listen.
point, dog. Just relax. Take a deep breath. All right, listen.
Nah,
Hold on.
the reason why I'm yelling is because they keep talking over each other, so I gotta yell to get my voice ahead.
Now, go ahead, Mo. Go
I
ahead.
gotta yell to get my voice ahead. That's it.
Hold on, Mo. Go ahead.
No, the fuck
Mo.
you don't, bro. Just
Hold
talk regular.
on. Hold. Gayate. Mo, go ahead.
It's not Gayate, it's Gayate. I don't think it's Gayate, but
It's Gayate. Go ahead, Mo. Yeah, that's why I said Gayate.
No,
Go ahead,
I
Mo.
said it's
Yo, Fatima, come on, get serious. Misfits and Nomads, Mo Wisdom. If y'all have not liked the space and retweeted it, please do. And check out misfitsandnomads.com. And then lastly, yeah, I'm just going to say, if you guys want any intellectual smoke, just put your hand up and get a proper back and forth. Stop with the clown word. You feel me? Just talk to one another.
Yeah, y'all heard the man, right?
My wisdom, you cut us off for that?
I absolutely did. What are you about to do about it?
Correct.
What are you
correct?
What
And
you
let me
mean
say
what I'm
this.
about to do?
Hey, you're not about to talk to Reeks like that, nigga.
Reeks said, "What do you mean?"
Hey.
Yo, chill. Reeks is
Shut your mouth.
Reeks.
Shut your
Hold
mouth.
on, Reeks is fam over here. Chill. Hold on, give me a second.
Just dig right.
Let me, but Mo fam too. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me. Please, somebody, please.
Is he going to say that he's using the Bible
I'm
to
trying to
quote
tell you.
a scripture every day for 31
Mm-hmm.
days, and the month of March 30.
Nah,
I would have
I
rather
don't think
him
he's gonna
say a
do that
scripture
yet.
just now. Cut us off instead
Who's
of
I
gonna
give us
hey,
a
don't. I
look,
don't
scripture
think.
don't worry about
instead
me.
of scolding us.
Don't worry.
Shout outs
About
to
me.
Are you
Nicole, by
streaming
the
this
way.
space?
Don't
Are
worry
you
about
streaming
me.
this space
Worry
on
about
your
yourself.
on your
Don't be
platform?
sorry. Be
Let me.
careful. Huh? Don't be
Are
sorry.
you
Let
We're
me.
streaming
not
your
worried
space?
about
Don't.
you. I
Don't.
promise.
So why
You
you
can
talking?
Damn.
enjoy
Nah,
exit.
No.
he's
No.
Stop
Hold
not.
on.
talking
Hold
to me.
on. Stop. Stop.
Telepathically,
Why
Aye.
you
Aye.
we're
talking
Aye.
all
about me?
thinking
Bro,
the
why do
same
you
thing.
always go after
Telepathically,
females in the
Nigga,
spaces,
we're
I
thinking
bro?
didn't
about
tell
Chill,
it.
bro.
her. She
God
came
damn.
after me.
AFK.
We're thinking about it
All right. Let me say.
Nigga, you's a
telepathically.
All
bitch.
right.
Hey,
Hold on.
okay.
Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Just gayate. Right. Make sure you guys, once again, misfitsandnomads.com. Show some love. Hit the tab at the top. Join the community if you haven't done so. It's free. Right. Nicole, you should do that now. Right. And so let me say this quickly. Right. Let me just get to the hands real quick, please. Let me let Kay get in there real quick. Right. Because he hasn't gone yet. He's just like new. He just came on stage. And I'll let Kayon get in there next. And let's have the conversation. Let's rock out. Let's have some fun. Let's intellectually stretch each other out. Right. And I've been doing that. And I've been doing a great job at that. So let's focus on stretching each other out. Let me let Kay get in there, please.
Good
Oh
luck,
wait,
Kim.
you
Pause.
said it. Wait, you said it so fast. Where do I need to go?
Just check the hit the tab at the top.
Okay.
Right. And just and then just join the community. Show love.
Blocking
Thank
you. I
you.
get
You can
today,
go
power.
first.
It was nice
It's free.
knowing you.
No. All right, let me let Kay get in there. Go ahead, Kay.
Now go ahead, Keon. I'll go second.
You're useless, but go ahead, Kay.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to go second. First off, like I asked Power just because I like pave. And I have this icon. It doesn't, I asked him to please drop me if I ever, argument too much or ruin his space. Like, don't do that to me. Be real with me. Like, just because I pay money or whatever, like, don't, let me feel like,
It ain't you, it's Frank.
I'm a false player. Well, so I just want everyone to know that first and foremost. Secondarily, so I've had telepathic exchange. I've seen dead people. I have a ability that I don't really know that a lot of people would ever wish to have. And I will tell you this: when you look into the eyes, that's where the electricity, that's where the communication comes from, one eye to another. Keep in mind you have a camera facing your eyes all day long during your camera, right? Like it's not going to pick up the same information that other dimensional beings or spirits or whatever can. But the eyes are really important and powerful source of being able to perceive all of the information and relay it as well. They always say your eyes are a window into the soul. Well, that's kind of true, because actually, like, beyond your pupil, there's like this whole stream of data, and it goes back into your brain. Everything you see comes from your brain. If you close one eye versus another, you'll see and perceive something totally differently. So telepathy is actually, it's a real thing. The science, quote unquote science, and based on the words that we use nowadays to describe it and how we were taught to revere it, is very programmed. It's going to keep you in a box. If you are just like, oh, okay, whatever I do, you have to go deeper and you have to go into the more original source. Much like when you look into someone's eyes, you're hoping to go into the source of their brain in order to extract exactly how you should feel about a certain situation. It works all over and all over and all over. Like God is like the eye. You are an eye, a giant eye, so to speak, perceiving all this information in the world and relaying it back out. And despite what you say, it's like the eyes don't lie. That's why your pupils, dilate with when you're telling the truth and when you're lying. I mean, the eyes just don't lie.
No, absolutely.
That's telepathy.
So I would say
Yep,
this, right?
absolutely.
I'm going to say this. Shout out to all the beautiful men in here, right? Shout out to the
Thank
handsome ladies in here, right?
you.
First of all, 2 boos, 1 sound.
Yep, time for me to go.
All right,
Nah,
but
time for you to stay. Yeah.
but
Sit
what
down
I would
somewhere.
say is I think your thoughts are telepathic, right? I think your thoughts come from like a zeitgeist. Like I don't know if you guys heard of that word before, but like a
Yeah, that's a
human
big word.
consciousness, right? Like that's actually happening. Because really, like 99% of your thoughts, you don't even make it up, but it's in your brain, right? It comes from
Hey, y'all.
somewhere, right? So I believe that your thoughts are telepathic. If we're gonna
Oh,
keep it
What's
above,
child.
up, Taz?
Oh, gosh.
because
I
somebody has
see.
had your same thought in the past.
Help us.
I agree with that. No, I agree with that. Somebody has had your same thought in the past, and I think
Please
it's
help
just
us.
like, thoughts are telepathic,
So
right? They are telepathic.
so
Go ahead.
so Keon, so Kay, I gotta ask you a question, right?
Go
Uh,
ahead.
has it been scientifically proven that someone from New York could speak to someone in Arizona telepathically?
Well, scientifically, what we're doing now would be like impossible 200 years ago, right? Like if we look at
But
science,
no, I mean, but
like it's all
isn't
relative.
science the medium through which we are speaking right now on the phone? Isn't it through applying scientific
Isn't it?
knowledge? We are what?
Isn't it through science
So that's a
now?
really long range of distance.
Like,
Well, if
hold
you
on,
Like
hold on,
you
hold
can't
on.
Crane,
expect that.
If
No,
I
You
No,
told
can't
the
you,
expect
question is
that.
okay.
hold on,
So okay,
okay, like
the
if I
reason why
told
we
you,
are
hey,
speaking to
Crane,
each
hey, Crane, like I told you
yeah.
this 1,000 years ago, right? We're like, like shaking and baking, like doing something in the fields, farming or something like that, chilling, right? We just caught our like prey, we just hunted, just chilling for the night, have a little fire, right? Cuddling up. So if I told you, right, that we would be talking over like a phone, like a device, right, 1,000 years ago, and it would be like within a millisecond that you could hear me and I could hear you, what would you say scientifically then? It would be impossible, right?
It will be impossible, but
You
that's
would
not
say
the
that then.
argument. That's
So,
not the
so
argument.
just
No,
because you think something's impossible now doesn't mean it's actually impossible. You just don't know the science behind it
That's
yet.
deep. That's
true.
deep.
But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing.
Stretch them on.
Has it been proven? We need some science because they are saying yes, we could speak. You could
Science
speak to
doesn't even know
someone.
how the universe started, nigga. Science,
Exactly.
science doesn't even know how old the universe is.
Oh
He's so
my
Doesn't
god,
even
naive.
know
bro!
how life
Y'all
started.
keep dodging the
Let's keep
question.
it a
Kay,
buck.
thank you,
Kayon,
Kay.
Let's keep it a
He's so
buck. Science
naive.
doesn't know anything.
Kay,
He's
how
trying
am
to
I
Disgusting.
explain
speaking
over
to you
here.
right now? What is the
Science doesn't
medium of
even know if aliens
communication?
exist.
I don't know. He keeps calling you Kaon, and I
Yo,
love that.
Kay, what is the medium of
He's a
communication right now,
telepathic
Kay?
sign, Keon.
Explain.
He's talking to both of us right now.
Yo, Kay, what is the
Bro,
medium of
Crane,
communication right now?
don't talk to me about science if you don't even know how like life started. You don't even know how the universe started. You
Hey,
don't
talk
even
that
know
shit,
why
Crane.
humans are here.
Oh my
You don't
god,
know
bro!
how
Just
you
answer the
don't know
question,
how
bro. How are we
you
speaking to
don't
each
know
other
how
right
we got to
now?
be human beings. You
In
don't.
fact, I'm sorry. In fact, we're still communicating telepathically, right? What is a telephone? Hold on. What is a telephone? Right? It's just a telepathic extension. It's like it's an extension of telepathy, telepathy, right? That's what a telephone is. Wake up. Wake up.
No, it is a device created through scientific means.
Oh my
You
gosh, bro.
Bro,
You're
it's
Yes,
telepathy,
Again.
bro.
it is a
it's
device created through
telepathy.
scientific
It's
means, bro.
telepathy. It's
No,
telepathy.
no, no, no,
Telephone.
no. Without a phone,
Hello?
without
No,
a
power.
phone,
This is
This is where AI
without
is
a
going to
phone,
kill
without
the
a
world
radio,
if you
you
keep
wouldn't be speaking
believing
to
that.
someone in Arizona from
A
New York.
telephone.
What are you talking about?
The
Hold
bars
on. A
in hell.
telephone is exact. Hold on. A telephone is exactly what it is. Telephone. Phone. When you look at the etymology, that is sound. So far away sound. So this is what this is right here, right? But telepathy, pathy is pathos. That's emotion. That's far off emotion. Those are two different things. That's why I'm so upset that y'all keep talking about technology when we talking about telepathy. It's not the same thing. We talking about emotion.
Telepathy existed
Who's
before.
arguing that? Who's
Hold
arguing that?
on. Telepathy
No one is
existed.
arguing that. I
Crane,
just want to
Crane,
know how
real
this
quick.
device
We're
was
still
created. We are using to speak to each other.
That's why
That's
it's
all
a
I want to
stupid
know.
question
I
because we
told
keep talking about
you.
the
we told
device and
you.
it don't
How?
matter
We
because it
told
They're
ain't
you.
doing it
telepathy.
right
Simple
now as we
Simon.
speak.
Simple what?
Yo,
Simple
Crane, real
Simon.
quick.
Google it.
Relax.
Simple Simon.
Crane.
That's how this phone
Yeah,
was
that's what you
created.
are. That's what you no, Simple Simon is what you are. Give me a second. Nicole, let me let you
Man,
get in
y'all
there.
get the fuck out of here.
Nah,
Tell me
Nicole,
how
are
the
you
phone was
Nicole?
created. What
Yeah,
means?
Oh
I'm
no,
here.
Nicole.
I'm
Nicole,
here.
Bro, take a
would you want to
shower,
jump in
bro.
there? You want to jump in there?
I
You want to get
do.
in
I
there?
do.
Get on here,
Because
Crane.
Hold on,
I
let
feel
Nicole get in
like
there.
I agree with Kayon. I agree with Kay and I agree with you too, Power, because for one, this person is being a simpleton and not understanding how we already should know this already. This is like common sense shit at this point. You know, how old are you? Like 2? So first of all, like telepathy. Y'all got me fucked up because I was listening to y'all. Telepathy
Why
is
y'all using words y'all
basically
don't know?
telepathy is something
Fuck
because
away.
no, but telepathy, you just imagine, for example, you and your best friend, or you and your sister or brother that you're close to, and you guys finish each other's statements and thoughts. That's telepathy. Because you feel each other. You guys are emotionally connected. You feel each other because feelings are translated into emotions, and emotions is energy in motion. So therefore,
She's
that's
cooking.
where telepathy, I hate that word. Telepathy comes from, because I believe in it, just like telekinetics as well. You know, that takes a higher level of energy and concentration to teleconnect, which is to move something through your thoughts, through your feelings.
Kinesis means move. So yeah,
yes,
kinesis.
right, exactly.
Kinesis
I
means
have a
move.
kinesiology major, so I understand.
Yeah.
So therefore, it's like we're talking about telepathy right now. So it goes hand in hand. Like, and I loved whoever said telephone, and phone meaning, you know,
Me.
AFK.
Okay.
No, nigga.
I love that.
Fuck out
I
the
love
way.
that.
It was me. Back off.
No, it wasn't. It was me, nigga.
I love
Back
that.
off, brother.
No, I said telephone and telepathy. Pathy is
Plagiarism.
pathos, nigga. I said that
Plagiarism.
from the very jump when I gave the different words. It's like only
Plagiarism.
a Crane keep bringing up a cell
It's
phone
never the one
when
who
that's a
creates it, it's the one who
telephone.
replicates it.
Yo,
Okay, guys. But yeah,
Exactly.
that's what I wanted to contribute to this conversation, because I love it.
Thank you. Hey, Misfits.
No.
Nomads, Mo.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna say this right.
Crane, real quick, dog. You always trying to like jump in there when I'm trying to get there. Misfits and Nomads, Mo Wisdom. The etymology is not as important as the meaning. That shit motherfucking existed before we knew how to say that shit in the English language. Stop it.
Bro, when you looking up the etymology, you ain't even talking about the English language. So what are you saying?
We said something I agree
Yeah.
with. Okay.
I'm tired
No,
of
I got.
scientists
No, I ain't trolling no
wanting
more.
to.
I'm mad
like,
now.
I'm tired of scientists wanting to prove things impossible instead of proving things possible, bro. This is sickening. This is disgusting.
That was deep, brother. Let me say this. Let me
Pause.
let Tails get in it. No, let me let Tails get in there real quick.
Thank you. First, I want to say you guys are not clever. Okay, so everyone can't be telepathic. There's a difference between being telepathic or having telepathy. That word is whooping y'all's ass. Versus familiarity. Okay, so the difference of telepathy is going to be you can understand or know what they're going to do or say before they're even doing it. It's no talking, it's no communication involved. Whereas what y'all are talking about is finishing your sister's sentences. You're not telepathic. You're just very familiar with what she's going to do. So you're able to predict her actions, her moods, and things like that. So we have to stop. Y'all are not like, no, y'all do not have powers.
But they want to call me a simpleton. Man, get the
No,
fuck out
hold
of
on,
here.
hold on. Well,
Bunch of
she's right. There's familiarity and there's telepathy,
No,
but
Kayon,
telepathy
there's not,
is processing thoughts and ideas. It's a different sense than familiarity is predictability.
Right.
Okay,
But
so
remember that
hold on, give me a second.
being telepathic is
But they're two different
They
things.
are,
obviously, definitely.
No, hold on. I got you.
I've had
Wax
that
that
I got
with
you.
ass.
strangers
Put
as
my
well.
point on the board.
I was just
Nicole,
using that
I-
example for the brother.
No, Nicole, no, that was a great example because if you just type in Google this conversation we're having, you just type in, give me examples of telepathic moments. Literally, your example you gave, Nicole, was one of them on Google here. It says you and someone else say the same exact sentence at the exact same time.
Right.
Funny. And then it says you think
What
of
was that,
someone and they call.
Wikipedia?
Hold on, you think of someone and they call and text you seconds later. That's also another example.
Yes,
You look
that
at
second
someone.
one
Hold
is not the
on.
first one.
Hold on. No, they both are. I'm on Google. Do you think you're more smarter than Google?
You can't
It's
trust. That might be
unfair when a nigga say
Wikipedia. I need to
something
see
and
I
the
then
think
y'all
source.
not.
don't understand until
I think
Google
not.
said, bro.
I
I'm
think
mad.
not. Okay, great. Let me finish reading one more example here. A woman senses a man's sexual desire without him touching or speaking.
I said that too.
Right. That's also another example. Right. And so, yes, Nicole, you weren't far off.
Thank you.
All right, can I go now?
I appreciate
He's
that. Don't come
enabling
to me
you,
unless
but it's
I send
okay,
for you.
Nicole.
All right. Peace.
All right. Look, you got to have a certain level of intuition to decipher the pocket of energy that you get and the bundle of energy that you get. You got to have a certain level of intuition. So I do agree that you are not being telepathic, but you do have a level of telepathy that you're not controlling, right? Like that, like those examples that he just described, right? Telepathy would be if you like if you had a person that you was like, let's try to do this nonverbal communication thing, and then you practice and you build up your intuition to look to understand what they're saying. So I just looked up intuition and actually to break it down. The into is like to inward perception, right? And tuition. Hold on. To is to look, to gaze, to observe, and ition is the act or result of. So it's look inward, to gaze, to observe, look inward, to observe, and it's the act of. So it's literally, you have to have that intuition. If you ain't got it, you ain't telepathic.
I can agree with that. That's why I think that's the whole argument. I don't think it's pseudoscience to some people in here, or it's just like so far-fetched.
Misfits and Nomads, Mo Wisdom. A lot
It's
of this
not
shit
far
so much.
fetched. Y'all just are not telepathic. Like I think that's my argument. Like y'all are claiming to be something.
That's not true. I am telepathic. I've been telepathic.
I'm gonna say based off of the examples that you guys gave, you're not telepathic.
I just want to
but
land
if you
real
know
quick.
you have more.
I'm not telepathing you, so you can't prove it. But doesn't mean that you're not
That's the thing.
telepathic
People that has
elsewhere.
telepathy for real, they don't pick and choose who they can telepath.
That's not true. That's not true. It's like a radio.
No,
Right,
if you're
right.
really
You pick up on a
telepathic, you
wave.
can
It's
read
a sense
anyone's
from
mind.
afar. That's how we get
That's why it's
radio waves. That's how we
powers. Like
tapped into
what?
cell
That's why
phones.
you test on them.
No,
They're able to read.
you're wrong.
Yes. If you actually
No, you are. No, that's your pseudo. That's
pseudo. You can't
pseudoscience. What you're
test it.
talking about right now is
it.
pseudo.
You can't test it. You can only test it by the fruit. Like you got to do it.
YouTube.
That's not true. You can absolutely test it. Napoleon Hill has a book called Think and Grow Rich where he motherfucking explained there's two subjects in two different rooms, and they gave him 5 cards each, and they didn't even know what the other person looked like, but they were able to guess the exact fucking cards in 2 separate rooms.
Exactly, because they're telepathic.
And when you leave your blood cells in a petri dish and you walk away, like they still communicate with each other. That's telepathy. You become entangled. It's telepathy.
With the lack of evidence.
You have to. I said unlicensed cannot prove that Kaon is not telepathic because you have to do it, and you just gave an example of 2 people doing it.
I said based off of the examples that she gave AFK, I know you like to be a savior for them, but
thank you. No, I'm serious.
No,
I
that's
want
not
the
it.
smoke. I want the smoke. Who want the smoke? If you want the smoke, stand up. Put your hand up.
You don't pick
Put your hand up if you want the smoke.
That's why.
Until then, just go ahead and chill out. Unless you want to ISO, you know what I'm saying? Just leave me alone. Because I ISO any nigga.
Y'all are telepathically taking my brain cells.
Who want to ISO?
Honestly, like again, if you have never experienced telepathic exchange, you will not know how to speak from this. It's all just perspective. It's all we're all just reading whatever. So I am telling you that you through telepathic exchange, I have had telepathic exchange. It wasn't actually that much fun, to be honest with you, because when somebody's thoughts into your brain, so think about this, like. When you have that kind of magnitude of information blasting your brain before your mind can even conjure a thought, you don't even have a chance to respond. It just is like, woo, it like pulls information. It sends information, it pulls information at such a high data rate that you don't even have a chance, right? To consciously, right? and it will blow your mind. So
believe that
I will stand on this mountain. I will say I know
You gotta keep in
exactly what
mind. You gotta keep in
telepathy
mind.
is like.
You in power are master number 11s. Y'all got that gift. Now everyone is gonna have
that's what I
that
was gonna
code.
say.
Now everyone's gonna have that
Yeah.
code. Now it's different between each person. It's a spectrum. There's like stats, like 2K. Some niggas is really nice with the dribble. Some niggas is really nice with the motherfucking dunks. But however,
You're right.
with that master number 11, that's point blank period. You got that on you, and so does power. Yeah, I could
Thank
And I
you.
feel on that. I appreciate you saying that. I'm appreciating you saying that because that's what I was gonna say. Telepathically.
Let me let Crane telepathically.
All right,
That's hilarious. Let me let Crane get in there.
All right, so I'm gonna read this. So, telepathy is the alleged ability to transmit thoughts and feelings or information directly from one person's mind to another without using any known human senses or physical interaction. It is often referred to as mind reading and is frequently explored in science fiction and paranormal literature. While there is no scientific evidence supporting the existence of telepathy, it remains a popular topic in discussions about psychic phenomena and communication beyond conventional means. So basically, everything that you are just circle jerking each other,
Right.
all it has to do. Wait.
Bro, what he's saying, just let it go in one ear and out the other.
It's all pseudo fucking science. Okay? It's all just because it's an opinion. Just
Read
because you
something
say
for
that
me
doesn't
that
mean
exists
that is what is there.
beyond 1900s. Please read and tell me something that exists beyond 1900s.
Beyond 1900s. Why do I have to go that far?
Crane,
if you're so disconnected from the source, clearly you are.
Disconnected from the source.
When you're in tune to the source, the creator, the one that made all of us, then you are clearly disarrayed, off the rail. And when
listen.
When you are connected and when you are in tune, you have powers, and we are
in tune to what? What powers? You are speaking about. This is pseudoscience. It hasn't been proven.
It's not science, nigga.
Can you fly?
It's spirit.
Can you fly?
Crane.
Are you listening?
Do you have superhuman strength?
Crane, it's not.
What is this?
Yes,
Crane, it's not science. It's spirit, nigga. Do you have a soul? Can you prove?
Nigga.
Can you prove that you have a soul? Can you prove that you have a soul? Can you prove that you believe in God? Do you need to see God for you to know that He exists? Do you need to motherfucking see a soul for you to understand that you feel something when you meet a woman that you're hella connected to, or you have a great conversation, you feel more inspired and ambitious towards life? Do you think you gotta have science to be able to prove that, nigga? You're a fool.
What are you talking about? You could prove human connections. You could prove you could scientifically prove human connections.
Listen.
So what are you talking about here?
Listen.
So okay, here's my thing, right?
Real quick. If you can't prove it, hold on. If you can't prove it, then shut the fuck up. Bring some evidence.
If I can't prove it, it has been scientifically proven. I don't have to prove it.
You can't prove it doesn't
because
exist.
someone who was smart out there did the fucking research.
You can't prove that it doesn't exist.
And you're not the smart one. You're the simpleton that
the
follows
simpleton.
You're
so
sheep.
Wait. That is coming from someone who believes she has superpowers. Yeah, all right. You want some shit. You want some shit.
You can't prove it wrong.
I need to get what you have. I need to get what you have. Mother, you believe you could fly, right? You believe you have superhuman strength, right?
Let me let.
You believe you could breathe underwater, right? Without no fucking oxygen tank, right?
It's different for everybody.
Get the fuck out of here.
Hold on. Let me let FK get in there. Go ahead, FK.
Pseudo niggas.
Yeah. Pseudo niggas. When you look at Shorty and you feel like it's a go, there's an attraction there. That's telepathy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's simple. Like,
y'all just taking that telepathy shit and pasting on everything.
I knew it. Like, that chemistry that you feeling, that's a form of telepathy. That is that information, bro. Chill, bro. That information is coming to you, and your intuition, with your pattern recognition, is recognizing that, hey, I've seen this pocket of energy before. She fucking with me. You know what I'm saying? That that like you have grown to know that that's what that is. If you keep practicing it, then you will build a big book of different combinations of energies to understand what you're feeling. You know what I'm saying? I think women are good at that because they live in their emotions all the time, and that's a good thing because they know not just mad, they know different versions of mad. You know what I'm saying? They know different versions of sad versus your simpleton ass only know anger, beat up shit, and goddamn hunger.
This
You know what
nigga's
I'm
an
saying? Like you
iPhone
just don't
3.
know, bro.
This nigga's
It
the
would be
iPhone
another
3. We
word.
over
Are
here on
we
the
okay?
iOS update.
But
The
listen,
two
no,
women experience like
What do you mean,
anger,
Like,
Tel?
there's more
you
than
have
one
mad, you
emotion.
have
Like, if
disappointment.
it's
Hold
a
on,
difference
listen.
in mad,
In
they're
that
probably
same,
overwhelmed. If they're not
listen. As
overwhelmed,
a
then they're probably
a
like,
man.
I don't know
Oh my
what
god.
he means by that.
Listen, and let me tell you, like,
Okay, please. The
in
stupidity today is really making my brain rot. Like,
oh my god, bro. You said you're trying to
It's not
understand what
stupidity. It's
somebody is saying.
called higher. It's called thinking of a higher order, the highest order,
You
right?
said you're trying to understand what somebody's saying. Then as soon as you say, I'm trying to tell you, you say you can't afford the stupidity. Well, get some money. So look, this is what you need to do. Like when you're looking at different, like as a dude, like most of the time niggas crash out because they don't know what they're fucking feeling. I'm mad. No, nigga, when you talk it out, when you really think, you're not mad, you're disappointed. You're not mad, you're upset. You're not mad, you're I'm using other words that are in that same realm of vibration of emotion. You know what I'm saying? And if you are intuitive, you can pick up those different variations within that house of wavelength.
So, hey,
and that's when you can be telepathic.
That part. I just want to say this real quick.
Well, and then the difference is, so it's not stupid or it's ignorant. Ignorance and stupid is totally different. And I said ignorant.
Okay. Someone said attraction couldn't be scientifically proven. So I got something for them.
Nah,
Someone
Crane,
says,
real quick, just because you stuck on iOS fucking 3 doesn't mean that we're not on iOS fucking 15, homie.
Yeah, you need to listen,
iOS.
bro. To be honest with you, I ain't even mad. You just need to listen right here, bro. You just need to listen for a while, bro. Stop talking.
I've been listening, so let me talk. Okay, so someone said attraction couldn't be scientifically proven.
Who said that?
So it was I think it was it Mo Wisdom? It was either Mo Wisdom or you.
No, I never said that. I said
no. Okay. It was Mo Wisdom. Okay, so I have this.
Attraction. I said that you can't prove that these things don't exist. You have no evidence.
There is evidence.
You have no evidence.
There is fucking evidence. Why do I need to have evidence?
Why do you have to have evidence?
Why does everything? I don't need. I'm in a
society.
I'm in a society full of people.
You were literally you were talking about science for the last 30 minutes. Science is predicated off of evidence.
Yes, that's why I'm about to tell you how attraction is scientifically proven. Are you gonna let me fucking speak?
You just want to hear yourself talk.
You're speaking without. I don't know why we should. Honestly, I feel dumber by a second.
I'm trying to tell you.
Let me say this quickly, right?
All right. So I gotta say this, okay? Because Mo Wisdom said attraction couldn't be scientifically proven.
Not what
so let
I
me
said.
say this.
I said you have no evidence to what we're fucking talking about that it doesn't exist. You iOS 3, nigga.
What?
And then I said attraction is a form. No, I said attraction. He didn't even say attraction. He didn't even say attraction.
When you see a woman and you feeling her,
I said that, dummy. Bro, I'm only calling you a dummy because you keep talking. I said, listen, bro. I said you can call. I said you can call.
I'm talking to Mo Wisdom.
I said you can call.
I don't care about what you said. I wasn't talking to you.
Oh my God, my nigga. I was the one that's speaking about attraction. I said attraction can be viewed as a form of telepathy, right? I said
but
that.
It isn't.
Okay, so why isn't it? Tell me.
Okay, let me tell you. So it says attraction often starts with biological signs such as pheromones, which are chemical substances produced by the body that can subconsciously influence attraction. Physical traits that signify health, such as facial symmetry or body ratio, also play as a role, as these traits are often associated with genetic fitness. That is
You literally just killed yourself again.
Right, he
So,
hanging himself.
so
That's
that
what I
right
want
there,
him to
that
do.
right there,
I'm trying to
that
help
right
him.
there
You're
is
reading something. This is not coming from your soul. It's not coming from your intellect.
No,
You're
he's
reading
a
oh
person.
my
This is
God, what
true.
is going on
We're
here?
arguing with
You hear that,
Wikipedia
Tails?
right
What are we
It's
now.
not
talking
coming from
about?
soul, Tails.
He's a science person, so you got to talk to him in his language. Those hormone. Hold on.
All right, cool. I take that back. All
You
right,
got to
my
talk to him in
bad.
his language. Those hormones that you hold on, bro. Those hormones that you were just talking about, right? That go to the brain. That is the telepathy because the hormone.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, bro. Listen, bro.
It's a chemical
It's
signal.
a chemical signal that your body
It's a
emotions.
signal.
Listen, bro. Emotions aren't anything but hormone. Different concoctions of hormones like serotonin, dopamine, and all them other hormones and all endocrine, all that shit, right? It's a different
All that shit.
it's a different concoction of those hormones that create the emotions that you're feeling, right? So and once a person builds up that, it releases those hormones in their body, and then their body radiates that spirit, right? Then your soul, then your body, yeah, bro. I'm not even talking to him no more. I'm not.
Yeah, so like, and honestly, it goes back to olfactory.
Right?
It goes back to the smells and the taste.
Here's the thing.
No, dude, why are we like? Who is?
Y'all are trying so hard to explain. Y'all just want to take telepathy and plaster it on everything.
I'm trying so hard to teach second graders. Is the problem?
That's why you can't
It's
argue with them.
Then don't. Goodbye.
It's too deep. It's too deep.
Too deep. No, these motherfuckers, they got fucking rocks for brains.
Thank you.
It's too deep, yo.
For fucking brains.
This shit is
Because-
surface.
They got
No,
rocks for fucking
it's too deep.
brains.
It's too deep for these
Science
shit.
just got to catch up, bro.
They're used to
That rhyme.
They're used to
That rhyme. I like that,
Alright.
Nicole. Too deep for sheep.
Can I get a hoodie? Can I get a hoodie that says that?
Yo,
I
too
swear
deep.
to God,
Yo,
I will
too
buy
deep for
it. I will buy it in purple.
I mean, I can no, I can put the hoodie out. Just let me know how much you're willing to pay for it, though. Too deep for
50.
sheep. 50.
That nigga always going market
Make it 100 since it's a custom.
No, shit, I'm not.
Since I'm customizing it, and the quality is gonna be good. So hold on, Nicole. Too deep for sheeps. I like that.
Oh yeah, say the one who
You have to give Cole
say the one
10
who
at
has
least, though, is the
superpowers.
thing.
Yo,
Nicole, you
too
got
deep for
By
the
pay
sheeps.
100, you have to throw her some
Yo,
bones.
Nico.
That's it.
So Nico, could you please tell me what kind of superpowers you got?
First of all, I never said that I had.
No, you are telepathic, right? From the source. You
create
got your powers from the source, from the spirit, from the soul.
Yo,
Please
shout out
tell
to
me
somebody.
what powers you got. You got your powers from the source. You are too deep. You are one with nature. Tell me what superpowers you got.
Are you upset? Are you upset with that? Why are you rejecting
No,
it?
I'm not rejecting it. I want to get it in. Please enlighten me. What superpowers you got?
Okay, but you're a sheep. You're
Yes,
a
I'm a
worker
sheep.
ant.
I'm a sheep. I'm a sheep. So
Damn.
yes, I'm a sheep. Tell me
I
what
don't feel
superpowers
that
you got then.
I think.
Tell me what
I think
superpowers
Nicole.
you got then.
Okay, I think Nicole need a. I think she about to join the team,
Nico
man.
Sweet, please. Nico Sweet.
She needs a jersey. She needs a jersey.
Nico Sweet.
Put some of that percentage towards her
Yo,
jersey,
Nico,
please.
Nicole, you got superpowers, right? You are in tune with nature. You are not a sheep. You are a leader. Please tell me your superpowers. Please.
I don't need to tell
All right,
you.
shut the fuck up then.
No, I
Oh
don't.
my god.
Oh,
that was aggressive as fuck.
Wow, well done,
What are your
sir.
superpowers?
Well
I don't want
done.
to tell
Very
you.
respectful. Very respectful, intelligent. Very.
I don't expect a simpleton.
You don't
to
expect a
understand
simpleton.
what
You don't
I say.
expect a simpleton. The reason
Never
why
seen
you are
Crane
talking to
crash
me
out
on this
before.
phone is because of fucking
like to
science.
give.
You wouldn't be
Like
able
to
to talk to
give.
me if it wasn't for science.
I mean, when
Be
did you
fucking
even
grateful
learn
and
English?
shut the fuck up.
Like, so what
Crane
culture
is
are you a
crashing
part
out
of?
right now, bro.
Be fucking
Like,
Wait,
grateful.
Nicole, I'm
You
really
wouldn't be
grateful
able to
for
talk to me
science
if it
right
wasn't for the
now.
cell
Hey,
phone.
Crane,
Be fucking
Crane,
grateful.
Crane, just because your heart is suppressed doesn't mean that our heart is. You don't have any
Man,
access.
nigga, shut the
Exactly.
fuck up,
You don't
bro.
have any access to the
You
spirit.
dumb,
That's
you
the
dumb
thing.
as fuck talking about fucking
No,
Our hearts
telepathy.
are
you don't
open,
have any
and our
access
minds
to
are
the
open
spirit,
as
nigga.
well.
I'm a metaphysical practitioner.
Okay, you have access to the
True.
spirit. What
True
is the
that.
spirit telling you then?
The spirit is
Niggas
telling
be
me
having
that
mental
you are
problems.
acting
That be
extremely
the
like a fool.
fucking.
You're a scholar.
No, we have
Okay,
mental
you are fucking
solutions.
You're a
retarded.
scholar,
Next.
bro. They talk about you in the
Next, you are
Bible.
We have
fucking
You're
mental
a
retarded.
scholar.
solutions,
Next.
not
You're a
mental
scholar.
problems.
Just because
You
you
are
don't
fucking
understand.
retarded.
No,
Next.
hey, no. You know what it says? You know what it says? It says
You are fucking
no,
retarded.
Crane.
Next.
Listen, it says
You
that
are
Ooh, when I
fucking
start
retarded.
acting nutty,
hold on,
I'm gonna
Crane.
just say,
Listen,
nigga, I got
real
mental
quick.
solutions. Fuck is you talking about?
Real quick.
You are fucking retarded.
Crane, real quick. It says rebuke a fool, and he'll still be a fool. Rebuke a wise man.
I'm
and you can
rebuking this
love him.
fucking retard.
Why the fuck
I'm
would we-
rebuking this
why
fucking
would we be trying
retard.
to
Please.
teach you? You
Next.
don't want to learn. You don't want to learn. Do you think?
Why
you're
will
the
I
answer?
learn from fucking
You think
retards?
you the
Why am I
black
gonna learn
Elon
from fucking
Musk?
retards?
You think you're the black
What is
Elon
this
Musk?
fucking
We
spirit
can't say the
telling you?
R word no more, Crane.
I know, but Pew
No,
in the
we
church
don't
you should
usually
probably
know.
go to
Okay,
about get in trouble for saying
what did we
that.
use again? What word did we
Give
use
him
again?
that.
You gotta call them
one.
mentally challenged.
No, another
Okay,
one. Crane, real quick. Crane.
I'm not gonna learn from the mentally challenged.
Crane, listen. You think you're wiser than 7 wise people?
No, I don't
That's
think
the
I'm wiser
crazy
than
part. You
anyone.
think you're wiser
I don't think I'm wiser
7
than anyone. I
wise
just use common
people.
sense,
No,
which you
this is
greatly
the
lack
council,
in.
nigga. This is the council, and you're not a part of it because you think that your
I
understanding
don't
is
want to be.
greater.
I don't want to be in the council of retarded
Yeah. Well, what the
motherfuckers.
fuck
Don't
are
you
you
get
doing
it?
here then, nigga? You're an
Why
idiot.
will I want to be in the council of retarded motherfuckers?
What are you doing
Exactly.
here?
So
You
Howard,
seem
can you change the name of this
Why do
space
I
to
want?
the council?
Why will I be in the
exit.
council
you
of
seem
people
like
who
you don't
think they
know how
got
to use your
superpowers?
time, nigga.
Why will I
You're
be
an
in the
idiot.
council of people who
I
think
would
they got
never spend my
superpowers?
time doing
You're
something I don't
soaking up.
want to do.
You're soaking up this knowledge.
Why would I spend
Oh
my
yeah,
time
you're
doing
gonna
something
spend
I
your
don't
time
want to do?
listening to the fucking spirit, right?
Crane, you're an
Subconsciously,
idiot,
you're
bro.
soaking up this
You're an
knowledge.
idiot.
You
You don't know
are.
how to manage your
You
time.
are.
You're over here
Oh,
telling
I'm an
us we're
idiot.
dumb, but
Say
you're
the
hanging
motherfucker
out.
who believes in fucking spirits and shit. Get the fuck out of here,
We're
you fucking
dumb, but you're
retard.
hanging out.
Hey, hold on, everyone. Hold on. Question. Can we just like breathe and then, pull back
You need some
and
sunlight, Crane.
because at some point we're gonna be beating dead horses all night, like honestly. What was the most strange and beautiful thing you saw today? Can you just like divert? I really, because it's killing me. This conversation is absolutely killing me because if you don't believe that you can gain superpowers from being like an individual that just gets so elevated and in tune and on the right wavelength that you can't tap into potentials that, might equal the same kind of miraculous abilities of technology, then I'm sorry, why are you alive?
I'm alive
What do you
because
come to
I'm alive
aspire for?
because of fucking
Yeah,
science.
what do you hope to
Human
do
beings
in life?
reproduce.
Yeah, do you want to just
So
live
human
every
beings
day and curse
reproduce,
people
and that's been
out and
scientifically proven.
drop the
miraculous
N-word all the time?
technology, I want to ask a question about miraculous technology. Power, would you get the height BBL? And because are you tired of being a short king, bro?
Yo, Crane, I just posted a book up above that invalidates everything you just said for the last fucking entire time of you being here.
Guys,
Listen
it's
to that
it's
book.
simple, right?
Listen to that book.
How tall are you, Kay? Kay, are you like under
Taller
6
than
feet?
you.
Are you? I'm not. Are you under 6 feet?
A little bit, just a tad.
All right. Would you get the height BBL and be like 6'2"?
I don't need it.
Okay. You don't. You don't. You know what I'm saying? You good with your
nigga?
The thing is, it don't even matter. The height thing doesn't matter because y'all are not breeding correctly. Y'all follow in the footsteps of y'all parents. That's why your height reflects that. If your parents was breeding correctly, y'all would be average height, like above average heights for your as a man. As a man, y'all wouldn't be 5'7" if your parents breeded correctly.
Yo,
Mo Wisdom, how tall are you? How tall are you, Mo Wisdom?
Short kings have been winning forever. What are you talking about?
Yes, but y'all
How tall are you,
I'm
Mo
not
Wisdom?
saying that short kings don't exist. What I'm saying is it don't matter. Like
I
if
am
you're
5'7".
not out here
You want the height
intentionally
BBL, Power?
breeding people correctly, y'all, it don't matter. It don't matter if you're a short king or not.
Power, would you
I'm
get
5'7".
would you get the
You
height
have to
BBL?
breed correctly, Kay. So
What do you
breeding
mean?
correctly are like, when you have
You
nice
seen it? Oh, you ain't seen
builds,
it. It's this dude. He
when
was
you have
5'5",
when you're a
and he
certain
got a height
height, like
BBL,
your parents
and now
breeding
he's
correctly.
6'1".
When your dad is like 6'3" and your mom is 5'8", that's breeding correctly. When your mom is 5'2" and your dad is 6'4", y'all didn't breed correctly. You're
I put it in
not
the
you're
jumbotron.
not going alpha
Jesus.
slave to alpha slave.
No.
You're like you're not.
Wrong.
It's not a
Wrong.
thing. No, nigga, it is
And
right.
then
It's
why is
right.
height as
The only
strength?
people that was
Why
breeding
is height
correctly
as strength?
were
You
motherfuckers.
said what, Kayon?
There's a thing
Why
called
why
Judo,
is height
and
a
the
strength?
thing is
It's a
Exactly. Why
perceived
is height a
strength.
strength?
there
Hey,
are
Power,
Ooh.
look in the pill and put in jumbotron. It's this dude.
there's
The
He got a height
strong gene
BBL.
always
Okay,
survives.
put it in the pill.
Ooh.
therefore even if
You
two
must not have
people
been
that are
breeded
tall,
correctly.
they may have an offspring that is short because maybe someone in
No,
the
it doesn't work
father's
like that. When
side
y'all
or
say
the
that
woman's
bullshit, it doesn't
side
work.
is
Everybody
short.
that I have
So they're
seen in
called
real life,
recessive
if they're
genes.
tall, their siblings is
Understand your
tall.
genealogy
If they
before you
breed it
speak.
correctly, then everyone's tall.
What does hold on, what does that
Oh
mean
my!
what does it mean to
Breed
breed
it
correctly? I'm so
correctly.
confused. What does that mean?
Yeah, she needs to.
Y'all basically Power. If you go back, you know you love ancient history. So if you go back, they used to breed alpha with alpha. Like literally, the alpha women were breeded with the alpha men so that they could make alpha babies. And literally,
But what does that have to do with height?
What do you
It
mean?
was
Because height is a thing. They want the
it was
biggest, strongest,
bloodlines. They
blackest
breed
person.
it.
Like, what
It
do you
was
mean?
bloodlines.
Tails, explain what alpha is. What does alpha mean?
Like,
Oh,
I really
alpha
do.
breed.
Talking about
So alpha
cloning
breed.
people.
Always leverage people
Cloning
however applicable.
motherfuckers.
Thank
I'm
you,
just
Power.
saying, I understand what you're saying, love, but it's not accurate.
No, it is.
No,
That's why the
It's not
white man
accurate.
did it. That's why the white man did it. Like it's literally a thing.
No,
But
that's
that's
not. It's
not
bloodline.
true.
yes, they
Bloodline.
did. It is true. It is very
It's
true. Y'all love history,
bloodline.
but y'all don't like the nasty part
Well,
of
then
it.
everyone would be tall if we
Napoleon
fucking
was
succeeded.
Napoleon was
Jesus
5'4".
Exactly. His
Christ.
people
Napoleon
didn't
was
breed
5'4". What are we
correctly. Like,
talking
what are we
about?
talking about?
That was telepathy.
Y'all
What
just
does it mean to
naming
breed
people,
correctly?
but
That
it's still
doesn't.
not
That's not a
breeded
thing. That doesn't
correctly.
exist.
Napoleon was
That
like
doesn't
five
exist.
two, bro.
Let her explain what breed correctly means.
I already told y'all what it is. It's alpha with alpha.
Listen to
Like
this.
what?
Listen to this.
Don't mess up your
real
gene
quick,
pool.
real
Your
quick.
mom is fucking 5'2" and your dad is 6'1". He's an
Okay,
idiot.
that's cool, but there's a difference. Hold on, real quick.
Yeah, you don't know how genes work.
Real quick,
It's the
Yeah,
problem.
okay.
real quick.
Nigga, my gene's good, and I'm a breed with a tall nigga, so my baby gonna be a tall baby. I'm not fucking worried about
Hey,
the shit y'all talk about.
real quick.
Like the thing is, being an alpha and height is you're equating height to
Yes, that's
alpha.
one of the characteristics. That's one of the traits.
No,
Unfortunately,
there's a
I'm sorry for
difference.
y'all.
Oh my God,
I'm
listen.
sorry for y'all.
There's a difference between physical authority and
Alpha is a
mental
personality
authority
trait,
and
not a
spirit
physical trait.
authority.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter. That
Oh my
physical
God,
authority
what's
ain't
wrong
gonna
with my
stop you from getting
dressing?
cursed. If a nigga put a curse
Please.
on your ass, I'll be. You put
That's
me
why
wrong.
athletes are a certain
Prove me wrong.
build and height. When they're not a certain build or height, it's a harder time for them. Okay, that's just what
And
it
it
is.
doesn't mean
but
that
It
they
is
have
Same
actually.
thing
Their
with
bodies don't
models. Like
last as
there are
long.
requirements.
It doesn't work
Tails,
under
in the
this
real world,
gravity. It doesn't
in the
work
real
under this
world right now,
gravity.
Tails, it's actually a disadvantage to be that tall because, like, let's say you get into a situation where you
No,
have to,
not
like,
if we're talking
scuffle.
about in
Hold
fields
on,
where you're
hold
supposed to
on.
dominate.
If you get in a situation where you have to scuffle now, there's things called guns. Like, if you're taller, you're actually an easier target now. Like so if we're going
Such
by
a stupid
alpha,
example, but
the
okay.
smaller person has the higher alpha now because you'll win in more gunfights.
Well, true. You can't. He's very right about that. Plus, your cardiovascular
It's better.
system
Yeah.
it really can't support the right. Well, if you're shorter, it's better.
Yeah, this
You know, the
is short
taller you
people
are, the more
rhetoric. I'm
weight
not
and the
too much
more
worried
blood it
about it.
has to pump.
And shorter people live longer too.
Well, then don't be. But like, we're not trying to breed a bunch
I
of
already know
NBA
that. The thing is,
players.
I already know.
We're trying to
I
breed
already know that
survivors,
y'all
man.
aren't
Like
breeding
human
correctly, so I'm
intellectual
not really mad at
survivors.
it. You know what I'm saying? My whole point was that if you guys are gonna rip and rave about height, it doesn't matter. That was my point. Y'all just don't listen. I said if you're gonna rip and rave about height, hey girl. I said if you're gonna rip and rave about height, it doesn't matter if you're not gonna breed correctly because then it'll mess up your
What
gene
is breeding
pools.
correctly? Like what?
Bro.
I just heard someone ripping on
Y'all
height.
I'll
So
argue
So
with
what
you.
you're saying,
I'm done arguing
is
with y'all.
I'm not supposed to breed with a girl that's 6'4". That's what you're saying.
You said what?
I'm not supposed to breed with a girl that's
only
taller
if
than
you're
me.
6'2".
I didn't hear you say. Sorry.
I'm not supposed to breed with someone that's taller than me. Is that what you're saying?
No, it depends on you. I don't know your height.
Why does it? What? Like you?
I mean, hold on, and this is and
Can
this
you
is
please
hold
only
on,
place me
and
with
I'm
tall?
sorry, and this is what's
like
wrong with
furry a
certain
little bit in
individuals.
here.
They want to quote unquote breed for superficial reasons instead of things like IQ, things like intellect, things like that, right? They want to breed for like, oh yeah, he's 6'5", but a dummy.
No,
What
Right?
about
no,
healthy
Like
bloodlines?
no.
a six
Healthy.
like that's what they like, instead of like breeding with somebody
Are you
who's like actually
saying tall people are dumb? Like, are you
I'm
equating
no
tall
I'm
with
no
dumb?
I'm no no I'm
No,
what
he's
I'm
saying
saying
you would
is
rather
that
pick a guy because
Oh my
he's
God, I
tall,
forgot my
even though he's a
blanket.
dummy.
exactly. So what I'm saying is that yeah, like smart people, they actually date from the neck up, right? Not the neck down, right? And so it's interesting that, you know, height is
You don't even
the most
believe
valuable.
yourself while you're saying that, Power.
I do believe that. I'm saying it's interesting that height is the most valuable
I wish it
the
was
most
like that.
valuable current
Yeah.
the currency
Did
that
I
you
ever say
value
it
the
was the most
most.
valuable, or I said
No,
it
you
was?
Well,
said
You
all of
didn't
the
say that.
dating
You
apps,
Literally just
didn't
said
say
they
that.
that.
yeah, they
She
don't go
didn't say
off
that.
height. They go
Literally
off
didn't
your
say
No, she
that.
algorithm.
literally just said your
No,
height
she
is
didn't say
what,
that.
like,
She just emphasized how important it is to breed properly. That's what she said.
So
that's
she
not
did
breeding properly.
emphasize it. She
Right. Y'all
emphasized that
missing.
Exactly.
On
She
the
emphasized
Y'all
height.
don't
on the
listen good.
She
physicality.
emphasized height
I
and
just
not
care about
listen
a
intellect.
coat
good,
for
bro.
Marvin
That's
We're
because
the
he
not
didn't
difference.
make the
y'all
cut.
do
That's all.
whataboutism so much just because I'm speaking
No,
about the
she emphasized
Yeah, this
height
physicality.
is
and
all
not
code
Just
IQ.
power.
because I'm
That's
talking
just
about the
code.
He equated
physicality of
height to
breeding
being
correctly
alpha.
does not mean I'm talking about the traits as in like the intellectual traits. Like, come on, or personality traits, mental traits, whatever. I just said one statement. I said if you guys are ripping and raving about height, it does not matter if you don't breed correctly because it will mess up your pool. It will mess up your gene pool. That's just facts.
Well, your
Okay.
gene
That,
pool's already
I
messed
don't
up. Like, let's keep it a
you're
buck.
ripping and
Well,
raving
not me,
about height,
baby. I'm 5'7".
bro.
Everybody's gene
But the
pool.
thing
What are you
Yo,
is
talking
you're
about?
5'7".
that,
All right,
like,
that's
you
pretty good.
Yeah, nigga.
wait,
mentioned.
hold on. Give me a
Hold on,
second.
hold on.
Hold on, give me a second to go. She's 5'7", talking like she's 6'5". Like,
What do
I'm
you
so
mean?
confused.
Well, that is
What?
Like, I'm
Yeah,
so
As a
when it comes
confused.
to
woman?
women, that is
Yeah,
actually
bro.
tall.
Well, I
Exactly.
mean, like it is. I'm 5'7".
No, that's not tall for women.
Yes, it
It is.
is.
It
yeah,
actually
Oh,
is tall for
it is
women.
tall
It's
for women.
it is.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
Trust
tall.
me.
So I could be with somebody that's really not even 5'10", but 5'11" and up. That
True,
got it.
true.
Yeah. And we'll have
What?
No,
our
But
gene pool will be
it
great.
you know.
5'3". I'm 5'3", and I don't want a guy that I personally, my preference is not to be with a guy that is not at least 5'10",
And if he breed with
5'11".
you, he dumb.
But that's your
No,
preference.
Especially
I mean,
why? Why would he
and
be dumb?
especially
Because why would he be?
if your mom,
Why would
like,
he?
what is your mom's height? What is your mom's height and your dad's height?
But what's my recessive gene? Because my granddaddy is
Do I
like
have some guys?
6'3". The
Yeah.
fuck you talking about?
Tall for women
Like I
in
said earlier,
US would be
like I said
5'9", not
earlier, it's
5'7".
nah, yeah,
genealogy.
we reached
Like
the
I
all
said
Is
time
your
low,
earlier,
man.
Yeah,
what
I
are your
just looked it
parents,
up.
Nicole? What are
huh?
your parents?
My parents are 5'4" and
Oh
5'9".
yeah,
5'7" is
you shot
above
out, girl.
average. So check this out:
No,
5'3" to 5'4" is
no, I
average.
You
5'7"
shut
is
out.
above
I
average.
know, but
5'9" is tall, and
hold on.
after
I know what you're
5'11" is
saying.
very tall for women.
I'm talking to her though, real quick. Like I know what you're saying, and I get
Yeah.
it, but I get it. I get what you're saying. But also, like I would just said, like my granddaddy on my mother's side, he's like 6'3", and then on my father's side, there's my uncle also on my mother's side, my uncle is like 6'1". You know what I mean? Like, so when it comes to genealogy, like that recessive gene can come through.
I get that, but y'all are helping it. Like when y'all intentionally go and you know, like your dad, he was 6 whatever, and then he went and got your mom and she's 5'2". He's messing that up. If y'all all breed correctly, everyone in your family is gonna be tall. Like that's just how it works.
I get what you're
Yeah,
saying.
it's not really a big deal. I'm just saying for people that rip and rave about like height, they go and they meet somebody, and then they meet somebody that's like 5'2", and then they're tall or whatever, and then now their kid is like maybe 5'6" or 5'7". Like what did you expect to happen?
Right. The only opposition that I had was when you mentioned that like height was equated
I never
to
said that.
being
Y'all
an.
said that.
No, you
No,
did.
I
You said
didn't.
it.
No, you
You did
said
allude to
I
alpha
it.
never
You
is
did.
did.
you said
You said
alpha
alpha.
Yeah.
equals
Yeah, exactly. That
No,
has
I
nothing to do
didn't.
with
I
alpha
said
because
alpha is
yes
traits
Napoleon
you
of
was an
power.
alpha.
did.
I
Napoleon was
literally
an alpha,
said
and he was
You
plotting,
did
alpha
and he
not.
was plotting
has
his.
How
No, you
they?
traits
You
literally
of
said
said
alpha.
tall is a
man. Fuck out of
characteristic
here. I
of
know what the fuck I
alpha.
said.
That's what you
No,
said.
Yeah,
you
We
what
literally
had a
said that.
exactly? Is there only
misconception of
one
like
trait
what's
Yeah,
that
an
but
makes
it's
you
alpha.
not.
alpha?
That's not. No, that's not what makes you an alpha.
What makes
Alpha
you an
is a
alpha? Okay, hold
personality
on, hold on, hold
trait.
on.
It's
No,
not a
what
physical
what
Exactly.
makes
trait.
It's
you an
not.
alpha?
It's not biological.
Yeah, what makes you an alpha? It's not actually
It's a
what we see in
mindset.
the movies, like the big guy that's like taking on
I
everybody
never
like
seen a
lions.
5'1" alpha, but okay.
No, that
Napoleon
can
was
be
an
an
alpha.
alpha. Yeah,
Napoleon was an
the
alpha.
actual alphas are the men who's making offspring, right? And they're working together to complete a goal. Those are actual alphas in society. Like this is actually
Yo,
proven
that not, bro. No,
because they're
honestly,
strongest as
we
a pack.
need. No, no. Honestly, we need to like normalize like people doing proper research and reading, right? Because you just sat here and tried to give us a definition of an alpha
I
that
didn't
was
give a
inaccurate.
definition. That's the thing.
No,
Y'all
no, you
defined it.
literally told us. No, you was trying to tell us what an alpha
No, I
is.
didn't.
Did you not? Did you not associate height with alpha
She's gonna
without
play
being
the
an
know
alpha?
you
I
didn't
said
game all
truly.
day, bro.
I said
Don't
no.
even
I'm
try.
not. I know exactly what I
This
said.
is This is
I said
crazy.
it is one trait.
Go
I
crazy.
didn't say it's many. I just said it's one.
No, you literally said alpha.
This is why you should record your
Bitch,
I mean,
space's
all of us
power,
aren't
I'm
wrong.
not
No,
gonna
and
argue
you
with
should
y'all,
she
bro.
said
No, the
one
only
trait.
yo
She said
FK. I
one
would love to
trait.
Exactly.
Y'all
FK.
are
I would love to
liars.
record my
She
spaces,
said
but
one
and
trait.
another
Y'all trying
reason
to
why you
put words in
should,
her
bro,
mouth.
because you got
Thank you,
niggas like Mo
Pray.
Wisdom
She
They're
said
putting
literally
you
one
and
they're
fucking
putting
trait.
trying to
She
him
was
on your
win
speaking of
the
page,
one
fucking
thing.
putting you
argument,
on
and
She
his
wasn't
page
it's
speaking of
without
just y'all
all.
are
telling the
lying.
people, without tagging you. You know what I'm saying? Like I was
Y'all
like, what
just
the
trying to put
hell?
words into our mouth
This
to make
nigga
it
done
to make
Uh-huh.
that
flipped the
to
space,
make
done
To
her
fit
fucking
their
posted it like he
narrative
narrative.
said
true.
it.
Uh-huh. That's why I'm like,
Goddamn
y'all
Mo
not gonna
Wisdom.
get me.
Got to be
Y'all
more
can say
careful.
whatever you want. I know what the fuck I said, and y'all know what the fuck I
Yeah,
said.
y'all trying to
If
put
this is
words in
how
our
you
mouth so you
wanna
could go
win the
with your
argument,
narrative.
cool.
No, she said one thing. It's just one aspect. Height. That's it. Y'all butthurt. Like, come on now.
I
It's all
believe
fucking
in.
cope. If you don't make the cut,
I
oh well.
believe in.
Your butt is hurting
I
right now.
believe in simple
I agree
rules.
with
Let me say this right. No. Which I'm sorry, Mo. You want to get in there? I'm
Well,
sorry.
I was just saying I agree with you, man. I heard it one way, and I thought that you were on the money. If she meant something else, then so be it. We can move forward. No problem.
Yeah, nah, yeah. I mean, like, it's proper research. I think technology. I mean, I think social media. I'm sorry. I think technology has made these smartphones have actually made us a little like more lazier. And so when people are just throwing things out there, like, because I'm doing research now, and that isn't even one of the traits of being an alpha, right? And so I'm trying to really understand where you're getting your information from, right?
And that's why I said that was my opposition, my only opposition
But there's
based
not,
off
yeah, exactly. But
based off her statement,
right,
you
but
know.
there isn't anything wrong with your preference, right? Like, I
Right.
mean, that, like, you know, what I mean, that I respect it. I fuck with it. I'm just simply saying, like, when you say breeding properly, right, that's not even a thing,
Yes,
right?
it is.
You know what I'm saying? No, it's not. Like,
You
no, it's
just don't
not.
like it.
No, I'm Googling, like, bro, like, this is what I do, right? While we're having conversations, I'll just Google everything we talk about, right? And so just type in, what does it mean to breed properly, right? That's a silly question. Even Google will be like, what?
Has
But I was
Google
like,
ever
so,
said that nigga AFK don't know what you talking about?
Yeah,
Hell no.
I said
But
that.
I have
Power. I
looked
can
on
give you
Twitter
one aspect
and I
of breeding
seen goddamn
properly,
Mo
right?
Wisdom
So I
post
just want to let
clips
y'all
of
know
I'm
people
better
and
than
not
alpha
Google.
tag them.
excuse
How
me,
I
y'all
have
feel
an
about
answer
that?
to that.
excuse
I'm
me,
How
better
y'all
than
feel about
Google.
that?
alpha,
That's
excuse
objective.
me,
I'm better than
AFK.
Google.
Alpha is associated with dominant. So if you understand dominant versus recessive traits, and you go ahead and you procreate with dominant and dominant, you have better
What are
no,
dominant
chances.
traits?
Look it up for yourself.
you're not even, you see, she's not even
But
gonna tell us
Tails,
what are
what?
dominant traits.
But
Because y'all
Tails,
are trying to
okay.
Yeah,
play. Y'all
don't
don't
even
have
waste
the
your
Tails,
time.
no,
Don't
no,
even
no.
waste
definition
your
for
time, bro.
Tails,
real.
if
Y'all don't have
tall was a dominant trait, then how come your what you saying would fall in his face? Because I could date or breed anybody, and the
Right.
dominant
Still
trait
be
being
dominant.
tall would shine through. That's how you
With,
know
But
it's
you
recessive,
have
regardless
to
not
of
correct.
have
height.
it. Like
Yo,
what?
hold on. I posted a video in in the nest. There's this fucking dog farm, and they have all these orphanage dogs. And the most alpha dog within the farm is not the biggest one. In fact, it shows in the video. It shows in the video when the alpha dog, King Charles, which happens to be
King
like
Charles, nigga.
a 5'8" dog.
I know about
He
King
makes
Charles.
the biggest dog in the yard bow down.
Bow down, nigga.
Just from his presence.
Yeah, he's an alpha.
That's the
He's
alpha.
an
It
alpha.
don't matter how
That's
big
that
you are.
King Charles, nigga.
It's about how you move.
Yeah, King Charles.
It's
Like,
about that aura. It's about that presence. Like who is?
It's a mindset. It's a mindset.
No, King Charles, that nigga, bro.
It's a mindset. It's more so a mindset, and it's also a spirit.
I'll give you an example.
About who you are.
No, I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. No, you're right.
Or like it doesn't matter the stature of a being. It's about the energy, the power of that being.
Now, Nicole, I agree because like Jeff Bezos is 5'7", legit. Like Lil Wayne is 5'4". You're telling me those two individuals are not alphas? Come on, you got to be kidding me, right? Like that's crazy. You're gonna tell me that you're gonna tell me that Lil Wayne is not an alpha. He's 5'4", right?
Word.
That's crazy work. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like what? Yeah, I don't know.
Yo,
That was
Power,
funny
I
though.
got one aspect of what it means to breed properly.
Okay.
So you know about sickle cell, right? The
Let's
trait.
give him a try.
Correct.
So
Correct.
nigga, shut the fuck up. Let's give him a try. You retarded
Oh
ass
my
trying to talk about let's
God.
give him a try, nigga.
That's crazy.
But back to what I was saying. So if someone has a sickle cell trait, it's usually advisable to go get tested to see if you have the dominant trait. And if let's just say you had the dominant trait, right, and you meet someone, they have that trait too, which is dominant, and if they have a kid, they're gonna have a sickle cell kid, and he or she is gonna be sick for their entire life. And it's usually advisable that when you find out that you have the trait, you need to actually go and get tested with your partner to see if she has it too or he has it too. And if one of you don't have it, that's good.
Crank, you
Yeah,
gotta
when
be
you have
very careful
when you
with
get
that, Crank.
pregnant, when you get
You're
when
stepping
you
into the
get
line
shorty
of eugenics,
pregnant.
Crank. You gotta be very careful with that.
No, I will say this: when you get shorty pregnant, when you get shorty pregnant, and then they're gonna do the test automatically. So he ain't wrong. He ain't wrong.
So Kate, that only applies to people who have the sickle cell trait.
Yeah, but then it could expand to something else, and then it could expand to like,
I'm not the one
color,
expanding
and
it.
then if you're a certain ethnic group, like it could
Well,
really expand all those things, right? You gotta be very
So
careful.
I'm not the one expanding it. If someone else wants to expand it, that's their fucking fault. I'm just saying when it comes to sickle cell patients or people who have the trait, you need to make sure your partner doesn't have it.
Okay, so this is the reason why traditionally, why people would meet, like if you come together, right? A woman and a male and a female or whatever will come together. Oh, you guys want to court each other, cool. Y'all, that's why traditionally the families would meet. And the families will meet just for that particular situation on how to see who is my daughter or my son coupling with, and what are their traits, what are our traits, is that compatible, is that what we prefer? That's a traditional thing.
Let me ask
not just about the family to know each other. Well, that's a part of it, know each other, know each other's personalities, meet one another, swap contacts, but traditionally it was because we want to see what y'all living like and how we living like, and is it compatible to, and do I want my offspring to couple with your offspring, and is it going to be profitable, and not just profitable but conducive to our harmony.
I got a question. If you're like let's say you dating somebody and the families meet, is it wrong or is it not okay for, let's say, one of your cousins get with one of their cousins? Is it wrong?
What?
No, I'm asking because
wait, on opposite side?
Yeah. One of your cousins dates one of your partner's cousins. Like, is that you know what I'm saying? Like, is that wrong?
Like, it's not the same family.
I don't.
That's not the same.
I don't.
That's
think
not a problem. No.
Okay, it's not a problem. I was just asking. Okay.
Yeah.
I got a question though. Can you guys tell who a person is by meeting their parents?
No, not necessarily.
But you
Really?
can. But I think it is important to talk about medical history. Like anybody got cancer, anybody had heart disease, anybody had diabetes. All of that stuff is cool. And I think that's what she alluded to by you want to meet the parents. And
Yeah, that's what I'm alluding
yeah.
to. Like, well, that's what I'm saying is, well, yes, that's what I'm alluding to. It's just like you learn their side, like whether you want them to be superficially, if you want them to be tall, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like you're meeting their family, you're talking to them, you're getting to know them, and that's why you will ultimately decide if you want your offspring or even yourself to be compatible, comfortable with that side. Because if you do create offspring for yourselves, that's like that's like a crapshoot sometimes. If you don't know, it's a crapshoot when you don't know. But if you've done your due diligence by meeting people in that family, on the other side's family, and seeing what they are, how they move, then it's a better probability, it's a higher probability that your offspring, if you decide to have, then it will be, what you would like, mentally, physically. It's a higher probability for you to have your offspring to be as perfect as you want them to be.
I feel like people.
So
I feel like people overcomplicate like breeding in general. You only have so much time on this earth, bro. Like,
bro, it's not over.
No, but like,
I'm
let's
just,
be
I'm letting
serious.
you
Like,
finish.
people used to breed in like their
Overcomplicated.
20s, right? I think so. Like back in the day and stuff like that. Like their 20s, right? Like now we're like pushing into our 30s and 40s. Like, I think society's really overcomplicating it, right? Like we're really looking at, oh, I have to have this perfect person, right? Like that pretty much doesn't exist because I saw like an AI person on Instagram that looked absolutely perfect, and I have to have that person in their lifestyle, right? Like I feel like that's like what's messing up with society right now. Like the expectations on both sides is so high, right? That it's preventing people from actually like breathing in real life, right?
No, what's messing up society right now, especially here in America, is that we're pushing out the actual truth and the actual original way of living and being holistically, and that's what the conflict and the confusion is because they're dividing us, and we should be coming together as a unit to procreate if we like, reproduce. That's the point of us fucking being here. So therefore, why are we dividing shit?
Yeah, like,
so that's what society has been doing. And like, okay, yeah, go ahead and have a baby with this random person that you fell in love with because you met him on Tinder, and then therefore this person is a fucking psycho and is a serial killer. And now you got an offspring. Now you got a baby with this serial killer ass fucking mentality.
I feel like if power,
and now your offspring doesn't know what the fuck.
I feel like if power and somebody reproduced, right, they would make the kid with like the highest riz I've ever seen, bro. I'm not even gonna cap.
Nah, I'm actually flattered.
No, like
I'm actually flattered.
Damn, you
I'm actually flattered.
fucking right. Holy
Nah, thank you, but
shit.
no. That's
the highest
he's just giving credit.
riz ever seen.
Yeah, he's just giving credit where credit's due. Thank you. I'm actually
too deep for the sheep. Got it.
Too deep for the sheep. Got it, man. Shout outs to Nicole, man. Where you from? Like, are you from like the West Coast? You don't have to tell me the city, but
I'm from Michigan, but like I live in Houston right now.
Oh yeah, I used to live in Houston. Okay, fire. Okay, dope. Yeah, Houston is one of my favorite places. Like one of my favorite cities.
No.
You don't like Houston?
I do like Houston for its resources. I don't necessarily like Houston.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, I like Houston. Houston is a very, very cool. I like Houston. I like the environment. But I'm from New York City, right? And so I moved around a lot. So I moved to Houston from Seattle. So when I got to Houston was like the best thing ever.
That's what
Like
I'm saying.
compared to Seattle, I mean.
Word. It like I said, I like Houston for its resources. It's a place to be. I'm not down talking Houston. It's just because I'm from up north. You know what I mean? Like, certain things I'm just not accustomed
Is
to.
Houston like sprawled out, or is it like New York City?
Nah.
No, it's definitely sprawled out.
Yes, yeah. It's not like
You gotta get on the freeway to go to the corner store.
It's not like New
Like,
York
you gotta
City,
drive.
but it's not like New York City. But the
I'm
energy,
playing, but it's
the energy, the energy I'm looking for is there, and I can't find a better word than energy. But like Miami, New York, Houston, it got that energy that I like.
Nah,
you know?
You're right. I've been right.
Like, you know what I'm saying? It got that energy that I like. You know what I'm saying?
It does have energy. I'm just a different person. You feel me? Like, so I'm just like, okay, this is cool, but I'd rather be in Maui.
Maui? What do you mean? Maui?
Hawaii.
So that's where you're originally from.
No. I've been there a couple of times. So
okay, dope. Okay.
So that's why I was like, okay, the energy there fits me personally.
Yeah, it just depends, right? Because like I have I was reading an article like a couple months back, and I was reading an article, I'm gonna share it in the jumbo, called Restless Soul Syndrome. And so I'm restless, I'm restless. Like, and so when I'm places like Miami, New York City, I like it because it just matches my energy. Now, if you're more chill, more introverted, more like chill, because I'm not a chill person, right? I'm high strung, high energy. So if you're more chill, then like places like, Maui or Seattle, or the Dallas, that's going to be your thing.
Yeah.
Right? Does that make sense? Like,
it makes.
You know what I mean? So for me,
I'm a hybrid.
Yeah,
So
hybrid.
I'm a hybrid. So it's like, that's why I got to get extra money so that I can go back and forth.
Exactly.
Like when I have that itch or just want to be in that energy, as you say, because I know exactly what you mean. Like when I want to have and feel, because I love New York. Like I actually almost moved there before I moved here.
Oh yeah, New York is that's I'm born and raised.
Yeah, so like that underlying buzz that it has, I fucking love it.
No, it's dope. I'm not gonna lie.
It has that as well. It's a little low. It's not as hype.
It's not as high, but Houston got that.
Yeah.
And so because my personal experiences, I've been to places like I've been in environments like Seattle, Paris, and when you go to these type of environments with that hustle and bustle type of energy, they look at you like, no. We take siestas here, right? This is not New York City, right? We drink tea, right? We this is not hustle, get rich or die trying over here. Okay?
Yeah, they're like relax.
Yeah, relax, calm down, right? And I don't like that. I don't like that. That shit drives me crazy. I'm good. I'm good. Where the money at? What's going on? What's good?
Yeah, we could probably argue that New York City is the most influential state.
That's cap.
New York and
it is.
No,
it is.
In America. Nah,
I mean, K, we get it, bro. K, you from Fort Lauderdale, right? And so it's a little different for you.
New York is so like 2010.
It's a coastal state. It's a coastal position on this land. It's a coastal place, and historically, it was like the original port of how people came through. So that's why.
Where? You talking about Fort Lauderdale?
Nah, New York.
Oh yeah, New York. Okay, yeah.
New York, for like Virginia, that little area, like that's like the port for people who came from wherever they came from.
If New York had a rent of like
from the Atlantic.
If New York had a rent of like $2,000 a month, I would go there. I would move there instantly.
But don't hold on. Like New York does have that, right? But
show me
it's
where and
not
when.
Hold on, I got you. It's not gonna be in the borough that you like, right? You might have to go to like Astoria, Queens, right? Like, and Queens is cool too, right? But if you look at it, pay $2,000 a month in like Brooklyn, like Williamsburg, or where, nah, that's you might not get that. But if you're living somewhere in Astoria, Queens, which Astoria, Queens is pretty cool, like a cool place to live in Queens, then yeah, you could get something for like 21,
How far
22,
is that, like,
2300.
from the action though?
Oh, nah. Whoa, that's not far at all. Like, I mean, because everyone, like, a lot of people, I mean, a lot of people have cars in New York City, but they take the train. So, Astoria, Queens, bro, you can hop on, like, shit, you can hop on, like, the F train or whatever train. You could go to the action, you go to the
You
city.
serious?
You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah. It'll probably take like 30, 40 minutes, depending on where in the
30,
city you're going
40?
to.
What the?
Not no, it's not bad. It's not bad though, right? Depending on where you're going to, what part of the action, because New York City is mad big, so there's so much to do with mad different places. So if you're going to somewhere like, I don't know, Upper East Side, Lower East Side, you can take the train from Astoria, and then you can get to uptown, whatever, downtown Brooklyn. You can get there in like 30, 40 minutes. You feel me? And if you transfer to the E train, and the E train is going express, you get to where you're going mad fast,
It's
bro.
called Astoria, Queens. I'm looking this up right now. I'm about to
Correct,
Google, bro.
Astoria, Queens. Yeah,
And
just
that's also the same. And that's also the same comparably to Houston. Like if you're driving though, like because we don't have.
yes.
If you're
hmm
driving, if you're going somewhere, everything because it's spread out. So it's gonna be 30 minutes at least.
What do I type
You
in on
know.
Zillow, Power? Like what? Like
Right, I got you. I'll give you the zip
yeah,
code.
give me the zip code.
But yeah, just comparably, like
I
it's like
love Houston.
it depends on what it just depends on what you like, what fits you, you know.
Nah, New York
Yeah,
definitely fits
no,
me,
that
bro.
makes sense. Nah, yeah, I think I tell like, yo, he would thrive in New York City, right? Because Crane, he's currently in Minneapolis. Don't know what he's doing there, but I tell him all the time, like, New York City is really, really cool, man. It's really dope.
Yeah, I'll
Honestly,
be
I
there
like.
soon. I'll be there soon. Don't worry.
No, yeah, for sure, for sure. Honestly, I love Houston, to be honest, too. Houston is really, really cool. I was living in a very cool area when I was in Houston. Like, first I visited Houston before I even moved there, to be honest. And then there was this place called River Oaks I really like, and
Yeah,
that's where I just decided to get
River
my.
Oaks, nice.
Yeah. It's
I just
nice. It's nice. It's nice. I mean, well, depending on where well, it's nice. And then so I was living there, and then I wasn't too far away from like Montrose.
right.
I was like 15-minute drive from Montrose, and I was like,
Mhm,
stuff like that. So I do like Houston a lot. It's really cool.
yeah, it is a nice place. I don't want to talk down on it. The only thing is that before, because I've been here for like 20 years now, and like so before the living was cheaper, but everyone heard, everyone got the tea, and they were like, "Oh, it's cheaper," so everyone started coming here. So naturally, prices have gone up
Cool.
for
Yeah, exactly. Cause
prices
like, yo,
gone up.
I'm glad you said that, because when I moved to Houston during the pandemic, right? And so I found a cool ass spot in Montrose, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was paying like $12.75 a month for an 800 square foot
That's a
floor to
steal.
ceiling win. Oh no, floor to the
No,
floor. I got you.
air,
Hold on. Floor to
and it's
ceiling.
the
Yeah, floor
food.
to ceiling windows, all that, everything, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then when I moved, and I'm looking at prices now, because I was like, damn, I want to move back to Houston, whatever. Bro, that same apartment is like 1,600,
Mm-hmm.
like, which isn't bad still compared to what I'm paying in New York City. But still, I don't want to pay 1,600 for no fucking Houston, man. Like the fuck.
Right. So now we have to erase that shit. Y'all have to erase that shit. All that are listening, erase that shit. Houston ain't cheap no more.
Yeah, it's not
This is
cheap no more,
propaganda,
man.
so nobody moves
It
to
ain't
Houston so they can
more
lower the
for living.
prices.
The economy has
This is
changed.
This is
propaganda.
propaganda right
He
here,
said it's
bro.
propaganda. Yo, Kay, check your back channel. So I sent you a link to, and you can check it. You can see the zip code. But that
Propaganda.
was it.
You're propaganda.
Yeah, your propaganda.
Too deep for the sheeps.
Too deep for the sheeps.
Too deep for the sheeps.
So I heard
Yo.
that San Diego
Too
is
deep for the
actually
sheeps.
the most expensive city in the country.
I
That's-
love San Diego.
I don't know if it currently
San Diego.
is.
Nah, I ain't gonna find San Diego whack though. I ain't gonna.
No, San Diego
That's
is the
not
most
true.
beautiful place I've ever
This nigga
like.
said San
It's
Diego whack.
bro. It's not bro. It's not more of a vibe than San
No,
Fran.
what
It
year did
doesn't
you
have
go
the
though?
vibe. It
What
doesn't have
year
the
did you go?
vibe, but the aesthetics, like you got a beach and then a
San
mountain right there.
San Fran aesthetics is better to me. I ain't gonna lie.
It's like New
Nah,
York
that's
aesthetics for San
debatable.
Fran, bro.
But what?
That's why.
That's
Maybe that's why.
yeah,
Maybe I'm
yeah.
being biased, but San Fran is
No,
like New
Power.
York.
What year did you go?
Where San Diego? No, I went on YouTube. They didn't
No,
like
what
it.
the?
Nah. If you went in person, you would
What
like
the
it. No,
hell?
YouTube.
My bad.
YouTube
Did I do
wouldn't.
something?
Nah, YouTube wouldn't do it
This
justice.
nigga
Trust
said.
me.
What did I do something
Nah,
wrong?
you
No,
gotta be there,
exactly.
bro.
No, so no. YouTube does it justice for
Nah, it
me.
doesn't.
I
It
don't know what
doesn't.
you
It
talking
doesn't.
about,
It
bro.
doesn't. It doesn't.
Bro,
Trust me.
this is what I did. I went on YouTube. I typed in pros and cons of living in San Diego, right? Boom. Then I typed in, hold on. Then I typed in San Diego nightlife because I'm a nightlife type of guy. Bro, that shit was trash, bro. I'm
What,
not gonna lie. So
nigga?
that's what
We
I'm
got
saying.
the hottest shit.
Because
Nigga, are you kidding me? Snoop Dogg, Drake, fucking Iron Suit.
Who the fuck is Snoop Dogg?
Neo, Yin Yang Twins, bro.
He said Snoop Dogg. He said Snoop
Yin
Dogg
Yang
name like he
twins.
was
What?
Nigga,
like he said Snoop Dogg
Did
name
he
like he
say
was
Yin Yang
Beethoven.
twins?
Like,
What are you talking about, bro?
We literally just had the fucking TwitchCon at the San Diego.
Yeah, that's what I go to. Like, yeah,
Oh, you talking about the
yeah,
recent shows? Okay.
Yeah, nigga, all the streamers. I seen Cash Nasty. I seen that Asian girl that be saying the N-word heavy shit.
Yo, on the West
Pokemon.
Coast, San Diego is not even top tier, bro.
You're
I
Like
can
on the West
imagine.
Coast.
No, tell me why I was over here talking to Neon's manager and Jack Doherty's manager. They offered me.
Power,
They
you
offered me to go on a yacht.
San Diego.
You said when Nicole, talk to me.
I said you haven't been to San Diego, right?
YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube
Right,
doesn't
you
do it
haven't been.
justice. That's like
Right,
YouTube
I've
in
been
New
there.
York.
All right, so Nicole, tell me about it.
I had a good ass fucking time. The Gaslamp district is
That's where I
awesome.
work. That's where I work.
Mm-hmm.
And niggas was
Yeah,
trying to say
like
it's not
I've been
it.
there.
But Nicole, that's what I'm saying, Nicole.
I
I'm
had
saying though, right, Nicole?
what happened?
How do you justify paying those prices for San Diego vibes? Come on,
Listen,
man.
if you're rich, San Diego's a
Oh,
vibe.
okay. I don't know what it.
Yeah,
it
you got to be
costs
rich
to
to
live
live in
there.
San
Like, bro,
Diego.
San Diego's expensive for what?
You're right.
Like,
Yeah.
like that's what I'm
Oh,
saying. Like, if you're gonna pay these astronomical prices, it better be worth it. Like,
Like San Francisco is worth it for that price. You know what I'm saying? Like,
exactly.
Yeah,
I mean, even
Okay.
downtown LA is worth it for that price.
You gotta break it down for us so we know where
Yeah,
you're coming.
even downtown LA is worth it for that. But San Diego, three bands
is crazy
for an apartment. Come on,
That's
man.
crazy.
No, you can get
Come
one
on,
out
man.
of the city for like a little bit cheaper though.
It comes with some good weather.
I don't like to live out the city. I like to live in the city, but it's like, bro, like 3 bands. Like I was on Zillow and I was looking at apartments in San Diego, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. Please.
Hey, you gotta keep in mind
Because Nicole, think about it, right, Nicole? Because with that amount of money I'm paying for San Diego, I can pay half of that. I could pay with that amount of money. I could find an apartment in Houston where it's lit, where the vibes is lit all the time for half the price. Like,
Word.
Hey,
Like,
the cost compensates the weather, bro. That's what it is.
Like all the way. And if you want to get some water, just drive like 45 minutes to an hour to Galveston, and you got water.
exactly. Yeah, you could drive to Galveston for sure. Like, you know what I'm saying? And if you want to get away from the city, you can drive to like, Pearland, Sugarland, Katy.
Go to the Woodlands. Like if you
This
want
is Houston?
Yes, Houston, yo.
Yeah.
Yo,
Like,
Kay, I'm telling you, son.
go up to
Bro, I'm gonna
Conroe
pull
and
up to
do
All that.
Houston and I'm gonna
you can
see
do
and
the
I'm gonna get
river
back to y'all.
shit. Like
Let's see.
Nah, bro. I'm telling you, yo, Kay, I'm telling you right now, bro. Damn, I wish we could just all take a trip together there. Look, I'm telling you right now, Houston, right? The prices you're paying in San Francisco, San Diego, and all these places on the West Coast, you could pay half of that for Houston and still get all the vibes you need, right? Still make connections, right? Still meet people in tech, still meet people who are, in the oil industry, right? Still meet bosses.
No, let's gatekeep Houston actually because
Like,
let's,
you don't even live there. You don't even live there.
no, we
Like you're not
gatekeeping
even
the
from
hell
there.
out of Houston. Y'all
Like you're
stay
not
where the
even
fuck
from
y'all
there.
at for real.
No,
You're not even from there.
don't come here.
Yeah, Nicole, Nicole,
Do not
Nicole,
touch my town.
hold on, Nicole, she's not even from there. That's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying. So, anyways, but nah, you can't gatekeep something like that's insane. To gatekeep a place you're not even
It
from. That's
belongs
crazy.
to me because I was born there.
No, you was not born there. That's
I
cap.
have authority because I was
That's
born there.
cap.
I'm an OG.
That's cap. You was not born there.
Yes.
You was not born there. That's
Yeah.
cap. That's
Where the fuck was I born there?
Where are you born? Where were you born?
Corpus Christi.
I was not born in fucking Corpus Christi.
Jesus.
If I look at
That don't
people,
even
I
sound
agree.
right. Like I already know just from the name.
Where were you
like, that don't even
born?
sound right.
No, that's in Texas. It's not Houston.
No, but I was born downtown at the Memorial Hurricane.
You could tell she making that up.
You're born there like by accident?
No, by like purpose. Like my people.
No, Nicole, son. Bro, you can tell somebody's lying, right?
Nicole,
Like, hold on, you can tell somebody's lying. Like she said the easiest thing, right? That the first thing that came to mind. Hold on. She said the first thing. Hold on. The first thing that came to mind was downtown. Who the fuck was born downtown, man?
You're right. Exactly.
Who the fuck was born downtown, man?
Like, come on, that's the largest medical.
It is the largest medical
Thank
center.
you.
What are we talking about? I was literally
But that's not downtown though.
Yeah, it is.
Exactly.
It's not downtown. You're lying.
It's not in downtown.
It's
but
not
it's
in
still
downtown.
in Houston. It's still Houston enough to be considered.
No, but you
Houston.
just lied. You said it's downtown. You're a liar. We caught you.
You can't.
You capping.
Okay.
What the fuck? Like that's mad weird.
Wait,
That's
what
nasty.
about you? You Houstonian, Nicole?
I was actually born here.
Oh, in Houston?
Not in Houston. Though, but in like closer to Galveston, actually.
Oh, nice. Love to hear it.
That's
but
dope.
you should stay in New York.
That's
Power,
dope.
stay wherever the fuck you're at.
I already lived in Houston. I ran through Houston.
Huh?
I ran through Houston.
How long were you here, Paul?
I was here for a year and a half.
Need to be banned. If I become mayor, I'm banning that pool.
Like a year and a half. Like and
long enough, bro. You gotta run through it for years.
no, you're right. Matter of fact, you're right. You got me there, right? Like it's not long enough, but for the amount of
you gotta know the ins and outs. You can't get lost here. I can't get lost here.
Nah, you're
I can't
right.
get lost
you're
here
right.
either. You know.
Nah, that's yeah, right. But
I
no,
can't get lost here. Like,
Nicole, you're right. Nicole,
I
you're
might
right.
get turned around, but I will not get lost here.
You're right, Nicole. Like, yeah, I didn't. Of course, I didn't do as much as you did, but
Yeah,
I was,
you didn't do as much as a lot of other people, but stay your ass
no,
in New York.
you're not from there. You just lied. We caught you in a lie, bro. Move out the way, man. Nicole, what you was saying? Nicole, what you was saying? No, we caught you in a lie. Nicole, what you was saying?
No lie.
Like, bro, she said she was born downtown hospital, bro. Come get out of here, bro.
Which hospital?
She lying.
Memorial Hermann. Okay, that's the major hospital.
Yeah, but I was literally like, it was a major
She said it was
hospital. Was it a
downtown.
popular hospital?
She said it was downtown, bro. What do we do? Like, and I'm not even from
The
there.
medical center.
And you said it was downtown.
I said that. Now you want to ride on what I said.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Nicole is really from there. Like you're cap.
Nicole,
Downtown.
Galveston transplant, mind you. Like,
all right.
Downtown. Yeah.
Power, you're not even
sure.
from there. I don't know. You can't even speak.
I never said I was. But I know about Houston more than you. I never said I was from there. Never.
Rate Houston from like 1 to 10. 10 being New York.
I got you, Kay. I got you. Good, because I was running around,
the
right?
hell out of Houston.
Hold on,
Stay
Kay. I
where
got you.
y'all
Hold on,
at.
Houston. 1 through 10.
Hold on. She's just saying that. You're just saying that because that's what we say, or not I, but that's what a lot of Houstonians say. Like, get the fuck on. No, don't.
Exactly. She's a fraud, bro. Let me say this quickly.
A lot of Houstonians say that.
All right, so let me say this,
don't
right?
come here. Don't
Oh, no,
come
you
here.
see, okay, so hold on. I know. So Nicole thinks. Nicole thinks she's so clever,
The Trump
right?
is bad
Now
enough.
she hold on.
Everybody's
KK. Yo, Kate, now she's calling herself a Houstonian, right? But she says she's from Michigan. Okay, cool. Look, listen. Let me say this quickly,
Wait,
right?
I mean, like, she can't have a Houston feeling.
She said she's from Michigan.
She can't have a Houston feeling. Let her claim wherever she wants to.
We caught you in a lie, brother. Like all right, so Kate, let me say this quickly, right? So from 1 through 10K, Houston, in my opinion, because it's subjective anyways, from 1 through 10 compared to New York City, I'm gonna give Houston a strong 7, right? Because everything is so spread out and stuff like that, and you know what I mean. I'm gonna give Houston a good
So
7.
what's a 9?
A
What's a
good
9,
7.
Power? What's a 9?
Ooh, okay. A 9, a 9 compared to New York City. Shit.
It depends on who you are and what you like.
Yeah, it depends on what you are, what you like.
There's
KK.
things for everyone, for real. And like downtown Houston has like within there's so many like museums and exhibits you can go to.
But downtown Houston is kind of
No,
dry though.
Houston
I'm
is
not
for
gonna
the
lie.
artists though. You don't get that because you're not a creative. But
No, you're not even you're not even a creative. You lie about being a creative.
what?
No.
You're literally a
No,
sociopath. You lie about everything.
she's actually right about that.
No,
What are you talking
she's
about? Like
a
there's so
female.
many
She's a
things
poser.
you could do. Like I was just telling someone where they could like see the lights.
No, he's asking me in comparison to New York City.
Okay, yeah.
Like
New
what are you
York
talking
City's
about?
better in terms of like everything is closer together. I'll give them that. And
For creatives and artists.
and you can navigate New York without a car. I'll give it that. Texas even
For for creatives and artists. What are you talking
know-
about? For entrepreneurs, for tech startups, for people who are like
Austin
in tech,
is emerging
like
as one of the
like
big cities in tech.
Austin
though.
isn't when it comes to
But
when it
it's
comes to
not
tech,
really
Austin
lame. But it's kind of lame. I'm not gonna hold you. But
no,
and the
extremely
music
lame.
scene is a vibe in Austin. But
And it depends what
yeah,
type
they
of
got
music
good
you like.
venues.
But yeah,
They got good venues. I'll give them that.
Yeah,
Good
it's alright.
venues and good
It's alright.
restaurants. So
I didn't like Austin at all, but it's alright. If you're into that type of stuff, then whatever. Like, but I don't know.
But
Austin's like a wannabe San Francisco without the San Francisco.
You wake it up. Yep, it's definitely. So, Kate, what's a 9, man? Fuck, can somebody help me out? What's a 9?
Yeah, a 9.
Fuck,
What are
help
we
me
talking
out,
about?
y'all.
Miami.
Oh,
What are we talking
Miami,
about?
nice.
Why
LA?
Miami though?
D-man, we're talking about like
no.
cities that like are like a 9, 10 compared to New York City.
I like Miami. So
Miami.
what
Miami's
makes
sexy.
yeah, what makes Miami a 9?
Miami's an
Oof.
8, bro. Let's keep it a
Miami, oof.
Okay.
Oof,
if you're
Miami,
not really
oof.
into like nightlife, what is Miami? Like, what's there to do in Miami?
There's a lot to do in Miami. You bugging. Anyways, go ahead,
You
D-man.
saying that just in
just
general
want to
as
go to
far as the
hookah
city,
lounges and
or
shit.
we're talking
No,
about
we're
Low
talking about like
vibrational drinks.
we're talking about like as far as everything, right? Like tech, the creative scene, nightlife, food.
it's hard.
You know what I
It's
mean?
hard because like I ain't gonna lie, I visited New York. I had a great time. I was out in Brooklyn. I went for Afro punk. So I moved
Fire.
around the city. I went to Harlem and shit.
Fire.
I would say San Francisco. As far as like, cause we got a park. We got the culture, architecture.
The gay culture?
That's a footnote. That's not the main aspect of the city. We have landmark. We got the Golden Gate Bridge. You know what I'm saying? So it's I would
Ain't
say
nobody
it's
worried
just the
about a
only thing
lame
is
ass
just
bridge.
only thing is just,
No, I'm with D-man on this one,
smaller.
man.
It's a smaller scale, but I would say it's like a miniature New York because it's less.
Isn't there like a second bridge though, D-man? Like that. I went to like this double bridge. Like I don't know what it was called though.
There's the Bay Bridge. There's the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yeah, that Bay Bridge is crazy.
Yeah. I'm with D-man on this one. San Fran. Aside from all the obviously the LGBTQ friendly stuff,
And
but
San Fran is very expensive to live in.
No, you're right. Every city does got that, but San Fran though, the energy, the vibes is right. Like I'm sorry, no, the vibe is cool. I like it. It's a cool vibe.
Yeah, I've never been to San Fran. I mean, I want to, but I've just never been there. That up north, like I haven't gone that farther north too in California. But like as far as the San Fran situation, I'm an older person, so in years. So therefore, San Fran is like the West Coast Atlanta.
Oh yeah, that's nasty work. Yeah, that's nasty work.
I like Atlanta for the food scene.
My impression of Atlanta is just rampant out there. Like it's
Nicole, but Nicole might be onto something, right? Because Nicole might be onto something because San Fran's a little crazy when it comes to
it
you know
gets
what I mean?
wild. I was gonna say another city. I don't know if it's necessarily a 9, but I would say London is probably comparable to New York. just that it's a crossroads city. It's a lot of different pockets of culture.
Yes,
I like
agree.
London too.
Agree.
I always felt like London was like a polite New York.
In Tokyo.
Tokyo's fire. London, honestly, I've been to London
I
a
like
few times,
Madrid.
brother. Madrid, I've never been there, but I've been to London a few times. I'm gonna keep it real with you, man. Yo, you got to go to London not when the weather's nice, right? Because when you go there during the summer, it's gonna cloud your judgment. You're gonna be like, "Oh my God, this is the greatest place in the world." You got to go there when the weather is
It was
trash,
always
right? You got to
raining where I
go
went.
there. Yeah, you got to go there when it's always raining, and then you see how the people have like seasonal. What's it called? Seasonal
Depression.
depression. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then the people are weird and they're not friendly. So you got to go when it's raining all the time and stuff like that. Then you'll get a better
You'll
vibe of
see
like
why
how
they
the
wanted to take over the world, bro.
correct. You'll see why they wanted to take over the world. Right, exactly. Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
Trying to get out of their that dark cloud that's over there.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And so I always tell people, yo, go to London like October, November, December. Don't go in the summer because when you go in the summertime, everybody out, everybody happy. You know what I mean? So you thinking, oh, this is the greatest place in the world. Nah, bro, it's not. It's really not, bro. You know what I'm saying? The food is just mediocre. I don't like the food. The women are dope as fuck. But yeah, that's about it. And the fashion and everything. I'm a fashion guy, so the fashion, everything, I like it. I like the way they dress out there. The music scene is cool. And that's it. That's about it.
No, but I feel like Houston's, unmatched. Like in terms of like, it's just so unique. There's no other city like it.
Yeah, Houston is dope, but it's not unmatched, right? But Houston is a great city. It's a great place. You can meet a lot of cool people. It's very diverse. It's like a black LA. When I first moved out there, that's the vibe I was getting, depending on where you're going as well. And it's cool. Like Houston is very motivational and inspiring. Like, there's that hustle and bustle energy there. There's that, you know what I mean? There's a little, you could do it. There's a little bit of everything for everyone, right? And so yeah, Houston is dope. Houston is dope. I'm never gonna say Houston is whack. It's dope. It's really dope.
Same here, and I live here, so.
Nah, it's fire.
I would never discredit Houston as a place to be.
It's fire, and you don't even need a car in Houston if you like strategically pick the right.
Bitch, need a
Hold on, I got you. If you strategically pick the right place to live, right, where you can just, especially if you work remotely and you live somewhere downtown, you might need a car to like go like uptown and like go to like Westheimer, or like if you want to go further out. But you can Uber around a little bit, just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? You could Uber around just a little bit.
You can Uber or Lyft or whatever you do.
Lyft, yeah, but you're right though. You're definitely gonna need a car when you start going out places like, what's that place called? My man took me out there. Is it
Missouri City?
Is it? Yeah, Missouri City. Yes, Missouri City. Yeah.
Oh, she knows. She knows about Missouri City.
Missouri City. Yeah, because I told her before.
No,
but like Missouri City, like, but you're definitely gonna need a car when you're going out places like Missouri City for sure. You know what I'm saying?
No, but like if you're also like anywhere out of downtown, like I want to say like so a lot of people like downtown is like 45 minutes with the traffic.
How's Houston compared to
Yeah,
Dallas?
that's a fact.
Because I visited Dallas, I haven't visited Houston.
Nah, I'm kidding. I'm gonna tell you right now.
To visit Houston, because I've never been to Dallas.
I've been to Dallas, right?
I have no need or intent to go.
You're right. You're right. You're right. Stay far away.
Draws me,
Stay far away is great.
Earlier we were talking about telepathy.
Telepathy, yeah.
Telepathy, like I'm like no.
Yeah, stay far away.
I'm cool.
Yes, stay far away from Dallas and Austin. So
you know where I was really feeling like the vibes though, like in Texas, Amarillo. Like I love, like it was so like it felt like something out of Red Dead Redemption. Like everyone was so country.
Oh yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's.
It was like
that makes
so
sense,
country,
yeah.
like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's. Yeah.
I like that's what
no,
people think.
Are you Hispanic? Are you Hispanic?
Nah.
Okay. Well,
She sound like Hispanic though.
she does.
I mean, I understand it, but I don't speak it too well.
So if you felt you brought up Amarillo.
Yeah, I
so
said I liked it
that's
because, like, I mean, it was like I feel like when people like say, "Oh, you know, Texans and their cowboy boots and all that," like it felt like cosplay, like Texas cosplay, kind of.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, Kay. Honestly, yeah, Dallas. From 1 through 10, man. Because my bro, when I moved to Houston, my bro was already living in Dallas. Right, he's from New York City, and so he loves Dallas because he doesn't know anybody. He's from the projects, right? And so,
That's insane.
but Dallas, bro. Yeah, Dallas. I give a Dallas like a good 5. Like a good 5, man. Dallas is cool. The food is cool. If you're downtown Dallas, you could meet some cool people. But as far as like Houston is the dopest place in Texas, bro.
the
There's
dopest
no.
dope you've ever smoked.
Yeah, the dopest dope you've ever smoked,
I
yo.
like
Like there's
Austin
no
for the
other place.
restaurant scene though, but I feel like it's just kind of boring.
Nah, yeah, Austin is mad boring, and in Austin,
It's
there's
small.
something
It's hella
about
small,
Austin.
too.
What it's small
Yeah, it's
too, and
small.
then
Hills and it don't even feel like
and
Texas.
in terms of personality,
Austin
they're
is
not really
like
diverse. They're not
Office.
really
If it
diverse
was
in
a
terms of
television show, it'd be
personality.
The Office, just boring and bland.
It's very Yeah, exactly. It's very homogenized in terms of personality. It's not really that diverse.
Everyone's a tech bro with a startup.
Yeah, everyone sounds alike. Everyone talks alike. Even the black people there, like they scare me. And
They scare
so,
me. It's crazy.
yeah, the black people there scare me.
No,
It's
that
like
is crazy.
like
Why
the
they
black people in Austin is giving sunken place,
scary?
bro. Like I'm not gonna lie, bro. When I went to Austin, the black people, I couldn't get it. They're like,
No, what was scary about it? Why they talk a lot?
honestly, because I went to Austin for like a good 3 days for my birthday, and so when I was out at the bar networking, the black people there, they're just, I don't know, man. They just weird, man. Like I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like it's like their mindset, the way they talk. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I need to go back to the H
Yeah,
town.
I need specifics.
I got you. Think of an entire city full of people like Kay, right? Just
I knew he
very.
was gonna say this. I knew he was gonna say this. The telepathy was going crazy. My spidey senses was tingling. I knew it.
Nah. Kay's my man's, right? But I'm saying, like, think of that, right? Think of like, and Kay, no, he's my man. I'm trying to shit on him, but like, think of it like think of like the black community out there.
Hey, where are you from?
And they all, I don't know.
That's where I gotta be then.
That's where you gotta
where I
be.
gotta be.
That's where you gotta eat.
That's
That's
where
where
I
you
gotta
gotta
be.
eat. That's where you gotta be. But no, yeah, but like, yeah. So
Yeah, specifically, what's up?
Go ahead, Kay. Can you tell her what's up? Like, tell her about yourself. Tell her why I'm using you as an example.
Who, me? Oh, because he thinks I
Yeah.
talk white.
No, you. Guess who?
I'm like a tech.
Yeah, you.
Yeah.
Yeah.